In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice, a flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked in the shadows. The Einsteinian demons. These creatures thrived in the distortion of space-time, causing chaos and disruption. The world needed a hero, and Miller was ready to answer the call. With his flute in hand.
Shout out to our boy Dayton C. Miller out there using his ether flute to fight off against the Einsteinian space-time demons. Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, episode 119. We're going to begin by watching Proud's new video on Bennett's Alpha Model Challenge. Here we go.
Will refute the alpha model. No one will refute the alpha model. No one will refute the alpha model. Nobody will even attempt to refute it. So I'm tempted to issue a alpha challenge to everyone. This will be the hypothesis that if you use energy-based dynamics for your laws of physics, which means they're based on a Lagrangian variational principle, that those dynamics are valid in the lab reference frame, the LRF, then they are invalid in any non-lab frame, any reference frame not co-moving with the lab frame. Okay, that seems clear enough to me. So I'm proposing that if you can find any example where you apply the law of physics in the lab reference frame, and they are valid, and prove that they are also valid in a non-lab frame, then you would disprove my challenge, because I'm saying that all non-lab frames will not produce the proper motion. So what I've used is Newton's bucket, the hitchhiker, and I just use Einstein's train. And I claim that I can use any reference frame that is not the lab frame, and we can examine the motion of an object from the lab frame and from any other frame. It could be the moon, it could be the International Space Satellite, could be any other place that's in motion with respect to the Earth. And I will prove that the Earth is the only one that gives the correct answers when you plug in the numbers for the lab frame, and that you do not get the correct prediction for the non-lab frame.
Secondly, make sure that we get this. Proud Flirt. Attention, Proud Flirt. Be sure to clip this. I expect to see it on your timeline.
And the greatest host and co-host on all of that.
No, save this guy. Proud's trying to cook this guy right now.
Bro, we can get this plus.
Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter. Shout out to them, to legends.
Bro, let's do it, bro. I think X is low-key pretty lit.
All right, let's join the panel.
Pages of history. It's just the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances.
119.
Approach to the destruction of human freedom.
Is it Friday yet?
One of the super states that preceded it. It has one iron will. Logic is an energy, and truth is a menace.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
If you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball, you just don't. That's flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that the Earth is flat? It gets a ball, and you know that's a proven fact.
Flat Earth Friday!
Earth were made in Photoshop. An astronaut.
If you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball, you just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yo, check it out. Did you know that the earth is flat? It's flat. Think it's a ball, and you know that's a proven fact. What if I told you pics of Earth were made in Photoshop? And astronauts are actors acting in a movie plot? What would you say? What would you do when you find out that the globe is fake and isn't true? Your world is about to turn into a bunch of flat earthers. Just ride the wave, cause you know that y'all bad surfers. Ride the wave. Cause you know that's not the curve of the earth, right?
At that height, you don't see the curvature of the earth.
Just
Tell him, Neil.
That stuff.
Yeah.
What?
Knuckleheads, we back.
That stuff. What?
Turn up with me. What up?
That stuff is what? That stuff is what? That stuff is what?
See the squad in here. You want to talk to me about fucking flat earth, motherfucker?
You lie to the government, they'll put you in prison. But when they lie to all of us, it's called being a politician. You think taking guns away will save our kids from the killings? But you're pro-choice, abortion kills way more children. If America's so terrible and racist, it probably isn't.
Pay attention.
Immigration, just saying, all the contradictions are embarrassing. You know who hates America the most? Americans. Trigger warnings used to be on TV for seizures, and now they're everywhere to protect millennials' feelings. He, she, his, him, hers, them, they. Screw up pronouns, cause everyone's a retard these days. Hear him preaching at the protest that hatred's the problem, but hating straight men, white folks, and Christians is common. Coca-Cola telling people they should be less white. They preach intolerance, but if you disagree, they fight. There's a race war here, elections based on fear. Black lives only matter once every 4 years. Soldiers died for this country, and every one of us benefits. Give welfare to the homeless and forget about the veterans. Black folks and white folks divided by the news, but we are all the same. We are red, white, and blue. Ashamed to be American? Okay, that's cool. Cause honestly,
stay together, level head. Don't let us divide us.
So fake, oh no. The forecast said that there'd be snowflakes. Whoa, you can make us see it, yo.
Yeah, man, let's keep this thing moving.
No way, gasoline and propane, more flames. Oh no, no more snowflakes.
they set us up to fail, that's what they built the system for. Put an ammunition shop across the street from a liquor store. Empowering women used to be different than this before. The role models got OnlyFans or dance on a stripper pole. Screw it, I ain't tripping, I don't mean to be mean. But if I'm on the future, then our future is bleak. They take an Adderall to focus, hit McDonald's to eat. They're addicted to phones and they take Xanax to sleep. They blurred the lines dividing communism and democracy. In 2021, we paint the patriots as Nazis. The men playing women's sports get trophies for winning. Like, great, let's celebrate a man for beating some women. If you're black, your life matters, you're supposed to embrace it. If you're rich or you're smart, then you're probably Asian. If you're gay, then you're brave, all of that I'm okay with. But if you're white, the stereotype is you are a racist. Blaming capitalism like that's the reason things are tough. While you tweet from an iPhone and sip on a Starbucks, you're supporting what you stand against, you don't think you are, but a Percocet addict don't donate money to pharma. Damn, dog, we're all afraid to speak the truth. And the more afraid we get, the more we hate the ones who do. You're ashamed to be American? Okay, that's cool. Cause honestly, we are all ashamed of you too.
Y'all are so fake, oh no. The forecast said that there'd be snowflakes.
Retweet, retweet, retweet.
You can make us see it your way, no way. Gasoline and propane.
Yeah, we just getting started.
No more snowflakes.
We can all get along, but there's no stopping. Everybody's wrong, that's a real problem. They don't want to hear it, but they still talking. Soon enough, we running out of options. This ain't gonna end till it's in the coffin. We ain't gonna be friends till we try to squash it. I don't know how we can make amends or we drop it. Snowflakes melt when it's hot, kid.
Y'all are so fake. Oh no. The forecast said that there'd be snowflakes. Whoa. You can make us see it, yo.
Why they so mad we run flat earth Twitter, man?
More flames. Oh no. No more snowflakes. World Productions.
Let's go.
Like us Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth, they get curtain, we locked in. It's like back always swerving and stocking. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth, they get curtain, we locked in. 18, 23. Revelation read, nation get a seed, medicated meme, generate disease. 18, 23. Pharmacy decree, patient get deceased, elimination leaves, taken by the beach, running around with your head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cost, won't dumb it down for the people, I'm so sorry, that's your ego soft, fun around cause the sky's a clock, won't shut it down unless I get off, can't gun them down cause the word my Glock, and thanks to y'all, we can't be stopped. Like us Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stocking, back on the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth, they get currently locked in, like us Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stocking, back on the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth, they get currently locked in. 1984. Knocking at the door.
Let's get to the physics tonight.
Wonder what's in store. 1984. Fighting to explore what's beyond the shore. Censorship is war. Better bring your sword. Like a suburban, they watching. Back always swerving the stock.
He's on fire.
Rude. Like the suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving a stocking. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth, they get current, we locked in.
Welcome to the show. My name is Proud Flurf, and I'll be your cruise director. Shout out to my host, Sacred. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. We don't block, kick, or mute. Everyone has a voice here. We don't take disrespect or racism of any kind, and we will not tolerate disrespect or racism of any kind here. If you have any comments, questions, concerns, or ad-homs, please grab a mic and say that shit with your chest. If this is your first time tuning in to Flat Earth Fridays, please grab a snack, strap in, and get comfortable. You're in for a long ride. Welcome.
I am back. What it do, baby? Level heads, you with me? Trolls, are you with me? Y'all know y'all in the chat too. Hey man, it's episode 119.
This time around. How y'all feeling, level heads? Y'all feeling 119 episodes old?
Y'all missed y'all, man. It's been crazy out here in Twitter. Been a little spooky. Too much going on during that full moon, gang. I don't know.
Y'all gotta stay grounded out here.
That's a fact. Hey, man, don't get caught up in the matrix. Yo, if there's one thing I learned over this past week, the internet is a whole lie. A lot of frauds out here, man. Not gonna hold you. Just like Proud said, you gotta stay grounded, man. Touch flat earth, man.
It's okay to log out, guys. It's okay to put your phone down, turn your phone off, walk away, step outside and touch some grass. You should never feel like the internet is forcing you to be somebody you are not. Please.
Stay true to yourself, man. There's a lot of pressure out here, especially when it comes to the truthers. You know, we hold ourselves in a high regard to a high standard. And them anti-truthers don't like that. I don't know how many times we got to spin a block on them. I don't know how many times we got to show them what's up. I mean, they duck every single week. But you know they can't do nothing with us though, right? Right, level heads?
That fuck 'em up. I'ma do my stuff.
You're supposed to show your fans, or at least your biggest fans, the most, praise, right? Aren't you supposed to show your fans the most support?
Bro, but nobody told me the biggest fans was the ops. Nobody told me that.
Maybe we need some restraining orders then.
Hey man, all in all, I'm so glad to see y'all. I missed y'all. We got a special treat. We got the homie Dr. Bennett pulling up. Gonna clap it up for PhD Robert Bennett. Gonna go through a little prezi for y'all. Got a little challenge. See, they say we grifters, but now we the ones putting the money up. Uh-oh. Right, Proud? You can't, hey, if we start offering cash rewards, you can't call us no grifters. All y'all gotta do is substantiate y'all physics. It should be easy, right? Depending on which frame you taking your observation from. Head ass. Modern physics may be collapsing in real time if we don't get no. You feel me?
Excuses. I don't want to hear no excuses.
None. I mean, that should be an easy thing too, right? Flat Earth Fridays, handing out bags. All you gotta do is come grab a mic. Don't be ducking smoke. Hey, first one to come grab a mic and come take on the Alpha Challenge. We hitting that deposit, bro. Just saying. Got that escrow on your head top, man. So we gonna wait for the homie to pull up. And then I was thinking later on this evening, maybe we could dibble and dabble in another little level heads listening party. Heard the man Witcher hit the 10 Pool podcast, 1.4 million subs. Squad. And you know I like doing my listening sessions like live, right? Just y'all getting the original reaction, sacred reacts in the building. So that's going to be interesting because you know we go from Flat Earth Fridays into Stationary Saturdays, right? We're going to have to give y'all some hours because, missed y'all last week. So I'm looking forward to it, man. As a matter of fact, let me tap in with the homie Alan. While I bring him up, let me see who's in here. First and foremost, though, how you feeling, Proud?
I don't know. Today was an interesting weekend. I definitely laughed a lot. I'll say that for sure. I'll pay that karmic debt back for laughing, but it sure was funny watching the streets crumble, or the Twitter streets crumble. I don't know why. A very odd turn of events, and it definitely wasn't on my bingo card. But aside from that, I don't think it's done. Actually, let me just throw that in there, y'all. Y'all duck. I don't think Twitter is done.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I think this is just getting started. I'm like, man, we seeing some prominent space hosts fall from grace, man. It's getting a little spooky out here. Hopefully everybody mental health intact because that is the main thing. However, everything on the internet stays on the internet, so it's
Sit back and admire the consequences of your actions.
Facts. This is why you gotta lead with like your best actions, man. Righteousness is key. Now it's okay, like when your energy is up, you're gonna upset some people demons. That's just what's gonna happen. Demons don't like good energy. They don't like positive energy. That's why they can't really do nothing with us. That's why the squad's so deep over here. Because we all vibing on the same frequency. And those that ain't end up weeding themselves out expeditiously. And that's cool, man. You know, I'm all about the truth. I'm all about the science and about the community. Hopefully y'all feel the same too. Let me see who in here. RG, what up, RG? Oh yeah, I said I'm gonna bring Alan up. Alan, I see you. Brian, sweet. Mila, what up, shorty? Shane St. Pierre in the building. Squad. I see Taylor in here. What up, Taylor? TMOG. Ben. Big Ben in the building. Matter of fact, yeah, that's Big Ben in the building. First debate we ever had, level heads, clap it up. Got Ken OG in the building, Libra OG in the building. Sheepdog, what up, Sheep? I see Donna in here. What up, Donna? Inversion, I see you. Flat Earth Japan in the building. AR Ball, what up, Ayo? Face Reality Squad, of course. Zetetic Squad, of course. Player Blaze. What up, Kiwi? J Rod in the building. Conspiracy Theorist Squad. Sam Fig, what up, homie? El Presidente. Ron Boston Bear, what up, JT? Barbara Dan in here. Hopi in here. Matt Lump in here. Mr. X in here. Howdy, Bill. What up, Clyde? Ominous, what up? Superfly. Luke in the building. Mister in the building. Shaz in here. Lynn, what up, Lynn? Lynn and all her sisters. We love Lynn. Galatrax, I see. Oh, no, excuse me. It's Dr. Galatrax in the building. Yeah, respect. Jose, we got Flat Earth Gang from Clubhouse in the building. What up, man? I still ain't make it over there. Trust me, man. I'm going to do it, bro. It was just so much stuff going on this week, bro. I couldn't deal with another social media platform this week. We gonna slide over there, though, bro. I promise you we gonna get over there to Clubhouse. We got to lock in, bro. I see Dr. Bennett in here. What up, Cassandra? What up, man? We're gonna bring you up in just a second. Karen in here. Sweet, what up? Mac, what up? Chad, what up? Josh, what up? Oh, we got Josh and Joshua. They cloned y'all? What up, Ed? Chad Riggs in here. Fiat in here. Brian Cash. Cash City. Sweet Contrarian Jane. I don't know who else in here. Probably who else you see in here?
Let me see. I go all the way
Oh,
to the
Stone in the building. What up, Stone? Hey, yo, this is our first community space. Any glitches? Let me know, man. Tweet at me. I don't know what's going on. We didn't have a purple pill last time. Do we got a purple pill now, y'all?
I think so.
Do we? All right. Elon, chill up off me. I see you launching your little rockets. Give us back our purple pill, okay? However,
stupid. I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
Shout out to the anonymous listeners, Discord listeners.
Gamers.
We come in peace.
We come in peace.
I see Magna in the building. Brian. Hey, Brian. Flat Bob. I see some more Discord lads. Jose. I see Mithra. Zach. Coffee in the building. Frozen Strawman. We might not have a pro bill update.
What, they say no purple pill? Okay, so look, y'all, real quick, before we get to the rest of everyone's shout out. Y'all see it? You see it?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so look, if you don't see the purple pill, if you can't interact, this is our first community space, so we wanted to just test it out. Probably not the best time when we got Dr. Bennett pulling up, but I figured, hey, we might as well just go for the gusto. My bad, y'all. But I think if you just click the top of the space, you'll see level heads in the building, and I think you could join the community there, so that way you'll be able to interact with the purple pill. I'm not really sure, a little bit of a test drive. But we're going to check the chat and see how everything go throughout the night into Stationary Saturdays. Go ahead, Proud. You got it.
Yes, it's coming along nicely. Welcome, welcome. Of course, and as always, if this is your first time listening in, shout out to you for being open and willing to have this conversation. I do see some new faces and some OGs, of course, in the building. So welcome in. We're going to get into a good prezi. Again, we got Dr. Bennett giving a presentation and a challenge, a little brief update and a challenge. You can check the pin tweet, Sacred's pin tweet, for a little more context. But yeah, welcome, guys. Get comfortable.
Yeah, seriously, man. I mean, we kind of went over the alpha model. Or what episode was that, Proud? I'm going to have to go pull that up and put that up in the nest, too, as well. This is Dr. Bennett, Dr. Cassandra. Third time over in Flat Earth Friday, so definitely appreciate my mans. But the problem is, bro, we can't get anybody to acknowledge his position. Now, if you're not familiar, this is your first time to Flat Earth Fridays, or if you haven't heard of Dr. Bennett's position before, colloquially, you can refer to him as a geocentrist. However, more of a geostatus. Means that the earth is not in motion. And there seems to be some conflicting physics if we need the earth in motion. So Dr. Bennett's putting a lot of time. He dropped so many presentations. Shout out to Ether Kaz over there. Them guys putting in so much work. And in order to get some acknowledgement to anything that he's saying, because Twitter don't work, emails don't work, 2-3 hour long presentations don't work. Dr. Bennett said, yo, Sega, what we gonna do? I said, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know how to get these guys to acknowledge the simple bucket. Can we get them in the lab frame? Can we get the lab frame lads in the building? He said, hold on a second. How about this? Let's put up at least $100 just so someone could acknowledge my position. Maybe that'll encourage them to address the things that I'm saying. The conflicting mainstream physics. Because if the physics don't work, if the physics don't apply, why they keep on running with it? That's my question. So I said, Bennett, this is what we got to do, bro. Let's go over to Twitter. Let's see if we can kind of give a breakdown of some of the things you've been talking about. Present some of this stuff to, the audience in Flat Earth Fridays. And maybe we can get somebody to acknowledge it with a little bit of money on the line. I mean, I don't know what to do at this point, bro. I really don't know what to do. I mean, the scientists in the scientific community always say that they're looking for the truth. And when they are confronted with evidence, they will acknowledge it. Now, you can't dismiss it because we're flat earthers, right? And Dr. Bennett's not a flat earther, by the way. Okay? And he's got the credential. And that wasn't even enough. Now he has to put money up because everybody's acting blind like they don't see him talking. Like, just like how we be going live every single week, 119 weeks, and they act like they don't see us. Yeah, he's having the same problem, y'all. So it's going to be a very dope conversation. I'm very interested in diving into some of the breakdown into the alpha model. Like I said, we covered this in the past. I'm going to have Proud throw up some of the other spaces that Dr. Bennett has joined. And if you want to catch any of the lives that we did in the past, just hit the link in my bio. I got a YouTube playlist, and everything should be in order. So you could go and tap in with that a little bit later whenever we're not live. But we're going to keep it going into Stationary Saturdays. I see my man Alan up here. How you feeling, Alan?
Feeling great. It's been a long week. Lots of interesting things have happened. Lots to talk about.
That is a fact. And shout out to the YouTube lads.
Oh, special message from Madam Ambassador real quick. Coming in hot straight from the, encrypted telecommunication system that we use. She says, hello, Sacred. Hello, Proud. She loves you guys. And she's watching from the YouTubes because Twitter drains her battery too quickly. But she's here in spirit, and she may make an appearance as well at some point during the night. Shout out to Lily Poppins in the chat. Sacred, if you could play the Lily Poppins anthem real quick.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass that bitch like Stockton.
Shout out to Lily Poppins.
She keeps it Poppins.
Big squad over there. So Alan's gonna help us out with this. And then, like I said, we got Dr. Cassandra in the building. Alan, what do you think? You think you're gonna be, I'm guessing, maybe live streaming some of the things that Dr. Bennett's gonna be presenting, and maybe I can grab some screenshots and I can post them as you're showing it live, so people can get the one too.
Yeah, as he goes over it, I was going to post pictures of from his PDFs that he put forward the other day, and then he was just going to walk through them, I guess, and then the audience can follow along.
Awesome. Let's do that. Let's get a mic check with Dr. Bennett. Dr. Cassandra, how you feeling? Mic check, mic check.
Sacred, are you there?
Yes, I am. How you doing, sir?
All right. Thanks for the invite.
Absolutely. We always appreciate your time, sir. It's great to have you. Again, like I said earlier, this is Dr. Bennett's third time in the Flat Earth Fridays, and we really appreciate with someone of his stature in the scientific community giving up his time and energy. We don't get this too often, and so much information, so much knowledge, so much intellect, and a level-headed mind from that side of the community. We always love to engage. So thank you so much. You guys, make sure you follow Dr. Cassandra and show him some love and support in the chat. W's for Dr. Cassandra, guys. So we had a presentation in Ether Cosmology. I missed the first half, so this is why I was super interested in making sure that we kind of bring some of that conversation over to Flat Earth Fridays. This is in regards to the alpha model, and there's a challenge with the alpha model. So let me make sure that you guys have Alan's live for some visuals, and like Alan said, he's going to be posting, and then we'll be sharing some of those images to the top so you guys can keep up. But we want to really make sure that you understand why this is such an important conversation. Because if the foundation of physics is incorrect or misinterpreted, then everything that we're building our reality from that foundation could also be incorrect. Okay, so this is why this is so important. So I think I'm going to let Dr. Cassandra take it from here. I'm going to make sure I post the live in the top, and I guess we can get straight to it.
Okay, is the connection good, Sacred? Am I coming through good?
Solid.
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, the first problem is I'm still stuck on the intro page. I'm not in the chat room yet.
Okay, so are you on PC or mobile?
Chromebook.
Okay, so there should be like a space tab in like the corner of the screen where you could kind of see all of this in here. I believe that's what it looks like anyway on PC.
Space.
Yep. Yeah, on the bottom right-hand side of your Twitter feed, you should see, what does it look like? It'll say Proud Flurf at the top, and then episode 119, Flat Earth Friday, Dr. Cassandra. If you click on that, it'll pop up a thing, and it'll have all our avatars in it.
All right.
And I see you guys requesting. I want to make sure that Dr. Bennett gets to walk through some of the specs to the conversation tonight before I bring you guys up, and we'll bring you guys up in a little bit after that. Is that cool with y'all? Y'all cool with that? Throw some hundreds up, throw some hearts up. Let me know. Yeah, we'll do it like that.
If there's any dissenters in the audience, we will collect them and they'll quietly be removed. So for everyone who didn't put up a 100, just know that you're on notice now.
Yeah, Alan, don't leave the country though.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm on where? Level heads. All right, I've got the proud Flurf and 98 others.
Yeah, we in the building.
All right, so what do I do?
Well, you just speak, sir. Say whatever you need to say, and I will put up links to images to anything that you want. So I assume you're going to be. Go ahead.
I can't see anything.
Oh, you can open up like documents and stuff on your end, and you can still talk here. It's fine if that's what you mean.
Well, I don't have documents to put up.
Yeah, I have them. So when you go through them, I'll put them up in the chat for everyone to look at.
No, there's a disconnect here.
I got your pendulum paper and the Einstein train paper.
Yeah, but I can't see them.
Yeah. So you can just pull them up on your computer, right?
No, because I'm on the
Chromebook. I can email them to you real quick, and then can you check your email on there?
Well, I can switch like we did the last time. I can switch to the desktop, and that has all that has all my files. That's going to take 5 minutes.
Yeah, if that'll be easier for you, then do it. That's okay.
Yeah, we're still waiting for Elon to give us these updates so we could like do a little bit of screen sharing. I don't know what the holdup is. Come on, Elon. But we don't have that in Twitter Spaces just yet. So anything that you do have, Dr. Cassandra, we'll go ahead and just grab the screenshots from whatever you may be talking about, and then we'll post it, and you could just view it on your end, which I'll just keep up with it.
Okay, I was going to present a quick version of what I presented to the Ether Cosmology group, which is the Einstein train and the interpretation of the results. And then as you adequately outlined at the beginning, Sacred, this causes me to issue a challenge, because the only way to get recognition, it seems, is to come up with some cool cash. So let me switch to the desktop and see if that works. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes, right?
Okay, sounds good. We can do that.
All right.
Now, I have like a lot of PhDs. Mute his mic. I tagged a lot of PhDs under some of Dr. Cassandra's posts, just to try to draw some attention to some of the objections or challenges that he may have with some of mainstream interpretation of the sciences. And we got nothing but deflections, a lot of ignoring the point, things that I really didn't understand, because a lot of those guys are like always in the mentions, and we can't get any acknowledgement of it. So it'll be interesting to see, as we're going through some of this stuff today, maybe a little bit of a shortened version, but we'll definitely get to like the center of the issue. Maybe we can get some acknowledgement. Now, my hope is, even if we don't, right, maybe we can have some of those guys replay, and then we'll do another PhD night, because we did a couple PhD nights in the past, maybe one. I don't even know if we did a couple. We might have only did one. But I really want to put some guys that are really familiar with in-depth technicalities of the physics to come and acknowledge some of the things that Dr. Sander is saying. The anti-flirfs probably not. And they're never really that honest. So, I mean, they're welcome to join as well, because I know you guys are listening. Any listeners that you guys see, just add 50 more listeners, because they're all over there in the corner of the internet watching a Anti-Flat Earth Friday stream party. Y'all know how that get down, bro. So, yeah, just plus 50 our listener count. You know how that goes. Anyway, you guys are welcome, man. You don't got to hide out in the anons, bro. You can pull up. This is for you. Y'all love the science, right? So, slide through after you kind of, hear some of the stuff. Take some notes.
While we're waiting for Bennett to boot up his computer, and if you check the Jumbo, the most recent post, I just put up the some documents that Bennett will be referencing tonight. So his full Prezi that he did, you can read through and follow along with that. If you want the actual PDFs, you can get them where I posted it there. And then for the pendulum test, which will be particularly important when we get into the dynamic analysis for energy conservation to see where these laws of physics that were, mathematically derived in the lab frame, where they hold true, where they're applicable. We've all been told that the old spinning or the old precession of a pindy is due to the rotation of the Earth. But when you do the analysis, what you'll find is that if you try to use the Earth to cause the motion, to cause the precession, you will make the incorrect dynamic prediction. So it will fail astronomically.
Sorry, Alan. I was going to say, I posted some of the answers and deflections from said other PhDs in the Jumbo, as well as unanswered questions from Bennett's last time here. So you guys can peruse through that as well.
Nice. We'll definitely do some perusing. Because I was told that only tensor calculus could answer a bucket that's rotating with respect to the stationary Earth. That's what I was told. I'm just a simple man. I don't know about space-time manifolds and fourth dimensional infinitesimal curvature or anything like that. I'm just a mere mortal. But I'm told that the answers lie in there.
Alan, you got further than me. They told me we couldn't even talk about it.
Oh, dude. I was told I had to go to, ask a priest, and then he would give me the secrets after I completed a quest for him to show my worthiness. And the quest he wanted me to complete was to solve a series of differential equations. And if I couldn't do that, then I'm just retarded and I'll never understand it.
Go and tell your master that we have been charged by God with a sacred quest.
Yes. Solve the holy differentials. Show thou art pure. We can receive the holy knowledge from fourth dimensional space-time. So yeah, I've been cracking at those differentials, man. Wish me luck, boys.
I think we all need a little luck, man, because we've been stuck in the same lab frame of physics for 100 years. They can't figure anything out. And we want to kind of like excel. We want to like kind of move forward finally and not kind of be stuck. So I think we all gonna need a little bit of luck. I think we got Dr. Cassandra back. Mic check.
Negative, Ghost Rider.
Still?
Oh,
Still
no. No, you're here. You're here.
Okay. Still same problem. In the right panel, I have a list of the guests. And the rest I have, on the left, I have the menu from X, from Twitter.
Yep. So everyone so you can see all the audience in here, and we'll be sharing your tweets, or we'll be sharing your images to the space. I don't know if you'll be able to see it while you're doing both, because it depends on which window you'll be in, Dr. Cassandra. But we're going to make sure that the audience keeps up with whatever you're speaking about, because I think we have everything that we need.
Okay, let's see. I've got a screen that says gobble gobble. Yeah, what?
Is it Turkey Day already?
level head Z or level heads 2. Manage space.
And then maybe you could start out, Dr. Xander, by telling everyone what the alpha model actually stands for and what it represents. And then we can get into maybe some of the effects or the challenges or however you want to take it. It's up to you.
Oh, okay. The alpha model is an acronym for absolute lab frame, ALF, plus fluid ether, FA. And those two together are the basic fundamentals of what my model proposes compared to mainstream physics. Now, the absolute lab frame is restricted to dynamics. When we say absolute lab frame, we mean that you must use the lab frame if you are using the laws of physics to make a future prediction. There is no such frame in kinematics. When you take measurements, it doesn't matter where you take the measurements. It could be on Earth, on a train, on a plane, on the moon, etc. And that's because all you're doing is taking measurements in the real world and not attempting to project them into the future. But apparently the world is so constructed by its creator so that it will only give correct answers to laws that use the Earth as its reference frame. So in Newton's bucket, for example, Newton found out when he proposed his first three laws of motion that if he considered a bucket that was spinning in his lab and the water was co-rotating with the bucket so that the water and the bucket were at rest with respect to each other, that if he applied his centrifugal force law, it would predict that the water would rise as the forces from the center push the water up the sides, forming a vortex. So the vortex is a visible indication that his law of centripetal force was valid while he was in the lab frame. But he considered a thought experiment where he would go on the bucket, observe that the water was at rest because it was co-rotating with the bucket. And so anyone on the bucket who applied his centripetal force law would find that it would predict a flat surface because no motion would be predicted. And yet he would see, that is, the one on the bucket, would see his law being violated because he would see the vortex just as Newton in the lab frame did. So Newton didn't understand that, tried to propose an absolute reference frame for the entire universe, but never defined what it was. And who was the other one? Ernst Mach proposed that it was the mass of the distant universe, stars, that was causing inertial forces that would cancel out what the bucket laws predict, and that would be an explanation. But in both cases, they were partially right and partially wrong.
So, Dr. Castaner, what you're saying is that science is based on making predictions and those predictions being accurate. And depending on where you're making the observation from could change those predictions. So when they say like the lab frame, because one of the things that I always bring up to some of these anti-truthers, that's what I call them, all right, for all intents and purposes. I always ask them about the lab frame. And just like you said with Newton, like none of them understands what I mean by that. No one can define what the lab frame is. So when you're talking about frames, you're talking about when you're outside of the bucket, and there's a different frame when you're actually on the bucket. Those are two different frames. Is that what you mean?
Yes, because the bucket, when it's not rotating, is in the lab frame because they both are at rest with respect to each other. So the key to a difference in a reference frame is whether one is moving with respect to the other.
Ah, okay, got you. And the other thing I want you to do too for the audience, because some may not be familiar with some of this terminology before we move forward, just do like maybe a brief recap, because we talked about this last space, but we have a couple of new listeners in here, and maybe we can define kinematics and dynamics. My interpretation is kinematics is how objects move in relation to each other, basically a measurement of that motion, and dynamics is what actually causes that motion. Is that accurate, or do you want to add anything to that?
Well, the first part, yes. No, I mean, yes, that's fine. Basically, kinematics is the measurement of motion in the present time. Okay, the measurements that you make in the laboratory at the time that you make them. However, Newton and Maxwell and others discovered laws that allow you to predict, knowing what the present condition of nature is, what the future condition would be. In other words, to predict the future motion. A good example of that, which would be familiar, would be NASA. NASA had to first predict what would happen when they launch a rocket into space, how to put it in an orbit, how to get it out of orbit in order to put it around the moon, assuming that they did go to the moon. And all of those things had to be predicted, not measured when they were happening, but had to be predicted in future space. So that's called dynamics. And that's how I would define it. If you use the laws of physics to predict the future, then you're doing dynamics, or using dynamics.
Right. And one thing that I remember catching from some of your presentations is where the laws of physics apply. How do we define that?
Well, the laws of physics depend on the reference frame. If you're on Earth, then you're using what I call the lab frame, which simply means the Earth frame as it was known to Newton and Maxwell and all the others who always used the lab as their basis for experiments. So anything that's stationary with respect to the Earth's surface is the lab frame or a potential lab frame. Does that answer your?
Yes. And one more thing, and I'll let you just go from here. I just want to make sure I establish the foundations for the listeners so that way they can follow the conversation. I also heard you made a distinction between frame of reference and coordinate systems. A lot of the time when I'm having a conversation with some of these anti-truthers or just people who may not be too familiar with the sciences or maybe just have a surface level understanding of it, they interchange frame of reference and coordinate systems with each other. And I heard you made a distinct difference between the two. And maybe we can end with that, and then you can kind of take it wherever you want to go from there.
Okay. If you ever do read the 1905 paper by Einstein, you will find references in German, of course, to reference systems about once or twice. You will find reference to coordinate systems about 25 times. He uses those interchangeably, and I think that's a sort of the source of the confusion that arises in trying to understand the special relativity model. What we have, screen is going blank.
We can still hear you. You may have like a what is it when your laptop or phone may go to sleep?
Timeout.
Yeah, timeout.
No, I'm just afraid I'll lose the connection. That's all.
No, we still got you.
All right. Reference frame is well, let me do coordinate system first. Coordinate system is pure mathematics. It's just an XYZ system that you use so that you can transfer your data that you measure in the real world and put it into a mathematical model. So the key word there is math. So you're moving things from the real world to the mathematical world, but you're not making measurements, which is the definition of a reference frame. In a reference frame, you use a coordinate system in order to capture the data, but what captures the data is an observer, a human, a ruler, and a clock. The ruler measures space, the clock measures time, and that's all you need in order to do kinematics, that is, to measure distance and time. You can calculate velocity from distance over time and so on. So the distinction is basically what is mathematical, coordinate system, what relates to physical measurement and therefore physics, the reference frame. In other words, with Einstein using the word interchangeably, he's saying the math world is not really different from the physical world. And of course, that's not true because math is just an abstraction of everything that we measure into quantities. So everything that we observe is represented mathematically by a number. Even if things have different colors, different sizes, different shapes, doesn't matter. The only thing that math captures is quantity. And so there are many things that can be represented mathematically that don't correctly map into the physical world. And that's where a lot of errors occur because a lot of the modern physics is done by mathematicians who don't do the scientific method. Things have different. They use whatever they conjure up in their mind as a possible model for the real world and then express that as a theory. Scientific method requires that you do experiments and try to induce from those experiments a theory that will explain them. So that's coordinate system and reference frames.
Beautiful. Now, I just want everyone to really internalize what Dr. Bennett is saying. Basically, we have our reality, our actuality, like the physics, right? But it seems as if the scientific community doesn't actually acknowledge that. They acknowledge the representation of reality through mathematics. Now, there's definitely power and there's definitely value in being able to describe reality using math and having calculative power. But again, if it falls flat, no pun intended, with the predictive power of it, then we have to re-examine the foundation, right? So if it's purely mathematics and they don't account for an observer, or if it changes based on the frame, is it sound, right? And that's what we're here to discuss. So maybe
Can you guys hear me?
we can hear you, Proud. Can you hear me? I don't think Alan. Mic check with Proud. Can you make sure she can hear?
I heard both of you lads and lasses as ladettes. Sorry.
Ask Proud if she can hear me.
Oh, Proud, can you hear Sacred?
No.
Nope, she couldn't do it.
Okay, tell her I'll drop her down. I'll bring her back up.
We're kicking you out and bringing you back.
Okay, well, I would do a little bit of house cleaning. Sorry, y'all. Come on, Elon, chill up off us. So again, we're talking about the relationship between, or lack thereof, coordinate systems and reference frames, predictive power, mathematics versus reality. I actually talked to a physicist and he said he doesn't care about reality as long as the math works out. But even that doesn't always work. So I guess just to tie everything back in, and then I'll let Dr. Bennett kind of do his thing. What is it when it comes to the current foundation of physics and the problems that we are encountering versus what you're proposing as a solution with the alpha model? Dr. Cassandra, can you explain that to us? And then I'll let you just kind of just do your thing.
Well, if you ask me to explain why the mainstream position contains so many fallacies, so many errors, and some of them like, well, the solution to Newton's bucket, that's 337 years since that was presented in Newton's Principia. Why does this I don't know, it seems like it's deception, but it's hard to know that the ones who are promoting mainstream physics are some of the most intelligent people on the face of the earth. There's no question about that. But that doesn't mean that they make the right decisions. It simply means that they have a lot of knowledge. They also have a background in metaphysics, which is really philosophy. Anything that's above physics, anything that you use as a model for physics or for doing physics, is really philosophy. And you know, of course, Sacred, that the majority of scientists are atheists. They don't believe in the Christian God. They may believe in a deist version or some other version. And this is a introduction or a indication that not only could they be atheists, but they also could be nihilists, which means they don't believe in any truth. And so you can't teach them anything new because they don't think that there's truth. Now, for physics, there has to be an exception. Mainstream physics in general has a unified model for the world, quantum mechanics and relativity being among them. And that's what they promote. And yet they may not have individually a unified perception. Some may be going along with their beliefs because they've been taught, and that's because they all have been subjected to the same indoctrination. If you use the same textbooks, then you're going to have students being trained in the same way of thinking. So the solution to this problem is difficult to describe. As you said at the beginning, I think if I promote the idea of the alpha model by offering a reward for anyone who can disprove it, maybe that in itself will cause enough interest in the general public to take a look seriously at what are the foundations of modern physics. Certainly, it's easy to prove special relativity is incorrect. All we need to do is do the Einstein model, the Einstein train rather, and use that to prove using simple math, simple algebra, and geometry that the only way that special relativity can be true is if all the reference frames that are used are at rest relative to each other. And that's a convoluted way of saying, well, special relativity isn't good at all if it can't be applied to moving objects. And yet you can easily prove with the Einstein train interpretation that special relativity can't be used for that. You can also show that you can't use any reference frame except the Earth for doing any laws of physics. And then, of course, the FA part, the fluid ether, that represents what replaces Newton's laws and Maxwell's laws in explaining experiments, because you no longer have those laws if you require that only the lab frame is your reference frame. So that's a long-winded answer, I guess, to your question.
No, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Yeah, right, because we're making all of our observations from the lab frame, which would be the Earth. One other thing that you did mention, which I kind of want to just throw out there just for the audience, just like Dr. Bennett said, is there's a lot of people in the scientific community that doesn't have any like spiritual background or truth, or doesn't look into any of that, doesn't appeal to any of that ideology. Yet when you go and look through science, like everything that they label or they name have to do something with like God or something, like, or the axis of evil, or, you know, God's this and that, like stuff that happened in the sky is so weird that they name these things after these, you know, spiritual names and things like that, and they don't appeal to that. But I'll let you continue, Dr. Cassandra. Go ahead.
Well, as I said, the Alpha Challenge that I'm proposing is a way of promoting and making visible to maybe people who ordinarily wouldn't pay any attention to the fact that we're being, I want to make the right word choice here. We're being, we're being deceived. And as I said, I'm not sure if it's deliberate or not. The ones who are promoting special relativity and general relativity, I think it's impossible to say that they don't know that the foundations of what they believe in are illogical. They can't be supported.
Well, what does it mean to them if relativity is wrong?
Well, if it's wrong, it means, number one, that they've lost a certain pride in being looked at and respected in the community as a high priest of the science religion. And this also can affect their income, the number of books that they're able to write, the number of YouTube videos, science videos that they can make. So you have economic reasons, you have social reasons, and you have just, you know, what the original sin was, pride, Pride is something that says, I don't want to admit that what I've believed and what I've taught over the years really has an illogical basis. And all I'm asking for someone to step up and say, look, Dr. Bennett, this is where you're wrong. This is why you're wrong. Now, many of your audience here, Sacred, they don't probably have enough physics to, dive into Newton's bucket or to understand the hitchhiker at the level that a PhD in physics would. So you have two groups, Sacred. You have the group that wants to understand physics, but doesn't have the background that you would need to understand the principles that they discuss. And then on the other hand, you have the ones who have a physics training that is sufficient, but the training that they have had misled them, and they are now firmly entrenched in a false view of the world. And there's various manipulations that are done in order to make bad physics look like good physics. An example would be GPS. Mainstream loves to promote GPS as an example of where special relativity is validly applied. The truth is, and I know this from an engineer named Ron Hatch, who worked with JPL in the development of GPS, they tried to use relativity to explain the readings they were getting when they were trying to set up GPS. They couldn't do it. So they had to create a fictional world. They had to create a world in which the stars are at rest with respect to the Earth. Now, you know, and everyone knows, that if you go out tonight and look at the heavens and you look long enough, you will see the stars rotate. Slowly, yes, but definitely every 24 hours, the whole sky rotates. So the I lost track of where I was going with this. The
fictitious reference frame invoked to explain orbital mechanics.
Yeah, the fictitious forces that are used to explain how you can make a non-lab frame produce the correct results. All right, if we get into that, it starts with mathematics. If you have a system that is rotating with respect to a stationary reference frame, then you can show that there must, in general, be three types of accelerations: Coriolis, centripetal, and Euler. If you add those in, you can correctly predict the motion in kinematics of an object, anything that's rotating with respect to a reference frame which is considered to be at rest. If you multiply the equations by m, you change the accelerations into forces according to Newton's second law. Now you're in dynamics because you now have forces and masses which are not possible in kinematics. If you're now in dynamics, the forces that you use are actually called fictitious forces. I call them fake forces because they are forces that you have to add to the laws of physics to compensate for the fact that you are not in a stationary frame. You're in a rotating frame. Now, here's the logic, Sacred. If you have to do that, that is, you have to correct a non-rotating frame by adding these fictitious forces, then there must be a frame that is not rotating. And if you ask mainstream physics, what is that frame? They can't answer you because they don't believe in alpha. They don't believe in Newton's bucket. They don't believe or haven't correctly interpreted what those experiments prove. They prove that the Earth itself is the non-rotating frame, the only frame which doesn't move as long as you use the laws of physics. All right, I think I need to catch up.
Yeah, let that sink in
Any
a
quick-
minute, lads. That's insane, right? This whole time, the laws of physics are only valid in an inertial frame as defined by stationary, non-moving. And to even pretend
Well, how could that be?
that it's the
if
inverse.
They say the Earth is rotating.
They have
and
to,
orbiting.
yeah. They got to apply fictitious forces to enter make-believe land.
When I heard that in class, I said, give me my money back. I don't want to be taught fake forces. I want to be taught real forces. I couldn't believe
Demand a refund.
that a graduate course would say the way we describe the bucket, for example. How can you make the bucket correctly predict the vortex, which it can't if you just use centripetal force. You have to use the other forces that I mentioned, those three. And it seems to be a mental block, let's say, because they've been taught that you can solve problems by inventing fake forces. So now we're getting into, like a false religion would preach false gods. Now we're preaching false forces in physics to patch up a defect in our logic. The defect in the logic is thinking that the bucket frame can be corrected by using forces that require that somewhere there's a stationary frame that the bucket is rotating with respect to. Well, this is the opposition that you have to address. The opposition being what is being preached in all the textbooks about special relativity. I can tell you one of the consequences, Sacred, of the misdirection that's occurred during the 20th century. Special relativity is promoted as one of the jewels of physics, one of the pillars that holds it up. And that work was done, let's say, in the first 2 decades of the 20th century. The other jewel is quantum mechanics, and most of that work was done in the 20s and 30s, the experimental and the theoretical works. If you look at history, you'll see that all of the contributions basically came from, let's say, the first 30 years of the 20th century. Make it 40. Then from then until where we are, the 220s. So you have about 70 years or more in which we've had a drought. We've had no real contributions that people can point to and say, well, that's really something that's a contribution to physics in the sense that it brings new knowledge and how to do things. One of the biggest mistakes people make is to confuse technology with science. Some people will object to what I just said and say, look at all of the wonderful gadgets we have around. We have phones that are incredible. They're as powerful as the computers that I worked with only 30 or 40 years ago. Just in my lifetime, we've gone with no video, that is before TV, to the ability to communicate across space, communicate to the moon, and all of the GPS advantages and all of the internet itself. All of those are technology applications of science, but of science that already existed. So there is a great crisis, really, in physics now. If you read the physics journals, you'll read all about the moaning and groaning that nothing new has been discovered. Yes, you may see many papers generated on archive, and you may see hundreds of authors instead of 2 or 3. You'll see all of the technical help is included in the authorship, so they can gain credit for it. But all of that is a facade. It's an attempt to make something look like it's a contribution when it's just a rehash of something that's already existing. So the gap between science and technology is getting even bigger because science is really not advancing. And one of the reasons is there's so much bad science, like relativity, that is at the foundation of science.
But Dr. Cassandra, why would they move into relativity if they had so much issues?
I don't know. Some people say it's a hero worship of Einstein. There's a lot of politics going on because there was a war. There was the so-called contribution of E equals mc squared to the development of the bomb. And E equals mc squared is always quoted as one of the contributions that Einstein made. But history says otherwise. There are at least 2 or 3 documents that predate the paper of Einstein. One of the things that I never see noted is that in the Einstein paper, no other paper is referenced. Not the MMX, not the Lorentz paper in which he stole the Lorentz transformations. He treated the science world, when he wrote the 1905 paper, he treated the science world like it didn't exist, like he thought of all of the things himself, and deduced what turned out to be a theory in which we have rulers that shrink when they move, we have clocks that slow down when they move, and we have all kinds of nonsense. And I think most of the work in relativity is trying to think up ways to avoid the experimental confirmation that relativity is wrong by making up new rules for handling relativity. They still argue whether relativity is valid on a rotating in a rotating system, even though Einstein's paper in one place at least says that special relativity does apply to rotating systems. So,
now that sounds a little weird, Dr. Cassander, for us to build our entire foundation of our understanding of reality on some guy who wrote a paper and didn't even reference any of the science that he got from somebody else. I mean, that to me, that kind of sounds like plagiarism. I don't like, is that how they interpret that, or?
Well, if you look at the other papers of that era, 1890 to 1910, let's say, they all reference each other, right? They all give credit to any ideas that they use, and because that's the way you get credibility. It shows that you've learned from other people, and that you're able to integrate the information that they've given you, and you've come up with some kind of a contribution to science. Apparently, Einstein thought, well, I'm an independent thinker. I don't need the collaboration with others. He did collaborate with mathematicians and to a certain extent to some physicists, but that was later on, not when he was writing the relativity paper.
Yeah, and it seemed later on he started to make a lot more concessions. I remember earlier in the space you had mentioned him finally acknowledging Ernst Mach. Do you want to touch on that a little bit before you get into more of the Alpha Challenge?
Well, when you say Einstein's theory is such and such, if you look at the history, he promoted general relativity as a solution to the lack of gravity in his special relativity, and also to cover motion at subliminal speeds, that is, speeds that are close to but not at the speed of light. Now, in his general relativity paper, this goes a little bit deeper. His model of the universe was one in which the stars were stationary in fixed distances from us, and that we had the discovery by Edwin Hubble in around 1927, around there, of what is interpreted as the recession of all of the stars and galaxies that we see through a redshift. So all of the stars light that we see from galaxies seems to be shifted towards the red. And one interpretation, but not necessarily the only interpretation, is that the redshift is due to a recessional velocity, that the stars are all moving away from us. So he said, oh, my model for general relativity, which is a static universe, is wrong. So I have to add a cosmological constant to the general relativity equations in order to correct it. This was then quoted as being one of his achievements in predicting the redshift, when his original model was a static universe in which the stars are at fixed distances from us. And yet you have to dig through the literature to find out that he did change his mind, and he changed his mind several times in the development of general relativity. General relativity itself conflicts with special relativity because in general relativity, the speed of light can be anything you want. It's changeable. And yet in special relativity, it has to be constant. So right there, you have a conflict, which, for unknown reasons, the mainstream physics world just ignores.
You know, I get a lot of that, right? Whenever we propose some of these contradictions or some of these conflicting ideas, what I would get met with is, well, you're not qualified to have that discussion. Instead of just addressing the point, it's very interesting when we hear you echo those same sentiments.
Oh, did I
wait,
lose
can you not hear us? Hold on, let me reset. Let me see if can y'all tell him I'm.
Yep. Yeah, he's resetting real quick. Cass.
Hold on 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
He's having trouble hearing you, but it's on his end. Give him 1 sec. But yeah, the classic C plus V equals, C plus or minus V instead of C plus or minus V equals C. Huge conflict there, because if you take the geocentric frame, for example, one of the issues you'll run into in general relativity is that anything that's, assuming their distances and masses, right? Anything that's out past Saturn, I believe, will have to be moving faster than the speed of light to complete a daily rotation. And they're just like, yeah, that's cool, man. And remember, these equations have to be physically meaningful too, right? It's not just like, oh yeah, mathematically that could happen. All right, testing 1, 2. Can you guys hear me, or did I disconnect?
Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you, Alan.
All right.
Dr. Commander, can you hear us? Yeah, we lost Proud too. Oh my God. Elon, chill. We just talking about physics. Like we ain't even mentioned the shape of the earth.
Dude, Elon, we've been paying you for months.
Literally. All right, hold on, guys. Let me see if I can bring Proud back. I don't know if Dr. Bennett can hear me. I'll try to reset one more time.
Oh, yo, real quick, can we get a mic check from Bennett? I haven't heard him speak in a while, and his mic's lighting up. Just want to make sure he's solid.
I'm back.
Welcome back, good sir. Sacred's almost back.
Okay, mic check, mic check.
Solid, sir.
All right, awesome. I see Proud's back. Cool. Proud, I'm gonna try to send you code. If you don't see it, just let me know. It's getting annoying here, but it's all right. Make sure that Dr. Bennett, can you hear me?
Testing.
Loud and clear.
Oh, Proud's back.
Wow.
Yo, Bennett, can you hear Cat?
It goes from white to red to white to red. No.
Okay, got you.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, he can't hear you, Sacred, but everyone else can.
Okay, let's try to drop Dr. Bennett down and bring him back up. You let him know?
Yep. Yo, Bennett, we're gonna drop you down real quick and bring you back up. That usually fixes the audio issue. So
Okay.
Just hang tight. When the thing pops up, just click accept.
Little house cleaning level heads. Episode 119, Flat Earth Fridays. We got Dr. Cassandra in the building. Alpha Model Challenge. Retweet the space. Let them know we live. At your favorite anti-flirt. At your favorite SciComm lad. Let them know we in here. We want to hear what they got to say and see if they will accept the challenge for once. Did we just lose Proud again?
Yeah,
Bro.
you might have to bring up Cass. I can't. I don't see him in the user list anymore for some reason.
All right, hold on 1 second, guys.
Oh, I got him. There he is. He's back. Crowd's back.
Oh my gosh, am I finally out the ether?
Lost in the bucket frame, applying fictitious forces.
I think that's where it got me. Interesting. Oh, we lost Cass.
Do you guys remember that song by Nick Cannon, Fictitious Forces?
No, I'll try to find it.
I just made it up, but it definitely sounded like it could have been a real song, right?
Right. I'm pretty sure there's something similar to that. Well, we'll find an anthem by the end of the night.
Hey, I'm looking. I don't see like a space tweet that was generated. Do y'all see a space tweet that was generated?
Oh, there he is. Welcome back.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
There he is. We can hear you. Mic check. Dr. Bennett, can you hear us? Damn, we was doing so well.
Dang. Rest in peace. Yo, Cass, can you hear Sacred?
He just dropped again. What is happening, bro?
Oh, right.
Does it sound like I'm in a tunnel right now?
No,
Or a
not really.
windstorm? Nice.
Proud. Do you see co-host?
Yikes. I see that I have co-hosts.
Okay, well that's good. I don't see it.
I mean, not if it don't let me control nothing.
Oh, you don't have no access?
Oh, that's a great question. Let me see. Oh, yeah, I think I have access. I'm gonna go with yeah. For 500, Alex.
Playing a little Scrabble, Proud?
Yeah, it's your turn. Pick a word or a letter.
What is F?
Equals?
M-A.
I don't see you as co-host still.
Yeah, it shows her as a speaker as well. I think I might need to refresh. I don't know.
This is what being a PC lad is like.
ESPN rocking. What in the world?
You living that PC lifestyle now, Proud?
Barely.
Cass is back. Give him a speaker. See what happens. Inshallah, he comes through.
Okay, I see Dr. Bennett's back. Proud, I see you as speaker. Alan, I see you as co-host. Proud, I sent you code again. I don't know if you could grab it. And we just want to make sure that Dr. Cassandra can hear us.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Nice. We did it, boys.
Yeah. Let's go. Okay, we kind of lost the plot there. I know I rugged a couple times too, so I didn't hear the last thing that we were talking about.
We were talking about general relativity and the contradiction with special relativity, where the general theory says the speed of light can be whatever you want it to be, and the special theory says it has to be a fixed speed. And we lost Proud. Rest in peace.
Oh no. Oh no.
Dr. Betty, can you hear Alan?
Yeah, he was cut off at the end, but yeah, he's back now.
Okay.
Yeah, I was explaining some of the false beliefs in Einstein's wisdom. He has changed his mind sometimes twice in his career with regard to things like the cosmological constant. And there's another one which I can't remember now. But I don't want to make this a session about Einstein, because after all, it's the ones who've taken special relativity and promoted it to the status of foundational thought in physics. And well, don't tell me I lost you again.
Nope, you're solid.
Okay.
So yeah, do you want to go over some dynamic analysis scenarios to back on the alpha challenge more? Want to go back to that a little bit?
Yeah, Alan, you be the leader. Pick out what you think.
All right, so my favesies so far is the pendulum analysis, super applicable in both cosmological paradigms, flat Earth and rotating heliocentric globe Earth paradigm. So I think this one's a really good one to cover the basics on, and then if you want to do Bennett's Hiker for the linear motion scenario, that's a really good one because it's very straightforward, so.
I'm not sure what you mean by the pendulum. Foucault pendulum?
Yeah, the energy analysis for the kinetic energy potential when you use the lab frame versus the mass of the Earth versus the mass of the ball of the pendulum.
Okay, I'll have to get it on my screen. So let's see. That would be.
I'll pull it up on mine as well. So for those who are able to follow along on the stream, you definitely want to check this part out, but I'll put a couple of screenshots up for now to get you guys started. But this is how he was talking earlier about using the lab frame for dynamic energy predictions and predictions of motion and all that. This is where you would start to apply that analysis and how you would go about doing that. So these are really good examples of that. And he's going to mathematically show that only when you use the lab frame as stationary and non-rotating will you make the correct prediction for energy, momentum, and future predictions of motion.
Okay, it's loading now. Okay, the pendulum test. First, the law of physics that we're going to test is the conservation of energy. And we're going to use two reference frames. One would be the laboratory frame, as usual. And the other one, which must be moving with respect to the laboratory frame, is the pendulum bob or the pendulum ball, depending on what kind it is. Notice that the support of the pendulum is in the lab frame because it doesn't move with the swing. Only the string and the ball are moving with respect to the lab frame. So we're going to use the bob as the second reference frame. Now, in the train experiment, the train Gedanken experiment of Einstein, I use conservation of energy. Conservation of energy, of total energy, is kinetic plus potential energy. So what we're going to compare is the kinetic energy of the pendulum bob as measured in the lab frame, and then we're going to reverse and say if we were on the pendulum bob, we would see the Earth swinging back and forth underneath us. And so from those two perspectives, we're going to calculate the total energy. Now, in the lab reference frame, you would have the mass of the pendulum bob times the speed of the bob divided by 2, speed squared divided by 2, plus the mass of the ball times GH. That's potential energy. So I'm applying kinetic and potential energy to the ball as seen in the lab. If I calculate the energy of the lab in the ball frame, then I must use the mass of the lab times the speed of the lab squared divided by 2, kinetic energy, plus the mass of the lab times GH. That's the total energy measured in the ball frame. From kinematics, we know that the speed of the ball is equal and opposite to the speed of the lab. Now, the mass of the Earth is what I must plug into the total energy for the energy of the ball. And that means that the conservation of energy is totally refuted because the mass of the Earth is always much, much greater than the mass of the ball. So just a simple experiment like the oscillation of a pendulum, applying conservation of energy, leads us to the ridiculous statement that the mass of the Earth must be the same as the mass of the ball. This is one of the reasons why I have such lack of confidence in correcting these errors, because these have existed for a long time, and no one has, to my knowledge, even pointed them out. Notice that this is an application of the alpha model. It's an absolute lab frame. We must use the lab frame to correctly predict the total energy. If we try to use the pendulum bob, we get the ridiculous assertion that the Earth itself must be moving and the bob is stationary. So one of the consequences of this analysis is that the bob is truly moving, that is absolutely moving, as well as the Earth is absolutely at rest. Of course, the pendulum can come to rest, and then it would be in the lab frame. I think that's the only comments I have for the pendulum.
It's fantastic. Thank you.
I know you liked it. Yeah.
That's my favorite one, dude. That is now my go-to. And then if you want to do Bennett's Hiker, the linear variant for motion and acceleration, that one's a lot easier to grasp to get your foot in the door. So I can pull that up.
Okay. I don't need to see it because I know what it says.
Gotcha.
Let me know when it's loaded.
All right. All right, you're cleared hot.
All right. One of the objections when I presented the Newton's bucket analysis was that, okay, the rotating laws of physics, the centrifugal force law, doesn't apply. But for linear motion, the laws of physics are fine. You can use them anywhere. So I picked out the hiker for several reasons. It's linear motion. It tests Newton's second law, F equals ma. It doesn't have the unnecessary complication of water. A lot of times in Newton's bucket, I get responses like the water hydrodynamics have to be taken into account. Now, the purpose of the water as used by Newton is simply to indicate whether there's a centrifugal force or not. When you start focusing on the water, you're trying to change the subject. We can use other indicators of centrifugal force like a spring instead of water and do the same experiment. Anyway, the hiker. You should be seeing on the screen a car approaching a hitchhiker on a road. Let's say the car is headed north and is accelerating. If it's accelerating, then we can apply the first law of Newton, the law of constant motion. We have accelerated motion, we must use F equals ma. So let's consider two reference frames. One is the hitchhiker, which is the same as the lab because stationary on Earth. And the other moving frame with respect to the Earth is the accelerating car heading north. If I apply, let's see, the first one I would want to do is, the lab frame. So the hitchhiker measures the car accelerating towards him, so he knows the value of A. And let's say he knows the mass of the car. He can then apply F equals ma and calculate that there should be an inertial force equal to the mass of the car times the acceleration. And that force should be felt by the driver. So the hitchhiker will predict that there is a force on the driver. And I like this example because everyone knows that if you're in a car accelerating, that you can feel the force of the seat back on your back, which indicates that the car is exerting a force on you, trying to move you forward. That's the inertial force predicted by F equals ma. So we could measure this accurately with a spring scale, but it does correctly predict the forces that are felt by the driver. Now let's reverse this. Consider the driver, the car frame. He sees the hitchhiker accelerating south. This may be a strange concept to you, but if you consider that the car is at rest, which you must do if that's your reference frame, then you see a hitchhiker coming at you from the south and accelerating with the same acceleration that he measures for the car. The acceleration is equal and opposite because of the law of relative motion, kinematics. So kinematics tells us that the accelerations are equal and opposite. But what about the forces? The driver says that the hitchhiker is accelerating towards him. But what else is accelerating towards him? Well, the road ahead is accelerating towards him. Everything on the side of the road is accelerating. Everything that he can see is accelerating. In fact, everything that he can't see, if the Earth is rigid, is accelerating. So this is like we saw before. When we reverse the point of view, the reference frame, we must have the Earth accelerating, which is nonsense because we do not observe an acceleration of the Earth when cars accelerate down a road. So the conclusion is the law of the second law of Newton is viable only if you are the hitchhiker using the lab frame as your reference. If you're in the car, the driver's position, then your acceleration is predicted to produce enormous forces due to the mass of the Earth. So we have another contradiction between the two reference frames. One, the lab frame always predicts the correct force or the correct measurement of the law of physics, and the moving frame never does. I think this is a good example because it's common experience to everyone, and it doesn't involve rotation or water, and that's why I prefer it to the bucket frame. But everyone knows what the bucket frame is because it's been around for 300 years. That it, Alan?
Dude, well said. Thank you for breaking that down. And just to give like a quick recap here. So if you're using any other frame for the analysis, you're basically violating energy and momentum conservation laws.
Any conservation law, Alan, any law of physics.
Oh, okay. Right. Any law. Let me adjust that in the notes. Any law, big cap there. All right, cool. Thank you, sir.
Right.
Yeah, so the alpha challenge, right, is what's being proposed here. $100. All you have to do is show in a non-lab frame where any law of physics holds true and isn't violated.
Yeah, correctly predicts the measured result.
Now that should be simple, right? Because everything that they hinge their understanding on is based on predictions and modeling. So if they can just show that or demonstrate that, they would be in the running for winning this reward. Am I correct, Dr. Bennett?
Yes. I must define first what kinematics and dynamics are, and anybody who accepts the challenge must accept my definitions. I didn't think this was an issue, except that I had a cordial conversation with a Professor Parks, and he tried to change the definition of kinematics because I explained Newton's bucket to him, and I think he saw that he had no answer to it. So he tried to change the definition of kinematics. And so that kind of, deception, diversion of the topic, I'm going to try to avoid by just stating what the definitions of kinematics and dynamics are. But other than that, I have Alan is holding the pot, and I'm going to I think I'm going to add $5 as the price you pay in order to play. If you're going to play, I think you should pay something in order that there's some viability in your response. That, in other words, that you take it seriously, and I don't have a flood of people throwing up all kinds of all types of answers that are frivolous, are not credible. Anyway, I'm going to try it, and the offer goes to any of you or your listeners. I encourage you to get any PhDs or maybe students who are in graduate school or high school who are covering the basic laws of physics and have the idea that the laws of physics apply everywhere. Well, this challenge is something that they should disagree with and should be interested in collecting the $100.
So that's what I'm actually working on right now. As you're talking to the audience, Dr. Bennett, I'm reaching out to a few PhDs that I'm in contact with. Not sure if they're going to show up, but I am going to, send them the link so maybe they want to come join, look at some of the things that we've been posting. We had tweeted at them a little bit earlier, but we're going to try to reach out to a few more. And then over the next week or so, we'll try to do some more searches, I guess, to see if anyone's interested in actually defending mainstream interpretation of the sciences. I mean, that's what we get met with all the time. They say, oh, we scrutinize the science. You guys just don't understand it. So it's like, okay, well, here we have another PhD, probably a longer tenure than a lot of the other PhDs that we've spoken to. And he's echoing the same sentiment. And now we have this challenge here. So there shouldn't be any diversion. They should want to jump headfirst into this. It's, at least to my understanding, right?
Yeah, but that's not been my experience, Sacred. I sent out a letter explaining my version of Newton's bucket, why the other two versions were partially right, but also partially wrong, and why I think mine was logical and was contrary to the current thinking in mainstream. And I said, please correct any errors that you see in my analysis of Newton's bucket. And I put my credentials down. They know I'm a PhD. So it's not like, I'm from high school asking the question. And I put it in a formal scientific statement. I sent it to 10 PhDs, who are prominent in either in the literature or in the mainstream media promotions. Some have written textbooks, some have made videos. I'm sure that you would know at least a few of them out of the 10. And I got absolutely no reply from any of the 10. Not even, thanks for the letter. So I'm not too optimistic, but I'm hoping that I can get this idea promoted some way, and let's see if this challenge produces any results.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. I'm not too optimistic either, but I'm trying to hang on. It's interesting. The first challenge when they actually tried to acknowledge this was, does this guy actually have a PhD? Now, I don't know why that was their first go-to to see if you were actually a PhD or not, instead of just addressing the information being presented. But I thought that was very highly strange for them to take that route before engaging with the physics.
Well, they go by authority, right? They go by the way they were taught in school, that the ones who are teachers, the professors, they are the highest level of learning in the sciences, and those are the ones you should go to. But those are also the ones who have spent the longest time being exposed to indoctrination, of reinforcement, because every time that someone challenges relativity and is so-called refuted, that's considered as a plus for relativity. So the more times relativity is refuted, the more time it gains credibility. Maybe that's the reason why it survived for over 100 years.
I'd say that's
Don't know.
I'd say that's a huge aspect of it. They'll take the best refutation of it and go, "Oh, this is actually proof of our theory." We actually see that tactic a lot in cosmology. But real quick, I wanted to add on, $100 has just been added to the pot by Express in the YouTube chat. She is credible. I'll vouch for her to put that up if the time comes when if someone's able to solve that, she will pay out. So that is now a $200 alpha challenge. And I put a link to a screenshot of the lads that Bennett has emailed in regards to this Newton bucket situation, right? So we have Dr. Leonard Susskind. This guy is the relativity go-to guy. When you go to look at textbooks for relativity theory, you're going to find Dr. Leonard Susskind. You got Kip Thorne, Brian Greene, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Brian Keating, John Ellis, Max Tegmark, Roger Penrose, Sean Carroll, and Lee and that guy. And none of these people even bother to email Cass back on this. And also you emailed Andre Aziz and Alexander Unzicker on their relational mechanics obsession and Ma's principle, if anyone wants to watch that episode of Ether Cosmology, when you've never seen two grown men out ma each other, as they say, mock over and over again throughout the conversation. It was pretty intense, but at the end of it, I think Aziz did win. He did out ma Alexander Unzicker. But anyway, the issues raised with relational mechanics is that, this Newton's bucket situation and the absolute lab frame. And when you ask these lads about it, they have no answer for it. Or what was it that Unzicker said? Hey, thanks. I'll get back to you. Never. That's a paraphrase. But that's essentially what he said.
Alan, you remember it better than I do. I recommend that you do a search for Leonard Susskind on YouTube, because he has some recent interviews where they discuss the depressing atmosphere in physics that I previously talked about, how they're depressed because there's been no new equivalent to relativity or quantum mechanics. And by the way, I have no quibble with quantum mechanics. The only problem, I think, is in some of their interpretation avoids the fact that there are immaterial processes going on. So they try to keep everything material. And that's probably why quantum mechanics is confusing to most people. You're trying to force what are immaterial effects into a material understanding. And it's not going to work. So at some time, people will have to understand that there is an immaterial world. And there may even be intelligent beings in that immaterial world. So you would call it a spiritual world. Anyway, quantum mechanics is in much better shape. It is logically sound, even though its predictions sound strange for the reasons that I gave. Some of the things that occur, like the entanglement experiment, some of those things can only be explained by a immaterial process or force that's causing it. But special relativity and general relativity, they have no logical foundation at all. No foundation in reality.
Ooh, they don't want to hear that, Dr. Cassandra. They don't want to hear that.
How dare
Well,
you?
You just heard it.
Well, you know what does have physical substantiation in reality is the pot just increased again. Flat Bob is going to throw down $100. I vouch for him as well. He's definitely got you. And we have Bredimus, who I just met in Discord earlier, says he's going to throw down $100. So we're at, what is that, $400 now for the Alpha Challenge?
Wow. And you may be getting the $5 from the losers in any of the challenges.
Nice, dude.
Hey, man, y'all hear the level head just handing out money this evening. Come on, y'all. ScienceAce.com. We waiting for you.
Come collect, lads. We've been arguing about ball rotation for years now, and it turns out a certain group of people has been violating conservation and energy laws.
Naughty.
We need to rectify that immediately, or we can't move forward in this conversation.
Well,
tough to move forward when one group's doing fake physics and the other group's sitting there chilling in the lab frame with the boys.
Yeah.
I did want to chime in on what Sigrid was saying, Bennett. You know, we run into a lot of these anti-flat earthers, science deniers, and they do have a lot of genetic fallacies. Where would you like us to link it? Any of the, you know, somewhat viable options for this with your credentials, the ones who are generally asking for credentials, or anything like that?
Should I make a copy of my diploma and post it?
Yeah.
I've got a link to your thesis somewhere. Like, if people need that much, like, you know, it's just if the thesis ain't good enough, then, like, you know, fuck them.
Oh, hey, listen, guys. One of the homies just came through. I see my guy Make Lying Wrong Again. I jumped in one of his spaces a couple months ago. Can y'all see if y'all can bring him up? We had a really good conversation. Touched a couple different topics. Of course, we all don't agree on the same thing with the sciences, but I invited him to come through. He does have a PhD in physics, so let's see if he'd like to join. 1 second, let me see if we can bring him up. Oh, there he goes. MLWA, what's going on, man?
Hi, Sacred.
It was good to see you, bro. I really wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get in touch with you, but so glad that you joined. It's episode 119. I think it's your first Flat Earth Fridays, but it's definitely good to see you, man.
Yeah, thanks. I didn't really know what to expect. I'll be honest, it's been a long week and I'm super tired. So I may not be able to stay for very long, but I couldn't resist my curiosity got the better of me after you
Yes, it
threw it at me.
worked.
Yeah,
That's what's
you got me. Yep.
So look, we have a Dr. Cassandra here, and we're just discussing some of mainstream's interpretation of the sciences and physics, how a lot of mainstream appeals to relativity and maybe some conflicting interpretations. And it's been a struggle for Dr. Bennett to have people within the scientific community engage with his position. And I'll let you guys engage if you want. If you want to ask a few questions about what his challenge is, the model that he's presenting, some of the issues that we're finding within our understanding of physics. And trust me, I had a long week too, bro. So it's totally okay. We're just here for a conversation and a dialogue. And like I said, I really appreciate you for joining.
Yeah,
So.
I'd love to ask him some questions if you guys are amenable to that.
Absolutely, brother.
Well, I should. Can
you hear? I don't know. How do you want us to refer to you? I think most people call you Make
Make line.
Make line. Okay, but I like Make line wrong again because that's Dr. Cassandra's whole position. We're looking for the truth, and if we're being deceived, we want to make sure that we weed out the misinterpretation. So yeah, feel free.
Yeah, and I should a couple of disclaimers up front. Yes, I have a PhD in physics, but also that was a long time ago, and it's not what I do with my career anymore. So just take that for what it's worth. I'm not a practicing physicist, so I don't want to misrepresent that or claim that I could talk about physics in an advanced way with my brain having decayed over the years as I've gotten older. But I do want to ask Dr. Cassandra, are you a flat earther? And you also have a PhD in physics, is that correct?
I am a what I call a fat earther. I believe in a almost globe, but I'm open to some of the arguments that I've heard since I've joined this group.
Okay, so you think it's an almost globe?
Yeah, it's got hills and valleys on the surface, so it's not a perfect globe. And I do believe it has a bulge at the equator, but unlike mainstream, I believe it's caused by the ether wind, which by Bernoulli's principle would cause a drop in pressure over the equator, and with no wind over the poles, there would be a bulge produced by the ether wind. So you might say I'm an etherist.
Okay, so just to set some context here, you have an enormous disagreement with someone like Sacred, right? Because Sacred would not agree with that. Am I just understanding the terrain correctly?
Yep. First,
Okay.
yes. We agree on some things and some things we don't.
Okay.
But we have found a lot of common ground when it comes to the lack of motion of the Earth. What's your position with that? Heliocentrism, is that your mainstream take? Is that your position?
Yeah, I don't dispute what NASA says about the solar system for the most part. So my question to Dr. Cassandra is, so what is I heard what you said about the fat Earth. Is there a specific proposal that you want like a peer-reviewed journal to look at that they refuse to evaluate?
Well, I didn't submit it to a peer review journal because I've already attempted to post things on Wiki, and I've met up with a lot of resistance to anything that goes against the mainstream party line. So I haven't even attempted to post to peer-reviewed journals. Even Archive, requires that you have a academic position or someone who will support you. And I'm retired. You said that you've been quite a while away from physics. Well, I'm 84, so there's probably I'm even older in my physics training than you are.
Oh,
And I
good for you, by the
also,
way. That's great. My
well,
my
thank you.
dad just turned 80.
All you do is keep breathing. That's the secret.
Getting old sucks, but it's better than the alternative, right?
That's right, exactly. And I've been retired for almost 20 years. So I've also been away from physics in the sense that, I don't meet with colleagues physically. I certainly do with over the internet. But I'm not in that different a position than what you described.
Yeah, you've seen some really cool stuff over your lifetime in terms of developments in physics. I kind of envy you for that.
Well,
I
more
mean,
in
when you
technology than science.
Sure. So is there a did you propose some of these ideas when you were before you retired, or did it come after you retired?
Oh, after retirement.
Okay.
What happened was I was totally mainstream when I graduated, when I got my diploma, because I had been indoctrinated. And I learned that if you had a different idea, well, you could discuss it in the classroom, but you better have the mainstream belief when you took a test. Okay, you couldn't use a test to introduce any of your new ideas or to challenge any of the existing ideas. You would just be wrong. So it was only after I graduated that I had the freedom to investigate other areas of physics. I joined what are called dissident groups, those who, for one reason or another, are opposed to mainstream thinking. And I gradually developed first a rejection of evolution in biology, even though that's not my field. The logic of evolution, I can't accept. And then I went on to geocentrism. I basically got into that because of religious reasons, because the Bible preaches nothing but a earth-centered world. And then I developed what I call the alpha model. Did you hear the discussion of that, or?
No, I'm sorry, I did not, but I'm listening to what you're saying.
Okay,
So go ahead.
The alpha model it stands for absolute lab frame. That's the ALF. It's the answer to Newton's bucket, where Newton described that the lab frame, the frame that he was in, correctly predicted the observed vortex formation of the water rotating in the bucket, whereas a theoretical bucket observer, a bucketeer, if you will, who is stationed and fixed on the bucket, if he applied the laws of physics and applied centripetal motion, because the water is co-moving with the bucket, he would say that the water is not moving, the centripetal force is zero, centrifugal force, is zero, and so the water should be flat. And that's the classic anomaly that Newton proposed in 1687. And That has not been solved in the 337 years since. Newton said there's an absolute reference frame, but that's purely mathematical, because if you ask what observer do I put at the center of your frame, your absolute frame, in order to prove it, he couldn't answer it. It was strictly mathematical. And Ernst Mach said that it's the inertia caused by the mass of the distant stars, and that would cause the rotation of the water. But if we reverse the argument and say, what if you were at the distant stars? Then the Earth would not be capable. It would be rotating with respect to that distant star. But we know that the Earth is a valid inertial frame. The laws of physics are valid. So we come to the conclusion, that is, I come to the conclusion, that the Earth in dynamics is the only frame that you can use to correctly predict future motion. Of course, the mainstream thinking is that you can use any reference frame that you want anywhere in the universe, but if it's a rotating frame, you have to use the fictitious forces, the centripetal force, the Coriolis force, and the Euler force. But if you have to use those forces for a rotating frame, then it must be rotating with respect to some other frame that isn't rotating. And if I pose that question to any mainstream physicist, they can't answer that. So that's basically an outline of, well, the other FA part of alpha means fluid ether. All of the things that are predicted by Newton's law and Maxwell's laws, all of them can be, excuse me.
Make line, do you have you studied or learned or had any research done about the ether?
No, like most physicists, I have not researched the ether because it was rejected in the early 20th century or late 19th century as being unnecessary. I did study electrodynamics, modern physics, nuclear physics, biophysics, quantum mechanics, and so on. My question for Dr. Cassander would be, and I realize he may have just left for a moment, so no worries if he can't answer, but is he claiming that the equations of either classical or relativistic physics are unable to explain the curvature of water in a spinning bucket? That math doesn't work? That'd be one question I have. I have several other questions. Another question I have is, does he have a different equation that correctly predicts the curvature of water in a bucket? And could we do that experiment in our backyard or our kitchen? Because when I was a lab instructor, we would do things with the undergraduates, like have a camera, and you could do simple things like toss a ball and click with your mouse and see the parabolic projectile motion of something that's thrown, and you could use the equations of Newtonian physics, the law, like the law of gravity and that kind of thing, to accurately measure like the gravitational constant, that sort of thing. You could measure the position, the velocity, the acceleration of a projectile, and there's just no ambiguity about it, right? You just, here's the equation, crunch the numbers, take the data, does the data fit the equation? So that seems to work, but he's saying that this experiment would not work using similar equations, because I would be surprised if that was the case, but that sounds like what he's claiming. And maybe this is an ancient paradox that hasn't been solved, or maybe there is a solution that he didn't appreciate. But then again, that would also be surprising because, of course, he's been a physicist longer than I've been born. So I acknowledge that too.
It's not a contention with the with the correctness of the equations. It's the frames in which they apply to make the correct prediction. But real quick, before Cass gets back, we are now at $700. Ken has joined the pot as well, and there was a few others, so I got a list going. We're at $700 for the Alpha Challenge.
Okay, I have a very important question at this point. So people are donating money, and who keeps that money?
So right now I'm holding it.
And what happens after you hold it? Do you give it back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if this doesn't go through or some period of time goes on, I'm just giving it back before the refund period. I'm not trying to get fucking...
I didn't know if this was a...
No, this just like all came on
fundraiser.
spontaneously. No, this all just came...
fundraiser.
No. This all just came on spontaneously. And yeah, if people don't answer the challenge within a month, like this is all being refunded to whoever put it up front.
Okay, so you're saying, and I realize we don't have the benefit of Dr. Cassander, so you're speaking on his behalf. I don't want to misrepresent his position, but it sounds like what you're saying is the standard equations of motion of classical physics will do the job. They will predict the curvature of Newton's, the surface of water in Newton's bucket, I think is what we're talking about. But somehow the conceptual explanation of what those equations, are, which reference frame they're tied to, you're objecting to that. Am I summarizing that correctly?
Nailed it.
Okay, so what I would say is physics, so in my experience, physics is so confusing and it's so error prone, right? Like our intuitions are really bad at predicting things in physics. I mean, sometimes they're good, but sometimes they're really bad. And so math is sort of like the referee. Math is the thing where you can't wiggle out of it, right? Like we can all pretty much agree if you write down an equation and then you solve for X, there's one and only one answer. And then if you do an experiment, and we all agree how the experiment, all the data is collected, and you measure X and then you compare it to the calculated X, they either agree or they don't agree. Typically, I mean, of course, there's lots of room for debate, lots of room for error, but that's sort of like the referee, right? Now, when you say, yeah, the equations, you get X, and when you measure it, it matches X, the data matches X, but the interpretation is incorrect. When you say the interpretation is incorrect, that raises alarm bells for me because that says, okay, it is possible to have more than one interpretation of mathematics. That is possible. Like there's more than one interpretation of quantum mechanics, for example. But the one thing we can hang our hats on as physicists is this is the math, this is the data, and they agree or don't agree. I'm oversimplifying, of course. In reality, sometimes it's not that simple, but I'm saying generally speaking, the quote unquote interpretation, I have pause when you say, well, the interpretation is the problem because there's wiggle room in the interpretation. Like how do I know? It's hard to be precise about an interpretation, but an equation is very precise. Data is very precise.
Agreed. So are you familiar with how Twitter works? I completely agree with you on the math and the predictions and how valid that is. And, it's kind of the referee, so to speak, especially in this alpha scenario. So are you familiar with how Twitter works, or do you need like a quick tutorial real quick on how to get you to the jumbo?
I'm sort of conversing with Twitter. I do see the jumbo. I've never successfully posted to the jumbo, but I can see the jumbo.
Okay, cool. If you scroll all the way to the left, you'll see a post called Alpha Challenge. And then if you go back 2 posts from that, you'll see a post called Pendy. It's hashtag. So you'll see a hashtag Pendy, hashtag energy conservation, lab frame, and Pendy frame. If you click on that, the images associated with that post will come up, and we could look at the 2 reference frames, the lab frame, the Earth, right? And the frame of the ball that's swinging on the pendulum, the bob frame, right? And we could say from the Earth frame, the pendulum is moving with respect to the stationary Earth, or from the pendy frame, we could say the pendy ball is stationary and the Earth is moving. When you get into a kinetic energy analysis of that for the potential energy, what you'll find is that the only valid frame to do the analysis with is with respect to the stationary lab frame. If you try to use the pendulum ball frame and have the Earth do the work, when you use the mass of the Earth, you get a massively disproportional amount of energy that's not present. So this is a explicit mathematical proof that that in dynamics, right? If you're going to analyze the system's energy and conservation laws and all that, you have to use the lab frame, and it is absolute. Any other frame makes the incorrect prediction.
So what is the prediction specifically?
Prediction specifically is how much energy the pendulum has when it's swinging to precess, right? So basically you take the mass of the pendulum, the length of the cord, and the time it takes for it to complete an oscillation. And when you do all that, you will find that there's no excess potential energy or anything like that. And when you use the Earth frame, you'll find, because you're essentially basically what you're swapping out is the mass of the pendulum ball for the mass of the Earth. So you have a disproportional amount of energy that's not measured there.
Okay, so for example, just using like really basic equations of physics, if the height of the pendulum, let's just call it 0 when it's at the bottom, right? Then its energy is just the kinetic energy, right? So it's 1/2 mv squared. And you're saying you measure that and you get a number. And you're saying there's a different reference frame where you measure that and you get a different number. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But the energy, is the amount of energy is not the thing you're measuring, right? Like that's arbitrary because height is an arbitrary number. Energy, the law of physics is that energy is conserved. The things you observe are that energy is conserved. You observe things like speed and position over time, but you don't really like in like a high school setup, like you just measured, did this pendulum apparatus using like super basic physics. You're not really measuring energy, right? Like because the height is arbitrary. You could say the height is 0 at the bottom, or you could just say, well, actually, it's 10 feet off the ground. So then it has potential, right? Then it has potential energy. And that you can always add an arbitrary constant to energy. Like energy is not an observable in classical physics. It's a conservation of energy that everybody can agree on. But you don't measure energy. Like if you took a video camera, your video camera doesn't tell you the energy of that pendulum. It tells you its position at a point in time, and you can then plot that position over different points of time. And yes, you can calculate the energy, but there's no law of physics that says you're going to observe and calculate the same amount of energy, because you have to pick, like how did you calculate the potential energy of the pendulum, right? It depends on its height. Well, the height is arbitrary. Like where did you assign 0? Okay, but ignoring relativistic physics, right? Like
this isn't a relativistic issue though. And then on that,
so hang on, the equation for energy here that you're using is potential plus kinetic, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the potential energy? How do you calculate that?
MGH.
Okay, and how do you calculate H? How do you determine H?
Like you said, the difference between the bottom of the swing and the top of the swing, vertically measured.
Yeah, but you can always add or subtract a constant to the potential energy, and you get the same motion. Because that's how the math works, right?
No. How could energy be conserved if you're allowed to add a constant to the total energy?
Because energy is conserved over time if the forces are conserved. So in other words, if your energy at time 0 is the same as energy at time 1, right? But that doesn't mean that there's an absolute energy. Like it depends on the arbitrary decision of what H is. H could be 0 at the bottom, or I could just decide that H is a plus 10. I could decide that my reference frame is that is far enough below the pendulum that H is 10 at the bottom and it's a 15 at the top. Or I could set a different reference frame and say that H equals 0 at the bottom and 5 at the top. And then your energy consequently would have an arbitrary constant, right? Plus or minus, you could add or subtract any constant, you get the same motion, right?
What if you use the pendulum bob as your reference frame?
Well, hang on, wait. Do we agree with that? So what I just said so far?
No, I don't agree that you can add a constant to the total energy. The total energy is kinetic plus potential energy. And
yeah, but potential energy
if you convert that to heat energy, you can show that there's an equivalence between the heat and the radiation that the system produces, equivalent to the mechanical energy that you observe in the motion of the mass, the pendulum bob.
Okay, but I'm using super.
It isn't arbitrary about adding a constant, because then you're saying, is 15 equals 15? No, I can add a constant. And if it isn't equal to 15, I can add a constant to make it equal.
But you're saying, but the potential energy is proportionate to H, right? And H is the height. How do you determine the height? How do you measure that?
From the bottom swing of the swing to the top of the swing.
Yeah, that's only telling you the change. But but the difference in H from the bottom to the top is telling you the change in potential energy from the bottom to the top. It's not telling you what H is.
You define what H is.
Okay, how do you do that? Where do you call H 0? Where do you set H as 0?
I think this is the third time I'm saying it. The bottom of the swing is 0, and the top of the swing is vertically measured is H.
Okay, suppose that you did the same math, but at the bottom of the swing you call H equal to 5. Let's say that it's 5. Let's say I raise the pendulum 5 feet in the air. Will the math and the experiment give you the same motion?
No, it's the difference.
If I take a pendulum, and I raise it 2 inches up, am I going to get a different motion?
What do you mean by different motion?
The classic pendulum motion, sinusoidal. Well, hang on. I'm just talking about things you can see and measure for starters, right? This classic sinusoidal, motion of a pendulum over time, right? It's distance, let's say, from the center, or just looking at a pendulum, what does that look like? If you raise it or lower it off the ground, that motion of that pendulum bob relative to its pivot point is the same, right? It's that classic sinusoidal pendulum motion, right? Assuming you don't change anything else. Correct?
H is the difference in the height, yes.
Yeah. So what's operative here, what sets the motion of the pendulum is the change in height from the bottom to the top, but not its absolute height relative to some lab frame.
No, in the lab frame, you can measure the height from the bottom of the swing to the top of the swing. You don't have to measure it from the laboratory floor.
Right. So what you've just said is the difference between H at the top and H at the bottom, right? That's delta H, right?
Yes.
Right. So when you use that to calculate potential energy, you're calculating the change in potential energy from the top and the bottom. That's what you just calculated, right? Okay. Yeah, that's what's operative in what you can measure. You can then use that to, do whatever you want to do, predict conservation of energy or predict the motion of the pendulum, but you have not set the potential energy. You could add an arbitrary constant, and delta H would be the same, and the change in potential energy would be the same, and the motion would be the same. You can always add an arbitrary constant to the potential energy.
Hey, can I interject real quick? Because this is kind of getting off into the weeds a little bit. The main point about this is that the kinetic energy equivalence, right? So if we have the velocity squared is equal to velocity squared for the pendulum frame and or the Earth frame, you would have to show dynamically that the forces using mass in both frames and would be equal to m in both frames, and it's not. That's what's producing the huge discrepancy here. The height of it isn't what's in question. You're kind of going down a non sequitur.
I didn't follow you, Alan. Sorry. What's the key discrepancy?
The key discrepancy here is we're talking the potential kinetic energy equivalence between the two frames, right? And we're saying that the lab frame distinctly makes the correct prediction for that when you introduce a dynamic analysis. So when you introduce the masses, right, which is what's changing the force that's applied there, when you use the mass of the Earth, you make the wrong prediction. You got to get back.
Okay.
You got to get back on track on that. It's 1/2 over mv squared.
Okay, so when I think of a pendulum and when I think of a prediction, I think of something you can measure. And when I would measure a pendulum, like typically in my mind, I'm thinking of you take a video camera and you measure the position of the pendulum at every point in time. You don't measure the energy, right? Like
listen, bro.
You can calculate energy.
In the reference frame of the pendulum is 1/2 times mv squared equivalent to the lab frame where you would do the same of 1/2 times mv squared as well. Right? Are those two going to produce the same output, or is one going to distinctly and uniquely make the correct prediction?
No, yeah, your kinetic energy, if kinetic energy is 1/2 mv squared, then different reference frames will give you a different answer, right? Like in my reference frame, my kinetic energy, if I'm standing still, is 0. But in the reference frame of a car going by my house...
Which one gives the right...
Gotcha, we're back on track. Continue.
Okay, when you say the right answer, to me, you have to measure something and then compare it, right? So we can disagree about what my kinetic energy is, but what we have to agree on is if you measure my position relative to my house, we're all going to agree that I'm not moving relative to my house. Right? That's what we agree on. We don't agree on my kinetic energy because velocity, by definition, is dependent on your reference frame. So we don't have to agree on that. Like physics doesn't say that there's an absolute velocity, nor does it say that there's an absolute kinetic energy in classical mechanics. It doesn't claim that. What it claims is that there's motion, and we always have to agree on them. Like everyone has to agree that the pendulum bob never touches
It's not
its pivot,
the velocity, broski. It's the mass, right? Mass.
Well, kinetic energy.
That's producing the difference in the force for the dynamic prediction there.
Well, sorry, hang on. You were talking about kinetic energy, and you were saying we get a different kinetic energy in different reference frames, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I agree with you. That does not entail different mass, because in one reference frame you could have a different velocity.
No, dude. So the pendulum is swinging at the same speed regardless, right? 1 second, I got a phone call. But the TLDR, right, is when you introduce the mass, that's what's going to change it, because the pendulum bob is not the same as the Earth mass. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I don't follow. Sorry.
Yeah, what we're claiming is not kinetic or potential, but total energy. The law of physics that's being claimed is that if you add the kinetic and the potential energy at any point in the swing, it will be constant. And we say that is verified by measurement in the lab frame. If you're in the pendulum bob frame, okay, so imagine that you're attached to the bob and you're looking down, you see the Earth moving back and forth underneath you. What is the kinetic energy of the Earth as measured in the pendulum bob frame? It's the mass of the Earth times the speed of the Earth, which is equal and opposite to the speed of the pendulum when viewed from the lab frame. Now, the mass of the Earth times the speed, the common speed, greatly exceeds any energy that you would observe in any pendulum. So the only correct application of conservation of energy is in the lab frame, where the total energy agrees with what is measured, where the total energy is defined as kinetic plus potential. If you go to the bob frame and try to measure the motion of the Earth underneath, you get a ridiculous answer where you have the mass of the Earth times the speed of the Earth squared over 2. And that, plus the mass of the Earth times GH, makes it total violation of the conservation of energy law. So that means that the lab frame is preferred for the conservation of energy, which is just one of the laws of physics.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I follow you. So yeah, so gravity is a conservative force, right? It's not changing over time. And if you choose the reference frame of the pendulum bob, just like if my car crashed and flipped over a bridge, right? And I like had a camera fixed to my face, you'd see this crazy motion outside my car, right? You'd see like this ridiculous spinning, crazy, like glass would be flying everywhere. And you would see non-conservative forces in that reference frame, right? That's kind of what you're saying. And so
No,
there's a reference frame that's much more cleaner mathematically because
it's
things
kind
are
of yes
conserved.
and kind of no.
Yeah. I thought that was standard physics. I thought that was not unconventional to say that.
I would like to ask you a question, and that
Okay,
would
don't
be,
quiz me because I will fail.
well, it relates to what you said. You said when Alan asked you about ether, you said that ether was rejected by experiments that were done long ago. Could you remember what experiments rejected the ether and why?
Well, from my memory, there were a number of experiments that seemed to show that the speed of light is constant in all reference frames. And so Einstein took Maxwell's equations and basically assumed that the speed of light is constant, and then let everything else flex. And it turned out that Lorentz transformations instead of Galilean transformations of reference frame was a way to accomplish that. That's my probably incorrect oversimplified memory.
Yeah, the ether was rejected because they thought that the Michelson-Morley experiment, which was supposed to test the motion of the ether through the
motion of the Earth through the ether.
Through the ether at 30 kilometers per second in its heliocentric orbit around the Earth, around the sun, that would be detectable by the interferometers at the perpendicular placed by Michelson and Morley, which would cause different paths of the ether to travel at different speeds. And then the interference pattern would be registered on an interferometer. And what they actually measured was something like 6 kilometers per second, and it fluctuated. And they claimed that represented a rejection of the ether, even though they measured a non-zero value for the experiment. And the experiment also provided an impetus for the rejection of ether by falsely claiming that the 6 was an experimental error, where the interferometer is one of the most precise instruments in measuring optics that we know of. And in fact, the threshold of detection for the ether was about 1,000 times lower than the value of 6 kilometers per second, which was measured in the experiment. So the training that you got from your description of MMX indicates that you were exposed to an interpretation. Remember, that's the word that I used, you were exposed to an interpretation of the MMX, which assumed that it was zero, because that's what it was called, null. But the actual value was 6 kilometers per second, and it fluctuated, which means it was a wave, not a constant value that was being detected. Experiments have been done since Michelson and Morley that allow us to see that even more of the ether was ignored in the original experiment, because it appears in what is called the Sagnac effect, which was used in 1913 to reject Einstein's theory by showing that the speed of light is not c, but c plus v, where v is the speed of the rotating disk that Sagnac used. So there is a basis for adopting an ether which underlies all of the claims that relativity now makes by using the Lorentz transformation to masquerade as responses to what are actually ether effects. So actually this was discussed by me in the before you arrived, that the students in physics today are exposed to what are not correct interpretations of the experiments, and that has been proven by experiments that were repeated of the MMX and showed that there is indeed a fluctuation in the ether. So I don't know what to.
Well, I'd be surprised that Caltech's LIGO experiment could measure length with their interferometer so precisely. If they got the speed of light wrong.
Well, it's not just
they can do it, but they just happen to get the right answer.
It's not only that, but check it out. They have to correct for annual periodicity variations and quote, they chalk it up as quote unquote seasonal, but this is what Dayton Miller measured. So like their measurement, they say is basically 1/1000th the width of a human hair. So the measurement that like this periodicity is much larger. So they're in like, in other air margins, et cetera. So they're obviously zeroing that out. That's not using LIGO as your proof, and then that's just not going to cut it here.
I thought it was a fraction of the width of a proton.
Oh yes, thank you for the correction. My apologies. It's actually 1/1000th the width of a proton. Yeah, otherwise known as a proti. You got your proties and your nudies.
But so Dr. Cassandra, I'm sorry, I'll drop it because I don't want to beat a dead horse too much. Maybe we've moved on and maybe I just didn't get it. But you're saying, it sounded like you had to leave a minute ago. And what I heard Alan say, and I'm not sure if this is what you're saying, is that, yeah, the law, like if you look at a pendulum, the laws of Newtonian mechanics, the math that we all are sort of familiar with, it will correctly predict the observed motion of the pendulum. But the interpretation of the quote unquote correct reference frame is somehow invalid. The math works, the experiments work, but the interpretation is what you're disputing. Am I correct on that?
Well, the motion of the pendulum, we would using as an example conservation of energy, but it could be any law of physics. All right, any law of physics that's derived from a Lagrangian. Lagrangian theory, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So any energy-derived law of physics based on the Euler-Lagrange equations, when applied to motion in the lab frame, as viewed in the lab frame, will be correct. The laws of physics will be correct in the lab frame. But if you use a different frame, like the bucket frame, which is moving with respect to the lab frame, and you apply the same law of physics, centrifugal force, you will not predict the correct result. And that statement is not under dispute, because that is stated by Isaac Newton in the Principia, the Newton's bucket anomaly.
Okay, so are we focused on Newton's bucket and not the pendulum then? Should
It
we
doesn't
shift our...
matter.
Okay.
We're focused on the laws of physics as applied to either the lab frame or a non-lab frame. If you
But
apply the law of physics to the lab frame, you will get the correct result. If you apply the law of physics, the same laws, to a different frame, but the same motion, you will get the wrong answer.
Oh, okay. And you're saying this is why Newton said that there was like a correct inertial frame relative to the distant fixed stars? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, that was Ernst Mach that said that. Newton said that there's an absolute reference frame that determines whether the laws of physics will be obeyed or not. But he didn't say, in the physical world, where should I put an observer in order to detect whether the laws of physics are correct or not. In other words, he pushed it off to a mathematical world where there is just a statement of a rule, but no connection with reality. How could you test what he said? He said there's an absolute lab frame, but I don't know where it is.
Yeah. So if you adopt the lab frame, we can all draw the force diagram, we can all do the math, right? And you're saying we get the correct curvature of a liquid in a spinning bucket, right? Am I correct so far? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, but within that theory, is there not a procedure to then say, okay, mathematically, what happens if we arbitrarily attach the origin of our coordinate system to the spinning bucket? And if we apply that mathematical procedure, are you saying that you now get a result that conflicts with the data?
Well,
because you get a very complicated result, right? I think.
You're saying if you do a transformation.
Yeah.
A coordinate transformation.
Right.
Okay. No, you must do a reference system change. Okay, that means you must move an observer from the lab frame to the bucket and make measurements in the bucket frame.
Right, which would be really difficult to do. But
well, you could use a larger model of the bucket. You could use something that could have a man on it, and you don't need a man. You can have a camera, like you said. You can use a camera to observe, fixed on the bucket wall, observing the surface of the water.
And if you did that, are you saying your camera would show you a result that is inconsistent with what you would calculate if you properly did that mathematical, reference frame transformation, and if you properly measured from that reference frame? Are you saying that they would be inconsistent?
Not only I am saying it, Newton said it, and everyone else said it. No one denies that if you try to calculate the centrifugal force on the water in the bucket frame, when the water is co-moving with the bucket, you will predict that there's no centrifugal force because the water is not rotating in your frame of reference. And yet the water is distorted. The parabolic shape of the water surface indicates there's a centrifugal force, which is not predicted if you're in the bucket frame, but is predicted if you're in Newton's frame, the lab frame.
Okay, so you're saying that this is a known paradox of classical physics, where the data, it was sort of a lingering paradox that was never really resolved. Is that correct?
337 years.
Okay. And in your view, right? You have a contrarian view or a minority view. What is the majority view of physics to this? Do they not have an answer to this in your view, or do they have one that's incorrect?
Well, they have two that are disputed, which I went over with you. The Newton's absolute reference frame and Ernst Mach view of inertial forces on the bucket being causing it to inertial forces from the stars acting on the bucket that violate the centrifugal force law.
You don't think
But yes,
like general relativity addresses this? Like if you have a proper formulation from a general relativity perspective, and I'm not a relativist, I didn't study advanced general relativity, so I don't know the answer. I'm not qualified to opine on it. But they wouldn't say that, yeah, this is one of those things like the what's it called? Like the black body catastrophe, right? Where quantum mechanics, it turns out quantum mechanics can explain some really weird result of classical mechanics. You don't think that relativity goes back and somehow explains this?
no, I think relativity applies in kinematics, but not in dynamics. And that's where it's trying to be applied.
Okay.
When we talk laws of physics, we're talking dynamics. When we talk measurement of the surface of the water, that's kinematics. So what we're failing to distinguish is that relativity only is valid in kinematics, but not in dynamics.
And you're saying Mach's principle is, you don't think it's correct?
Well, a lot of people don't. Newton didn't think it was correct, and I don't see any consensus in the physics literature that supports either one of those.
I thought that generally speaking, general relativity is not, maybe not perfectly, but sort of generally consistent with Mach's principle, or at least takes it to a more, modern stage. I thought. Again, I'm not a relativist. I didn't study advanced relativity.
Well, besides challenging the concept of inertial frame as being any frame in which the laws of physics are obeyed, I challenge special relativity. In fact, I just did a talk about a week ago where I went over Einstein's train. You say you haven't studied relativity. Are you familiar with the simultaneity?
Yeah, I remember Einstein's train. Yeah.
Okay. So I did a mathematical analysis of the train when it is parked at the station. Okay, so the relative speed between the lab and the train is 0. And then I considered the motion of the train at speed v and compared the energy of the train in the lab frame to the energy of the Earth as seen from the train frame. And when I calculate that, I get the same problem that I described with the pendulum, that the mass of the Earth in the calculation compared to the mass of the train makes the discrepancy obvious. There is no correspondence to what you measure or what you predict in the train frame compared to the correct value for the energy of the train in the lab frame. So there's a consistency in all of the experiments in comparing what you predict in the lab frame, which is correct, and what you predict in a non-lab frame, which is incorrect. Now, I showed that if you apply special relativity, that is, as you said, the speed of light always equals c, the conclusion is that the speed of the train has to be 0. So special relativity is valid in a model in which the train and the lab are at rest. Special relativity is not valid for relative motion between the lab and the train.
And you said that you began departing from conventional physics when you learned that the Bible is geocentric, and so you rejected heliocentrism for that reason? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, I would say that was what motivated me to consider geocentrism. And then I looked at the science, and I found that that was lacking in its fundamental logic. And so
So you think the sun is orbiting the Earth?
Yes.
Basically, they're not orbiting their center of their common center of mass?
No. No, the Earth is the center. The lab frame indicates that there is a preferred position. Contrary to the Copernican principle, the Earth is a preferred location in the universe because, for the reasons I just discussed, the laws of physics are valid when you're on Earth, stationary, and not valid if you're moving with respect to the Earth.
But and you're saying is Newtonian gravity, not just sticking with like Newton's laws, just gravitation. So for example, you can see the moons of Jupiter with, I think, binoculars, but for certainly a telescope, certainly a satellite. Those moons that are orbiting Jupiter, they're not attracted. I mean, I'm sure they are attracted to the Earth, but they're basically due to the gravitational attraction between the moons and Jupiter, right?
Yeah, well, gravity is an effect of ether motion.
Okay.
That's the model. So
I guess what I'm saying, like what I'm getting back to is, do you think that Jupiter and its like moons what are they orbiting? Like they're not exactly orbiting the Earth, right? Because the Jupiter's moons are orbiting Jupiter.
Well, you have a hierarchy. You have the Earth, which has two satellites, the sun and the moon. And then
I was going to say, what's the second one? I was at a loss.
what the moon and the sun. And then those are the primary satellites of the Earth. The secondary, the moon has no satellites. The sun has, well, depends whether you treat Pluto as a planet, I guess. 8 or 9, no, 7 or 8 planets. And then that's the second level of the hierarchy. So they are this level 2. And then you have the moons of certain planets, which is the third level, and the stars. So this is called the Tychonic model.
But
Tycho Brahe.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The objection to Copernican's heliocentric model and Galileo's agreement was provided 40 years later by Tycho Brahe, who introduced the model that I just described with the hierarchy. So there is a level of satellites, different levels in the model, and they're all governed by the motion of ether vortices, which keep them in motion. And that's the way we can explain circular motion by the motion of the ether, which we can't see, just like we can explain the motion of things like the leaves in a tree. We can explain them as the wind, which we can't see. Well, we can't see the ether either, and we can use that to explain logically the motion of cosmic objects.
Well, Dr. Cassander, I can't right now verbally evaluate the math. In fact, even if you put the math in front of me, there's a good chance I would get it wrong. But but since we're using words, right? I'm trying to use, okay, what kind of evidence can I glean from this conversation? And I guess what I'm coming to is, NASA can launch a probe and crash it into an asteroid. And so it seems to me that whatever math they're using is really good, right? It gets you really accurate predictions of the motion of an asteroid and the motion of projectiles launched from Earth. And it sounds like what you're saying is you have better math. So couldn't you or shouldn't you use that math to improve, astronomical observations like Tycho Brahe did, right? Like take your math and say, hey, the position of Mercury should be here, not there, right? And then have people go use telescopes and look at it, or have NASA, more accurately aim their probes, right? Because it sounds like the existing math is super accurate, and you're saying it's totally wrong, right? But how are they able to hit those asteroids if it's that wrong? And if your math is better, shouldn't you be able to help them hit the asteroid even more precisely, right?
Let me ask you this. In what reference frame do they navigate in space? How do they calculate the motions of spacecraft? What
No
reference
idea.
frame?
I'm not a NASA engineer. I would assume that they would pick the most convenient reference frame, like the center of mass of a bunch of objects, or the biggest mass. I would assume, but I don't know.
I think you're either sitting or standing on it. They use the Earth. Okay, the proof is the antennas that they use for navigation, for detection, and for sending and receiving signals are located on Earth. So the detectors define the reference system because that's where the data is collected. So they are getting the right calculations because they're doing what I proposed, using only the lab frame. Lab being used in a generic sense, the Earth at rest, or the ECEF frame. And so the answer to your questions, why don't they get wildly wrong answers? They're using the right reference frame. They're using the Earth.
So you think if they, like if NASA was located on Mars and they launched a probe from Mars to Earth, they'd get it totally wrong using the same, because they'd have the wrong reference frame?
If they use Mars as the reference frame, yes.
They'd get it wrong.
Yes.
Okay. So like if NASA sends a probe and it's orbiting, a moon of another planet for a while and then it decides to descend, they're only going to be successful if they're doing all that math in the reference frame of the Earth, even though it's very far away from the Earth, and you could probably do all that math in the reference frame of the local moon, because that's the biggest massive body. They're like, once you're in orbit of like a moon of like Jupiter, I suspect that you can just pretend the Earth doesn't exist, and you would just pretend like Jupiter is the center of the universe, and I bet you're gonna land that probe where you think it's gonna land.
As long as you've
That's what
done
I
the
suspect.
Yeah, but you can't prove.
Well, I can't prove, but I can't prove it right now, but I have a sneaking suspicion that if we call NASA, they would agree with me.
Lamau? Nice, dude. Appeal to a fictitious phone call, bro.
Well, we can't do math on this Twitter space, right? Like we don't have, a projector screen. So,
well, really quick, Nick Lyon, I do want to say before Piezo jumps in, I did send you a paper by Luka Popov. We talk about this paper all the time. Are you familiar?
No.
There's a geocentric equivalence, even appealing to Newtonian gravity. And they go through all the math.
Doesn't it sound like ghosts a little bit? Like the ghosts are there, but never when you turn the lights on. It's like, well, NASA will always get it right because their interpretation was wrong. I mean, isn't that an amazing coincidence? I'm
Dude, I wouldn't even go as far as to accept anything from NASA because you can't verify the chain of custody for the data that you're getting. So like you wouldn't even know if all that was dog shit and just simulated anyway for, you know, propaganda purposes. So I wouldn't even invoke that as like my proof, right? Because there's been experiments done on Earth, like Michelson-Morley, that falsified Big G, which is like, you know, the causal mechanism of why things move in the sky. Because all they really have is everything in the sky obeys Kepler's laws, which is just a ratio of a periodicity over a constant. And when you introduce big G as a constant and you use big M as a constant, so like the mass of the sun, for example, once you've established those, all you're doing is getting the same ratio of periodicity over a constant. So that's why those things match up. It's not due to gravity. So if all that was just fictitious, right, and they were just simulating stuff on a computer and then outputting that, all of those calculations would, you know, be completely satisfied and look valid, but you wouldn't be able to validate the chain of custody on any of that. So we don't accept that as evidence. We have interferometric measurements that show that the Earth is not moving at the velocity required for gravitation to be accepted as like the causal mechanism, as a mass attracting mass, or conserved into a gravitational field to cause the bending and warping of space-time to facilitate the motion.
So what I'm hearing, let me just repeat this back to make sure I'm getting this right. What I'm hearing is the laws of, let's just say the laws of Newtonian gravitation, okay, to a good approximation, are fundamentally wrong. But also, if you use those laws, you're going to get the right answers because you just happen to use the correct reference frame. But also, if you use the wrong reference frame, you'll also maybe get the right answers, but you can't trust the data because we don't have chain of custody from NASA. So it sounds like, to me, it's impossible to falsify this alternative hypothesis.
No. Listen very carefully.
Okay.
Kepler's laws are based off of a periodicity, right? When you introduce constants, i.e., G and M for mass of sun and the gravitational potential between any other body, when you run that G, MM, R squared equation, the masses cancel out and it's just a ratio of the constants and the periodicity. So the output is always going to match, right? Now, when you get into an actual experiment on the ground in the lab frame, like Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale-Pearson, etc., you find that the measured velocities do not correspond to 30 kilometers a second. So when you get into further extrapolations of things in the sky of like, oh, we sent something to the asteroid belt or whatever and crashed it into an asteroid based off of these equations, there's no possible way that any of us could verify any of that ourselves. What we have, though, is experimental falsification of Big G.
Well, you can verify it with the video that they took from the probe that crashed into the asteroid.
So again, you're not catching the
You're saying they faked the video?
Yes, we have no way to verify the authenticity of that.
But you're
right?
Oh, come on.
But hang on, but anytime you say,
hold on 1 second, dog. Edgelord, this is not a conversation for you to interject in. If you open your mic one more time, you're immediately gone.
I'm not trying to be obstinate. Honestly, I'm trying to like just understand the parameters of what
you're fine. You're fine. It was the other guy. You're fine.
Because you're saying we don't have chain of custody, so we can't prove it. Okay, technically that's true of a lot of things, right? But fair, that's true. If they were faking it, if NASA faked that video, you couldn't prove that they didn't fake it if you don't have strict chain of custody. Okay, I accept that.
Yeah,
but
you couldn't
the alternative.
Well, you couldn't prove it's real.
Right, but you always have you have to weigh two alternatives, right? If it was faked, then you have to believe in like this massive conspiracy. Like I know people who worked at NASA, and they're pretty boring.
Yeah, so those people wouldn't have to be in on anything, right? The data is coming in simulated. They have a job there. They're working with data. They don't know.
But when I see an image of a control room for a satellite, I see like a huge room of people, not like one person controlling everything.
Yeah, and they're looking at monitors, getting data from somewhere that they can't even verify the chain of custody on. So they're not in on anything. They're just collecting a paycheck and doing their job and interpreting the math and stuff in
so
the
I'm
way
just
that
saying,
it should be. So like,
fine. I'm just saying when you say I reject that video because we don't have chain of custody. I'm just saying you have to believe in a huge number of assumptions about a really magnificent conspiracy. Like someone made a bunch of monitors in Houston light up a particular way and fooled a bunch of NASA engineers is what you have to believe. And that's equally implausible. Like to me, it's quite plausible that NASA actually did crash a probe into an asteroid. And you're saying, well, I don't have chain of custody, so I'm going to believe this really implausible theory that all the computers and all the engineers were fooled.
Hey, but before you go any further down that rabbit hole, because plausibility is a subjective term, I just wanted to make sure that before you leave here, because I don't know when you're lying or when you're leaving lying. There was a point that Alan made earlier, and it was actually Cassandar's whole point, and it actually surprisingly got glossed over and not brought back up. It kind of got exhausted, I suppose, by other things. But the point was in the mathematics of the pendulum situation and the bucket situation, but it applies in both because one's kinetic energy 1/2 mv squared and the other centrifugal force mv squared over r. When you use the equation for kinetic energy of that pendulum, 1/2 mv squared, the v is going to be the object that's moving, right? So if you are in the frame of the Earth and the pendulum's moving, you'd say it's the velocity of the pendulum. If you're in the frame of the pendulum and you think the Earth is swinging around you, it would be the velocity of the Earth. Either way, the v is the same. Alan pointed that out. But then he said, what's not the same is the m, because in the frame of the Earth, the mass is the mass of the pendulum. But in the frame of the stationary pendulum, the mass is the mass of the moving Earth. So in the distinction between these two frames is not kinematic, it's dynamic in that they produce or predict different forces, massively different forces. You said, I do not follow when he said that to you.
Yes, so I follow what you just said, right? But I guess what I'm saying is, if you had a force of gravity, and if the Earth was gigantic and you had a pendulum, then mathematically you would predict that that same force would appear very different in the reference frame of the pendulum. You would get that as a consequence. So it doesn't, the fact that happens doesn't.
Yeah, but there's no variable for gravity in the kinetic energy equation. It's just mass and velocity squared. There's no g at all.
Yeah, sure. But like in classical mechanics, what you measure, like what determines whether a theory is true or not is the measurement. And you don't measure energy.
Correct.
You measure positions over time relative to a, right?
You can measure mass and velocity, and what is energy? What energy is just related to work. You can measure energy through work. I mean, if you convert kinetic energy, right? So
sure. But let's not just for a second, let's pretend that the entire universe is the pendulum, right? In that universe, you don't measure energy. You measure the position of the pendulum bob at various times. And the question is, what do the observers see? And what they're gonna agree on is the relative position of that bob relative to its pivot point. They're always going to agree on that. That's the point. They're not going to agree on its energy.
Yeah,
right.
The kinematics are going to be the same, sure, but this is a dynamic argument. So I mean, repeating that the kinematics are the same, no one's disputing that. But what you could do is at the bottom of the swing, where it's 100% kinetic energy, at the moment that it crosses that bottom point, you have it smack into another object and commit a kinetic energy transfer, perform work on that other object.
Yep.
You can take an object of known mass and see how far it gets pushed when that pendulum hits it. Now, calculated based on the prediction of the mass of the pendulum, you'll get a result that agrees with what you measure in the lab. But if you use the mass of the Earth, you should have that thing get knocked out to Jupiter, and it doesn't. That shows you that their only viable frame to make dynamic predictions is the Earth frame, which is the absolute frame. It destroys the frame equivalence, which is a necessary concept for relativity to be true.
Well said.
Well, there's always, so like in classical physics, there's always reference frames that make forces conservative and that make the motion much simpler. you can always also similarly pick a reference frame that causes a conservative force to appear not conservative and makes the motion extremely complicated and very difficult to calculate. That's well known. Like if you open up a graduate level physics textbook and that's why at the graduate level in classical physics, you don't just use x and y and z coordinates. You start to use like r and rho and phi coordinates, right? You use different coordinate systems because the math becomes much easier. So yeah, mathematically there are going to be reference frames that are much simpler because of the fact that you may have an extremely massive object and objects attract, right? So like the reference frame, for example, the classic example is two-body motion and gravitation. The most elegant reference frame to choose, which will make the equations make sense, which will make, in which energy is conserved and the forces are conserved, is if you set your origin of your coordinate system at the center of mass of the objects, or if you have some complicated object that's spinning and projectile motion or whatever, same thing. You pick your origin at the center of mass, and so many things become much more mathematically easy to calculate and elegant, and energy will be conserved and forces will be conserved. That's all known. You'll learn that in classical physics. And if you don't pick that, if you pick some different reference frame, it'll be much more complicated. Those forces no longer appear conservative. You may have so-called fictitious forces and so on. But that is a consequence of classical mechanics. Like if Newtonian gravitation is true, then it follows that there's much more elegant reference frames. Like for example, but it wouldn't be the Earth. It would be the center of mass, for example, of like the Earth-Moon system, as an example.
Okay, but I mean, I
But like
can appreciate
that's not a contradiction of classical physics.
Well,
that's a
my point was,
consequence.
well, to be fair, my point wasn't that there are frames which are easier to describe things in. I was more pointing towards the postulates of relativity, in that all inertial frames show that in all inertial frames, the laws of physics are equally valid. And, this is the pendulum is just an example making a demonstration that while you can make completely equivalent kinematic predictions and kinematic measurements when you involve only motion, when you bring it into the realm of dynamics where forces are involved, you can objectively measure these forces and show that the only frame which makes the correct prediction is the Earth frame, which tends to show, right? Logic tends and dictates, therefore, that is an absolute frame, since in all other frames, the laws of physics will not hold valid, even though you can define them as inertial frames. But then when tested dynamically, the relationships established by physics equations, such as kinetic energy, centrifugal force, etc., do not hold true. Like, that's why the example of his pendulum is very simple and eloquent, because when you change it to, like you use Mach's principle and say, instead of it being, the pendulum moving about the Earth, it's the Earth moving about the pendulum. Whenever you plug in the big M for Earth instead of the little m for the pendulum, use the M of Earth, right? And you have that pendulum strike another object and perform work on it. The mass of the pendulum predicts that object will move a little bit. The mass of the Earth predicts, like I said, that object gets knocked out to Jupiter. What actually happens in the lab, though? It just moves a little bit, which shows that we now know which frame is dynamically correct based on the equations.
So you're saying
dynamically.
if you mathematically change your frame of reference to fix it to the pendulum, you're saying that you will calculate that the pendulum knocks another object out to Jupiter. That's what you're saying? I'm not sure that's accurate.
If you replace the little m of the pendulum, if you change the mass of the pendulum to be the mass of the Earth, and then calculate how much kinetic energy is in the system, that's the amount of kinetic energy that would be striking the object and performing work on it, which is like a billion, trillion, whatever the number is, times more.
Yeah, but you've
it's not conserved.
Okay,
Energy is not conserved between the two frames.
I think we've gone wrong here. Is from the very beginning, the system has an asymmetry. The asymmetry is gravity is a force that points towards the center of the Earth and a tiny force that points towards the center of the pendulum. So you're starting out with like that force doesn't just point in any direction. It points towards the center of the Earth. Like that is true, just mathematically. So there's going to be a convenient reference frame. Now, if you switch to a different reference frame, like again, like if you imagine my car flips over a bridge and you just fix a GoPro to me, the background of my, in my reference frame, there's all sorts of crazy motion happening. Glass is going everywhere. My Pepsi is like floating in the cabin of my car. But that's because, like that is what you mathematically get if you apply the conventional laws of physics, like laws of Newtonian gravity, in a situation where you had an asymmetry. So of course, like there's going to be weird reference frames that you could pick, and the motion now becomes weird, and the forces are no longer conservative, and energy is not conserved. That's true. Energy is only conserved when the forces are conservative, and gravity is a conservative force. But like I just don't I don't follow you that if you change your reference frame, you're going to get a result that contradicts experiment. I'm not sure that's true. You can get a very difficult to calculate result, and the forces may be really weird.
The only forces you would have, as you admitted, I mean, we're neglecting the force of gravity because it's perpendicular to the force imposed by the pendulum striking the object, because at the bottom of its swing, it's hitting it horizontally, whereas the force of gravity is vertical. So those are in two completely different vectors anyway. One's in the x-axis and one's in the y-axis. So we're not concerned with the y-axis. We're only concerned with the x-axis at that moment when it strikes. So even that extra force wouldn't make an impact on the x-axis force. So it would still only be determined by F equals 1/2 mv squared, or sorry, kinetic energy equals 1/2 mv squared, and that would determine the work that can be performed on the object being struck. And you don't need to even take a very precise measurement to know that the mass of the pendulum versus the mass of the Earth is going to produce a very different result.
Sorry, why is the mass of the Earth relevant if the Earth's not the thing striking the object?
Because when you use your kinematic equivalence, once again at the beginning, if we say the pendulum is swinging about the Earth, or the Earth is swinging about the pendulum, right? If we do that, then what is the object that's moving? In the frame of the Earth, the object that's moving is the pendulum. In the frame of the pendulum, the object that's moving is the Earth. So the V, right, when you use V and 1/2 mv squared, the V is the velocity of the moving object. The m is the mass of the moving object. So whichever object you pick to be the moving object, you use that object's m and that object's v. So in the frame of the pendulum, where the pendulum is stationary and the world is moving around it, if you, in that frame, use the equation of kinetic energy at the moment that the pendulum is struck, you have to use the mass of the Earth, and that mass produces a kinetic energy that is many orders of magnitude greater.
I don't think that's correct. I think if you fixed a GoPro to the pendulum, right, and so you're just watching the pendulum, in that reference frame, the Earth can be neglected. The Earth just generates a giant field of gravity that's pointing in a particular direction, right? That's causing its motion. But in its reference frame, all it's going to see, if you assume that there's this other object sitting, at the bottom of the pendulum's motion, what the pendulum bob will see is this arcing object rushing towards it, right? And when they strike each other in that reference frame, what it's seeing is the object striking it, the bob, at 1/2 mv squared, where m is the mass of that object and v is its velocity towards the bob. The Earth you can neglect, right? The Earth is only relevant insofar as it creates, you assume that it's this huge, you assume that it creates like an approximately static force field of gravity, right, in the lab frame. But in the frame of the bob, it doesn't strike the Earth, it strikes the object, and the object strikes it at the mass of the object times the velocity of that object in the bob's frame squared.
Is the object sitting on an object that's attached to the Earth, right? Like
I'm
if it
pretending
was
that I'm pretending the object's like floating somehow, like stationary
okay, but
in the
it's
Bob's path, right?
yeah, but it's not. It's just sitting. It's in the same frame as the pendulum support, which is fixed to the Earth. It's just sitting on the ground.
Yeah, sure.
And
It's
then the
sitting on the
pendulum
ground,
strikes it.
and the Bob strikes it, right? So what the Bob sees is this object curving towards it, and then they collide.
Right.
And when they
And
collide,
the Earth is behind it, pushing it, right? Because it's sitting rigid on the ground.
well, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. I mean, the Earth is
Really?
irrelevant, right? To the motion, the collision of the Bob and the object simply depends on, if you're talking about the Bob's reference frame, the mass and speed of that object. That's what it depends on, right? And what it's going to see is this object curving towards it, right? And in the Bob's reference frame, it looks like the object is like has this weird curve trajectory, and they're going to collide, and the energy that the Bob, I guess, feels, quote unquote, has nothing to do with the mass of the Earth. It's 1/2 the mass of the object it's colliding with, the object, right? M, little m, and the speed of that object relative to the Bob squared. And then what it's gonna feel like is that they have a collision, they ricochet off each other. That's what it's gonna feel like. And by the way, there's a weird force that it's experiencing. The Bob is gonna experience this kind of strange force in the tension of the cord that's holding it to its pivot point, right?
And if the object that the pendulum collides with is the Earth, like if it's just smacks into a rock, like the side of a mountain,
Yeah, like an infinitely large object. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it just smacks the Earth, it's not going to just careen off into oblivion. It's going to just bounce off a little bit, because once again, the truth of the situation dynamically is that the only thing that's moving is the pendulum. The only mass that matters is the pendulum's mass. There's an absolute space, and in that absolute fixed coordinate system, the motion that's occurring is the motion of the pendulum and no other thing. Otherwise, we would use the mass of the other things that are moving in the pendulum frame, and they would work equivalently. There'd be a dynamic equivalence, but there's not. There's only a kinematic equivalence when we talk in terms of forces in this situation.
Okay. You say that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I follow you, but to each his own.
He not only said it, we showed it mathematically.
I don't think you did show it mathematically, because again, the energy of an object that collides into you is 1/2 mv squared, where it's the mass of the object. Like if that object is sitting on Earth without friction, it doesn't matter. Like it could be hovering, and the result will be the same. It doesn't matter. The Earth's mass doesn't matter. I mean, except for the fact that it's creating the gravitational field, but
yeah, I agree that dynamically there's no equivalent frame to the Earth.
Like two billiard balls on a pool table, right? When you do the math when you do conservation of momentum and conservation of energy, what's relevant is the mass and the speed of the billiard balls, not the mass of the table. The table could be super heavy or it could be super light. As long as there's not much friction, what matters is the mass and speed and angle of the billiard balls that are colliding, right? It's same thing
But
here.
both
It doesn't
billiard
matter.
balls are moving they're both moving independently of the Earth. And I said if the pendulum strikes the Earth, right, if it just smacks into the ground.
Okay,
right?
that's a different scenario, right? You're now talking about hitting the Earth, not an object.
I did say that because when we sit and watch it, if I let go of the pendulum and it smacks into the side of a mountain that's just anchored into the Earth, we might as well. It's rigid enough to be considered part of the Earth.
Yeah.
Right. Then if I use the mass of the Earth to get the kinetic energy in the system, I would expect that pendulum bob to get launched into space because it just got hit with a Louisville Slugger the size of Earth, dude. Like that doesn't happen. And the fact it doesn't happen shows that there's only one valid frame to make the correct dynamic prediction, and that's the Earth frame, which is equivalent to absolute space.
Got out to the absolute frames out there. Sorry.
I think in that case, you'd use conservation of momentum. And what you would find is that the billiard ball imparted a very, very tiny amount of momentum to the gigantic Earth, right? and the Earth is gigantic. So an incredibly tiny change in its speed would be an appreciable change in its momentum. And the Earth imparted that same momentum, that like momentum would be conserved in that case, but you wouldn't see a change in the Earth's speed because the Earth's so massive and its momentum is so massive that the change in its speed would be like tiny, right?
The forces are different when you use different masses as well as the energies. So you can impose the force on the pendulum, or the force the force of the produced by the Earth on the pendulum, or the force produced by the pendulum on the Earth to make different predictions. We can verify that it doesn't work when you use the force produced by the Earth on the pendulum, because that force would be so massive that you'd never see that pendulum again.
I don't agree. That's not what Newton's laws say. Newton's laws would say in this case, I mean, the dynamics of how they would collide would depend on a lot of details, but what you can say universally is that momentum would be conserved. That's what you can say universally, right? Energy might not be conserved depending on a whole bunch of factors, but in this case, if we have a really, really massive object, colliding with a less massive object, the one thing you would say is that linear and angular momentum would be conserved in Newtonian's laws, right? And here, that does not entail the billiard ball being, ejected into, to the moon or something. It does not. It just doesn't mathematically, because like in the initial state, right? All things being equal, let's just say the Earth is at rest in the Earth's reference frame, and you're looking at the billiard ball. The billiard ball has a relatively tiny amount of momentum, right? It's mv. In the end state, the laws of physics would predict that there must be the same amount of momentum because momentum is conserved. It must equal mv. So you'd have to calculate what is the new momentum of the Earth and what is the new momentum of the ball. Well, if the ball is stationary, if the ball just, basically bounces just a little bit, that means the Earth must now no longer be stationary. The Earth moves a little bit. Well, it'd be very difficult to measure that because the change in velocity of the Earth would be tiny. Like if you whatever, let's say the momentum of the billiard ball at the beginning is 1. Let's just call it 1. For the Earth to go from 0 to 1, its change in velocity would be tiny because its mass is huge.
I mean, would it be fair to say imperceptible?
But you could do. Well, no, because what you would do,
you
so
could
if you wanted to
calculate
test
it,
this,
right? But this is
but if you wanted to test, if you wanted to test this, what you would do is you just take a pool table and you take a really heavy bowling ball, right, and take a much lighter ball, and you could do all sorts of experiments. Undergraduates do it all the time. And what you would see is that conservation momentum is the thing that's obeyed. And if you have a small ball that hits a big ball, the big ball's velocity changes a tiny amount, and the little ball slows down dramatically. And in the case of the Earth, you have an extreme case of that, where instead of a bowling ball, it's a gigantic planet. So the change in its velocity is even tinier than the bowling ball. You could do that on a tabletop.
Well,
and that's like a little miniature case of what you're talking about. That's not a violation of anything.
No, but energy is not conserved between the two frames. And the thing is what is energy? You can relate energy to work, and you can definitely calculate the amount of work, which is just force times distance, imposed upon that pendulum, right? And if you use that equation, you can tell which is true, and they don't make the same prediction. Like, they just objectively don't. Like, there's so many orders of magnitude different than each other, you don't even need to put specific numbers. It's like billions of times different. And we can very easily tell which one is right, and it's the Earth frame. So the thing that's being contested here is the existence or non-existence of absolute space. We posit that absolute space exists, and it can be measured and verified as such. And when you take these measurements, that's what it shows. So thus, since only the absolute frame makes the correct prediction, therefore there's no equivalent frame. There's no, like, all inertial frames are valid. There's none of that. There has to be one absolute frame that makes the correct prediction, since there's different predictions made between the two frames and one matches what we see.
Well, okay, hang on. if we're talking about an elastic collision, okay, so let's ignore like the ball is made out of mud and it sticks to the other ball. Okay, let's just say they're perfectly hard spheres. So it's an elastic collision. Okay, let's ignore an inelastic, or like it's an egg, right? And an egg breaks. Let's ignore that case. Let's just call it two very hard spheres. You can just you could do the math very easily. You could do the experiment very easily on a pool table and just say, hey, what happens if I just take the 8 ball and throw it into this big bowling ball? Or what if I take an 8 ball and throw it into a much smaller ball? And you can pick any reference frame you want. There's a procedure, there's a recipe to take the standard laws of, Newtonian motion for an elastic collision, and you can transform that in any reference frame you want. You're gonna get the same result. Now, if you want to take the special case where you have a very small object colliding with a very large object, right? Like the 8 ball colliding with a big bowling ball. If you mathematically just crank up the mass of that bowling ball, what you're gonna see is pretty much every time the small ball, ricochets off the big ball barely budges, right? It's like not gonna move at all. If you crank that all the way up to the size of the Earth, that's what you're talking about. That is the result you would see. Now, theoretically, every time you jump up and down, or every time you like throw a ball on the ground, technically you impart a tiny amount of momentum, to the Earth theoretically. But it's the mass of the Earth is just so large you would never see it. But you can see it in these experiments I'm talking about, and nothing about that there's nothing about that that says, oh goodness, like the math that we do from classical Newtonian mechanics is at odds with the data you would collect if you watched the positions and speeds of all those spheres. That's just not the case. You could do this very easily. So your idea that like, well, a ball runs into a mountain and the mountain's attached to the Earth, and this predicts that the ball should be ejected into space. That's just not the case. The ball, it's just not true.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on that, man, because one half mv squared versus one half capital MV squared, and they make different KEs. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Are you thinking of an inelastic collision where like a bird flies into a mountain and is pancaked against the side, instead of an elastic collision where it like bounces off as a hard object? Is that what you're thinking about, or no? I can't hear you if you're talking. I've probably spoken too much anyway, and I said I was tired.
I'm glad we got you enthusiastic, bro. It was a great build. Unfortunately, I think Dr. Bennett had to go. I wanted him to lay out his challenge, and I don't know if he fully was able to do that. Did you hear some of that from earlier?
Well, I think I beat him on the bedtime challenge.
Yeah, I'll get him to type out
Maybe.
something for tomorrow, and we'll get it officially posted, because now, people have reached out to contribute to the pot. It's now at $1,050. So we'll get an official thing written out and posted up for how to participate.
Hey, and just to be clear for everybody listening, this isn't a flat Earth gathering money or any flat Earth Fridays gathering money. What's happening is the level heads are contributing to the scientific community as a challenge. Like, hey, here's a challenge. Here's a reward if you could refute Dr. Bennett's position. So this isn't any of us, taking any money or anything like that. Yeah, I didn't even know that they were going to do that. I think Alan is touching base with some of the level heads and some of the space auditors over in YouTube land. And they're just contributing to the reward to make the challenge more enticing for the scientific community to acknowledge.
So you're saying if I go through the aggravation of disproving what he's put forward, I get $1,000?
Yes, sir.
1,000 and what is it?
1,050.
1,050, and I think Dr. Bennett said it earlier that it's a $5 entry fee, so we know that you're serious.
Oh, I knew it. I knew there was a catch.
Nice little ratio.
And if no one beats the challenge, does the money go to charity, or?
No, the money goes back to everyone that already gave me money. In fact, if you hear this challenge and you're like watching this later and you're like, oh, I want to give money, don't hold it, and then just send me a DM and say, hey, I have the money. and add it to the thing. I don't want to hold your money, but it'll all be returned to like within the refund period. I have like 30 days to refund it. So when it gets to like day 25, if no one's participated or whatever, sending it all back.
Okay, well, I'm gonna bow out, but I'll Sacred, I'll give you or Alan or Piezo or whoever the last word. But I'm gonna say thank you for the discussion and say goodnight. But I'll wait for you guys to have the last word, so it's not like I'm just,
Yeah,
hitting the eject button.
no worries, lad. Thanks for the discussion. It was really nice to have you on. Much appreciated. Look forward to having you on in the future.
Yeah, absolutely, man. These are the type of discussions we try to have like on a weekly basis. We know that the term flat Earth usually has like negative connotations, but truly, man, we're really just here discussing the sciences, and we're really here trying to get to, the meat and potatoes, the crux of the matters, and making sure that everything's on the up and up. Going through the history, going through the science, going through the physics, and trying to have that higher level of discussion. Because I think no matter what you appeal to, what you believe in, what truth you may hold to yourself, what we're trying to do is find the truth and establish that. And we're only going to be able to do that by having that dialogue. So for anybody that's here for your first time, this is what it's like. This is what Flat Earth Fridays is. And yeah, it's a dope conversation to have when we can build together and extract that value. So I appreciate Mick Lyon for pulling up. Like I said, the last time that we had a conversation, we went into a little bit of like red shift anomalies, and there was a great broad discussion over in his space. And it was just a pleasure to have him over here this evening. And hopefully we get to see you again, bro. Proud, you want to say something?
Yeah, actually I did. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, Lying was saying that he basically, got the PhD, but he didn't pursue it. So I just kind of wanted to ask, like, well, like, what got you into science enough to go through to get your PhD, but not actually like pursue a career or work in that field, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, that's a long question, but I went into science because I love science and I love physics and I love biology too. And I still love science and physics, but my career took me in a different direction. I ended up going into industry, and I used some of those skills in industry. But uh, after I published some academic research, but I ended up working in some companies where I no longer published academic research and just kept climbing the ranks and was successful at that. So kept doing it.
That's awesome, man. What was your first impression of Flat Earth Fridays, Mick Lyon?
Well, I thought I would regret it.
But now you're addicted and you want to come every Friday now.
Wait, is that a failed prediction? Did we get a failed prediction?
I don't know. I don't know. If I don't look at the clock, maybe it's okay.
Hey, man. Well, welcome to the lab frame. We're gonna stay in the lab frame, and like I said, man, you're always welcome. We always have an open mic for you. We love the discussion, and if you have anybody else within your community, I know you. I haven't seen you do a space in a while. But yeah, if you know anybody else, man, feel free to bring them by. Let them know what it's like.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've done a space. I've kind of moved to Blue Sky for the most part, but you tweeted at me and I saw that, so I stopped and said hi. Yeah, I appreciate having me on, and I hope I didn't hog the mic too much. So thanks.
No, man, this is you were very cordial. We like that like open back and forth. The interjections was perfect. You treat everybody with respect. Hopefully, you feel the same way. And this is just a demonstration for the audience of how very opposing ideas can still have that build without like being toxic. And this is how it should be all the time. So I appreciate you contributing to that demonstration, bro.
Yeah, you come back, you can pick a topic.
Stationary Saturdays in some parts of the plane. I feel bad that we didn't get to say bye to Bennett. It sounded like he was having some mic issues, but I know we'll see him again in Discord or something.
Yeah, for sure. He'll be back in the morning.
It's okay. It's past his bedtime.
Dude, it's right around that time. I was just looking at the clock like, oh shit, he's about to set a record. I think the last time he was on here, he was actually up to like 1:30 though. Is it stationary Saturdays?
It is.
Music
No, 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 no,
intermission?
no, no. No, 15 minutes. 15 minutes till it's
Oh,
it's not
nice, nice.
stationary Saturdays here for 15 minutes. You got to give
Dude,
us Central Standard Time, lads. 15.
dude,
Sorry, reference frame.
I was listening very carefully to the intro music and I did not hear Flat Around. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Oh, we might have to go into a little intermission and spin some level sounds.
Run it, man. I missed the intro anyways, man. I had some IRL stuff going on. So yeah, let's go.
Oh yeah. We could say hi to some of the people, some of the mics, and then we could do an intermission before we get to the Witsit breakdown. Some of us are excited about that. It'll be like fresh for us to listen to, so that's cool. Let us know if you guys have a chat bubble. I want to make sure that you guys are able to type in the comments. It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah,
I do not have one.
If you're not able to type in it or seeing it, you'll have to get a community link. So Proud if you could post it on your profile or something and then people can join. Because yeah, I'm the only one that's been replying. It looks great though. It's so clean. It's just
so
all
clean,
it's
bruh.
just
It's so
all
clean.
it's just all science and physics stuff. No one's like, I hate you. You're dumb. Earth round. Like it's very pristine.
So just for anybody that's just joining, this is our first community space. You have to be level-headed in order to be there. Can't be a troll. We're not allowing that in the community space. So if you go to the top of the space, you might see something that says level heads that you haven't seen before. If you click that, you can request to be part of the community. And that way you can engage with the space on a different level. So feel free to do that. I don't know how often we'll do these, but this is like the first one off to see how it goes. So yeah, just tap in with us, man. We're gonna keep it rocking.
And if you're not a troll, but you have a troll profile, just let me know because I can't distinguish.
You're right.
I'm about to sign in on my alt, start trolling right now.
Respect.
All right, while we queue up a little intermission, let's slide over to Taylor. What's up, Taylor? Long time no see.
I know, I've been missing y'all. I was just gonna request if we do have an intermission that we play either one of the Flatlines by B.O.B. or Under the Dome.
Oh, that's my girl, man. She's like my spirit animal.
Well said.
Under the Dome, my jam. I ain't gonna hold you.
Is there a reason we can't listen to both?
No, there's not. I think the bear and the the time traveler, the Orwellian dude over here. Yeah, we agree.
I'm out here in the southern hemisphere ready to do experiments.
Oh boy, Scott is here. Hey, real quick before we hear from Scott, Taylor, didn't you do a custom song too?
I sure did. It was pretty good, not gonna lie. It was like a dubstep.
Oh, speaking of
man,
songs,
I gotta hear that.
Speaking of
Can we
songs,
play it?
real quick, Sacred, I have a song from Mystaire who wrote Fictitious Forces and performed it, I guess. He sent me a link, so I'm going to send it to you if you want to play it during the thing later.
Oh, nice. Matter of fact, yeah, I guess you can send it to me or send it to Proud. Whichever, doesn't matter. I'm going to probably just send it to Proud so she can go get it queued up. Unless you want me to do it, Proud, but I like when you do it, Proud.
I see what you did there. That delegation to Proud.
Oh, that was a flip, dude. It was like a chest toss.
I really like it when Proud downloads it and then plays it through her mic instead of me. It's like, oh yeah, no way, me too.
It does. Shout out to Proud, man. It always sounds good when she's when she's holding down the intros. Sacred Bad, bro. I just wanted to ask you, bro, when did you find B.O.B.?
Ooh, when did I find B.O.B.? This version.
No, I mean just like this version, like what we use in the intros, like what woke me up. Like when did you wake up to him and find him? I've never asked you that question, and I've been meaning to for a minute.
All right, the truth, and I know they're probably gonna clown me. The last time I wanted to try to be honest with y'all, all the anti-flirts was getting on me about it. But I'm gonna just keep it a buck because just gotta keep it real. It's sacred in this bitch, right? So, I was heavily into researching clones, bro. I was heavily into researching that, and B.O.B. started to talk about this. This is
Tila
before.
Tequila.
Say it again.
Tila Tequila, bro.
More like Tila
So
Teclona.
yeah, for real. So he started talking about it openly, and I went down like a super crazy rabbit hole. And yeah, that was kind of like my kind of starter into like conspiracies and all this different stuff. But when they started kind of acknowledging the possibility, I was like, whoa, this either like this is a psyop or this is some validity here. And science is already talking about cloning and things like that, like openly. I mean, go look at the laws in Utah. Like the cloning laws of Utah is just like kind of open. They just kind of doing whatever the hell over there. So I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna stay off of Utah. There's some other shit over there. But anyway, so yeah, that was my first introduction to like this version. But one of my homies put me on a B.O.B. back when he first dropped like his viral album. What was that called? I don't even remember. But this
one with
version was when he started talking about clones. But yeah.
Yeah. So like when he got off the record label and started doing his mixtapes, is that what you're talking about?
Right.
Yeah. So he I think the first one, it wasn't Under the Dome, there was something else, but Under the Dome came out, bro, and I was hooked.
Yeah, man,
It's
that
funny that
rabbit hole go deep.
Oh, for sure. No, and it's funny that you say that. I just wanted to know, man. I've been wanting to ask you this for I don't know how many weeks. What are we at? 119. So I'm gonna do a little quick math here, like 34 weeks or something like that. Yeah, I've been wanting to ask that question for a while. And yeah, bro, I kind of like I knew about that from another dude that I work with. He's dead now, rest in peace. Another ironworker brother. Crazy conspiracy theorist, bro. Like he was into mud fossils, mud flood, the whole nine, right? He woke me up to a bunch of shit. And he turned me on to Donald Marshall. And then he was like, Did you hear about this dude, B.O.B., this rapper, that gave up his record label to start talking about flat earth? And I'm like, nah, bro, no. What are you talking about? And so he hit me with it. And the beef with this is post Under the Dome, like it was Flatline Part 2, and he's getting into it with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and that was it for me, bro. Like then I had to backtrack. I had to start getting into Stanley Kubrick, which is probably one of my number one jams next to the two that Taylor requested. Bro, I just wanted to ask, man, because like a lot of people have no idea that this dude went from like the golden ticket, right, to the Diddy party and went like, fuck Diddy and that party. Like, I'm going to do my own thing. Cause bro, he was rubbing elbows with Lil Wayne, bro. And I mean, I don't care how you feel about Lil Wayne, but I've seen him taking pictures with Diddy. So I think B.O.B. was like, nah, man, I'm good. And there's so much depth, lyrical depth in so many of those albums after he quit his record label that it's mind blowing, dude. There's like so much truth in there. And it's not even just flat earth, just like, bro. So I just I'm gonna land the B.O.B. playing there, bro. But I was just curious because I've been wanting to ask for a minute. And yeah, that's kind of how I came on too.
Yeah, nah, man, crazy. And B.O.B. know about Flat Earth Fridays. I'll post a clip up top. Hey, you never know who's listening, man. I'm telling you, it's get crazy on Twitter.
I tag his ass once a month. I'm about to tag him right now.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah, apparently there's some anonymous listeners out there. I don't know. That's what I'd be doing.
Y'all wait till I turn that off, man. Y'all can't hide forever. Anyway, Scott, did you want to say something before we get to Mr. Xavier?
No, indeed. I'm happy to listen.
All right, bet. What's going on, Mr. X?
Yo. How's the mic coming in? Trying out something new.
Loud and clear, brother.
Cool. Man, I think that was really good. I'm surprised he was so civil. But I got a question. Pizio or Alan can take this one. I thought his response was interesting, right? He opted for conservation of momentum in lieu of acknowledging kinetic energy, but in their model, they have a rotating and orbiting Earth. It's not an inertial frame. I'm glad that he entertained the idea, but there's that dichotomy there. Any reason why he thought that he could omit energy completely from his diagnosis? And if so, and somebody says, I have a solution to this challenge, I'm just going to omit energy and concentrate on conservation of momentum. How do we get around that?
Yeah, so I think he was trying to talk about whether like energy is conserved or not, and don't get me wrong, like total energy is always going to be conserved, right? But like sometimes, depending on the type of a collision, like elastic versus inelastic, some of the energy might be converted, like the kinetic energy might be converted into another form of energy, like thermal energy, something like that, or sound, like vibrations will come out off of it, like in violent collisions. He was bringing up pool balls, so that's what I'm assuming he was kind of talking about. Because when you got rigid objects, like pool balls, for example, usually they bounce off each other and transfer everything as kinetic energy. Whereas in like other things that are less simple like that, like a car crash, for an example, right? You know, you have all this crazy stuff that happens, and there's like deformation of the objects, and there's like a bunch of heat produced, and just all this crazy stuff. Like energy dissipates all over different places in this throughout the system, and so it's not just a strict transfer between the two objects. And even if it is, there's like it can be transformed into other forms of energy that can then be dissipated in other ways, such as heat. But my point was like, I don't really think that's like relevant to or material to the conversation, because those things would play into an analysis where the numbers were very, very close and we're having to be very precise. But in the example given, the mass of the Earth is so much bigger than the mass of a small pendulum, right? So like the kinetic energy that would be produced by the Earth swinging into the pendulum is so many billions and trillions of times bigger than the mass or than the energy produced by the pendulum swinging into the Earth, that all those little things wouldn't even matter at all, because the numbers are so different from each other. That's why I was giving the analogy of like, the Earth hitting the pendulum is like a Louisville Slugger the size of the Earth. The pendulum would get knocked out to Jupiter. And like, everybody listening, I'm pretty sure can understand that illustration, because like that's the difference in this situation. But yeah, I mean, trying to focus on momentum and on energy, it just seemed kind of like a rabbit trail. Like it's kind of a thing that I feel like happens when there's not really like a direct refutation to a point, so you kind of trying to pivot the point and make it about something else so that you can talk about that. It kind of seems like a subconscious thing that happens in these conversations. Not to smear the guy or attack him or anything. It feels like that's might have been what was happening.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I just kind of wish and it was going on long. It could have gone 3 hours longer if it was up to me. But the ending it off and agree to disagree is kind of tough, because it seems like it's a difference of perspective, and I know it's not just a difference of perspective. Because I'm thinking about, let's say, new people coming into this challenge, right? And Dr. Cassandra already left, and what if they to be a pretend glober and say, okay, you're a geostatus and not a flat earther, that's fine. Well, we can prove the momentum of Earth and its orbits. Just look at the seasons, and we know how they fallaciously affirm the consequent. And because of said season, there goes that gravitational force, that dynamic cause that you guys didn't want to talk about. And we know that it's inversely proportional between the distance in between them. So there goes your answer. Give me my money. And we know it's not that simple. How do you retort without it being a agree to disagree situation?
Can I offer you another angle on your first question?
Sure.
And it's why wouldn't he entertain it? You have to see that no mainstreamer is ever going to want to even dance with how Earth in their model is not an inertial frame, because you have to look back at all of the history of physics and the fact that everything that was developed in terms of formulae, measurement, all the kinematics that led to the dynamics that we use and call laws of physics and the formulae we apply were done on Earth, assuming that it's an inertial frame. In fact, that's the only way that it works.
That's the only choice,
is
though.
that it's an inertial frame.
All
so,
of us are on Earth. That's the
so
only choice.
the
Hey, please don't do
mainstreamers
that.
cannot.
Yeah, let Stone finish, please.
So the mainstreamers cannot even dance with the notion that Earth is a non-inertial frame because it's paradoxical to the model.
I hope you're right. I've been going back and forth with some of these arguments, and some people are now saying, well, it's not inertial. It's inertial enough, right?
It's just inertial enough for every experiment that's ever been done, down to using light to measure a wavelength that's 10 times 10 to the minus 10. It's just always inertial enough.
I love it when mainstreamers use the adjectives just about or a little bit or nearly or essentially, you know what I mean? They're not actually using concrete. That's what it is. Put a label on it, quantify it every time, no exception. That's what it is. No, it's usually, and there's, you know what I mean? That's where the mainstream loves to play.
Yeah, they leave a margin of error, and for that you can't falsify my broken theory. Yeah, thanks for the answers, guys. Pizza.
What was your second question there, Xavier?
So like if they wanted to affirm the consequent, right? You know, the gravitational force between two masses is proportional to the product of the masses between them. We've heard that hundreds of times, and they'll affirm that force for the seasons or parallax or whatever have you, observation of the sky or 24-hour sun in December. There goes your motion kinematics, but we know that dynamic cause is because of the forces between said masses. Give me my money. What's your retort to that?
Well, if you want to really play with their minds, just ask them about the asymmetry of something like the analemma, which, according to their model, should be perfectly symmetrical, but it's not.
What are your thoughts, Alan and Pizzo? Because I know they're not going to touch that one. But go ahead, though.
Whoa, that's super weird. My screen's flickering, all kinds of crazy stuff. The gravity thing, I don't feel like was material to the point either, because two reasons. Number one, like the motion we're talking about at the bottom of the pendulum, it's moving horizontal, so it's moving perpendicularly off axis to the force of gravity. So gravity plays no part in the force involved right there at that moment. And number two,
I agree with you. I put that to bed. I'll just bring up an entirely new point to talk about forces. But the forces I'm going to talk about is after the pack. It's post-observation. As we all know, we've been through these discussions tons of times. So we know that can't be the case. And if they won't have an answer for ignoring kinetic energy, I'm just curious on how do you progress the conversation to a rebuttal rather than just agree to disagree.
oh yeah, that's right. That's what you said. Yeah, right. Well, to be honest, I kind of had to go at that moment, but like, I try to be, civil with these people most of the time. Sometimes they just need to be told, like, "I, dude, like, I mean, it's fine that you feel that way. It's not what the math says." They're not going to make a concession. Like, everybody's waiting for this big oh moment, like, oh, like they conceded. Like, that's almost never going to happen, dude. And even subconsciously, like in these people's minds, if they're faced with these things that they've never thought about before, which challenge their beliefs, they're going to their brain is going to cause them, like their subconscious brain is going to cause them to like not get it on purpose. You have to go in these circles most of the time, like 4 or 5 times, in order to really finally settle on the point that you were trying to make the very first time, because they just don't get what you're trying to say. And that's, you have to break it down like super, super simple to they finally, like, you force them to get it,
Oh
right?
yeah, I
And
definitely agree with you there. As far as not looking for a concession, I'm not naive to think that I'm ever going to get a "you're right" from these guys. I'm just thinking in more the lines of what Dr. Cassandra did with some of the line of questioning of kind of leading them to a yes or no, and then they have to agree because it's part of their paradigm as
This is a
well.
complicated physics
Oh my God,
question. I'm
do relax.
sorry.
There's capable people of answering. I promise you. But and like you did with the mountain, it's part of the mass of the Earth. You're not going to really separate said masses. So pretty much bring them back to a yes or no closing. I think that was cool how you guys did that. So that way, forget about concession. It's yes or no at that point.
yeah, I mean, he bounced between his answers at one point down there. He was like, "Oh yeah, everyone knows that there's like frames which it's not dynamically equivalent." And then, but then at the end, he tried to switch back. Like, that's what I was saying about the pivoting. Because what begins to happen is, as you break it down more and more basic as they begin to understand more and more, they begin to realize, like, hold on a second, like, wait, oh, now I see. And then it's like clawing and scratching and looking for an out, looking for like a place to turn to try to like poke a hole in it. And that's what
I'm
usually happens
I'm
is
hearing an emotional argument here. I'm not hearing any physics.
I guess you weren't present when it was presented to you, or maybe you just didn't want to hear it then either. But either way, um, see it drop down. That's what usually happens. So that pivoting up back and forth between both positions, like I don't know if he realized he was doing that, because he did say at one point, like, they wouldn't be dynamically equivalent, but then he's like, well, I'm not sure that I agree with you. I don't know that means that it's not it's invalid because they're not the same. He like actually held both positions during that short conversation. So how to deal with it, man? I don't know. I don't know. Just tell people, bro. You just gotta tell them, like, look, bro, like, I think you're wrong. I mean, sorry. Here's why. There's not a magic bullet, man. I don't know. Play it by ear, I guess.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. Nah, good looking, bro. Alan, any closing thoughts on that? But thanks you guys for your answers, all.
No, I think that the magic bullet will come in the form of a mathematical refutation that will never manifest in reality. If there was a solution to it, it would have been answered, years ago. This has been going on for 300 years, boys. And it's due solely to a strict philosophical belief system, is like the root of it, right? That the Earth is just inertial enough because it's actually rotating and also doing a rectilinear motion and or free falling through space and time itself. So, I think
No doubt.
much like Battle of the Beams, the unansweredness of it will speak for itself.
No doubt. All right, good looking, fellas.
If you wouldn't mind making a comment towards what I just experienced in the last hour and a half.
Yeah, go for it, cosmological, and then we'll start an RG after that. I'm just sending out
Awesome.
a thank you tweet for to Dr. Bennett. Go for it, yeah.
But I think that Sacred said it best is it's for the audience too, and Pizio, I just wanted to say also with Alan and Shane and Proud and Sacred, y'all don't just have to do the physics. Y'all have to figure out a way to put it in such a remedial, backwards kind of avenue so they can see it. That is so It's like you have to be professionally able to do what a quantum computer does. You know, you get all the pieces. A regular computer shows you all the pieces, but a quantum computer shows you, 10,000 ways how to put it together. So I guess what I'm saying, it's just one of those things where don't get upset with them, because when they see it, like you said, PZO, they start scratching and clawing and drop down. But it's for the audience, y'all. And it's caused me to learn a lot about the X, Y, Z axis and all these different things. Alan, thank you. Shane, Sacred, Proud, PZO, everybody on the panel, all Proud Flirts. It's awesome. Yeah, what y'all doing is just awesome. So I've learned a lot. Y'all keep doing what you're doing. Don't get discouraged on them, because they see it. It's undeniable. Truth is a frequency, and it's undeniable. Y'all, God bless.
Dude, thank you. And shout out to our host tonight, dude. Best show on the internet, boys.
Couldn't do it without the squad, man. This is why it was so important to like link up, man, and keep this thing together. Because without you, there would not be no us. So let's keep it rocking, man. Shout out to all the squad. Appreciate y'all.
That conjugate expression.
You feel me? RG, what up?
Man, the sky. Preferred direction going down. How are you, man? Good. Hey, and thank you, Proud, Sacred, Alan, the whole team, man. Y'all are amazing. You have a way of speaking with people to see their point of view, but then offer, the main ingredient that's, the ether, I believe. He wasn't too interested in that, but let me get to the point. So let me try to understand this better. Than and try to ask the right question. And this is mainly, I guess, for Alan and PZO for now. Anybody else wants to chime in afterwards? That's cool. So the way I'm learning, or the way I see it, is to truly separate the lab frame from the other frame, from the pendulum, would truly have to be separated. So the pendulum frame could not be attached to the lab frame. This is the way I see it. And to get a real reading of, if the motion of the Earth would affect the ball, or if the ball would, be affected by the transferred energy, from the Earth upward. And we know how, they like to invert things, so the toroidal effect coming down, now they say, is in this example would be the Earth spinning going up. But let me ask the question. So if it was truly separated, say from a heavy lift drone that's holding, the pendulum, what from just in that example, what would happen? What do you think would be the difference in the overall result? If that's for Alan Pizio, because I know you guys are really familiar with this alpha model.
Yeah, it's not so much about being disconnected from the earth, because the same thing applies. It's about moving with respect to the earth. Like any future prediction of motion, attached or unattached.
Gotcha. Is that Pizio, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's their motion relative to each other, masses and invariant quality. Sorry, mass is an invariant quality, right? Like it's the same in all frames regardless. And so, the kinetic energy something has is going to be it's 1/2 the product of its mass times its velocity squared. So if the velocity is just one moving with respect to the other, their velocities are going to be the same. The only difference is going to be the mass. That's why the energies are different. So, it doesn't, it's literally just relative motion.
And that's in the mainstream model, like saying the atmosphere is attached to from the motion of the Earth. Would there be a delayed response, or depending on how far the other frame would be up from the Earth? Like, say if it's 10 feet versus 100 feet, you would have to add in a lot of other factors in, or no?
Well, that's different because you're dealing with gases, man. So like that's like a totally different situation. The behavior of gases is not just a simple kinetic model like throwing a ball or something. There's a lot of stuff going on with gases, but this is a much more simplified thing. I mean, you just treat it as two objects smacking into each other.
And when he was saying that, we had a point of thought about the object that would be attached to the Earth, that's what it would hit. But he seemed to think that the example would work better in his understanding, I guess, or to get a different, or the most accurate result is the piece it would hit would be not attached to the Earth. How does that work? Because I guess my brain is.
He was trying to make a difference. Like, that's why I was like, let's forget like having a small object sitting on the Earth. Let's just use the Earth itself, so we don't have to get into the weeds on it, right? Because he was like, it'd be the mass of that object, not the mass of the Earth. Which, if the mass of that object is still different than the pendulum, right? You still got a different amount of energy, but it paints the picture a lot better and bigger and more simply when it's just the Earth striking the pendulum or the pendulum striking the Earth, right? Which object is the one in motion? Because the equation for kinetic energy is the amount of energy that a moving object possesses. So whichever object you define as the moving one, you take its speed and its mass to find its energy. So if you take the Earth to be the moving object, you use its mass and its speed. So like that's why it's so crucial to look at the difference in the distinction between the prediction of these two different frames, because we take measurements. In reality, the measurement that we take is only going to match one. Bennett's whole position in his alpha model is that the lab frame is the only valid frame from which the laws of physics hold true. And this is one of his examples because it really is simple. Like, yeah, if you invoke relativity, all motion's relative, one object's moving with respect to the other one, then if you say I'm sitting still on one and the other one's moving, you're going to get different quantities for things like energy. And energy is what performs work, which is what causes objects to move over distance. And that's where everything becomes not equivalent anymore. Relativity is only equivalent kinematically, it's not equivalent dynamically.
Yeah, I caught that part. That was interesting to learn. Hey, and I want to finish up with this. It's not on the out there exactly, but there's a kind of a model that Joe Hamby and people are working on. It's kind of brilliant, where the northern set of stars, with the sun being the primary mover, in the northern hemisphere, say the Tropic of Cancer being the northern summer, right? And it is working its way toward Capricorn. And the Capricorn is the limit, of course, we know that. But if it's turning one way, it's one set of stars in that, to the crossing the equator to Capricorn. If it's spinning in the north, working its way down, the same time it's rotating the opposite way. It's like a mirrored effect in the southern hemisphere. And it's really one set of stars that we're seeing mirrored from what I think is like a superfluid kind of two-way mirror up there.
Yes, I think your hot mic is.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That was it. That was all. I thought that was a neat observation. If you guys haven't caught that yet, I put it in a purple pill for everyone. But yeah, thank y'all again, man. Much love. God bless. And hopefully I'll get to chill again next Friday. Oh, and one other thing. So my son just graduated not too long ago, like 6 months ago, and his girlfriend, he's 21 and she is 22, I believe, and she's about to graduate university. And I wanted to bring them here and introduce them to y'all, man, so y'all can, follow them and get to know them and send them some stuff. And, they're getting really interested in this phenomena that's happening, man, this blessing in disguise where everyone's making fun of it now, but watch, it's going to be the leading model before too long. And I wanted to introduce them to y'all. So hopefully that'll happen. And, last thing, we're working on an AI model that's going to add in all the information from everyone around the community. I want to give them access to, just schedule a time to work with the model. And hopefully we can have like a very layered, detailed firmament model. Yeah, man, it's gonna be a leader, man. It's gonna be a challenge, for the heliocentric model to be the main thing, man. Yeah, but I'll land it there, man. See ya.
Good luck with that, man. I don't think that humanity will ever be able to come up with a working dynamic model of the sky. I think the creator designed it that way on purpose, to be honest with you. I would point people to scripture for that too.
I agree. I'm just saying, just for scientific purposes, but no, no one can mimic the creator perfectly. I agree.
Thank you, RG, man. Appreciate you. And looking forward to that too. That sounds super dope, super cool, and super interesting. I think we're about to go to intro, but we have Robert up here. I don't know, Robert, you want to chime in on anything before we go to a little intermission?
Hey, thanks for letting me up. This is Curvature Nope from over on TikTok.
Yo, shout out to the TikTok lads.
For sure. I want to come in. I wanted to see if I could ask a question, see if I could get some assistance on a topic.
Talk to us, bro.
So the twilight time, and how I would define twilight time would be that time that we have light. We don't have the sun. We just have that light. Like sunset, the sun goes away. We still have a little bit of light, and then it's far enough away, it's dark. Well, I live in the north, and that twilight time in the north, it's extended during the summer. It's longer. It's lighter longer during the summer, and then during the winter, it sunsets, and shortly later, it's dark outside. And to me, it seemed like if it was a globe, then it should be symmetrical. So their summer, they'd have longer twilight, and then winter shorter. It seems though that they have short twilight time right now, just like we do. That's because the sun's having to move quicker around the earth. This is my understanding so far.
I'd say you got it sussed.
Okay, so I do understand what I'm talking about.
That seems to be what the data shows.
Okay, yeah, I just like I said, I've been trying to talk to people about this over there on TikTok, and the conversation hasn't been going anywhere really.
I think you'll find it. Sorry, man. I think you'll find it in the journalism archives that he actually concentrated on a friend or two in Australia to check the data between where he lives in the north and they live in the south, just to see how that was going. And I think he's got a video or two on that. You might check that.
Oh heck yeah! In his playlist there on YouTube.
Yep, pretty sure you'll find it on the journalism channel. Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll make it in there. I appreciate the conversation, guys. I feel this is a very simple point that can be made as far as where it is we live. It's a simple one. Yeah, that's all I got. Appreciate you letting me up here, Sacred.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Anytime. Tell the TikTok lads we said what's up.
You know it. Yeah, keep crushing.
Yes, sir. We haven't been on TikTok in a couple weeks. We need to go flood it over there, proud.
Good observation on the twilight thing, man. Yeah. What would it necessitate for that to be true? If we know that it's not symmetrical, that northern hemisphere summers we have longer twilight than we do in northern hemisphere winters. In the southern hemisphere, it's the same. During northern hemisphere summers, which is their winter, they have the longer, so it's like flipped backwards from us, even though it should be symmetrical. That would have to mean that the shorter twilight's being caused by a sun that's moving away faster. And if it's further away, like if it's further south, its tangential velocity has to be higher in order to make the same 24-hour revolution. So I think it's a good
And
observation.
tangential, that is the speed of the sun.
Yeah, that's like the straight line velocity.
Okay. Because, yeah, I feel a lot of people get tossed up. Well, a lot of the globe believers try to argue about, well, the sun's moving faster. And I'll acknowledge, like, yeah, the tangential speed of it is moving faster. But for us down here on Earth, its angular speed is going to be the same.
It's covering more ground underneath it in the same amount of time.
Yeah, like I think of it like our hand on the clock.
Yeah, the tip of the hand is covering more ground than like the part really close to the center
For sure. Yep.
in the same amount of time.
Yeah, and so during their winters, they do experience longer twilight times.
That's what I've heard. I actually don't have data on hand for that one. I wouldn't be the expert on it.
For sure.
A good place to go for that is timeanddate.com. Just pick a city here and there and just check their data. It's pretty straight up.
I think time and date has everything listed perfectly symmetrical, split down the equator.
Yeah, it's just timeanddate.com.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, appreciate the assistance, guys.
Thanks for stopping by.
Absolutely.
We're gonna be going for a little longer, of course. Did everyone get to speak? I don't want to cut anybody's mic time.
I know Liliana was trying to get up, but I don't think she's in here right now. I was trying to get a hold of her. But other than that, there is one request. There is our boy Concave. Send him a approve.
Yeah, we're about to get into a intro. Everyone can get a snack and whatnot, stretch their legs, see the sun if the sun is up for you. What's going on, Concave? Wait, you wasn't talking shit under my mentions. Oh, maybe that was the other Concave guy. The other Concave lad.
Dude, there's some Concave lad identity theft going on. We got to start IDing. We should put serial numbers on these people. No, I'm just kidding. We should definitely ID them though.
Hello.
Hola, senor.
Hey, man.
I have a question. Let's say hypothetically, come this 24-hour sun thing, there is a 24-hour sun. Will anybody be researching concave Earth? Because concave Earth doesn't have a problem with that, so I was just wondering.
Negative.
Concave Earth has all the good things of flat Earth. It's stationary, small sun, small stars. It's all contained. There's a container. So we've got the ether. It's rotating inside the Earth. So there's this other model of reality. It's called the concave Earth. Many people, including myself, didn't hear about it back in the day when we learned about flat Earth. We kind of just, so come December, if anybody has any problems with this 24-hour sun, there's going to be other options. You don't have to go back to the globe. You could start researching concave Earth.
Yeah, like I don't think we're gonna do that, man. The last time we had a space, I was asking you some questions that I had issues with. with the concave Earth, and I didn't really get any answers. So.
Oh, that's too bad for you, man. Well, winter is coming, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be here, and
You'll be here for what?
very
Because
much.
like, if I ask you questions about the concave Earth, you
I'm
can't
done
answer.
speaking. Thank you, sir.
Okay, no problem. Take it easy.
Well, we know where to find you if there turns out to be a sun or whatever. Thank you.
And that has no problem with flat Earth. But enjoy your model.
At all. Man said, yeah, I know we can't answer those other questions, but come to concave. Like, no, answer my questions first.
Hey, folks, I don't know how to drop down to a listener.
Who was that speaking?
Robert.
All right, no worries, sir. I got you.
Robert.
Hope you got
Appreciate
it. Proud.
Teach them, so you know.
I like it when Proud drops them down the best or whatever.
You got to say we.
At the very top, if you're on your phone, I'll do it for you, Robert. But at the very top, you should see some dots that give you the option to leave the space or stop listening. Stop speaking.
Yeah, it says switch to listening.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I just
Yeah, see,
learned.
Liliana
Dude,
with
we all just learned that. That's badass. I had no idea how to do that. Thank you. I'm pulling Lily up.
Well, the other option is to just leave and then come back in too. You just come back in as a listener by default.
That also works.
Let's hear from Taylor, and then we got Liliana.
Hey, she made it. Right on.
Yeah, I actually have something for you, Liliana, because you were just talking about recently how you wanted to see a star moving, like just how it moves in the sky without a star tracker, and I got that video for you. So I'm about to post it right now. It's the star Sirius. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. I recorded this one not long ago. On an Orion SkyQuest X10, XT10. So yeah, it's pretty cool. And I was gonna mention something about the sunsets because I was actually observing this the other day. Like it like if you notice like when the sky turns like pink or red or whatever in the sunset, it seems pretty localized. But if it was actually happening like on a non-local, format where basically the sun's like forever away, you would think that that gray line or that red effect would happen all around the sky where the sun is setting. Like it shouldn't just be localized to one particular spot. But like even on a drone, like if you go up during the sunset, you'll see like one particular area of the sky red, even when there's like a huge gray line happening. Like why isn't that happening everywhere? I don't know.
Hold on, say that last part again, Taylor. My bad.
Like,
What's
have you
weird?
ever looked at like the purple or the pink, sunset? Well, it seems really localized in the sky. Even if you use a drone, you'll still see one area of the sky that's pink, even though the sun is setting, in the entire gray line. You would think if it was not happening in a local area, if the sun was not local, that pink area in the sky would be not so localized and kind of distributed along the gray line. If the sun was like however many million miles away, 93 million, um, then you would see, you know, the pink of the sunset go across the gray line, but instead it's very, very localized, and I don't get that.
Seems to align with a localized sun, huh?
That is such an excellent point, Taylor. Sorry, I just jumped in. My phone is really unstable, so I don't know if you guys can even hear me.
We could. What's up, Liliana?
Hi. Yeah, I had the hardest time joining. I'm waiting for a new phone. So this phone is kind of dying. So I don't know, it's got like a bunch of problems. I can't connect sometimes at all. I'm so glad that I could connect right now. And Taylor, thank you so much. Are you going to post that star video on your timeline also? Because I may not get to the jumbo over here. So will you post that in your own timeline so I can go and check it out?
Yep, I'm working on it right now.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm really excited. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, and yeah, you brought an excellent point about the localized pinkness. Why didn't we think of that, right? Like we keep coming up with more and more like basic questions of why isn't this happening if the sun is really 93 million miles away, and it's not local. So thank you so much for making these clever observations. I wanted to come. It's the first time I kind of missed what's it called, attendance or whatever, sacred. So thank you, Alan G, for just letting them know that I'm watching and I couldn't join in the beginning. But folks, I know I repeat this every week, so I'm sorry if I sound like a repeat. But this is for the benefit of anyone new, or, that's listening or whatever. Is please support our learned colleagues, as Stone suggested. I call the teachers, quote unquote. I still like to call them teachers because I learn from them. But yeah, I mean, as you saw, when Alan and Stone speak, like they have so much wonderful information to share and knowledge. And these are the people that will really take flat Earth into, into a place where it's more validated, right, by regular science. So if anyone can do it, it's all these people like Alan and Stone and Sacred and Piezo and Mr. Xavier and whoever else. But of course, these aether cosmology lads, they are totally the leaders, in our flat Earth science movement or whatever you want to call it. So I love getting on here and just try to inspire people to sign up for monthly subscription, because I think, when we support them, this is not just for our sake and for our own, to further our own education on the subject, but our children and our children's children stand to benefit from all the knowledge that they put out. Like they put out so much amazing content. Stone has so much amazing content on BitChute, and I think also maybe Rumble, if I'm not mistaken, but Telegram for sure. And Alan has a lot of content on YouTube, same with Shane and Witsit. So I find that doing a monthly subscription is the easiest because you can just pick and choose to your own ability. And then you don't have to think about it. You can just sign up for a year or whatever. And it helps them greatly. And it's just a good thing karmically, to give something back to the people that spend so much time in a selfless way to give us all this knowledge and share all their expertise and come over here on space and be, sort of the spearheads of the intellectual aspect of the science of flat Earth. So I really love coming and reminding people to try and subscribe monthly. So that's all. Thank you so much. And I'm so glad that I finally made it over here.
And that's why she's our ambassador.
You Lily Poppins outro.
Yeah, I just posted that video and I tagged you in it.
Try to keep it on and popping. Ooh, yeah.
Oh my gosh. That video's up at the top, Liliana. And I tagged you in it.
Liliana Poppins, y'all. And Taylor been going crazy on TikTok, yo. I don't know how she be manipulating that algorithm over there. Go ahead, Taylor.
Man,
So
we
what do
gotta
y'all
get him
think?
on board.
Facts. So what y'all think? We had first of all, shout out to Shane. He did a debate. Dog shit opponent. Sorry. But shout out to him being in the field. But we also had another debate going, and I'm going into it blind. Whitsit and Alice Stein versus a couple PhDs on the Tim Pool podcast, and I haven't seen it yet. So what I suggest is that maybe we run through that real quick and see how that turned out. Do a little level heads listening party. Before we get to it, though, I want to make sure y'all get comfortable because I think it's about, I don't know, it's like an hour or two or something like that. So I want to make sure that y'all get comfy. If you're not already, go grab your level snacks, your level drinks, any substances that you may appeal to get you right and comfy.
Appeal to substance abuse.
Don't abuse it though. Don't abuse it though. But yeah, we're just gonna kick it for a little bit, man, and we're gonna take it into stationary Saturdays like we normally do. So yeah, let's do that, man. Let's get a little intermission going, and then we'll slide into this little listening party, man. We'll kind of kick it for a little bit, and then we'll have some like open mic time. We'll do a little bit of a reaction, first impressions, see how that go, and we take it from there. How does that sound, y'all?
And then can we play Under the Dome?
Pull the lever, Kronk.
You think they know it all, but they don't understand. Circles keep spinning round, never finding the end. Maps are lying in your hand. Don't you see the flat land will break free from the chains with a new master
Damn,
plan?
son, where'd you find
Spaceships and moon landings are just tricks of the eye. Horizons look straight because the ground doesn't lie. Gravity's a hoax built to keep us confined. Take a step off the edge, find the truth in your mind. Flat earth, flat truth, breaking through the noise. No more spinning tails, just a still solid voice. Wake up, open eyes, see it laid out clear. Flat earth, flat truth, let the world hear.
The level with me, level heads. Y'all still rocking? Episode 119, let's go.
In the classroom, a deception taught young teachers program belief with a silver-coated tongue. Vast oceans don't curve, look at the ships far and wide. They disappear straight down, not around on a slide. See the sun setting, still the distance looks just right. Feel the calm in your mind, no more endless night. Walking miles to the edge where the answers abide. Feel the horizon touch your fingertips of pride. Flat earth, flat truth, breaking through the noise. No more spinning tails, just a still solid voice. Wake up, open eyes, see it laid out clear. Flat earth, flat truth, let the world hear.
Yeah, we get to it. They can't deceive us no more, man. Hashtag level heads.
Flat truth, let the world hear. Let the world hear. Let the world hear. Let the world hear.
Turn me up.
Slow down, sir. Stop running in the hall, sir. Everybody in the class is never gonna become a college student at that.
It's just science, man.
Fucking science. Yeah, fucking science, bro. Level, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro. Hiya, lads. Welcome to science class. Bob, quit writing raps in your log sheet. No one's gonna sign your ass. Let's get scientific. Fossil fuels come from years and years of biodecomposition. It's really just scientific. Why didn't all the fossils turn to oil? Some did, some didn't. Anyway, didn't Rockefeller pay a scientist off the year Geneva Convention? Wait, what was that? You wanna come up here in front of class? What, you wanna teach? You really think you're smarter than me? No, sir. Sit down, cause your homework on the atom bomb and the world war, how it affected us then and now. Well, I seen the footage and I really just want some answers. How does someone film an atomic bomb and it doesn't destroy the camera? I mean, I was just, bro, I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know. Fucking science, bro. Okay. Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro. Welcome to history. We evolved from Neanderthals. That is no mystery. Well, why are there no monkey fossils? What, are you kidding me? I'm just saying. I just should have learned that way back in elementary. Man, this nigga know what the fuck he's talking about. I have a diploma. You have a diploma or a learning disorder. My wife is a lawyer. We both have a daughter. She's doing fine with the things that we taught her. I'm just using the scientific method. Did we evolve from Electronica boy or Homo erectus? And all of the fossilized footprints in the fossil records don't show a line of thrust. That's not consistent with compression. What the fuck did he just say? Yeah, okay, smartass. This is real knowledge. Save all the hippie shit for art class. It's really starting to bug me on this one. Gonna have to trust me on this one. I've done the studies on this one.
You're a little rusty on this one.
I mean, why can't you just answer my question on the subject? It's not in the fucking book.
It's not up for discussion.
Science. I fucking love science. I love science. Lab check. Goggles.
You love science, man.
Fucking science, bro. Damn, must have been the hell of them Stegosaurus. It's over century burning fossil fuel. Still ain't no shortages. I ain't saying I'm Neo, but I'm nothing short of a Morpheus. Fuck, thought this was a globe. I gotta check my coordinates. You could blame my disorderly conduct on my subordinates. If it ain't no Coriolis, who's to blame for New Orleans? Why the poorest people always get extorted by corporate giants? We don't boycott, we buy in, and I find it unfortunate, yeah. Me plus you plus her plus her, that's four. Bring your worst and I'm gonna bring much more. Yeah. Leave your nerves, your skirt both at the door. Add it up. In case you didn't know. Fucking science, bro.
Well, Earthshine is much brighter than moonshine.
Fucking science, bro.
Lab moonshine.
Goggles.
Moonshine.
Nodules.
Moonshine.
Fucking moonshine. How many fingers am I holding up? Come make them beatin' if you bold enough. Bobby Ray don't give no ounce of fuck. Your team is weak and beat your bouncer up. Oh, God, I hate my life. Hey, you, Bill. Stop making out.
Take it easy, man.
I know your brother.
Take it easy, bro.
I'm gonna tell Susan about this. Deborah. Is that Coke? Oh, man. I'm Neil.
Let's keep it rocking.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Said I could give a fuck about facts, baby. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. The simulation ain't a game, don't laugh. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. And the sun don't rise for me anymore. Guess I've been around, but I'm never sure. I'm such a little town with such a pretty church. I think it's crazy we're the center of this universe. But it's a fine line, trust me if you fly high. See the world from my eye, you would see it straight. Magic carpet on the way. Ain't it funny how the time flies when your life's like sci-fi?
The one and only Flat Earth Fridays, man. Welcome to your favorite space.
Turn on and access any day, any day, any day. Burning for action every day, every day, every day. Turn on and access any day. Pull it back and let it spray. I'll pull it back and let it. I could give a fuck about facts, baby. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. The simulation ain't a game, don't laugh. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. Said I could give a fuck about facts, baby. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. The simulation ain't a game, don't laugh. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. Fuck your true scare, I'll take the red. I'll take the blue pill if you're sad. But the true world is such a must. When it's done, I guess only you at the edge. Coca-Cola out the faucet, McDonald's on the TV, Verizon my horizons. With apples not been reading, I'll see blood on
all their diamonds, don't see nobody reading. All I hear is fucking talking about the things that have no meaning. You're all in denial, the earth's a flat file. I'm singing inside you, you can't get away. Your conscience relates to the ideas
This for the level hands playlist.
love me, though it's so cliche. I'm on my own, whoa, whoa. I'm all in my mind, yeah, yeah. It's hard on my soul, whoa, whoa. To heaven I climb, yeah, yeah. Said I could give a fuck about facts, baby. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. The simulation in a game, don't laugh. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. Said I could give a fuck about facts, baby. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. The simulation in a game, don't laugh. I'm getting faded cause the world's too flat. You probably feet are standing to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around.
Yeah.
You know the moon, it wasn't never found, never found. They made up everything, they made up everything. You probably feet will stagger to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. You know they never left the basic clouds, basic clouds. They made up everything, they made up everything.
They made up everything.
I did not believe there is a flat earth. That whole thing look like it is for facts, bro. Why would they tell me the shit is round for? Must be true cause that shit in the textbook. Only when the sun is out it opened my eyes. It ain't coming up and setting on the same side. Then I saw the moon and sun is about the same size. Now I know that what I learned is a pseudoscience. When I throw a bowling ball at a pin, it doesn't roll around and come in my day. So then how the world is supposed to rotate? Unless the sun revolves around all our heads. You probably see a thing fall to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. It doesn't roll but fucking settles down, settle down. They made up everything, they made up everything. You probably still believe in up and down, up and down. But can't explain the fucking middle ground, middle ground. It's gravity, then why does shit still bounce, shit still bounce. They made up everything, they made up everything. Whoa. I seen the pic took from the moon. It's Photoshop real pretty too. The bucket fill was overused. Africa had too many Jews. And I once took everything in faith, like I'm setting monkeys into space. But when a map is open I can say,
do your dance, level heads.
That ain't not a fucking spare. The stuff you see is really meta now, meta now. You know the world is really not around, not around. You are the realist in the ghetto now, ghetto now. You question everything, don't believe anything. You telling people on Nintendo now, Nintendo now. That gravity was all invented now, invented now. The landing moon was shot in and out, in and out. They made up everything since 1983. Whoa. I'm mocked and disrespected, told that I'm gay, cause I don't believe the round line. I'm not gay. Everybody think that you are better now, better now, because you say the world is not around, not around. You asking Jesus for a peso now, peso now. You got a penny G, I could use anything. You sucking D for fucking cheddar now, cheddar now. You on the street with all them bottle hounds, bottle hounds. You mixing meth and fruity pebbles now, pebbles now. You didn't do anything, they made up everything. Whoa.
Flat Earth Fridays, the truth unfolds. Ex-hosting the show, we're breaking the molds. Every Friday night, we gather round to dive deep into truths that astound. Leo's in the house, with facts so clear. He's on a mission to make things appear. Flat Earth believers, we stand tall. We're breaking barriers, we won't fall. Flat Earth Fridays all night. We go interstationary Saturday. Don't you know Theo keeps proving? Oh, won't you see the beauty of a world that's flat and free? Flat Earth Fridays all night. We go into stationary Saturday. Don't you know Theo keeps proving? Oh, won't you see beauty of a world that's flat and free? The beauty of a world that's flat and free. FBI, open up!
Going down. Lower ground 4.
Oh, look who's here. How are you?
Dr. Forrest, dial 118, please. Dr. Forrest, please dial.
REN. Accessible.
Chemtrail clouds on sleep though. Acid rain down on sleep though. Fluoride water on sleep though. New world order on sleep though. Diabetes soda on sleep though. Yeah, clone and modified beef though. Heavy metals all in drink though. Nigga in the sleep though. Sleep. Put him in it. Put him in the cup. 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 Sleep in it. Put him in the. Put him in the. Put him in the.
We under the dome, gang.
Came a coffin. Yeah. Them people watching. Yeah. Count shit. Yeah. Nigga sleepwalking. All these dick riders. Well, it ain't about it. Laws ain't talking about shit. But baby mama. You don't wanna stir the pot, you don't wanna detox, you don't sleep though. You ever heard about Skiat, you don't wanna Tupac.
Wake up!
Hip hop, I don't sleep though. Cops taking cheap shots all week though. False flag headlines all week though. Chalk outline on the street though. I'm just trying to make it out of one piece though. Peace though. I'm sleep though. Politicians don't sleep though. Earth let it fuck, I'm sleep though. New engineering, I'm sleep though. Diabetes soda, I'm sleep though. New world order, I'm sleep though. Clone and modified beef though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in the sleep though.
Yeah!
Put him in it. Put him in the cup. 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 Put him in it. Put him in the. Put him in the. Put him in the cup. Put him in the cup.
What up, B.O.B.?
I'm sleep though. Feds follow nigga in street clothes. Hoes ain't sticking to the G code. Suck a nigga dick if people charge me though. I'm sleep though. Click, clack, bang, bang, and reload. Hoes set a nigga up for the kilo. I leave. Maybe young crazy, no CeeLo. I'm sleep though.
Retweet.
Though. Bernie Mac, man, so rest in peace though. Found Make 28, well, we know.
Level heads.
Talking about, talkers talk, and doers do shit people talk about. Nothing to argue about. How must I remind you, I don't wear designer, no genre attire. My son was all up inside your vagina, tampons, panty liners. Yeah, gender blur got the kids all confused. Teaching sex ed in preschool. Designer babies in the womb. Stars shining through the moon. But I'm sleep though. Chemtrail clouds, I'm sleep though. Fluoride water, I'm sleep though. Acid rain down, I'm sleep though. Diabetes order, I'm sleep dog. New world order, I'm sleep dog. Grown and modified beef dog. Wi-Fi kill the nigga in sleep dog. Put him in it. Put him in it. Put him in a cup. 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 Put him in it. Put him in a. Put him in a. Put him in a cup. Put him in a cup. Put him in a. Put him in a cup. Put him in a cup.
Uncle Merchant, I was just scared as hell. You was driving for forever. Look me in my eyes, said, nigga, you gonna die. The fuck? Mama, come here. Mama, come here. Hurry up. Check it out. Fuck the world, mama. Suck the dick.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you are tuning in for the first time tonight and you are confused, welcome. This is Flat Earth Fridays, Stationary Saturdays. Y'all, it's only 2 a.m. It don't feel early to y'all. It feel early late. But y'all just now tuning into the second part. We're gonna do a live reaction. Sacred Reacts.
Yes, sir. Matter of fact, let me cue up the audio.
Uh-oh. Coming to you live from the ether.
Hey, Sacred, before you begin, I forgot to tell you, I'm sorry, I apologize. Before we went live, you know how I told you that there was a refutation for Battle of the Bee, or I'm sorry, for Ares Failure that was presented. There was also a refutation to Battle of the Beams that was presented during the debate, and shamefully I must, admit that. So when you guys hear it tonight, please don't, obviously we'll talk about it and go over it, but I've been kind of dreading this moment. So anyway, I put a little hint at what the refutation is in the jumbo. If you pull that up, you can kind of keep an eye out for it when it pops up in the conversation. And enjoy the conversation. It's a great listen, except for that humiliating defeat suffered by our Ares Failure argument and Battle of the Beams, respectively.
No.
Yeah, rest in pieces.
Reese's Pieces, at least.
The best kind of pieces, of course. A lot of people talk about Planck particles and whatnot, but I think if we moved to a scale that incorporated the size of a Reese's Piece, that would be much more digestible.
I can't see the jumbo and I'm glitching. Hold on, let me save the space, y'all. 1 second, my bad.
They had us the first half, I'm not gonna lie. They had us. We weren't defeated, but they had us.
You had us, Alan. You really did. The first time you got us. But not this time, buddy. But if there are any brave souls willing to take on Battle of the Beams or even Ares Failure, why not? We could use a good laugh.
They certainly tried the good fight.
That's
Rob, help me clear out some of the nest if you can.
Ooh. Okay. Oh yeah, before Bennett. Carrots. Before Bennett left, I wanted him to go over some of these comments. Sheesh. Some of these PhDs are so contradictory. But that's okay. Tweet at me any polls you think we should make if you guys want to make any flat earth predictions for the listening party. Oh, don't do it if you already watched it, or at least don't spoil it. But I'll make some polls, some over or unders. I got over that. How do I have over that? One of them is gonna ask for a map. I'll go under on that for now. I expect better from PhD, honestly. So I got under that none of them asked for a map. Yikes, guys. You think my parlay is gonna go through? I'm still clearing out the jumbo, but I don't want to take out anything important. So
Please clear it out, because if the space crash is gonna be the worst thing. 'Cause I'm not starting to back up if it do.
don't threaten
Y'all,
them.
I'm trying to stabilize. My bad, y'all.
Hey, Sacred, when you guys get done talking, I was going to give you a couple points about this model. That's pretty interesting, I think. But just let me know when you guys are okay with that.
Got you.
Clearing out stuff as well.
So you guys know to correlate the equator um, with a 90-degree zenith, yeah, to the sky. Let's just say we have a large plastic bubble, and you just go all the way around the equator with that zenith, and you plot out a 90-degree circle in the sky. Just say, allegedly it would work, but I was just going to mention the observations. When you look at the star trails in the north, there's a separating line from where the north turns clockwise when you're facing north, and then counterclockwise in the south when you're facing south, right? Now, in the sky with these star trails, you see a definitive separator, like a terminator line. Do you guys know what I'm referring to?
No, but after clearing the space, it runs so smooth now. Holy shit. Is that the entire issue? It's literally just posting too much stuff. That's insane.
Yep. Insane, right?
Wow. Yeah, we got to stay on top of that. That's crazy. It's so much better now.
Interesting. RG, you were talking about Terminator lines, but I missed the beginning part of that. You mean like Terminator lines when they're showing like a map program or something like that?
Yeah, like, well, when you look through the glass, like half glass kind of hemispheres, like a personal dome. Well, if you just imagine taking a 90-degree zenith measurement from the equator on the land, and it'll correlate to a spot in the sky, and you could hypothetically just put these spots all around, just go all the way around the equator with a 90-degree zenith looking to the sky, right? And you'll eventually come with a circle. Well, when people are taking time-lapse videos of star trails in the north, as soon as you get to the equator, well, you're 90-degree zenith, right? Okay. The stars will be turning one way in the north, and south of the equator in the sky, they would be turning the opposite way. And you can see this easily when you look through one of these glass hemispheres. So what I'm saying is, the Glovers are always talking about why do the star trails turn one way in the north and opposite in the south? Well, it's just a mirror effect of what's happening in the north as the Analema moves from the Cancer down to Capricorn. You just do mass data collection and you see why that happens when you're looking up at the sky. Do you follow a little bit better with that?
Yeah, and we've discussed this with like majority of the anti-flat earthers multiple times. We've shown them demonstrations, even given them like arts and crafts version of the stars and how they could be reflections of the South. And it's just like they just it goes in one ear and it goes out the other. I'll find one. Space is running so smooth for Alan, but I'll find basically what you're talking about, the dome.
Yeah. So once you do this mass data collection, you do input of people's literal observations with a camera. Um, it'll start to show once in this AI model, once people start putting in their position on the Earth, and then just do a 90-degree, and that terminator line that in the sky of the equator, from where the stars switch positions, it's just a mirrored image from the what I believe to be a superfluid ceiling. So once we start putting all this data into this AI model and building it up over time, it's just going to be so obvious. It's going to be undeniable, and I just can't wait for that. I mean, to literally have something to hand someone that they've been, they use that against us, like in every argument. Well, where's your map? And where's your proof? And blah blah blah. So yeah, it's going to be a lot easier, I'd say, over time.
My main, or maybe not my main anymore, but an approach I had for a long time was to try to find like common ground, like what can we agree on, or at least come to an agreement on, while having different views about the main topic. And it's like once you fight tooth and nail to get common ground with Globers or different cosmological whoever, you seem like the conversation will get easier. Like it'll be a lot easier to process your thoughts, and they'll be able to process their thoughts, and you guys won't butt heads as much. I mean, it's a nice theory. It doesn't always work in this field, but hey, one can hope. Hey, Galatrax.
Good evening, good morning to some. How's everyone doing?
Hola, Gally.
Not bad, not bad. We're about to do a little watch party.
I heard, and Alan asked me to do a logical recap of it. The only thing is, I watched it with Alan, and I rewatched it with my girlfriend. So I'm like 6 hours into that 2-hour video. So I'll try to contribute some way, but I will say that Alan's hint is very relevant to the to the debunking of Kanikabime.
It's honestly an angle I never
your
expected.
Yeah, we love Galatrax's breakdowns and his timestamp documentation is fire. I think calling out fallacies is going to be like a really good segment to incorporate Galatrax. So, Dr. Galatrax, whenever you're ready. Oh, yikes.
Do you know that I initially did that because I was so angry at Red's rhetoric's treatment of sacred that I was so pissed because I was listening to it and I'm like 10 minutes in and like, this is fucking abysmal. Like, I have to, like, and I want to be able to talk to people about it, but there's so much garbage that I'm not going to be able to, like, reference it unless I have timestamps for everything. So I started writing down, like, okay, so here he did this. If I want to talk about it with anybody, I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, Red's just being really annoying. Let me skip through this video and try to find through all this annoying shit. So that's why I initially started doing that.
I'm so glad we have a witness, man. Yo, the deplorable treatment, just absolutely egregious. We did nothing to Reds.
Yeah, it's been quiet ever since. Just know that. Just know that. Anyway, how we feeling? I think I'm stabilized now. I can see the nest. Everything's smooth. Ethereal motherboarding. I think we're good, y'all. So let's do this. I'm gonna try 1.25. I think 1.5 may be a little bit too fast for the listeners. If we need to speed it up, we will. But we'll see if we can get through this fairly quickly. Everybody comfy? Got your popcorn? Hydrated? All right,
what are you playing second?
So yeah, basically, Witsit has been talking about having a debate with a PhD. Unfortunately, we weren't able to contribute when we wanted to. We were deterred last week, so we weren't aware that the deadline to find his PhD was Sunday. So unfortunately, we missed being able to help him out. We did compile a list, but it was just a little bit too late. Make Lying Wrong Again was one of the PhDs that we were planning on reaching out to. So it was super dope that he pulled up. Anyway, we found out that he was joining the Tim Pool podcast. Now, the Timcast, I don't really watch it. I'm not a watcher of Tim Pool, but obviously I know about him. He's got like 1.4, 1.5 million subs on YouTube. What is it? Let me just double check. About 1.4 million subs on YouTube. So he was saying, hey, this is a pretty large platform. And they invited me to come have a debate. And we're just looking for a high level conversation. And they decided to set the bar at having PhDs. So come to find out, Witsit and I believe Alex Stein did a 2v2 with two PhDs, one Ferg, Astronomy Live, he goes by, and was it Robert Parks? I think it's the other one. No, this is Sungenis. I'm sorry, Robert Sungenis. So this is the culture war, the flat earth debate. Now, this is not the first time Witz has been on a large platform. We did Alex Jones. Shout out to Flat Earth Dave. He also did Alex Jones. That wasn't a debate, but Witz was on Alex Jones talking to the other guy. So now we're on Tim Pool. And I'm very interested in seeing how this turned out. I got a few head nods by Alan. I'm looking forward to some of these refutations. I don't know. But yeah, man, let's get into it. Hopefully they don't hit me with no ads. Chill out, Tim Pool, man. You don't need to add me to death. So let's get it rocking. See how this goes. Put your predictions. Put your predictions in the chat if you got access. We still adding people to the community. It's our first community space, so it's dope. And so far, this was actually posted 16 hours ago. I'm already at 92,000 views. I can't see the dislikes is at 6K likes. I wonder if they did a poll. I'm not really sure. And almost 3,000 comments. So yeah, man, it's going crazy already. It hasn't even been a full day yet. So I'm going into this blind. I haven't watched anything. Some of the level heads already watched it because y'all know we be on it like that already. But I wanted to make sure that y'all get my, original reaction. So let's get to it. Sacred Reacts, Flat Earth Fridays, retweet, repost the space.
So Alex Stein comes on the show and starts talking about wanting to go to Antarctica. And I asked the audience, I said, look, it's your guys' memberships that help fund Timcast, the Culture War, the morning show, and all that stuff. Should we send Alex Stein to Antarctica to prove that the Earth is indeed not flat and is not an ice wall? 99% said yes.
God,
it's $30,000. And I said, okay, Alex, when are you going to Antarctica? So answer the question.
Well, I guess today we'll make that decision live on the show. But one thing I will say is that we have a great guy here by the name of Austin Witsit that is going to Antarctica on this expedition with ALE. So in a way, I kind of feel like I'm going because I trust Austin. So I saved you $30,000. So you're welcome, Tim. So,
oh, okay. All right.
And you should really, you could give me a check for $15,000 because we're not going to use it. And then we can just call it even.
We'll get you halfway to Antarctica.
I'll just go to Chile. Okay, but this is also, if everyone's like, oh, it's so easy to go to Antarctica. First of all, and Austin can elaborate further on this. You have to fly from Dallas to Santiago, Chile, then Santiago, Chile to Punta Arenas, the tip of Chile. And then you got to take a flight from Chile, from Punta Arenas, the southernmost part of Chile, and take a 4-hour flight and land on the ice in Antarctica.
So you think that the Earth is flat and there's a giant ice wall?
I do not believe in the heliocentric model that they described.
Heliocentric.
Well, obviously the Earth is, there's mountains, there's valleys.
But heliocentric means that the sun is.
Excuse me, I'm a geocentrist. I don't believe in
that. The Earth could still be round.
Yeah, theoretically, that's what.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna half the chat is like you're all stupid, and the other half is like LOL. So let's do a round of introductions for everybody before we just.
That's not true. Hey, how's that speed? That speed is good for everybody?
LOL.
Volume good?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're all in studio. Oh, so they're like face to face with it. This is pretty cool.
Jump right into the debate. Sir, would you like to start with your credentials, who you are, what do you do?
My name is Robert Sungenis, and I've written many books, half of them on science, and one of them is called Galileo Was Wrong, the Church Was Right.
Really?
That's a 3-volume, 2,200-page thing. So we cover the history, the ecclesiastics, the science, and anything else that's available to talk about. So that's one of my claims to fame. And the other is we put out a movie 2014 called The Principle. I don't know if you've heard of it or not. You haven't heard of it?
I've not heard of it.
This is yours.
Oh, all right.
Tim, you need to watch that documentary.
Oh, yeah?
It's a very good documentary.
Is it on like Amazon or any streaming service?
It's on streaming. You can buy it on Amazon. You can buy it for
Okay, cool. We can put it on afterwards. We'll put it on.
Sure.
Yeah, because we don't have a DVD player.
Oh, okay. Nobody does anymore.
Right.
DVD.
All right, so
That was a theatrical release.
Oh, okay,
In
cool.
2014, we started in Chicago, went to LA, and then 15 more cities in the US. It was on AMC, Regal Cinemas.
Oh, wow.
So it was a big deal, but it got shot down and it became a flop because we had a lot of enemies.
Do you want to pull your mic up a little bit closer?
Sure.
Just, point it upwards. Right. We'll get into all of that. So you're a doctor, though. I think that's important, right? You have credentials.
Yeah, I have credentials.
There you go.
All of them are in theology.
Oh, excellent.
But I was a physics major in college too, so I know some of the science.
Oh, very, very nice. All right, sir. How about you? Good. So I hear you're going to Antarctica?
Yeah. My name's Austin Whitsitt. I run the channel Whitsitt Gets It. Didactic, maybe. So I just dove into cosmology a lot over the last few years. So that's my primary focus. It is not what we have been told. It is cosmology. And yeah, I did a lot of activism during the 2020 range. So that's kind of what started me down making content. So yeah.
It was looking good in the blue blazer. All right, let's get it.
I primarily focus on cosmology, and I'm going to Antarctica.
All right.
And should be exciting.
And you think the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Austin's the number one when it comes to flat Earth, backwards and forwards. This guy knows it better than
all
in the world.
And we got one more gentleman with us. Sir, who are you?
So my name is Scott Ferguson. I run the channel Astronomy Live. I have a PhD, but it's in neuroscience. But Austin invited me to come here today, I guess, as a representative for the mainstream science. So I do amateur astronomy.
Bro, you should see this man's laptop. He got like 20 NASA stickers.
I develop a lot of software for tracking rockets and satellites.
Sorry, can you put your mic closer?
Yep. Yeah, so I develop software for tracking rockets and satellites with off-the-shelf telescopes. Film a lot of rocket launches, film a lot of satellites, ISS, all kinds of stuff. I've measured the radius of the Earth, the distance of the Sun, the distance of Mars, the distance of various satellites. So yeah, I mean, my amateur astronomy hobby probably has some applicability, but for full declaration, like my PhD in neuroscience is irrelevant to the discussion today.
I watched a video on X, and it was a rocket launch, and the rocket gets way up, and then all of a sudden it explodes. And I was told that it was the rocket hitting the firmament and blowing up. And that
Let him know, Tim.
It's funny though you say that because there's videos online, Tim, of like a little kid being like, "Daddy, why is that rocket curving?" If you ever see a rocket launch, they always do curve.
It's the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, right. Man, I'm sick of this. And then this
And the
because
Coriolis.
my biological stepfather, Tucker Carlson, I love you very much, Tucker. Thank you for everything you do. He came on my show and we debated flat Earth a little bit, and he's like, "Well, I don't think it can be flat because snipers have to factor in the Coriolis effect." Yet, if you talk to any sniper, they never have to do that calculation. There's not a sniper that's
Actually, there is a clip with Tucker Carlson saying, "Hey, I'm not really sure if it's a flat Earth or a globe." We might have to go find that on Twitter. I'm pretty sure probably do a little research for y'all. I don't even know if that's his updated position. I seen the clip. Just saying.
ever done that in battle, done a Coriolis mathematical equation to figure it out.
Well, Google says you're wrong. And
Google, Google also says, what does it say? It says a man can have a baby. So, I mean, Google says.
I got to be honest, though. That actually does make it challenging to a certain degree. Obviously, you can measure these things. But when Google tells you men can get pregnant, it does call into question a lot of the claims they make, because we're like, hold on there a minute. But without diving into that subject, there's an interesting point about whether we trust mainstream acceptable knowledge, right? And so if we go back to hundreds of years, and you'll know this better than me, but when the view was that we were a geocentric solar system or universe, that was the mainstream view, was it not?
Sure.
So people generally accepted the Earth was the center of the universe.
Well, the Greeks were divided.
Oh.
Pythagoras was a geocentrist. By the time of Aristotle, same thing. But Aristarchus of Samos was a heliocentrist. And that's where Copernicus got his model from, Aristarchus. Copernicus didn't really do much work, measuring planets and all that. So he got it from the Greeks, but he got the same model that was built on circles. So his model really didn't work well until
I actually have a tweet about Aristarchus, because I remember like about a year and a half ago, they was pressing me about that. And I did a little bit of research on Aristarchus, and he had a lot of presuppositions I'm gonna try to find it. And I'm gonna post it up top.
Kepler came along and put them in elliptical orbits, and it worked a little better, but it still wasn't perfect. But Copernicus basically was copying from the Greeks.
So what's your view? You think it's a geocentric solar system or universe? How would you describe it?
I do, yeah. And with Newton, that was not allowed. Newton had...
Oh, wait, hold on. So Robinson Genesis is a geocentrist. Astronomy Live is a heliocentrist, but what, they just teaming up because it's globe?
Oh, dude, you're in for a treat. Syngenis crushes them on... sorry, yeah, dude, yeah, it's a great combo. Continue.
Let's go, bro. Let's go.
Had equations, F equals ma, and some other ones that only allowed a heliocentric universe. The rest of the universe was absolute and inert, had no effect on our solar system. So the way Newton figured things out was the sun's the biggest thing, has the most gravity. That means all the planets have to go around it, including the Earth. And that's all his system would allow because he dealt only with the solar system and forgot the rest of the universe.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Well, so is the Earth stationary?
Yeah.
So you do believe in a stationary Earth?
Oh, yeah.
What do you think about that, Scott? You don't believe in that, obviously.
No, I mean, so in general relativity, we can describe a reference frame in which Earth is centered and stationary, but general relativity says there is no preferred reference frame. You can't have an absolute reference frame in general relativity. It just doesn't work. So, you can describe things that way, but yeah, in my view, it makes sense that, the sun has the most mass in the solar system. Sure, you can describe a reference frame where Earth is stationary, but you could equally describe one where we go around the solar system barycenter. I'm not a heliocentrist in the sense that I think that our solar system is the center of the universe. Obviously, and I'm sure we'll get into it, but there's a lot of talk about the cosmic microwave background radiation, and that's basically a fragment from, the Big Bang, where you have this leftover radiation, and certain aspects of it seem to suggest that it aligns well with the ecliptic plane, which is the orbits that the planets go around the sun.
Yeah, that doesn't work for you, Berg.
Those alignments are not as exact as some make them out to be. And there's also the fact that we have an annual shift in the cosmic microwave background radiation. You can actually see a modulation of it as we go around the sun every year.
Yeah, but in the cosmic microwave background, it does, in that picture, it shows Earth as the center of the universe.
I got to do a pause real quick because we got fact checked by someone in the super chat already.
Yeah, that's not true. Google does say
no, I'm sorry. I Googled it and Google says no. So
it used to say yes.
Look at this. Google's AI says no. A person born with male reproductive organs and living as a man cannot get pregnant.
Wow.
Wow, that changed.
It says, however, some transgender men and non-binary people can become pregnant. Trump effect.
Well, it used to be yes. Oh, but back to the cosmic microwave background.
Yeah, back to the...
It says, if you do believe that is a real thing, right?
Of course.
Yeah, and it does show that the Earth is the center of that?
Well, what it shows is it shows certain alignments, but they're off by anywhere from 8 to 17 degrees if you convert it to ecliptic coordinates. So if you...
That's not much. I mean, you're making it sound like that's a whole big deal. It's not much.
But I think
you have...
Bro, ain't y'all on the same team? What's happening? Y'all understand what this is? Anyway.
Because you have the quadrupole, the octopole, the axis of evil, three that are different. And so they're going to be shooting up in different directions.
Those are all different from each other as well. They're all
but they're not different in the sense that they're looking at a different microwave radiation. They're just modulating it differently because now you have 8 harmonic.
But I'm saying they're not all co-aligned. They're off by 8 to 17 degrees. I mean, it's
but the middle of that 8 to 17 degrees is the axis of evil.
Right.
That's the issue.
What is that?
The axis of evil is a term given to one of those directions that is aligned almost exactly with our ecliptic plane, 23.5 degrees. Okay, so.
Hey, real quick, just a little sidebar. Y'all think Astronomy Live would have got this far to this platform without Witsit? Just saying.
If you're supposed to be out there in the remote recesses of space, like the Big Bangers think, you're just, the Earth is just out there with everybody else. It has no significance, no speciality. How is this radiation aligned with the Earth-Sun ecliptic plane? When it's just
coincidence. But again, my point is the alignment is not that exact. The quadrupole is.
It's enough for the scientists to say this is something.
They call it evil. Let's make sure everyone understands it. So in the globe model, they say the Earth is tilted at 23.4 degrees. So
and then but real quick, sorry, Austin's about to go on a very good rant, and we need to let him talk. But when you say that tilt, Tim, 23.4 degrees, subtract that from 100. What is that?
90.
90, bro.
What is that?
23.4. 23.66.6.
666. And then how fast is the Earth orbiting the sun, Austin?
66,600.
Is that true?
That is true.
He says yes.
That's true. And tell him, is that not true?
Heliocentric model.
So Earth's orbital velocity is constantly changing. There's no one exact value. And if you look at it
what's the average of it?
Average.
Well, I mean, that's about the average, but
Yeah, there you go.
Even the 23.4, that's not exact either, and it's constantly changing. We actually have to calculate this. Anytime we do coordinate conversions to ecliptic coordinates, we have to take the current obliquity of the ecliptic. The tilt of the Earth is constantly changing slightly.
Yeah, he's right.
But you're just saying that, right? Like, this is the thing. This is what always happens. People just beg the question and assert the model and then equate that to being true.
But I measured. That's the
you didn't
beauty.
measure the Earth being tilted. What you did was you looked at the sun, you reified and assumed your model. You assumed the causation of the ecliptic plane was actually the Earth tilted. That's what you did. So what we see is
okay. What was it just said? You did not measure the tilt of the Earth. You wasn't outside the Earth's frame and then measured it. You seen where the sun's position was, and then you did like some math magics, mental gymnastics, and assumed the consequence. Basically, keep moving.
The audience understand. We see the sun move in a certain path. They're claiming it looks tilted because the Earth is tilted and it's an illusion. They also claim that what's called the analemma, so the sun does this like extended figure eight that isn't perfectly symmetrical if you time lapse it throughout the year. They say that's because we're moving and it makes it look like the sun is moving. So obviously just in very simple terms, we're saying, oh, the sun is moving. That's why we see the sun moving. You're claiming it's an illusion. So you actually have the burden of proof just on its face. Right? What always happens is...
But also,
real quick. Sorry, just put a pin in it. I'm curious, if you have a geocentric view, why is the sun doing a figure eight?
Well, the analemma is complicated. I mean, I do cover it in the book here, but there is a certain, and the analemma actually moves itself by a few degrees.
What is that?
It's
that's the figure eight.
How the sun is going to, it moves daily, okay, and yearly. There's two different movements of the sun. The analemma is going to go by the yearly movement, okay, so that's why it makes a complete figure eight. You get the same thing when they put satellites up over the Earth. They make a figure eight. You can make them make a figure eight. You can.
Y'all remember when Flurf called it analemma the enema?
I think you mean dirt enema.
Yeah, enema dirt.
Make a circle. You can make them do anything depending on how fast you make the satellite move and the tilt that you want it to have along the equator. Okay, so the sun has a certain tilt, 23.4 degrees, and it's going to go longer in the north than it does in the south. So you're going to get a figure eight that's going to represent the different speeds of the sun compared to where the Earth is. And it's complicated, but
my point is simply whether you believe that the Earth is going around the sun or the sun is going around the Earth, you can still measure that. You can still measure.
Sure. Yeah.
Of course, it's an observation. You're assuming the cause of the observation is the Earth is moving.
But you said
actually it's even worse though. Like,
no,
let's just use it like really simple terms. Occam's razor. So if you have you have two different explanations for the same cause or phenomena, right? You're going to go with the simplest one that requires least amount of assumptions if they're both viable. And then if you're going to claim that there's something else that requires more assumptions, you got to verify it. It's actually way worse than this though. It's been scientifically proven with empirical measurement that the Earth is not moving. And we've actually shown that the interferometry correlates to periodicity of the sun, meaning that the solar motion, how light travels and changes based on the time of year. So it is empirically proven that the Earth is not moving. So not only do we not just grant it to you, right? Because you're just saying the model as if it's true.
Yeah, I think he understands that. And I want to.
How do you know that, Rob? Don't be speaking for this man. He will never admit that. I wish he would admit that.
Take off from where you left off with general relativity and then go back to his point, if you don't mind. It might take me a couple minutes, but so you admit with general relativity that the sun can go around the Earth or the Earth can go around the sun, right?
You can describe it that way.
Well, Einstein has to be real for you to describe it that way. I mean, in other words, you just can't say it's possible. I mean, we could have one of those scenarios as the true system, correct?
No.
Why?
You can't have either scenario because it doesn't have a preferred frame of reference.
What's it?
Meaning general relativity. General relativity doesn't allow you to have.
Okay, but here's the point I was trying to make before. Whereas Newton would only allow a heliocentric system, general relativity allows both a geocentric and a heliocentric system. So with the medieval science of Newton, we're never going to get a geocentric system. But with Einstein and Mach, we're going to get it as a possibility. So then it's just a matter of determining which one's the correct one.
No, it doesn't work that way, because to suggest that there is a correct one would be to suggest that there is an absolute reference frame. You just
look, we see the stars and the sun go around us every day, right? One of them has to be correct. Either the Earth is moving or the sun is moving around the Earth.
From a general relativistic point of view, you don't have any particular reference frame. You can't make an absolute statement.
You're basically arguing solipsism. You're saying there's no objective truth at this point.
According to general relativity, there is no absolute reference.
General relativity doesn't make philosophical claims about objective truth.
But from our perspective, you're saying that the reference point of how we see the stars and everything moving is the sun is the reference point. We are going around it. That's how we perceive the universe.
That is a useful reference frame in a lot of circumstances. there are some reference frames, like if I'm measuring the motion of a satellite, the first reference frame I'm using is actually one that has my telescope at the center of the universe. And if I'm predicting a solar eclipse and predicting the path of a solar eclipse, I actually use the moon as the center of the universe. So I'm using a selenocentric reference frame. But that doesn't mean I believe that the moon literally is the center of the universe.
Of course. It's also incorrect, actually. When we map out eclipses, we use ECEFs. We do not use we map out the eclipses with an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed system. Satellites use Earth-centered, Earth-fixed system. You have to actually transform it to an ECI.
But his point,
Austin, that's not what I've done, though.
Come on now.
You're talking about maybe something someone else has done. I've personally predicted the path of total solar eclipses, and I've done it using a selenocentric reference frame. I've published this on my channel.
Well, you could use an Earth-centered reference frame too.
And that's what NASA
your
actually
point.
does. That's what NASA actually does.
Okay. So let's going to go back to the same point. Is it doesn't matter what reference frame you use. You know you see a reality when you look into the sky that something's going around something.
Do you agree?
You can't have them both going around each other.
Why not? You can. I mean, general relativity says you can define whatever reference frame you want. And like I said,
yeah, but we deal with the reality.
Define it as the center.
So this is just real quick. This is an interesting dynamic. I actually kind of like this. I thought it was going to be more of like a 2v2. Maybe we'll end up turning into that. But it's kind of like just an open discussion and just like throwing their ideas around. But most of the debate has been between the two PhDs. Just saying.
Dude, like I said, it was really good because it kind of starts off as like a back and forth rather than like, not that.
Right.
The telescope, sometimes it's useful to define it as the solar system barrier.
Well, we understand
real quick. Isn't it in the conventional model that everything is sort of going around each other, that two bodies impose gravitational
I mean, that's how Newton got to the heliocentric version. He said that there's a center of mass between the sun and the earth.
Yeah.
But since the sun is bigger, the center of mass is going to be more inside the sun than it would ever be to the earth.
So, but the earth does pull on the sun, it's just negligible.
Negligible. Yeah. So, but the fact is, you can have that system where the earth is going around the sun. Okay. Or to explain what we see in the sky, the sun and the stars can be moving around a central earth. And general relativity allows that. His thing is like, well, it doesn't make any difference what general relativity allows. It can't pinpoint what the actual thing is. Well, I agree. I agree. The fact is that it allows it. So we can't base our decision on what Newton said, because that's what everybody does today.
But isn't the simplest argument, I suppose, is that when you map out the pattern of planets in a geocentric model, they're kind of erratic? And
no, they're not. That's what they make it look like. In the Tychonic model, they're all going around the sun, same as they're doing in the heliocentric system. The only difference is the sun's going around the earth at the same time it carries the planets in the Tychonic geocentric system. Yeah. So it's a very simple system.
We talk about this all the time. Neo-Tychonic system, which it been telling y'all, oh no, it's no, no, y'all hear the PhDs, y'all hear them.
As a matter of fact, so the one that's complicated is the heliocentric system.
Let me try. You're saying that the sun does move around the earth and the planets are being pulled on by the sun as well?
That's right. That's right. So it's almost like a mirror image of the Copernican system, except that the sun's going around the earth.
But so real quick, I'm trying to understand this. So the sun has pull on the planets.
Yeah.
And do you believe the sun then is not as massive? It's smaller?
No, same sun in both systems.
But is it
what
just...
we have now is another force involved because the universe is rotating.
Yeah.
And that's going to cause centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces on the solar system. And it's going to make that sun go in complete tow by the forces of the rotating universe around the fixed Earth.
And so just to clarify.
Y'all heard that? All of that Coriolis, Euler, all those forces explained from a geocentric framework if the cosmos are in rotation.
You're saying the Earth is then fixed. It cannot be moved.
Right.
Like let's
rotate.
Hold on. I want to ask Robert a question here because I'm curious about this. Let's say that you took a SpaceX Starship and you went to Mars and you had a family and your family grew up on Mars. How would they perceive the universe? Would they perceive the sun going around Mars instead?
They're going to see it from the Mars point of view. And I have no problem with that. The question is that the real system? You can go on Pluto and live if you want, and you're going to see everything revolve around Pluto.
Right.
That's not the issue here.
So that drives my question then. What is your evidence that it is Earth as opposed to if you grew up on Mars, you would feel like it was Mars?
We've done physical tests on the Earth.
That's where Austin comes in.
Yeah,
that's where I was going to go next.
Proven it. We have Aries failure, stellar aberration. It doesn't change when you introduce an additional medium. We have Michelson-Morley, and we can get all these. But interferometry, I was right. Then Michelson-Go person match the sidereal rotation. I'm actually trying to scattergun. I want to make sure that the audience is following here. So we have Newton. You have the idea that the sun's really huge. It has the most gravity. The planets move around, and so it's logical that the Earth would also move around.
So Austin, let me ask you a question.
So then Mach came along.
You know, he's high sensor. Hold on, he get the cooking. Relax, Mr. Fergie.
And said, wait up, Newton didn't even think about the rest of the universe. He thought the sun was the center of the entire universe. So when we actually take his theory even and we apply it to a rotating universe, the angular momentum of that whole universe would outweigh any effect of the sun, and the Earth could be in the center. This spills over into relativity as well. Now, I actually reject all of this. I reject the claim sizes. I don't even believe in all that. But it's misinformation. It needs to be pointed out that even in the Newtonian and Einsteinian models, the Earth could be in the center. So what we need to do is go back to Earth, look at the actual test, the empirical evidence. What does the empirical evidence show? Instead of this woo-woo, we can't know the truth, it could be anything. What does that serve us? We did tests on the Earth that proved that the Earth is not moving.
Well, let me go back to the very first test.
Can I look that up? Like what were the studies? What were the tests?
So let me go back to the first
Aries
one.
failure.
Aries.
How do you AIRY? Now Wikipedia is going to do what
here we go.
Wikipedia does. Just so you know.
I want to ask Austin this because, okay, so Aries failure. So for people who don't know, and I'm sure Tim's going to pull it up here in a second. But
Flat Earth Wiki, should I do that? Well, that's the debunk.
Hey, Proud. Search up Ferg's tweets and see if he was this kind in the timeline. Just do your thing. Do your thing, Shorty. Do your thing. Because I got to see this. This ain't no way.
Do tweets that Reds tweeted or made him tweet count, or just?
I kind of want to see it. I don't know. I'm just saying the tone ain't the same of what I was remembering from the timeline, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong.
Understood. Views are not their own and all. I'll do some research.
Excited, but it's good. It's still good. It still can be good because all of them are going to say what's not true, which is very telling.
So Aries failure, for those who don't know, I'm sure the audience may not be familiar with this, but it involves a telescope filled with water because light travels slower in water. Would you agree that light travels slower in water?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you have a water-filled telescope. The principle behind Aries failure, which this experiment goes back, before Einstein. At that time, physicists believed in the ether, that light was entrained in this ether and that it was called the undulating theory of light, that light was traveling through the ether, a medium. They thought it was necessary. So basically, you have a water-filled telescope pointing at a star. Now, you have stellar aberration because light acts a bit like when you're running in the rain. If you accelerate, you have to tilt your umbrella down to catch the rain. And so starlight acts that way. As we go around the sun, the starlight is deflected slightly by Earth's orbital motion, at least in our model, right? And so if you point a telescope at a star, you have to correct for what we call stellar aberration, the deflection of that starlight. Now, if you fill that telescope with water, the thought was if the starlight is entrained in ether, and think of this as a medium that Earth is moving through around the solar system, then if you slow the light down, but if it's trapped in the ether, it's still going to have lateral motion in the telescope consistent with Earth's orbital motion, and that won't be affected by the water.
Okay.
And so, no, let me finish. So what happens in reality is you have a photon of light entering the telescope, slowed down by the water, but the water doesn't have any preferential way of knowing, oh, this vector towards the bottom of the telescope, I'm going to slow it down in this direction, but I'm not going to slow it down laterally. It doesn't work like that. But it would have, at least in theory, if ether were real and it were entrained in the ether. The idea was it's still stuck in the ether. It's still going to have this lateral motion caused by Earth's orbital motion. But because ether doesn't actually exist, and that's what the result actually showed, that photon was coming straight down the tube, the same as it did without the water present. So Aries showed no effect on stellar aberration. The amount of stellar aberration in the water-filled telescope was the same. But the whole reason they expected it to be different was because of ether, the idea that it was going to be entrained in ether and move laterally. So Austin, my question to you is, if you had your water-filled telescope on Mars and you point at a star, will you see stellar aberration consistent with Mars's orbital motion, or will it be affected by water?
If you went to
Yo, Winston has been trying. He's like, yo, I'm loading a full clip on his head.
Arnia, what would be your favorite color? I don't go to Mars, and that's irrelevant. It's a deflection. I'm going to correct. What he just said was the mainstream version. They do this with all truths, by the way. That's why we're going to have a Wikipedia truth box at the bottom of this channel, and they have to misrepresent this test, and it has nothing to do with ether.
Yo, I'm looking at it right now. Wikipedia says flat Earth is archaic. Yo, what's it called?
Let me pause real quick. So just don't forget what you're going to say. I want to stress one of the challenges is earlier we were mentioning, Google, the argument was Google says men can get pregnant. Well, Google says it's not, but I will stress Wikipedia is full of lies.
Yes.
And so if you look up my wiki, it claims, and this is totally irrelevant to the conversation, but it's relevant to Wikipedia. At some point they added that I was a proponent of and sought out ivermectin, which is just could not be more false. I argued against it to Joe Rogan on his own show. How they could put in something so false, and all of these editors are like, no, it's true. Tim Pool did this. And I'm like, watch the Rogan episode. I told him, no, I said, it doesn't work. That, whether you agree or disagree on any of the arguments being made on Flat Earth, presents a troubling scenario where the average person cannot figure out what is to be trusted.
That's one of my favorite things about astronomy, is anyone can look up. It is the most open science there is.
There's no astronomical observation that proves heliocentrism. It all works from a stationary Earth. But I don't want the point to get lost. I don't want the point to get lost. You just went on a long time, and you just said we can read on Wikipedia. The problem with it is, if what Wikipedia is showing is a lie, And you can prove it by going and reading the papers and looking at Airy's actual documents. Have you done that?
I have, and he says that it had a profound impact on the undulating theory of light.
Okay,
because
wait.
it was necessary for that lateral motion of the photon.
You said that 4 times. Now
that's what his paper said.
Okay, now I'm going to point out why you're wrong. So you actually claimed, just so the audience to understand, you have to look at a star with a telescope, and to keep the star in the center of your telescope, you have to tilt it, because it comes in at an angle. So the analogy he used is a good one. It's like rain. If it's raining straight down, but you run through it, even though the rain's falling straight down, it's going to look like it's coming at an angle. And if you run faster, the angle is going to increase, right? So the idea is the Earth is moving around the sun, making the star look like it's coming at an angle because of the orbital velocity of the Earth. Now, he claimed at the beginning that's why we have stellar aberration, because of orbital velocity. We had nothing to do with ether. You claimed that it comes at an angle because of orbital velocity. What he pointed out was, well, wait, if water's going to slow down the light, that's going to increase the amount of time it takes for the light to get through the telescope. It would be like speeding up in the rain. So it should actually increase the angle. It did not. Has nothing to do with ether. The fact that it may also have an implication, sure, because either light's in the medium or it's not. The test isn't about the ether. The test is about actually isolating the causal mechanism of stellar aberration. So my question is, if you're claiming that it does tilt because of the orbital velocity initially, you claimed that was the cause of stellar aberration, why didn't it change when you increased the amount of time it took the light to get through the telescope?
Because the water slows it down on all axes.
Now, real quick, can you define stellar aberration for those that don't know?
So stellar aberration is what I was talking about with how the rain, if you're running in the rain, you got to tilt your umbrella down. But it could also be the wind is blowing the rain at you, and that's why you have to tilt your umbrella down. But regardless of that, the idea is the stellar light, the light of the star, is deflected either due to our motion around the sun, or if you want to believe the sun's motion and the universe's motion around us. But it's that relative motion that's causing it to deflect. And so depending on what time of year you look at a star, it's going to be in a very slightly different place. It's about 20 arc seconds different depending on which time of year you're looking at the star.
That's the aberration, just to make it.
That's the basic aberration. So that's stellar aberration in a nutshell. Now, what Austin is suggesting is that we should see a different deflection, even without ether, that we would see a different amount of deflection if we slow the light down in water before it reaches the end of the telescope. But the problem with that is that it suggests that water would have some way of knowing that, this vector towards the bottom of the telescope, I'm going to slow it down that direction, but I'm not going to have an impact on the lateral motion due to Earth moving. No, that doesn't work that way. It's going to slow it down, and it will still reach the bottom of the telescope in the same angle that it came into the telescope on, and that's exactly what happened.
Okay, so let's make sure that makes literally no sense. It is the Earth is moving underneath the starlight. As it goes through the water, it's going to slow down. Now the Earth has moved further underneath the star than if it had gone through without the water, because now it's taking the starlight longer to get to you. The Earth is going to keep supposedly moving 67,000 miles per hour. That means it's going to have a greater angle. There is no even mainstream academic rebuttal to this. So your hand wave dismissal, claiming that I'm invoking the sentience of water, doesn't even make any sense. So you've been patently wrong.
Not a hand wave.
Sentience of water. That is funny as hell.
Dismissal. And you're assuming, your description of it there has an implicit assumption that because Earth keeps moving, that the light will have a greater deflection in the water. That would imply that this inherent motion caused by Earth's motion, this stellar aberration, has some way of still manifesting differentially from the downward motion of the photon down the telescope tube. It doesn't have any way of doing that.
That's what you claimed. You claimed the reason it came in at an angle was the Earth was moving.
The reason it came in at an angle is because the Earth is moving. But when it hits the water, it slows down, but it slows down equally in all directions. That means the angle through the telescope is still the same, and it still reaches the bottom of the telescope.
What makes a difference whether it's going lateral?
But that's my point. It doesn't. It's a
okay. So then why are you adding that in there? Then? You keep saying that
because Austin's description implies that it's only going to slow down as far as how far vertically it's coming down. Imagine the stars right above you. How slow it's coming down the telescope, right, vertically. But in order for it to have a different angle of deflection due to the water, it has to continue to move at the same rate laterally that it did when it entered the telescope. But that requires ether, because if it doesn't, if the ether isn't there, because if the ether is not there to entrain it, then there's nothing to cause it to deflect at a different angle as it comes down the water.
Wow.
It'll simply slow down along its velocity vector, which in this case, in my example, is vertical. It'll just slow down, right? It's not going to go.
The Earth is still moving.
Earth is still moving underneath it.
Right. The Earth is
contradicting yourself. You're claiming it causes an angle change because of the Earth moving underneath it, and then you're turning around and claiming that the Earth moving underneath it wouldn't cause an angle change.
Yeah. I'm not claiming an angle change during the water transit, though.
Do y'all think that Astronomy Live doesn't understand this? Or do you think that he just doesn't want to concede? Y'all tweet at me and let me know. Because, I mean, he has his own, well, quote-unquote teammate. I guess I don't know if it's really teams for real, but, I mean, Robertson Jennings is a globe earther, geocentrist, and he's siding with Whitsitt right now. And he's telling me exactly what's wrong. Like, bro, it's about motion. Like, you keep invoking these other abstract points that doesn't matter. So I'm interested in hearing from the audience if you think that Astronomy Live doesn't get it because he doesn't want to concede the point, or doesn't get it, or if he just doesn't want to concede the point. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. This is interesting back and forth, man.
Oh,
You
you're claiming
can't pick and choose. Either it's causing it or it's not causing it. And there's no mainstream academic.
This is the explanation, though. It's already angled when it enters the telescope tube, right? It's not going to suddenly change angle because water's slowing it down. Because water's slowing it down in all directions. So you can't have an angle change unless something is entraining it, which would be ether.
We can move on. I think.
Okay, we can move on from this, but Tim, I want you to pull up Werner von Braun's tombstone, and obviously.
Oh, I forgot about Alex Stein. He's still here.
These guys are doctors, scientists, astronomers. I'm not a scientist whatsoever. Obviously, I'm an idiot. But this is why I believe in this stuff. Now, if you type in Werner von Braun, you type in his headstone, it has Psalm 19:1.
Yeah.
If you look up Psalm 19:1, and for the people that are playing at home that don't know who Werner von Braun is, Werner von Braun was a Nazi that we brought over during Operation Paperclip, and a lot of people called him a Nazi. They call me a Nazi. But believe it or not, our space program was created by an actual Nazi.
Yeah, we took him, right? Like
Yes,
with
Operation Paperclip. We not just took him, we took a lot of their.
What was the Japanese? What was it called? There was two operations, weren't there? We took the Japanese scientists and the Nazi scientists.
Well, Paperclip's the one we took after World War II. We took, and then Russia got a lot of
Unit 571 or whatever.
Russia got a lot of like the technology. But my point is, I think it's very
731. Wait.
So that Werner von Braun Psalm 19:1, and if you look that up, if you look this up, this is the architect of our space program, right, Scott?
So fun story about that. Before I even knew about this tombstone, I like to play video games occasionally. I have an Xbox 360 profile. That's how old I am, right? And my old Xbox 360 profile, I'm a Christian. I had that same.
Hey, yo, Ferg, fire that Halo. I get to sniper you. Don't play with me, man. Halo it up, gang.
Or on my Xbox 360 profile, but it doesn't mean that I think that there's a physical dome. It refers to.
Let me read it. So, Werner von Braun, 1912, 1977, Psalms 19:1, which reads, "The heavens declare the glory of God; the skies proclaim the work of His hands."
And in some translations, they refer to the heavens as the firmament.
That's the actual Hebrew.
In the Hebrew, it says firmament.
Firm, stereom as the Greek.
King
Let's
James?
try. You want me to do King James? Which version of the Bible?
King James.
Yeah, King James.
21st century King James.
Sure. Yeah, there you
The
go.
heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth His handiwork.
Yeah, and this will spill over into a theological debate. Obviously, the biblical cosmology.
So Elon's faking it.
So,
Maybe.
so there's all,
Maybe.
I mean,
maybe.
all kinds of who knows what happens when you get up there, how far you're going.
Elon's whole mission is to shatter the firmament to escape the realm, or what?
It's funny because I hope this gets clipped, and I hope Elon sees this, because Elon all day long brags about how these rockets are, taking off and going to.
Hey, chill off, Elon, man. Don't let them destabilize us. Relax, Alex.
The ISS or whatever. Yet, Tim, this is a provable fact. The farthest that NASA has ever sent a rocket is
the moon.
1969 through 1972, the Apollo moon missions that went through the Van Allen radiation belt, which, that's a whole kid caboodle. Like, how are we able to get this film through this deadly radiation back and forth? How did that work? But my point is, we had rockets that could go 257,000 miles in 1969. And today, the farthest we can go is low Earth orbit, which is, what is it, 120 miles? What is low Earth orbit? How far is it?
500.
Yeah, like 500. I'm saying, so rockets in 1969 could go 257,000 miles, and now the farthest we can go is 500 miles. It's a pretty big reduction considering it's been 60 years.
Elaborate on that. What do you mean it's the farthest we can go?
The farthest we can go right now, Barack Obama, you can pull it up, it's called low Earth orbit. That's where the ISS is.
The question is, are you talking about the limitations of technology?
But we didn't have that limit of technology in 1969.
No, I'm asking if that's what you mean, because if I said I can't get to the gas station, am I talking about running there? Am I talking about driving a car there? Is my car broken? Like, when you say the farthest, okay, my point is this. Did we have
Come on, Tim.
rockets capable of going that fast we no longer have? Or is the technology and knowledge of how to build those rockets missing?
Well, we had that technology and we destroyed that technology. That's according to NASA, is that we had the technology to go to the moon and we accidentally destroyed it. And not only did we destroy the technology and all the blueprints, but we also accidentally destroyed all the telemetry data that gives us coordinates of every point that the Apollo mission was orbiting the moon, or on its
I hear what you're saying, and the difficult thing is we're talking about the U.S. government, so it's kind of like,
do you trust them?
No, it's like, do you think they're competent? Do you think that they have accurate record keeping? The DoD just failed another audit like 7th time in a row.
$800 billion.
These people have no idea what they're doing in terms of records, and probably a lot of it's on purpose.
Well, this is how you know it's fake, though, Tim, because there's all these movies where they'll show like this is how you know it's fake, because there's like a DEI movie of like black women, and no offense, I love black women, I love Medea, but they literally made a movie that like a black woman with a calculator is able to hand compute our calculations to go to the.
What does that mean? It's fake.
Because a black woman can't sit there with a calculator. Have you seen it?
Why
is it explained?
Why are you emphasizing this? Yeah, it's black.
I'm a little confused, Alex Stein. A little confused.
What does that have to do with
it? It's nothing about the race. I'm just saying. No offense I don't think a woman could do it. It's nothing to do with.
But a man could.
But I'm saying that's a DEI. It's like they want to make you think like it was all because
no. The reason they made the movie was DEI. The person existed.
And I don't think they did much. But I'm just saying our space technology.
That's white supremacy, Alex.
Well, maybe a little bit. But our space technology is the only thing to retard. We have not gone further in space. We've actually traveled.
Alex, can you name any of the technologies we lost?
Yeah. We can't shoot all. Okay, first of all, I can't shoot the name off the top of my head, but I can tell you this much: when it goes to the moon landing, the manpower that it took us to get to the moon, we get to the moon, and the moon is 1/6 our Earth's atmosphere of gravity. Yet the rocket power that it took to blast off from the moon was not even 1/1000th the power that it took us to leave the Earth. And then on top of that, if you see,
now we're talking about the moon landing,
because the moon landing is involved in this, and you look at the moon landing clips where the blast crater is, there's no dust, there's nothing, there's not even dust on the.
Well, so we'll go back a little bit because I don't want to jump too far, but keep putting a tag on that. I want to miss that point. We lose technology all the time. It's actually like a well-known thing. I mean, one of the greatest travesties of human history was the burning of the Library of Alexandria.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows what information was lost? Probably a lot of stupid stuff was in there, but there's probably a lot of stuff that we're like, wow. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I mean this literally. Wasn't there something big about Romans had concrete that set underwater?
Yeah.
We're not quite sure how they did it.
We lost the formula.
Yeah,
didn't get it back until what, 17 or 1800s?
Yeah. And so when people say things like, "Oh, well, how come we can't do this now?" And I'm like, "Well, I got to be honest. Like, the priorities of the Cold War shifted dramatically, and then you're asking if a government bureaucracy with filing cabinets accurately tracked those filing cabinets." I'm like, "Yeah, right." they can't figure out how to. They just spent $70,000 on a conference table because they don't know who's spending what where. The government is broken and ridiculously inefficient. Your best argument against the moon landing is that the government's too stupid to pull something like that off. Well, they all.
Come on, man. I'm not trying to scapegoat the government, bro. Like, if they want to keep something, they're gonna keep something, bro. Like, for real. Trying to give them excuses now? I'm not hearing that.
Also, they also use incompetence as a cover too, right? Like they do that.
Thank
Real
you.
smart. Well, no. It's just a great cover where every time they do something wrong, it's like, oh, it was an incompetent mistake. One thing people don't know is because I heard Matt Walsh say, because I'm looking at Matt Walsh here. He says, He said, too many people will be in on it. But Krantz talks about how in the control room that the simulations were so good that no one involved would know. It got to the point where you couldn't tell the difference between the simulation and the fake. So, I mean, that's a whole conversation.
Well, let me ask you, Doctor, do you think we went to the moon?
I think it's possible to go to the moon, but I think it's very hard, especially in 1969, to send a man to the moon. That's where I have the difficulty.
And wouldn't they post up there be the best military positioning ever, right? Like you just be on patrol of the world.
Well, and you know we didn't go to the moon because we'd have a Coca-Cola sign on it. It would be the best marketing tool.
Well, they say that we put these laser reflectors on the moon.
Yeah,
it's hard to refute, because I don't know whether we went to the moon or not. But they say they bounce lasers off of these laser reflectors at the moon.
Yeah, exactly.
They were able to bounce lasers off the moon before they left.
They won't tell you that part.
Yeah, but if you move the laser a little off the retroreflector, you get a much lower signal. So what's causing it?
You admit that you can shoot a laser off the moon.
What's his name? What's the guy with the big lasers on YouTube here? Can't think of his name. Pyro. Let's get Pyro involved. I want to shoot lasers.
I was actually.
I know you ain't phoning a friend. What? What's this? This phone a friend tag team? What are we doing?
We're trying to get a connection, and then he trying
Right?
to slide a
Yo, go
connection.
call somebody. I need help. Bro, what is happening? Mind you, wasn't it like they sent like millions or billions of quote unquote photons, and they only get like one back?
Exactly. The argument isn't the amount or the strength of the beam. It's the fact that it was happening beforehand. So it's like your argument is invalid. Like what? This is like elementary flat Earth conversation.
101, bro.
Uh,
This is funny. You should see his face right now. He don't even believe what he's saying.
A long time ago, I was with some buddies and we were working on a laser project with crazy ideas of using refraction in the clouds to create a visible signal
40 minutes.
so that you could transmit data long range by using a high-powered infrared laser. And at the point of refraction, you would actually be able to point a lens at it and collect really low latency data, which could transmit communications simply by looking in the direction of where you know the laser to be. So to the human eye, they see nothing. There's no way to intercept a radio signal because the beam of light shot straight in the sky. You then use a lens capable of detecting infrared, and it can give you low latency data so that you can communicate over a battlefield without someone intercepting your signals or satellite communications.
Well, speaking of World War II, Austin, explain how the Germans were able to steal signals.
This is a
listen
big.
to this, Tim. You'll like this.
A big flat Earth proof. So, in World War II, the Germans developed so what they would do is they would fly the planes in blind, right? So no one knew. So it would be pitch black, and they would use radar beams to
Battle of the Beamsies.
guide the planes. And so they would use intersecting beams, and they would know, okay, this is where I need to go. That way no one knew where they were at. Then they thought, wait, we can do this kind of in reverse, and we can attack this way. We can show the plane where to drop the bomb if we actually intersect the beams. Once it gets there and it has a coherent signal, it'll know, oh, I dropped the bomb. So this was actually proposed to the British, and they turned it down because like, no, this won't work because the radius of the Earth is going to block those signals way before any tactical position. The Germans did it. And the Germans did it from 400 or 500 miles away. They intercepted these 2 signals, and first attempt just destroyed a warehouse that was manufacturing engines and stuff. And it should have been blocked at roughly 30 miles, according to the globe Earth math. And they sent it hundreds of miles and successfully blew up the building. I'm definitely open to some type of explanation for that, because that is not physically possible. And
Yo, Proud, you should see him look everybody in the eye. He said, I'm open to some type of reputation. Eye contact, eye contact. Yo, listen. Yo, I see you, gang. I see you.
has to have specific coherency. So, beams obviously they spread out and diverge as they go further, but it had to have a maximum width of a few hundred yards intercepted in a very precise way so that the plane could blow.
Now, here's the other issue. The Allies claimed that their ability to bomb so accurately at night was because they ate carrots. You guys know the story?
No.
Alan. Did he just say carrots? Did he just say the reason why they could see at night is because of carrots, bro?
Fly. Like, do not let nobody gaslight you into thinking that's going to improve your eyesight. Trust me. I got Coke bottle lenses. Don't let them lie to you.
Yo, it's over. Let's just close Flatter Fridays. It's over. Just go home, guys. Just go home. It's just carrots. Why didn't we think of that? It's a globe, bro. It's a globe.
You watched that episode of Schoolhouse. What is it? Miss Frizzle's class, where they went inside the cornea. And they went inside the cornea, and Jit turned orange from eating carrots or some shit. I promise you, that's what that stems from.
Yo, you see what's his face right now. He's like, I wasn't prepared to defend myself against carrots. Usually it's word salad. What? Yo, Tim Pool, man, you, man, I don't know, gay. I don't know.
A rumor was spread that there was right.
So that the plane could blow.
Now, here's the other issue. The Allies claimed that their ability to bomb so accurately at night was because they ate carrots. You guys know the story?
No.
A rumor was spread that there was high carrot consumption, which improved their eyesight, and that's why they were so good at hitting targets at night. When it was actually a technological development, they didn't want the Germans to know that we had. So my point in this is
high carrot consumption.
The challenge, obviously, for all of these conversations goes back to just like the standard philosophical: are you just trusting something you read? And so, how much of it is I did a study that could not confirm X, which is very limited data because you have to try and replicate it multiple times, and then depending on your view of modern science, you'd want some kind of peer review. So if you're telling a story about how the Germans did this thing, it's like, or they lied, or the Germans
they blew up the warehouse at night somehow, right?
Yeah, they had a spy, and they didn't want the Allies to know that they had a spy who gave them accurate information and timing and telemetry, etc.
Or they stole the signal. But Tim,
like this, the challenge is that there's good reason for. So one of the questions about aliens.
Not an ad. They'll off me, Tim.
Why does the United States claim, what these hearings where they're like, there are aliens here, and then you had that one guy in the 90s, I can't remember his name, but he's on Joe Rogan, he's talking about how he saw aliens. The purpose of that is actually relatively simple. They could be trying to convince our adversaries that we hold secret technologies that could destroy them, that they can't figure out what we have. So for the Germans to say like, oh, we did this thing with radar, the US is like, but that's impossible, we can't figure it out. The confusion and the fear in your enemy is valuable to lie. So those stories could be, who knows?
Sure, but if we get to the point where we all agree, if we were to agree that would falsify the globe if real, now we've made like fruitful progress, right? Because then like, well, let's try to imitate this. Now, obviously, imitating that's not going to happen, really.
Occam's razor would suggest the Germans just lied.
Maybe it's actually acknowledged. It's acknowledged by even the Allies that they use this technology. And I'll even go a step further and tell you the supposed explanation as to how it happened on the globe. And this is all anyone's ever said is diffraction. That basically the Earth would block the beam and then it would fill back in behind it and it would keep doing that. The problem is that wouldn't maintain the coherency needed to intercept the beams. And I've never got a next rebuttal. So good point. Obviously, I wasn't there. I can't verify that. I've gone and tested the Earth myself. That's actually my primary reason.
You believe the Earth is round?
Yeah.
So what is how do you feel about
it? I don't know. I have never heard this before, so I'd have to investigate it.
Hold on, Rob. Come on, Rob. What you mean? Let's say you investigated it, Rob. Let's say you investigated it. What would be your refutation? You know what I'm saying? That's the easy way. I haven't looked at it yet. Like, I don't really, but just logically deduce, bro. If this really happened, then what? This is the type of stuff we would want these guys to like acknowledge, which is just still man in their position and we still don't even have no acknowledgement for none of the PhDs right now. The best argument we got was carrot consumption.
But your point, if I can elaborate on your point, that they could have lied, it could have been this, could have been that, and we don't know. Okay, so let's go back to this Earth fixed or not fixed issue. And there's another experiment that.
Hold on, but why you going to motion? We were just on geometry, gang. Ah, come on.
Was interpreted in two different ways by many scientists, and that was the 1888-87 Michelson-Morley experiment. Very simple experiment. You probably know about it, right? Okay, so if the Earth is moving around the sun at about 20 miles a second, and you shoot a light beam in the direction that the Earth is moving, that light beam should be impeded by space. At that time, they thought ether. Okay, so the space is a something. It's not a nothing, because nothing does not exist. So it has to be something. Something's going to impede that light beam, and they could tell you by how much that light beam would be impeded. They can figure it out. Okay,
the speed of the Earth.
Yeah. So here's the problem. It didn't show any resistance to the light beam, space. Okay? They couldn't measure anything. It measured just a little bit, but not enough for an Earth going around the sun. Okay?
They measured just a little bit, right? What'd you say, Son Janice?
It didn't show any resistance to the light beam, space. Okay? They couldn't measure anything. It measured just a little bit, but not a...
Just a little bit. So there was some motion detected. So you anti-flat earthers out there that's saying they didn't detect any motion, boy, just bomb down your head, gang. Stop it. Stop the cap. By the way, we at 47 minutes, 39 seconds, and I'm going to drop the link. I should have done that in the beginning. My bad, y'all. I didn't know that some of y'all might be wanting to follow me on this. I am reacting in real time, so you're gonna have to pause a little bit while I'm stopping and reacting. But I will drop it in the chat, or maybe probably will. Yeah, man, stop saying they didn't detect any motion. Flat Earthers has been saying, yes, they did detect motion, and we asking y'all what motion did they detect, because it wasn't enough for the Earth to be in motion. So you anti-flat earthers that acting so blind, acting like, oh no, there was no motion, but you know that there was a friendship. Stop capping. Stop lying. Stop being dishonest. We probably gonna clip this up and just gonna put it right in your threads every time you keep capping like that. Just stop saying that, John, bro. You don't have no explanation for that motion. You can't appeal to instrumentation error, because they accounted for that too. Get off your chat GPT, get off of Wiki, and get in the field with it. Stop playing with us, bro.
It didn't show any resistance to the light beam, space. Okay? They couldn't measure anything. It measured just a little bit, but not enough for an Earth going around the sun. Okay? So the obvious interpretation of that experiment is, well, the Earth isn't moving. That's why there wasn't any impedance of the light beam. Okay? But we can't have that, because we're all Copernicans, you see. We believe since the time of Copernicus that the Earth does move around the sun. So there has to be another explanation. This is where your lie may come in, you see. The explanation is there is no ether. And the light beam couldn't be impeded because the ether doesn't exist, which is a la special relativity. That's Einstein's special relativity in a nutshell. Okay? So here's another way to explain the same experiment as opposed to a fixed Earth. Which one's correct? Okay? So we went on for a while where, okay, Einstein has to be correct. We all want to be Copernicans. We don't want to kiss the feet of the Pope. So we'll take his explanation. Okay? And then 10 years later, Einstein comes back and tells us, well, the special theory really doesn't work all that well because it's in a pristine environment. You have no inertial forces, you have no ether, you have no nothing. And that's why the light beam can go the same speed. But what if we have a big universe where we have gravity, we have inertial forces, we have heat, we have all kinds of things that could impede that light beam? And so guess what? Einstein took back the ether that he had gotten rid of in the special relativity theory. Okay, so if you take back the ether, then how are you going to explain Michelson-Morley?
Yeah, and Wikipedia will tell you that that's Michelson-Morley disproved the ether, and everyone repeats that script.
Yeah,
they don't know what he just said.
So you think there is an ether?
Yeah,
definitely. But what is it? Explain what it is.
Yeah, it would be. There's many things it could be. It could be an electron-positron dipole, because they found that in the 1931 Anderson experiment. It could be Planck particles at 10 to the minus 35 meters in length. because we know that space cannot be nothing. It has to be a something. And if it's going to be a something, it has to be the smallest something that's possible to exist as matter.
So does that mean that if it's Planck particles or whatever, there's just like an infinite, not necessarily literally infinite, but just like a ridiculously large sum of all of them within and around us all the time? Or you're saying in a vacuum?
Yeah, because the atom itself is 99% empty space.
And that empty space, you're saying, though, is going to be something.
It's going to be something.
Yeah, and Tesla actually said that he believed it was a substance that was tenuous beyond conception, meaning like thinner than, so an actual homogeneous medium, basically, that it's like the air is right now, only it's an additional medium, but it's so thin that it's like beyond conception.
Yeah.
And a fascinating thing that I love to bring up, and we brought up on Timcast IRL 2 days ago, was the discovery of air as matter, the eventual discovery of air as its weight, and the eventual discovery of the composition of air, that early humans didn't understand that there was actually a matter in front of them.
Right.
They thought there was nothing.
Yeah.
And then as the story goes, there's a couple stories. One of them I just read the other day was that they flipped the bucket upside down and put it in water, and water wouldn't go in it. And they were like, there's something in there. And they're like, hey. And then it wasn't until, unless all of our understanding of science is wrong, which, you know, I say a lot.
Which it is.
The 1700s with, who did we look up? He actually figured out the weight of air. And then so it's fascinating. It's fascinating because we take so much for granted. Like the discovery of zero is fascinating in mathematics. Early humans didn't conceive of that in math and how it behaves and how it affected our understanding of the universe. So, you know, just simply put, to wrap that thought, there's so much we don't know that would dramatically change everything we think we know about the universe, which could happen as soon as humans discover another concept. Or, you know, zero is kind of fascinating because it's so obvious to us now. It's just ingrained in us. Yeah, zero, right? But there were generations of civilization where they were like, huh? And then somebody went, dude, it was an Indian guy, and he was like, look at this. And then they were like, whoa, that makes sense. Cool stuff, huh?
That's an important point, right? Is this like dogma is so antithetical to science or discovery and knowledge. Throughout all of history, someone's made a random discovery that shattered the current paradigm. Right? That's what happens. So every time the mob rule ridicules those who point out that there may be alternative or the evidence doesn't match it. Until that happens, everyone switches overnight. Right?
So, let me ask you, how do you explain gravity?
Gravity goes right back to the Planck particle, I think. Now, there's a lot of theories out there about gravity. But if this book is 99% Planck particle and, you know, whatever paper's made of.
But you just mean ether.
You could say ether. I mean,
but do you think it is Planck particle?
I think, yeah, it has to be the smallest possible material substance that nature allows. Because if it's not the smallest, then you're going to have something there between the particles that can't be nothing, has to be something. So now you're going to have to go back to the smallest possible particle and the smallest possible distance. This is all already known in quantum mechanics. Okay. So if everything is filled with Planck particles, then if you have matter made up of, you know, protons, neutrons, electrons, and that can exist in a Planck particle medium, then it's going to create a vacuum. Okay. Do you need me to elaborate on that?
Yeah, we'll explain. You're saying we're being pulled down by vacuum forces, or?
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. It's a vacuum force because you have matter impeding on the Planck particle, and now the Planck particle isn't at its optimal density. If it's not at an optimal density, and nature abhors a vacuum, then it's going to try to compensate for that lack of optimal density and start pooling. Whatever's out there, it's going to start pooling.
So do you think that there's a firmament and there's no space then?
See, now this is another issue about the firmament that we need to know, which is a lot of the theories are based on the fact that the firmament is a solid thing. That's why you have the picture of the dome. That's what you get in Genesis chapter 1, verses 6 to 9, that it's a solid thing.
Yeah, it looks like a glass barrier, right?
Yeah,
figuratively.
yeah. But whatever it is, it could be gold. Who knows? It's solid.
Radiation.
Well, that's not solid.
No, you're saying the presumption is that it's solid.
No, because that's what the Hebrew word means.
Oh, really?
I mean, that's why you get that's why you get the word firmament. It's firm.
Yeah, okay, in Greek it's stereoma, which means solid.
Yeah, but there's another facet to this Hebrew word, rakia, and you get that in the second part of Genesis 1 when it starts talking about the celestial bodies. It says God made the sun, the moon, and the stars and put them in the firmament. Okay, well, how can that be if it's solid?
Hey, real quick, was it the PhDs that brought up the Bible, biblical stuff first? Wasn't the flat earthers, right? I think it was the PhDs, right? Okay, just checking. Oh, the dude DM me talking about they said that they said that the sun had a 23.4 degree tilt. I don't know who that was. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to it on the second round. They said that. That's kind of funny. But yeah, I think it was the PhDs that brought up the Bible first. Just saying, bruh.
Starts talking about the celestial bodies. It says God made the sun, the moon, and the stars and put them in the firmament. Okay. Well, how can that be if it's solid?
They're wrong.
No, you got two meanings for the firmament. You got one that's solid and you got one that's ethereal. And that's where the celestial bodies can fit in. And if you follow the meaning of firmament, the rakia or raka, it's another derivative of it, throughout the Old Testament, you see those two meanings.
So let me try and get the gravity explanation then. So,
well, gravity's fake, and this is how we know, because it's all buoyancy and density, because this I can prove. Why does a balloon float, Tim?
Archimedes' law of displacement.
Which was discovered long before gravity, right? I mean,
oh yeah,
we put the little g in there now. So because gravity it comes from gravitas, which means heavy. So it just means that objects are heavy; they have a weight. As to what causes objects to have weight, that's the real question, right?
So So the issue then would be, I'm trying to understand, and maybe I'm getting it wrong. The Earth is massive, and with Planck particles occupying 99% of space, there is a massive vacuum that is the Earth pulling everything towards it.
Well,
to balance.
The Earth also has Planck particles in it.
That's what I mean.
Oh, okay.
So the Earth is effectively this gigantic structure with massive vacuum force pulling everything around it to it.
That's right. That's right. And
what's the conventional gravity theory of gravity?
So, and to be clear, I'm not a physicist. I'm just an amateur astronomer who enjoys looking at the stars.
Are you a doctor?
Oh, why don't you say that when you in the threads, gang? Next time you get the tweet down a flat earther, make sure you say that too. Matter of fact, we about to grab this clip too, Proud. All of a sudden. Now we want to talk to gravity. Now you want to talk gravity. All of a sudden you're not a physicist.
You got to remember I'm blocked, so Elon's new feature won't allow me to interact with him.
Wait. Fergie got you blocked, Proud?
Yeah, man.
Ferg. Come on. Crash out.
That's what I mean.
Oh, okay.
So the Earth is effectively this gigantic structure with massive vacuum force pulling everything around it to it.
That's right. That's right.
And what's the conventional gravity theory of gravity?
So, and to be clear, I'm not a physicist. I'm just an amateur astronomer who enjoys looking at the stars.
Are you a doctor?
I'm a doctor of neuroscience.
And we'll say doctor, but keep that part quiet.
You're a doctor.
Yeah, no, I don't know much about theoretical physics and about what causes mass to have gravity.
I'm gonna remember you said that, bro. I'm gonna remember you said that.
That's outside of my wheelhouse, to be honest. But
it's the theory of relativity. It says that gravity is the bending and warping of space. It's the effect of the bending and warping of space-time, and that it displaces the space-time, causes a gravity well, and basically objects fall inside this well. Back in the day, it was Newtonian, which is that matter inherently has some property that pulls things to it. And actually, Newton said that he couldn't understand it. It must be God doing it. And most people won't talk about that. He just said God must be doing it. He threw his hands up. He said there had to be an ether if it existed, because there had to be mutual contact between the bodies and stuff like that. But this is interesting because people will say, like, hey, stupid flat earther, what's gravity, right? But the mainstream model doesn't have a viable model for gravity. It's not even remotely close.
Is the flat?
Not to mention that he asked Ferg, what's gravity, and he's like, I ain't a physicist. I don't even know for real. Oh, it's like, oh yeah, hold my beer, bro. This is what they say actually. Ran through the whole thing and I'm about to destroy it. Bro, this is so hilarious. Like, why y'all be so arrogant? And then when y'all be in person, it be a whole different energy. Yo, I appreciate y'all not getting toxic when y'all on the mic. I really do. I don't want y'all to be toxic, but it's just super funny when y'all don't keep that same energy, bro. I ain't never heard Ferg ever say, I don't know how to explain gravity. Like, bro, y'all know how, this is 119 episodes, bro. We got a little bit of history with some of these guys. Bro, this is blasphemy, bro. I can't even believe I'm listening to this. Have you ever seen him tweet that, bro? I ain't see not a video posted. I ain't see a link to I don't know gravity. I ain't never seen this before.
To be honest with you, I don't really see him in the field. I just see him in the back chat.
Well, he got you blocked. He got you blocked. So that's not fair to ask you. He got a whole different account dedicated to talk about flat earth because he don't like to give people his platform, apparently. Even though we kind of bigger platform than his these days, just saying. I ain't counting though. I ain't keeping score. I'm just saying. Anyway.
Yeah, he said we were the small platform. Air quotes. But he didn't even talk about this on his main platform. So what was the reason?
I don't know, man. Affiliations or something. Who knows? This is crazy though. We have 57 minutes, 35 seconds. Hold on, let me just make sure that I tweeted this out. I'm trying to put it up in the nest for y'all. Hold on one second. I think I did tweet it. Did it post? Bro, it's not posting. 1 second, y'all. 1 second.
Uh-oh, do we have limits out here?
I don't know. I could have sworn I tried posting this and I don't see it. Anyway, I'm gonna send it to you, Proud, and you can post it out.
Okay.
Let's keep it rocking.
You know, and most people won't talk about that. He just said that God must be doing it. He threw his hands up. He said there had to be an ether if it existed because there had to be mutual contact between the bodies and stuff like that. But this is interesting because people will say like, "Hey, stupid flat earther, what's gravity?" Right? But the mainstream model doesn't have a viable model for gravity. Right, it's not even remotely close.
Is the flat Earth? I've read this, and it may not be the actual one, but what I've read was that the Earth is moving upwards.
No, total straw man. Total straw, insane straw.
But Austin, you don't believe in relativity, right? I mean, you don't believe that the sun is 93 million miles away. You don't believe that
you're conflating things. So I believe in the principle of relativity. I don't believe in the theory of relativity. It's ridiculous.
What's the difference? What do you mean?
Yeah, it's meaning that things are relative. Like I can be moving in a car and it looks like the tree's moving. Obviously, that principle is real long before Einstein was even a thing. But the theory of relativity is
matter of fact, Bellarmine used that against Galileo. The theory of relativity, principle of relativity.
Exactly. So but gravity doesn't work at all in the mainstream model. It's such a misnomer. In 1930,
How many of y'all think that they gonna try to clip that up? And be like, "Oh, Austin believes in relativity. He's finessing you flat earthers," and they gonna leave all this extra stuff out, right? Watch. I guarantee you that's gonna happen. It happens every single time he be having a conversation with these PhDs and these globe earthers, bro. They love taking this man out of context. I like how he explained that though.
Relativity, it's ridiculous.
What's the difference? What do you mean?
It's meaning that things are relative. Like I can be moving in a car and it looks like the tree's moving. Obviously, that principle is real long before Einstein was even a thing. But the theory of relativity is
matter of fact, Bellarmine used that against Galileo. The theory of relativity, principle of relativity.
Exactly. So but gravity doesn't work at all in the mainstream model. It's such a misnomer. In 1933, Fritz Zwicky looked at a coma cluster. So it's like a cluster of galaxies all together. And to keep the galaxies together, there had to be a certain amount of gravitational force, right? So gravitational field had to be certain strength. And it only had 1% of the mass needed based on the gravitational prediction. Gravity was off by 99%. To this day, it's off. Dark matter is what they called it. At first, they called it missing mass. Then they just plugged in the value to fix it, and now it's called dark matter, completely undefined. It's just invisible, effectively, is what dark.
Yeah, it's like we can't detect what it is. We don't know what it is, but it clearly has some kind of gravitational effect on.
We can see gravitational lensing in galactic clusters. We can see that we
what does that have
expect
to do with dark matter, though?
Because galactic clusters have a lot of dark matter, and so if you look
what
at
is dark matter?
If you look at galactic clusters, galactic clusters, we can see that
it's called dark matter, completely undefined. It's just invisible, effectively.
Hold on, I gotta hear this again. Hold on, sir. My bad, y'all.
Is what dark.
Yeah, it's like we can't detect what it is. We don't know what it is, but it clearly has some kind of gravitational effect on.
We can see gravitational lensing in galactic clusters. We can.
So he's saying this is evidence for dark matter because gravitational lensing and clusters.
See that we
what does that have
expect
to do with dark matter, though?
Because galactic clusters have a lot of dark matter, and so
so dark matter is true because of clusters and lensing because they have dark matter. What in the circular reasoning is going on, yo?
If you look
what
at
is dark matter?
If you look at galactic clusters, they seem to be lensing light. And if you tally up the mass that you expect to see in those galaxies based on the amount of light that you're getting from the galaxies, it doesn't add up. It doesn't seem.
Wait, it doesn't add up according to what?
So Wikipedia, our best friend, says dark matter is a hypothetical form of matter that does not interact with light or other electromagnetic radiation. Dark matter is implied by gravitational effect, which cannot be explained by general relativity unless more matter is present than can be observed. Now that's fascinating because that sounds to me, I hate to say it, but it sounds like they have this theory and they go, okay, well, the theory can't explain this thing, so something must be there then, I guess.
Exactly. It's almost religious. So
but I'm not saying it's wrong. It's like Sudoku, right? We figure this is what's there is thing here.
No! In the ad revenue?
We look at the numbers and we say 2, 5, or 6 must be in this space. So my point is simply, I think obviously the point of dark matter is that we don't know, and based on what we think about general relativity, we are plugging something in we've not yet discovered.
And it's been over a century.
It goes back further than that. What they're saying is that F equals ma, which was Newton's formula. Okay, Einstein's formula is G equals 8 pi tau, which is almost identical to F equals ma.
So what does F equal ma mean?
Force equals mass times acceleration. So m is the mass. So if you get these galaxies that are rotating 10 times faster than F equals ma will allow, what you have to do is increase the m of the equation. The m is the dark matter.
So you said you were a physicist?
I was a physics major.
Physics major.
Yeah, but I don't have a degree in physics.
I had a conversation with a professor once where this was 20 years ago. We were talking about string theory. I was reading a book on string theory and dimensions. And he said something like, yeah, well, now it's M theory and there's another dimension they just added. And he was like, the issue is that it seems sometimes like a lot of these guys have dedicated their whole lives to the research of this unified theory where they're trying to figure out what's going on. And to learn that 30, 40 years of research may have been in the complete wrong direction would be emotionally shattering to these people. Yeah. So instead of saying, maybe I'm wrong, they say, add another dimension to make it work.
Exactly. Same with relativity. Actually, PhD physicist Robert Bennett, you know him, shout out to him. I talked to him quite a bit. He said,
shout out to Robert Bennett.
Basically, it appears you're just gonna have to wait for some of them to die.
Like that's actually what I was told. That is a really fascinating conversation because I was reading a book on a couple different books on quantum theory and things like this, and what I was told was major shifts in science happen when generations of scientists die, because they over a lifetime they develop a view of the world that they're emotionally attached to, and that's not an insult, and it's not to say that they're irrational or angry. It's that they see the world in this one way and they see all these pieces, and it's hard for them to turn around and look at something different. Someone who's young comes in and is navigating the space from a different perspective, and they might notice something. So when the older generation dies, I mean, this literally explains geocentrism and heliocentrism. There's a generational shift, and then people now viewed the universe and became mainstream conventional that we orbit around the sun. When one generation goes, the new generation believes something totally different.
Well, this is a major part of it that people need to understand. It's the Copernican principle. It's the idea that the Earth doesn't.
That's what your movie's about.
Yeah, that's what the principle is referring to. Yeah, the Earth doesn't occupy a special or unique position. This is like a philosophy. It's that the idea the universe is so huge that it's illogical to think the Earth.
Let me give you a good example of how a scientist can be so biased when he's looking at that so-called evidence. Edwin Hubble, you've heard about him?
Yeah, he has a telescope named him.
Yeah, famous guy, famous astronomer, one of the most famous. We cover him in the movie. And in 1929, he used the Mount Wilson telescope in California, a 100-inch telescope. I mean, it's as big as this table. You could see galaxies for the first time in human history.
Wow.
We talk about this all the time. Do we got to throw up the Hubble tweet? Go ahead, Proud. Throw that Hubble tweet up for them. We are at 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 34 seconds. Robertson Genesis talking about Edwin Hubble. Let's get it.
So he saw them, but he saw something peculiar in these galaxies, and that was they all had a redshift of the light beams.
What year was this?
1929. Okay, and he wrote a book in 1937 describing all this called the observational, that's the key word, observational approach to cosmology. Okay, what do we see out there? How do we interpret it? Okay, so he sees the redshift of all these galaxies, no blue shifts. How do we, I mean, this looks like the Earth is in the center of the universe. He says it in the book.
Every direction, you see a red shift.
Right.
So can you explain redshift?
Yeah. When light travels, it can be disturbed, taken energy from it. And the light you see is going to shift more to the red end of the spectrum than it would to the blue end of the spectrum. Now, you know what light is because you see a rainbow. You see 7 colors. So it'll be like seeing a rainbow with more red than usual.
And so what does that imply?
That implies if you get redshift from every angle you're looking at, okay, and you get no blue shifts, that means we, the observer, have to be in the center of it all.
So I got a riddle for you guys. You are in a cabin with, how does this go? I'm going to ruin it. With 4 windows, and I'm ruining it. Let me look it up.
Let me finish.
Come on, bro. Don't go diverting from the redshift anomalies game. Messing up the joke, Timmy.
The story.
Finish the story.
Okay. So he says, but we can't have this. This is horrible. This is horrific. We would only accept this as a last resort to explain the phenomena that the Earth is in the center. So what do? Well, here's what we do. We get rid of the center. We get rid of the center. Okay. That means we get rid of Euclidean geometry and we make a balloon of the universe. A balloon has no center, just has a plastic surface. Okay. We put the galaxies on the surface of this balloon and then we blow the balloon up. So it gets wider and wider and wider. What's going to happen? Each galaxy is going to see the other galaxy move away from it. And what's it going to see? Redshift.
So you're in a house with 4 walls facing south. You step outside and see a bear. What color is the bear?
What?
You're in a house with 4 walls facing...
This better be funny or relevant.
South.
Okay.
You step outside and see a bear. What color is the bear?
4 walls facing south.
You step outside and see a bear. What color is the bear?
I don't know.
Anybody?
I believe it's 4 walls facing south. Oh, yeah. Okay.
What color is the bear?
It's not white?
Well, okay, it is white because you're at the North Pole.
Exactly.
The walls are facing south.
Right.
So that's what this reminds me of.
Yeah.
How could it be that your house is facing south in every direction?
Yeah.
You're clearly on the North Pole. The only direction you can go from there would be south.
Perfect. I'm going to use that.
And so what does a bear have to do with my house facing south? But if you actually break it down, you're like, how could your walls only face south? You're at the North Pole. The only bear that you're going to find up there, I don't even know if polar bears are at the North Pole, but whatever.
Okay.
That's
So
the
let me just
joke.
put the finishing touch on this, the icing on the cake. So the guy, he says, we expand the balloon. You see redshift. We don't have any more Earth in the center. Problem solved. Okay. So Father Lemaitre comes along, Belgian priest, Catholic, and says, okay, let's do this. Let's reverse the expansion and make it go down to what happened at the beginning. And you can't define what happened at the beginning. That's why they call it singularity. But they're figuring it took 13.78 billion years for it to start here, and then expand to the point where we see redshift everywhere, you see. And that's how you get out of an Earth-centered universe, is by rearranging the universe into a Riemannian two-dimensional balloon instead of a Euclidean geometry with a center.
I think the argument they make is that the universe is expanding and we're not in the center of it, but is expanding. It's still expanding around us. Thus, you will see a redshift regardless.
Yeah.
So if the way you're describing it is if you're on this balloon, even if we were on the leftmost surface of it, as it's expanding, we're going to see things even right next to us redshifting as they're moving away from us.
Yeah, but we're going to see blue shifts too. How
would you see a blue shift?
Because you're closer to the light now, and it's not going to have the same kind of stretching that it had when you were in the center.
But it's still moving away from you. So no matter where you are on an expanding surface, everything's moving away from you.
Very slowly. So you're not going to get an intense redshift. It's going to shift to the blue end of the spectrum now.
Or I don't think it wouldn't shift to blue. It would just be less red.
Sure.
It would be
blue. It has nowhere else to go.
But if it's moving away from you, is it still going to be red?
It's moving slowly away from you because you're near the edge.
So why would that? So even if it's moving away from you, it could have a blue shift?
No, it'll shift more to the blue end of the spectrum. It's not going to have the same amount of redshift.
I see what
we're talking about degrees here.
Yeah, this has actually all been disproven too. You can look.
I was waiting for Wizard to jump in like, bro, can you please step on all this damn thing? Please, bro, please step on this.
Up like all the redshift anomalies. There are things that are way closer to things that are super far away. They have way more redshift though. Right.
But so the universe is expanding.
No. That's the philosophical assumption required to get rid of the idea the Earth could be in the center. Hubble actually said it was intolerable and horrific. It shows that it implies the Earth's in the center, akin to what everyone thought throughout mankind. But we're going to avoid that at all costs.
Well, so if the universe isn't expanding, what explains the redshift?
There are many theories actually.
There's a very simple one. When you have a galaxy out there and the light beam leaves the galaxy, the gravity of the galaxy is going to pull on that light beam. And it's going to turn it into a redshift. It's
going to slow it down.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's something called the tired light theory, which is the idea that it attenuates proportionate to distance. So similar to how like a laser can't go as far through water as air, it attenuates, it gets absorbed into the medium. So that would do it. There's also like
light is passing through things that interfere.
Yeah, it could be it. That was the first theory.
Yeah, and I actually think that it's electromagnetic retardation. It's actually been shown that.
You don't believe that galaxies are millions of light years away to begin with.
It doesn't matter at all.
It does.
No, it literally doesn't matter at all.
It does.
But why?
Because you're talking about a light attenuating over great distance. Like you don't even believe in those distances. Like how do you even?
I don't believe in the medium either.
You don't believe in ether?
No. Well, okay. So now we're introducing a medium and maybe even another medium. And let's also introduce some plasma because it's been proven in a lab, unlike your belief of redshift, that photons, quote unquote, which I won't get into that. They redshift through plasma.
So you
redshift through plasma proportionate to the medium.
You don't think that you can get Doppler shift on a spacecraft traveling out from the Earth?
Yeah, of course, with frequency, and then you get into like sound and light, and what's the difference between the two?
You said you couldn't recreate. Like we can test.
No. What I said was your theory has been proven wrong, and the reason it's been proven wrong is because the observations don't actually match the theory. For example, quasars, supernova, and I could go on. When these are observed significantly closer to Earth in your paradigm, there's way more redshift than things that are further away. Also, the redshift.
Wait. You're saying that the quasars are further away than the galaxies?
I'm saying that their model doesn't actually add up. It's just based on.
Yeah, I know, but you said it looks like it's far away, but it isn't. Now that's the theory that goes along with quasars being way far away and galaxies being rather close to us. And Halton Arp, you know.
Yeah, Halton Arp. That's what I was about to plug.
He's the one that said no, that's not what's occurring.
Exactly.
What's occurring is the galaxies are creating the quasars, and they're right next to the galaxy.
Right.
And he actually showed film in between the two.
Yeah.
So the whole theory that the quasars are way far away and we see a greater redshift is false.
Yeah, because they just.
You know what's so funny about this? I didn't want to bring this up during the conversation earlier, but my first interaction would make lying wrong again. The PhD guy that came in earlier that was talking to Dr. Bennett, that was the first thing that we were talking about. We were talking about redshift anomalies. I brought that up, and he said he had never heard of Halton Arp. I should have asked him if he ever checked my DM. I ain't get no replies. But that was the first conversation that we had over in his space. So I don't know if he remembered the interaction, but it was a pretty positive one. I feel like he walked away with some value, even though it was kind of like the flat earther. But yeah, what they're talking about right now is the exact first conversation that I had with Make Lying Wrong Again. So funny that some of these guys really don't know the history to some of the sciences, man. And it's no disrespect, right? Because I didn't learn about this before talking about flat Earth, so I think it's a lot of value to extract when you're in this conversation. Research Halton Arc, or you can go to Alan's page. I might have tweeted about it too. You go to Alan's page, just search up HARP, and I'm pretty sure there's like a link to like all the research that they do over there in Space Audits and EtherCos. We are at 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 40 seconds. Let's get it. Stationary Saturdays.
And they're right next to the galaxy.
Right.
And he actually showed filament between the two.
Yeah.
So the whole theory that the quasars are way far away and we see a greater redshift is false.
Yeah, because they just had to assume that, right? Because it had greater redshift.
Yeah.
But like Halton Arp, this is a perfect example of what happens. People call this science. It's basically a cult, though. Halton Arp was like revered almost, like completely respected astronomer, like world renowned, like had things named after him. And he comes out pointing out that redshift doesn't work. And he ends up writing a second follow-up called Seeing Red, which is a play on how he's like getting angry because he's being blacklisted. He gets blacklisted. He gets the ability, the right to actually use observatory telescopes revoked from him because he...
Wait, you silly flat earther, if you have evidence, just post your paper. Bro, y'all got a world-renowned astronomer and y'all took his telescopes away. And you think that I'm going to go ahead and try to publish a paper so y'all... For what? Y'all taking your own tools away from your own squad. What you think that I'm going to do? The gaslight is crazy. They took an astronomer's telescope away because he said, yo, the stuff that y'all saying isn't matching the observations when we can finally see this far. What you say? Give me that telescope. Like, bro, can you imagine? Can you imagine? That's why a lot of people talk about what they really think after they retire. Just saying.
Snatch the telescope right out of them.
That's not science.
Crazy, bro. That's so diabolical.
Well, it's because it's against the Big Bang.
Yeah, it's a cult. It's a cult. And that's what the Copernican principle is. All the evidence shows the Earth is in the center. And no one knows any of this. It's been omitted from the consciousness of people. And then you get into the physical test, it just definitively proves it.
I want to say something here that is a dimension of this that deals with my major study, which is theology. And that is this, that if the Earth is in the center of the universe, that means somebody had to put it there because it's not going to get there by time and chance.
Is that would some argue then that you are incentivized to push theories towards the idea of a geocentric universe?
I would never do that.
Well, I would say even
what I'm trying to say is I would go by the evidence. If the evidence supports that theory, we went through Michelson-Morley, we went through Airy, we went through the cosmic microwave background radiation, we went through Hubble's Big Bang universe, where that came from. That's enough for me to say I don't have a bias because the evidence supports what I just said.
Now, Tim, can you flip it around, though? Now, flip around what you just asked him. Could it be said that people have a bias against the idea of intelligent design, therefore exclude the possibility of geocentrism? Because that is very clearly what is happening. Stephen Hawking...
Ooh, I like what you did there. Go and play chess with
around what you just asked him. Could it be said that people have a bias against the idea of intelligent design, therefore exclude the possibility of geocentrism? Because that is very clearly what is happening. Stephen Hawking literally says, I can't disprove geocentrism. I reject it on grounds of modesty. Hubble calls it intolerable and horrific. Lawrence Krauss says it's coming back to haunt us. The Copernican principle is coming back to haunt us in his film. There is a bias against intelligent design, similar to how modern academia is overwhelmingly drowning in liberalism.
Yeah.
Well, modern academia in terms of science is drowning in atheism. And it actually implements philosophical bias at this point, and they can't have a creator. Well, I would say that even in the mainstream model, you still need a creator, right? That doesn't matter. The point is, like, you see that every atheist I've ever talked to, I said, so if the Earth were in the center, let's say hypothetically, do you agree that it had to be put there? None of them deny that it drastically increases the chances of intelligent design at the least, right? Because if it's in the center of the whole universe.
And in Scientific American, it says 90% of the major scientists are atheists.
There you go.
So there's your incentive.
Yep.
Tim, I sent you a video because we're talking about so much scientific stuff. I want to talk about maybe a little less scientific.
Wait, what you saying, Alex Stein? Let's get to the sauce. I forgot you was here again. Yo, Stein. Stein, what up, Stein? Good to see you again, bro. Did he say he want to get away from the science? Hold up, bro.
And in Scientific American, it says 90% of the major scientists are atheists.
There you go.
So there's your incentive.
That's crazy.
Tim, I sent you a video because we're talking about so much scientific stuff. I want to talk about maybe a little less scientific stuff. I sent you a video on X where you're from Chicago, and you know this, Tim. You can go out there, and this is because I got to shut down Bob, even though I like you, Bob. If you go out there, if you pull up that video, you pull up that video. If you look across Lake Michigan, Tim, you can see the entire skyline of Chicago. I sent it to you on X.
Let me. What elevation though? How high are those dunes?
Where'd you get those shoes?
You put an ad right there.
The ones that said the box.
You're talking about being able to see it.
I just want to say real quick, there's this expanded flat Earth map that makes me wish the flat Earth stuff was real. You've seen this, I imagine, right?
Yeah.
The world.
Right now, they're showing the map that has the multiple rings with distant lands. The world beyond the ice wall.
Beyond the ice wall. Mm-hmm. The idea being that the world as we know it is surrounded by this wall of ice, but outside of it are advanced civilizations.
Yeah.
And then there's another ring, and I'm like, that'd be so cool.
That would.
It's like there's like an advanced. So there's Odin, the walls of Asgard, the scorched wastes, Osiris, Nemo, Lemuria, and it's like we are trapped as sort of trapped in this zoo around this ice ring. And if only we could penetrate it, we could get to the great land of Aten and Atlantis.
Well, Admiral Byrd, was it General Byrd or Admiral Byrd? It doesn't matter.
Admiral.
He went to Antarctica. He was like the first explorer to really explore it. And he said that there's enough resources in Antarctica to supply the whole entire world. And so there is stuff in Antarctica that doesn't make sense that we don't know about.
Major problem for flat Earth, though, if you look at that map, Tim, you've got South America pointing one way, you've got Australia pointing another way. How are they both able to see the South Celestial Pole looking south?
At different times?
To be fair, I will say this.
Why do you always omit that it's at different times?
The flat Earth theorists do not believe this is a real map.
No.
It's a fantasy.
This is the thing, right? There's a model that claims to know exactly what the Earth is, and then there's a group of people who heard the insanity that people think it's flat or whatever. So they just went and challenged it and looked into it, and they've just suspended belief of the globe model. This definitive flat Earth model thing is not popular within people who would say that they are flat earthers. We don't know. We can't even privately explore it, right? The empirical measurement shows that the Earth is not curving at the rate that they say, and we don't need Chicago. You can see Canigou Mountains from 160 miles away.
The globe predicts.
It literally does, and this is literally does.
Literally doesn't.
You can go check it out.
So is this
the elevation of?
Is this an inaccurate depiction or?
Yeah, it's inaccurate. Straw man.
What's wrong with that picture?
Well, it's just like a disc in space. I don't know what.
It's just the demographics of the continents and how far they are away and the seas and everything. That's pretty accurate.
It's pretty accurate. When you get to the south, it's interesting because we actually dug into the GPS data, and in the south they make what's called meridian corrections. So they actually are pulling out land, like distance, out of the meridians. In between the meridians, which
you have to. Whenever you flatten a globe, you have to do that.
What I'm saying is, if it's really a globe, right, then we wouldn't have to do that for the actual raw GPS data, but they do. They also make Sagnac corrections, which is another falsification of relativity.
Well, that should tell you that the GPS is based on a globe Earth.
Well, of course, but the point is that they have to run it through corrections to get the final longitude output, which shouldn't happen. And this is what I want to point out, though. Like, there are physical tests that show that the Earth's not curving at the rate that they say that it is. So the Earth is measured flat. I wonder if we could all agree on this, that flat Earth is actually the default position, because it's always flipped around, right? Well, the horizon's horizontal. When we build things in civil engineering, we actually use plane survey. We do it flat. We connect horizontal. So bridges, runways, railways, canals, when we fly planes, all aviation, we have to treat the Earth like it's flat. Sea level elevation is a distance above that. Whenever we actually got the latitude system, we took elevation angles to Polaris from a flat horizontal baseline that extended all the way to the zenith.
That doesn't prove anything.
No. Well,
it just proves that map works.
Trilateration only works on the globe, though. You can only get your position from the globe. Like you have to actually know the orbits of the satellites.
But there is no satellite.
No, there are satellites. Satellites disprove heliocentrism, and the actual path is nothing more than a projection. So
I was very rudimentary. I'm not going to get into deep science or anything. I once flew to New Zealand, and I'm looking at these flat Earth maps, and I'm like, I can't quite explain the path of the flight as it pertains to the flight I actually went on. So I know which direction we left from the airport, and I know I did not fly north or westward.
You're over water the whole time?
Yeah. And so that would imply that after we flew south beyond the visual, the ability to identify any landmass, the plane then hooked right. So it implies that when I flew from New York to Los Angeles to New Zealand, and I got maybe these maps are inaccurate representations of flat earthers believe, but if I left from Los Angeles and we started flying south, which we did, as soon as we left the visual area so that no one on the plane could identify it, the plane then turns right. So it flies straight down and then hooks right instead of just flying straight to New Zealand. I don't believe that happened.
Well, planes are always making corrections based on cardinal direction. So you're not going to be able to tell on a plane, but
I can tell that we didn't fly west or north. And so when we departed, we were flying south.
If you left South America and went to New Zealand, you could go there on a globe map straight to New Zealand. If you turn that into a flat Earth map, the flat Earth map would require you to dip down to make like a semicircle and then go up to New Zealand. That's a fact.
Well, yeah, there are many paths that make more sense on, like, say, the azimuthal projection than the globe, and they claim all kinds of things. They didn't stop for gas or whatever. And I'll make it very clear, actually, I don't claim definitive projections. If we've been misled about the nature of the Earth, which I think the evidence is overwhelming that we have been, it would be very naive to think that we have a perfect depiction of the very thing that we were misled about. Of course we don't. Now, in the North, 90% of the world population,
Literally.
but it's just a projection thing. And bringing up the satellite thing, that's kind of like a misnomer that like satellites can't exist on a flat Earth. Actually, satellites, for one, disprove heliocentrism, because they actually have to account for inertial forces. They account for centrifugal forces, which are considered fictitious and pseudo forces in your paradigm. They can't exist. So if there are actually satellites being put up there, they're accounting for the angular momentum of a rotating universe around a stationary Earth with inertial forces, centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces. Those can exist in your paradigm. They don't exist in Newtonian mechanics. Those are forces external to Newtonian mechanics. They don't exist in Einstein. So just point that out.
It's trying to.
Satellites are actually, I love them.
Like, you are the first one. What's this trying to? Hold up. I'm not finished cooking your ass. Keep flaming them, bro. You don't like that. That's so funny.
Exist in your paradigm. They don't exist in Newtonian mechanics. Those are forces external to Newtonian mechanics. They don't exist in Einstein. So just point that out.
It's trying to.
Satellites are actually, I love them. This idea that I'm scared of satellites. Well, I see Starlinks. I watch many launches. I don't have a problem with it. I have a Starlink. You know, I haven't slept there yet, but I have one.
How do they stay up there?
Well, that's the equations. The physics and equations say they're using the spinning universe. That's what is factually in the equations. It says that it uses centrifugal force. So like if you had a ball tied to a rope and you spin it, right, it's going to keep going in a circle because you're pulling it, but the ball has a tendency to move out away from you. It's going to keep going around because you're pulling it. That's called centrifugal force. They have to account for this and a real Coriolis force, which is like an inward centripetal force, so a radially inward force for the satellite equations. According to the heliocentric model, there is no such thing. That shouldn't.
How would they stay above a flat?
They're on balloons. Type in satellites on balloons. I'm telling you, they're
not all.
Chill, bro. Chill. Yo, is you like an agent, bro? Chill. What Wizard was just explaining was the centrifugal and centripetal forces that are actually keeping these things up in the sky, right? The centrifugal divergence and the centripetal conversion. Every time he says that, they call it word salad. But I don't see none of the PhDs refuting what he just said right now. So super interesting. I'm watching everybody mannerisms.
Satellite equations. According to the heliocentric model, there is no such thing. That shouldn't.
How would they stay above a flat?
They're on balloons. Type in satellites on balloons. I'm telling you, they're
not all on balloons.
They're not all on balloons, but there's satellites that were on balloons.
Yeah, it's called Project Balloon.
I'm just saying. So
Google
they say
Google
there's
launched a bunch of balloons carrying internet nodes.
Exactly.
So they could float over the
The military also use balloons, and NASA is the
so Elon's actually just launching balloons, but putting
you can type in. I NASA. They do balloon launches. Literally,
I know.
Yeah, they can do that if it's low Earth orbit. But if you have a weather satellite that's out there at 22,200 miles.
Yo, Stein just bailed them out. Yo, Wizard was cooking. It was like, I don't believe they all on balloons, bro. Like, listen to what I'm saying, bro. You don't need satelloons to explain all of this shit, bro.
You're not going to get a balloon out there.
See, I totally disavow those distance claims, and because the way that they do it, they take the signal and that's cool. So what equation do you use to determine the distance?
Parallax. You just use simple trigonometry.
Okay.
Basic trigonometry.
so what's the length of your baseline?
Well, let's see. For space station, it was 760 meters.
760 meter baseline to determine the distance to the space station.
Yep.
Okay, and so you're saying it's impossible for the ISS to move over a plane.
What does that have to do with me measuring the distance? You can assume it's a plane. You can assume it's a globe.
Well, earlier you said trilateration was impossible.
Trilateration is about you finding your location. I'm talking about measuring the altitude.
Which you need your location. So that you need your location.
I just know the baseline.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So you need your location. That's the prerequisite. So, and the point I was making is I don't believe when he claims something's 22,000 miles away. I don't believe that. But he can. I don't.
The moon is 240,000 miles away.
Yeah. See, I definitely don't believe that. And but this is the thing. The way that they get the distances, they actually use, of course, the equation for speed, and they assume the medium, the propagation rate of light, and they get how long it takes the duration of signal to get there, right? And then they plug it into the assumption of the speed of light relative to the vacuum, and then they're going to supposedly get their distance. I disavow those assumptions. I don't think that's true.
Well, you guys are all wrong. The Earth is clearly hollow and flat.
Oh, stop it, bro. Y'all not. Yeah, every single time you get to making a point, y'all get the joking and stuff, bro. Listen. If they assuming that the speed of light is constant, if they assuming that it's a vacuum of space, then they come up with a distance. If there's a variance in the speed of light, or if there's a more dense medium out there, you might get the same observation, but a completely different interpretation of distances. And that was his whole point. I don't want y'all to lose the plot. I'm gonna have to rewatch. I'm watching this in real time, so y'all gonna have to go rewatch it too. Cause he's dropping some sauce, but every time he get into it, they get this joking and stuff like that. Like he ain't just flaming their ass right now in real time. So pay attention to what he's saying, bro. All these presuppositions and assumptions, like it seems like it's kind of going over their heads for real, but when they get the joking, it make me feel like you know exactly what he's saying. Why you inserting this joke right here, bro?
I'll get into the assumption of the speed of light relative to the vacuum, and then they're going to supposedly get their distance. I disavow those assumptions. I don't think that's true.
Well, you guys are all wrong. The Earth is clearly hollow and flat. It's a donut.
Well, Vice is stupid. You know that.
Magnetic field. I want to answer the firmament thing, though. They're putting them inside the firmament. All the early church fathers, even, but like many people throughout all of like biblical history, they said that there were layers to a container. A physical container had layers, and the sun, moon, and stars are inside those layers of the firmament. And in fact, that they're specific to layers, meaning like the sun and moon and the stars are in a separate layer. So that would be how that's explained.
It's not explaining it.
Why not?
Because the Hebrew word is beirakia, which does not mean in or inside, like you're trying to say. You're trying to say that somehow you have the dome, and then there's the inside underneath the dome.
There are layers inside of it.
Yeah. Okay. That's
Multiple
what you're trying to say, but that's not what the Hebrew says. The Hebrew says it's in the firmament.
Yeah.
Okay. So if the definition of firmament is solid, how are the celestial bodies going to be in the firmament, not underneath? Because there's a lot of ways in Hebrew to say underneath the firmament.
Well, they're within the solid firmament.
And wait a second. And there's a lot of ways to say that the celestial bodies are over the firmament.
Well, they're not above or below because there's layers. They're within it.
The easiest way to understand.
Yeah, but you can't have that if the firmament's solid. That's what I'm trying to say.
Seen yellow before.
Oh no, he don't look like he missing a meal. Bro, I don't see why this is so difficult to understand. That's funny. Shorty said Jello.
There's
a lot of ways to say that.
And Jello or nothing like a gummy
No, I
bear
guess
or-
not. Man.
God damn.
The celestial bodies are over the firmament.
Well, they're not above or
In
below
here.
because there's layers. They're within
That's like a false dichotomy. It's got to be above or below.
it.
The easiest way to
Yeah,
understand.
but you can't have that if the firmament's solid. That's what I'm trying to say.
But ice and water can go from solid, so maybe it could change.
No, that's
Well,
It's solid. It's not water.
I think the easiest way to understand the firmament is for anybody who's ever played World of Warcraft, and you try and go too far south, and your character just keeps walking into what's in
There you
the
go.
wall.
The best argument is that the physical antecedent for gas pressure is a container, right? Because the gas pressure would fill the available space. Second law of thermodynamics, entropy increases. So if we actually had an atmosphere next to vacuum, it would fill the available space. So where people just blindly throw out the word gravity, even though they don't even have a theory that works, and it wouldn't explain it anyway.
If gravity worked, you would have to admit that an atmosphere would be possible, right?
No, not next to a vacuum. It violates the second law of thermodynamics.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Because how do we have a pressurized system?
You're right. Because they don't.
No, it doesn't. No, no.
That an atmosphere would be possible, right?
No, not next to a vacuum. It violates the second law of thermodynamics.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Because
No,
how do we have a
no,
pressurized
because
system?
You're right. Because they don't. The Torr measurement of vacuum in space, they don't know whether it's 10 to the minus 6 or 10 to the minus 17. They have no way to measure it. So if it's 10 to the minus 6, we're safe. The atmosphere is not going to be sucked out. If it was 10 to the minus 17th, yeah, the atmosphere would be sucked out, but that means both your theory and my theory would be wrong.
Well,
I
hold
think
on.
there's something contained.
Why can't they measure it? Couldn't you?
They can't get an exact figure. They know it's between.
If we
10 to
had
the minus 6.
consistent access to Mars, could you?
If we what?
Had consistent access to Mars.
Mars, I don't think would have anything to do with it.
Well,
in my
you're
opinion.
two different gravitational bodies giving us a
You're talking
reference.
about outer space.
Right. And
What's
so
the vacuum in outer space?
So if Mars can't maintain an atmosphere the size of Earth,
Yes, he's saying if you were able to like kind of sit on Mars and make more like calibrated measurements.
what's the rate at which the atmosphere dissipates for Mars if it can't maintain, or the Moon or something?
Well, it's a lot more because it has less gravity.
Right. So then you could measure the baseline by which what is the amount of mass required to sustain an atmosphere. You could then determine if it's not going to hold it because the vacuum is pulling on it.
You could maybe, but I'm just telling you what the books say.
And the gas pressure need the way that we actually even do the equation for gas pressure is a physical barrier, because pressure is the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container. So you need to even have pressure, to even invoke pressure, it presses on the walls of a container.
So real quick, sorry. The presumption of why the Earth has an atmosphere is because the gravity is holding this matter to the Earth.
Yes.
And for Mars, there is not enough. The gravity is weaker,
Right.
so the atmosphere is much thinner because it can't hold as much.
And that's why Saturn and Jupiter have a much thicker atmosphere because more gravity.
But gas disperses in all directions on the surface where gravity would be the strongest, right? Like gas goes in all directions. You can't just have a vacuum next to a gas pressure on the surface. Gravity's the strongest here. So that's the modern model just isn't true. It defies physics. And I'm waiting for an answer to that. If gravity is the strongest at the surface.
The atmosphere is a gradient. And I've got a simulation that I programmed myself that's on my channel that shows a simulated planet with gravity holding onto an atmosphere. Yeah, it's a gradient. As you go further out, it goes closer.
Yeah, air gets thinner.
Simulation.
Air gets thinner, the higher you go. So people dying on Mount Everest.
Yeah, there's definitely a gradient.
Hydrogen that escapes out into outer space because it's just too light for the gravity.
So gravity picks and chooses between some
No,
of the
it's
gas.
because the hydrogen is lighter than helium.
But why is all the hydrogen not leave?
Because we have enough gravity that it has to seep out slowly.
That's the pick and choose. And in the
no, it's not picking and choosing. That's the physics of it.
My question really is
sentient gravity.
between some
No,
of the
it's
gas.
because the hydrogen is lighter than helium.
But why is all the hydrogen not leave?
Because we have enough gravity that it has to seep out slowly.
That's the pick and choose. And in the
no, it's not picking and choosing. That's the physics of it.
My question really is: we all agree gas disperses in all directions, right? Like,
what?
Okay, so gravity's not actually pulling the air down as you're claiming to where it keeps it next to a vacuum. It disperses in all directions where gravity is the strongest.
Well, what is your explanation for gravity?
Well, I mean, I would say that everything for density and buoyancy is a major part of it because it's all just pressure mediating relative to its medium. Right. So ping pong, golf ball. But I would say, and this is what I say, I don't speak for anyone else, that everything's electric. And so everything that exists is electrostatic. Literally everything that exists. There's not one exception. Everything's electric. And that's 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity's even claimed to be on the smallest scale.
How does this explain a balloon full of helium rising in the air?
Well, that's probably more merely buoyancy.
But buoyancy like.
I'll throw away all my socks and buy 20 pairs right now.
Bruh.
That was the response I got from a contractor buddy of mine.
Your ass out here.
For instance, when you look at these videos of outer space, balloon full of helium rising in the air.
Well, that's probably more merely buoyancy.
But buoyancy, for instance, when you look at these videos of outer space, they put a balloon in the cover with water. The water just sits around it. There's no movement in either direction. Buoyancy requires gravity.
In quote unquote space. Now,
Very
okay,
good.
that's the claim, but I'm trying to explain really what it requires is little g, which is downward acceleration. That's just the effect. We measure how fast things fall. Big G, or the cause of that, is a totally separate thing. I don't deny little g, and I would actually say I know a better cause for it. There's a downward electric current on the Earth. It's based on the electric field has equipotential increase. So every meter you go up, the electric field on Earth increases 100 volts in potential, and that creates a downward electric current. You can actually read Feynman lectures. I think it's 9.1. He explains this. There's horizontal equipotential lines, and it creates a downward current. It's very weak, but it's very.
Is that gravity gets weaker at a distance?
Well, that's what your model would claim as well. Now, I would actually have to get. Yeah, of course. The further away you get from the center of mass, but it would be negligible, and I would actually have to know what the electric field is doing over 50 miles. Like the most I can independently verify is 30, 35 miles. The mainstream model claims that around 50, 60 kilometers, the electric field changes. Well, that's convenient, right? Because that's where we can no longer.
Yeah, but your electric field is starting out there in space and it's coming down, correct?
Well, I do believe I believe that that's a major variable is that there's tons of electromagnetic radiation coming from the sky, basically coming down to the Earth.
Yeah, but that implies to me that it's stronger up there than it is down here.
Well, everything goes to seek equilibrium, right? And that's why there's a downward current. You can actually run a generator off
but I think we've shown, help me, that gravity gets weaker the higher you go.
Well, and if it's just electrics, then why do neutrons not float?
Okay, you're saying neutrons don't have any electric properties?
Correct. They're neutral.
They have a net neutral charge. So they're actually, in your paradigm, I don't even believe in this, but they're comprised of quarks. Well, I don't believe in subatomic pseudoscientific particles. It doesn't matter. You're laughing, but I'm about to show you that you don't.
Oh, the nervous laugh.
I don't even believe in this, but they're comprised of quarks. Well, I don't believe in subatomic pseudoscientific particles. It doesn't matter. You're laughing, but I'm about to show you that you don't understand it. That obviously it's made of quarks, and they're made of elementary charges or fractional elementary charges. So they're fundamentally electric.
Neutrons are electrically neutral, though. So why do they not float?
Are they inherently electric?
They are electrically neutral.
See, I just now directly rebutted this. That's the net charge, but they're inherently electric.
If they're net charge neutral, then why would they not float in your model? If electrostatics is just, if that's the explanation for gravity, why are neutrons affected by gravity?
Okay, because this is your model of neutrons and that they're material. All material is electrostatic, and you tried to bring up neutrons, and that's what anyone can ever bring up because they think it has no charge. You're wrong. It actually does have charge. Everything does. Everything's electric. That's the true unified theory. They can't invoke this though because it's going to start to have ether and geocentrism pop back in. But the point is, all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. What that means is all molecules in the world that are held together in any piece of matter, you name it, rubber, sand, glass, wood, name anything in the world. It's held together by electrostatics.
Yeah, but how does that prove gravity, though?
Well, it's See, I don't have to prove a replacement for gravity. I'm stating a fact, which is
Yeah, well, we agree with that. It's all electrostatic.
And think about this.
I have
Well,
no
what,
problem with
well,
that.
what
Don't
is
finish then,
what is
bro.
weight? It's weight equals mg. Because you're actually asking me to explain what causes weight. When you ask me about gravity, you have a different idea that everyone's antipodal and omnidirectional, and there needs to be a force pulling me on a sphere that's flying around the sun. I don't believe in that. I'm just going to state the facts that there's weight, and what is it? It's mass times quote unquote gravity, right? Little g. That's how fast things fall. So what is mass? It's volume times density. That's what it is. So then what is density? Density is the compactness of matter, right?
What
So
holds that
what's
matter?
the cause of density? Whatever's holding the matter together with a certain compactness, we know that is electrostatics.
That's electrostatics. Hey.
They always invert it backwards.
You feel me, gang? Yo, y'all gotta tap into the lyrics, man. We been saying this.
So then what is density? Density is the compactness of matter, right? So what's the cause of density? Whatever's holding the matter together with a certain compactness, we know that is electrostatics. The actual primary cause of density.
How does that prove gravity, though?
No, it's explaining what weight is. That's all you're asking when you ask, what is gravity? We were talking about weight. Because now I would actually say,
You've got two balls, A and B. Okay. Both are held together electrostatically. We agree with that.
Yeah.
But why is A attracting B? And why is B attracting A?
Oh, well, that's a claim. And you maybe have to think about Cavendish. Cavendish is the only thing even claimed to supposedly show that.
Well, it hasn't been disproven.
Well, so
that's why we do it.
So Cavendish is, you can't actually eliminate the variable of electrostatics in that test.
I'm not. I'm just saying the balls attracting each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because of electric variables. So, and this is even well known in
Well,
mainstream.
you have to prove that.
No, I'm going to explain it. In mainstream, it's actually known. Even when you put Faraday material in between the balls in a Faraday cage and ground the entire system, it still actually has electromagnetic variables that are affecting the balls. This is well known. And then Cavendish actually, right, didn't even account for electrostatics at all. Supposedly ran across his yard with the telescope and saw it kind of jiggle a little bit, and then knew the density and weight of Earth by assuming and reifying the sphere. All this comes to is people wanted the Earth to be a sphere. They presupposed it. They built a model around it based on what they saw. Then they wanted the Earth to be a sphere that's moving around the sun, and they built a model around it.
If it's true that the satellite can be at 22,000 miles, I know you don't believe that, but could it take a picture of the Earth and show that it was
absolutely? Yeah.
Non sequitur. What in the non sequitur was that?
And they built a model around it.
If it's true that satellite can be at 22,000 miles, I know you don't believe that, but could it take a picture of the Earth and show that it was
absolutely? Yeah, absolutely. But
okay, the 500-mile satellites that most of them are about 500 miles above the Earth. They're going around the Earth at a pretty rapid clip, and they're taking pictures of the Earth. Now, what I've heard the flat earthers say is that first of all, there's no satellites, so there's no pictures taken, and then when NASA comes back with the pictures are a little distorted because the satellite, being only 500 miles up, can't take a picture of the whole Earth, obviously. It can only take a picture of a small section, and then it moves on, and it takes a picture of another section, and it moves on and takes a picture of another section, okay? And then it brings all these sections back, and you have to put them all together. And that's hard to do. Why? Because you're taking pictures of a circle. And if you have circles that you're taking pictures of, you're not going to have square pictures. You're going to have peels, like an orange peel. And then you got to put all these peels together. And when you do, the flat earthers say, oh, well, you're manipulating the pictures because...
Well, you are manipulating.
And they admit that's what they did.
I mean, they do admit they have to do that.
I think we should be asking
with a circle.
It's not proof of anything, right? Like, let's just make sure the audience knows this. The first wallpaper on the first generation of iPhone was the blue marble, right? Does anyone remember the first? It was just blue. So everyone saw this picture, right? And I would just assume that's a picture of the Earth from space. It was not, though. It was literally fake. And Robert Simmons, who worked for NASA, who actually did it.
You can pull this up.
You can pull it up. He'll straight up tell you, Robert Simmons, Blue Marble, NASA.gov. And he says, what we did was we take pictures, a flat map pictures. We take a bunch of pictures. We put it in a flat map. We compile it. Then we have to transform that. We actually have to turn that into a sphere. We wrap that around a sphere. Then we have to bring in cloud layers and an artist. And my job was to actually touch it up to make it look like what the observer would expect it to look like by painting it. By literally painting it. So the picture that everyone assumed was a real picture of Earth from space, all over the default wallpaper, is admittedly not real at all.
That's just a guy who made a Photoshop art for iPhone.
Yeah.
No, for NASA.
That's for NASA.
The pictures don't come in curves. They come flat.
The Temple lost in the sauce. Like, oh, that was an iPhone artist. Nah.
Is admittedly not real at all.
That's just a guy who made a Photoshop art for iPhone.
Yeah.
No, for NASA.
That's for NASA.
That's pictures don't come in curves. They come flat when you take a picture. So you have all these flat pictures, and now you have to assimilate them all to make the true picture. and you're going to have to add stuff, take stuff away because they're all you have to end up with.
Is it too much to ask for though? A picture of the Earth that's not edited,
If you
which
don't
is
believe
available
in
every day.
satellites, how are we going to convince you?
No, I
that we
believe
took
there's satellites. I didn't say there's not satellites. I'm just saying the pictures that they give.
Do you
us.
believe there's a satellite out there at 22,200?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Do you or not?
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't basically.
I mean, why? And if it was, why can't we just make a video of it? It's 2024.
We do. It's on TV every night. It's called a weather satellite.
A video. Like, we don't have actual video. Like, if you could have shut this down, you went to the moon supposedly, just put a freaking camera on the moon. Even
Well,
without
that's a different topic.
No,
We're
either
not
way,
talking about going to the moon.
moon,
We're talking
satellite,
about-
whatever.
I think the
Make a
issue is
video.
they're so concerned with sending $250 billion to Ukraine. No one's going to put any money into moon travel, but Elon Musk is working on it. So,
I mean,
says we're going to
Discover
Mars.
takes
Well,
pictures.
first it was that we're going to the moon. Now we've skipped it over. They said they're going to go back to the moon for the last 20 years.
For Artemis.
Someone actually owes me like $25K because they didn't.
Yeah, yo, run up a check on them, bruh. Someone has to do 25K. Yo, this is Artemis, bruh. Oh my goodness. How can y'all still appeal to the same? Oh God, it's gotta be annoying, bruh. Man, it's Artemis.
I mean,
Says we're going to
Discover
Mars.
takes
Well,
pictures.
first it was that we're going to the moon. Now we've skipped it over. They said they're going to go back to the moon for the last 20 years.
For Artemis.
Someone actually owes me like $25K because they didn't go by 2025. They were so confident. This happens regularly, then everyone forgets. It gets lost. It gets memory hold.
Who owes you that money?
I'm gonna give him a break. He came in. He came and asked me that he like kind of I'm like, you're good, brother. It's all good.
Well, because they want to do the.
He's such a good guy. I'd be like, yo, is that anti-flat earth? He was pumping that shit, and I want to run his pockets, bro. You couldn't put me on no 10-4. Yo, y'all got the right guy up there. My bad, y'all. My bad.
It gets memory hold.
Who owes you that money?
I'm gonna give him a break. He came in. He came and asked me that he like kind of groveled a bit. I'm like, you're good, brother. It's all good.
Well, because they want to build a space station on the moon so that they can deposit materials, create rockets, and then use the moon as a launching point for Mars. I don't know if Elon's actually planning on doing that, but he's saying.
Well, he tweeted something how they even need a rocket that can refill in its path to the moon.
I mean, that's the mode of operations for Starship, right? Is the whole idea is you're launching a very large rocket, and when it gets into orbit, it's pretty much empty. It pretty much doesn't have much fuel, maybe just enough for landing, which is what they've been testing, but it doesn't have enough fuel to go all the way to the moon, right? So the idea is then you launch another one, and it brings up a little extra fuel, and you do this over and over again and fill it up in orbit. And now you have a vehicle that can go to.
But we were able to do it in 1969.
Yeah, why? If that's the case, how come they had enough fuel in 1969?
Because in 1969 they weren't reusing the rocket. That was a one-time use only kind of deal. This is reuse the whole thing.
Oh, right. It has enough
fuel. It's got enough capability to come back. So Starship, it's stainless steel. That's heavy stuff. That's not great when you're trying to build a rocket.
You're saying when it comes back from the moon, it needs to be able to land itself.
Land itself.
It
It
needs a
won't
lot
get
more
caught
fuel.
by the tower, right? Like they've been doing.
That was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Elon Musk caught a 30-story building.
Yeah, but that was more of like a magic trick. I mean, I don't know.
I think we got questions about politicians, but ain't nobody questioning the integrity of that Eratosthenes. I don't.
That is true.
What was that
Sticks
all
and
about?
shadows.
Yeah,
That works with the localized.
I heard he was cheating on his wife. Who knows what's going on?
Primary documentation doesn't even exist of that ever happening either. But
Well, the thing is that
Hey, at least you say Eratosthenes the right way. It's like the first glober that I can actually pronounce his name.
and move the light source to the other side. And once you move the light source, you show that the Earth is fixed, and the light source can change its position. So Eratosthenes really didn't prove anything.
Yeah,
by what he did.
You can do it over. I could actually do that experiment on this table and then show you the math of what size sphere this table is. Because you have different angles, you assume spherical trigonometry.
Can I ask you a question about the stars, constellations?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the globe Earth, you have the northern constellations headed by Polaris on the top, the North Star, which is the tail of the Big Dipper. Okay, and you got some other constellations, the Bear and Cassiopeia and all that around. And then on the southern, you have near the South Pole, you have Octans, Mesmos, there's several other constellations there.
Cross.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat now, how are you going to incorporate those southern stars that in the globe model take up a whole hemisphere? Okay, how are you going to put them into the flat Earth model that only has a dome, does not have a sphere, it only has a hemisphere? How are you going to fit those stars in there?
Yeah,
on
so
the south?
well, I mean, they can actually be embedded into the firmament itself. But what I actually think,
Wait, what?
Yeah,
What'd you say?
They can actually be inside of layers within the firmament itself.
But we don't see them.
You let him talk, please, son Janice. Bobby, what they call you, Bobby? Bobby, can you please just let him speak and let him get his full thought out, bro? Please.
Firmament itself. But what I actually think,
Wait, what?
Yeah,
What'd you say?
They can actually be inside of layers within the firmament itself.
But we don't see them.
What do you mean? Oh, you mean from the
I
north?
have to travel.
So
I
you're
have to
asking
travel
why I
down
can't see them
here to the bottom to see those stars.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
How
pretty
could they be embedded in the northern hemisphere?
pretty simple. No, well, I just meant the firmament itself, but I misunderstood your question. It's a pretty simple answer, right? It's like the same reason that street lights look like they're going down. So in the globe paradigm,
What do you mean?
So if I look at a long street, the street lights are all 10 feet tall, but they're going to look like they're going down.
So you're going to give me the perspective argument.
Well, that's what it is.
How? How does
Because
that
the way we
explain?
actually made these measurements is we actually looked at Polaris and we took an elevation angle to Polaris and we had a horizontal baseline that goes all the way to the zenith underneath Polaris. Now on a globe, obviously you can't extend a horizontal baseline hundreds of miles. And then what we did was went back a little further, the angle changes. Again, flat Earth measurement. The Earth measures flat. To even make the globe model, you had to make flat Earth measurements to get the latitude system. So basically, the perspective causes the star to drop down, just like the street lights. And you keep on making those angle measurements. What they then did was take those angle measurements that change based on your distance, and they put it into a spherical coordinate system. So,
oh, wait a minute. If the stars come out at night, all the stars come out at night at once. Okay, they're not spread out over time.
Yeah.
And we only see the northern constellations.
Yeah.
We don't see the southern constellations.
Until you go further south. Right? I mean, you don't even have to go all the way to the
No, if I went on a flat Earth to the edge, I still wouldn't see them.
What?
You can go to any point on the Earth in that circular disk, and you still won't see the southern celestial stars.
Well, the stars are spinning, and as they come over top of you in your south, which they're actually more stretched out than in the north, and you can actually see them from a greater distance away than in the north, which is a major problem. I mean, you can see more constellations from a greater distance in the north and the south, which should be symmetrical.
There should be some place on your disk where I can see octans.
Yeah, it's just the stars are
Where?
above us.
Where am I going to see it?
Out south. It's just away.
Out south.
It's away from north.
Okay, well.
What's the difference?
Tim, because we're running out of time. I want to get your guys.
No, but I want to hear the refutation. Like, what you mean? Like, don't just skip over it. He just told you where you could see it. Like, I don't understand why you wouldn't think that you could see southern stars on a flat Earth. Like, bro, like, we need better timing, bro. I don't want them to keep on running with this narrative. Y'all got the legend in front of you. He answering all y'all questions. I don't hear a single refutation in sight. Boy, I better never hear this stuff again, bro. I want this man to get this out for real. I'm tired of hearing this flat Earth 101 stuff that y'all keep on ignoring when we telling you exactly how it worked, bro.
Yeah, it's just the stars are above us.
Where am I going to see it?
Out south. It's just away.
Out south.
It's away from north.
Okay, well.
What's the difference?
Tim, because we're running out of time. I want to get your guys' perspective or your reasoning. June 8th, the day that the Earth is 99% lit by the sun. How is that possible?
Because you are interpreting that wrong.
Oh, Stein. Stein. I don't know what's happening, bro. I'm really trying not to think you a psyop, bro. But you making me really want to open up a space of things flat earthers get wrong. I'm not going to hold you, bro, because like we got to stop just saying things that are incorrect, bro. It's not 99% of the world, bro. It's the population. It's still a lot more than what they be saying like it should happen, but come on, bro. Like, yes, you are saying that incorrectly, bro. Like, just all right, go ahead, Pool. Get your shit off, gang. Get your shit off.
No, I'm not interpreting it wrong. Austin, please tell Tim.
Well, that's population. He's talking.
Yeah, see?
Yeah. But it is roughly 65% of the physical sphere in actual
light. You can only light. If it's a ball, you can only light 50%.
That's because they're counting.
Don't go and add right when Stein dropped the ball.
Counting astronomical twilight.
No,
sunlight.
it's not. That's not the only thing, though. That's not the only thing that makes it go over 50%. So what's your argument for why it goes over 50%? It's not only astronomical twilight.
Well,
That's
astronomical
wrong.
twilight is the first
Basically
twilight
dark.
that happens.
Yeah.
It's basically dark. You need a telescope just to see it.
It's
and that is
the
the furthest
the moon with a glow on it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's filled the whole moon, and then you see a glow around the moon.
Yeah, it sounds like a local light source. But what I want to know is, like, you're going to claim the light. You have to claim that the light's bending around.
The first issue is you making the presumption that the claim at first is correct and absolute.
Yeah.
And so that's why I said Alex isn't immediately wrong. He said that the globe is. Oh, no, hold on.
50% of the ball is lit.
And then he had to correct you. So
90%
of the population.
comes
The issue is,
Man, what's been tacky all of this whole time? He gonna hinge this once, bro. It's just a simple slip, bro. It's still more than what y'all should be having on y'all sphere, bro. Relax, Pool.
you're making an argument against someone's argument instead of an argument for what is.
Well, yeah, what is known is that something like 90% of the world's population is in dilate, and they kind of stretch it based on astronomical twilight. But if you actually look at the projection of the Earth, if we look at the globe model, right, for those people at where they're located to also be in light and not just astronomical twilight, then the light has to actually cover more than half the ball. So you're gonna have to claim the light bends around it, which don't worry. People have no problem claiming it. They claim whatever they need to. They'll claim that.
Wait, the globe needs bendy light? They need bendy light, prop?
Clearly.
I guess so.
it to also be in light and not just astronomical twilight, then the light has to actually cover more than half the ball. So you're gonna have to claim the light bends around it, which don't worry. People have no problem claiming it. They claim whatever they need to. They'll claim that the light will bend all the way around the ball if they need to. Whenever I see mountains from hundreds of miles away, the light just bends around the globe. But that is what he's talking about.
Infinite refraction.
Infinite refraction, bruh. When we first found out that that's really what they believe, bro, I couldn't believe that. Like they looked, they dead ass in the mirror and be like, yeah, infinite refraction.
I couldn't believe the amount of people that, even if they didn't believe in infinite refraction, they couldn't give a value for where it would hinge. So that was interesting too. Like nobody really thought about it.
Right. There's no maximum value. It's just like, oh, well, if there's the right conditions, you technically can have an image bend 24,000 miles around the ball and see the back of your head. Like, what, bro? There's got to be some limitation to refraction. You can't just say that if I see it, then that just got to be refractive effects in perfect conditions. Like, nah, bro. Not going for that. Bendy lights.
Right. The 90% number is technically wrong if you present it as if it's physically impossible.
Speaking of that, I wanted to answer your question about Michigan. Okay. So Joshua in the wiki, you familiar with him?
Yeah, of course.
He's the guy that takes the pictures.
Yeah.
All right. So I have a big section about that in the book here. He only does it in April and May.
Okay.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, I guess the weather's better. There's
well, the weather's changing. Okay.
Yeah.
So the water keeps the temperature for a longer period of time than the air does.
Okay.
Okay. So we're just coming out of winter.
Mm-hmm.
The water's cold. The air starts warming up.
Yes.
As soon as that air starts warming up, you're going to get light refraction.
Yeah. So you say it's just all refraction.
Well, that's
you think it's a mirage, though?
Do I think it's a mirage?
I mean, basically, wouldn't that be? We're not actually looking at it. We're looking at it.
Whatever. The reason you're seeing Chicago skyline is because the light beam is being curved by the refraction due to the temperature difference between the water.
It's an illusion.
Do you know about the Flying Dutchman?
No, Dutch Bros Coffee. I don't know the Flying.
Are you familiar with the Flying Dutchman?
Tobacco.
the ship that was so they would see ships flying above the water in the during the colonial period, and the legend emerged of the Flying Dutchman ghost ship.
Yeah,
it's just refraction of light made it appear that it was higher than it really was.
And sometimes
that's not true at all. Actually, it's called Fata Morgana. So I think I have a post about that, and I actually adjusted the values of the colors in the image, and you could see like the horizon in the back. Probably not all the time, but basically they're just claiming that the horizon is an apparent position, not an actual physical geometric location. The illusion of the boat floating in the air. I'm gonna post that up top.
Really
upside down.
Yeah, but really what happens in those is actually the boat doesn't just get lifted because the water would have to get lifted too, right? Because there's light coming off the water.
Right.
It's actually that there's like a reflective inferior situation that happens for Fata Morgana. It actually
that's what I just said. What's it? I just said that, didn't I? Go ahead, Sacred.
Makes it look like it's up in the sky, but it's actually not. I don't dispute optical effects. What I do dispute is just assuming that the sphere is a certain size, therefore it must bend this certain amount, because I went to that Chicago location and there were wildfires in the west, coincidentally, so I couldn't see anything. Like you couldn't even see like a mile. But I talked to all the locals. They said you see it throughout the year. They said it's very frequent, certainly at sunset, that you see Chicago. So it isn't just those couple months or anything. It happens regularly. And then there's an observation that you can predict years in advance every year, 2 days a year. I think it's in September and February in Canigou, right, in France. You can see the Canigou Mountains from a distance that should be impossible just using geometry on a globe. And based on that time of year, the sun sets behind the mountains and creates a silhouette. And you
Okay, I wanna make sure I grab that too. But I did attach the Fata Morgana image up top. I think you probably put some of this stuff up here. Oh wait, did I share it? I think I did. I'm pretty sure. It should pop up in a second. But also, let me just grab the Canigou too, because Canigou go crazy, bro. I'm gonna rewind this a little bit just so y'all can hear this, because we talk about Canigou all the time. And what's great about Canigou, what Wiss is about to get into, is that it literally removes the argument of refraction by invoking a silhouette. And I'll throw that up top too, and y'all can save that for later. That tweet actually did pretty good. Let's double back a little bit just so we can get back to the beginning of the explanation of Canigou Mountain. Just so y'all know, we at 1 minute 48. I'm sorry, 1 hour 48 minutes and 30 seconds. We got about like 10-ish minutes left, 10, 15 minutes. Pretty good build, man. I'm not gonna lie.
So I couldn't see anything. Like you couldn't even see like a mile. But I talked to all the locals. They said you see it throughout the year. They said it's very frequent, certainly at sunset, that you see Chicago. So it isn't just those couple months or anything. It happens regularly. And then there is an observation that you can predict years in advance every year, 2 days a year. I think it's in September and February in Canigou, right, in France. You can see the Canigou Mountains from a distance that should be impossible just using geometry on a globe. And based on that time of year, the sun sets behind the mountains and creates a silhouette. And you can guarantee see those mountains line of sight directly in front of you on that specific day. You can book your flight right now, unless it's like crazy.
Yeah, but you know what?
He has to assume that there's no refraction for that.
The Flying Dutchman crew upgraded their ship to a cargo freighter.
Oh, snap. They got my tweet up on the page. No, they ain't got my tweet. But this is the exact image that I posted up here, bro. That's crazy. Yo, it's on me Sacred Damas in this. Let me stop. I'm gonna post this. I think I'm capping. It's literally the picture I just showed up here. Why did they pull up the same picture? How did they know that? That is so funny, bro. Hold on, y'all. I'm just grabbing a screenshot. Hold on. I hope that Witsit addresses Berg, because he started talking about refraction again. So he clearly doesn't understand why Canigou Mountain is so important, because that whole observation eliminates the argument of refraction. Because refraction is Snell's law. Snell's law is the bending of lights, not the absence of light. Silhouettes is absent of light. So how can you bend that up into a lit sky? You can't. You're gonna bend an absent of light into a sky that's illuminated? No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. And just like Witsit said, you can actually predict the days that you can go see this. It's not like based on atmospheric random conditions. Like, no, I'm gonna go on this day, this year, this month, because I know that's where the sun's gonna be at, and I'm gonna be able to look at that mountain direct line of sight. So for you guys making these terrestrial observations, you literally have to just deny that those mountains are there. I mean, I'm looking straight at it, and it's an illusion. Okay. If that's the world you want to live in, I'm not denying the mountain that I'm looking directly at, bro. Like, that's something. I'm just not doing it. Y'all can do that if y'all want to. I'm not going. Hell no.
If your theory was correct, you should be able to get something as powerful as the Hubble Space Telescope, point it toward California, and you should be able to see some structure in California.
No.
Why not?
I'll explain it. So like we'll actually use the Canigou explanation because it works perfectly. So before the sun goes behind Canigou, you can't see the mountains. You can't see them. You could only see the mountains once the sun gets behind it. Now, a lot of people would take that picture and say, see, this proves the globe. The mountain's below the curve of the earth. But then the sun gets behind it, you can see the mountains. The reason you can't see the mountains at first is because of attenuation, right? Like the light gets absorbed by the medium and it can't make it to you. Once the sun gets behind it, now the intensity of light is so much greater, it can actually make it through the medium, right? So the rate of attenuation is not going to affect the image as much, and you're able to see it. Now, even in the globe paradigm, you would have to admit that. You would have to now say at just 150 miles, I can't see mountains that are in front of me because light gets attenuated and absorbed into the medium. So this idea that you can see,
I have no problem with that.
So you couldn't see across the world. The telescope doesn't actually fight attenuation, right? Like we can see stars because we're looking up through the thinnest part of the atmosphere. And even there, we actually have 1 to 2 degrees. We have almost a whole degree that we can't really know.
Well, what's the farthest you think the Hubble telescope can see through atmosphere of the Earth?
You mean like laterally, like horizontally?
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know. It would few hundred miles because we see a few hundred miles regularly. And Mount Wilson, if you got a higher elevation,
you prove a flat Earth then, if you can only see a couple hundred miles?
A few hundred. I mean, we have observations in planes with infrared where we've seen 5, 6.
Within that range of 200 miles, would Hubble be able to see a sublimation of the Chicago skyline?
It's all based on the attenuation of the atmos. It's always going to be based on the atmos. The light gets absorbed. The Canigou proves.
Okay, so your answer is how light's affected, right? That's what my answer.
But you're claiming it's bending at a certain rate. I'm just saying that light's attenuated.
Okay, so I'll say it's attenuated and it's bending.
But I can actually.
How does that prove a flat Earth?
Well, it doesn't. I can prove. Well, yeah, because you have to prove it, right? Like you can prove the rate at which it attenuates based on the actual medium, based on the turbulence, the turbidity, and the actual.
Okay.
And to be totally honest, like this is kind of like devolving a little bit because like the strongest argument was Battle of the Beams. See, they're appealing to like observational data. where there's a lot of variables that you got to account for when you're actually observing something, right? When we talking about signal propagation, I ain't got to see that. Like if the signal reaches its receiver over a distance that far exceeds the limitations of the geometric curvature of Earth, that's it. I don't got to see that, bro. We could eliminate all those variables that you try to invoke for observations to explain away things that don't work on your globe. When you got signal propagation, that's it. It's over with, bro. That's it. There's a prediction that y'all should appeal to when it comes to your spherical Earth. If that prediction fails, let your sphere go. Don't invent abstract concepts. There is no, variables. I mean, we cool with you putting a surface in the sky. I mean, it sounds like a firmament to me if you want to invent something like that, which y'all got all different type of stuff in the sky, surfaces, salt layers, ionosphere, all different type of shit. But yeah, bro, like we don't have to just rely on observational data. Like we could just send a signal. And if it goes far beyond the limitation of the geometric horizon, then radius falsified, bro. Thousands of miles. They've been doing this. Anyway, keep moving. We almost done, y'all.
But I can actually.
How does that prove a flat Earth?
Well, it doesn't. I can prove. Well, yeah, because you have to prove it, right? Like you can prove the rate at which it attenuates based on the actual medium, based on the turbulence, the turbidity, and the actual.
Okay, so you have third-party factors affecting how the light comes into your eye beam.
How far it can get to you from.
Okay, so how does that prove flat Earth?
Oh, because we can make observations consistently, predict them in the future from hundreds of miles away, where the mountain should be miles at times, up to 2 miles below Earth curvature. I can book a flight.
How could you prove that if light's attenuated and it bends?
Well, the light attenuation is just proven by the fact you can't see the mountain until the sun sets behind it.
That means it's something, the light's being affected somehow, right?
It's being absorbed by the medium. Once the sun gets behind, the sun's so much brighter that it makes it through the medium. But you're claiming that it's bending and that I can book my flight right now.
You don't
go see that mountain. Yeah,
refraction.
I do believe in refraction.
You believe temperature can cause light refraction?
In a singular medium, it can have effects. You can label it as refraction, but Snell's law is based on 2 medium, and this word is just thrown around. It's just thrown around. No one's can show this in a lab. I keep asking, show me an equation, because according to you...
Wait a minute. My question was, do you believe light refraction can be caused by temperature difference between water and air?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't discount light refraction like we're just making this up.
No, right? No, not when properly defined what refraction means. But to every time to say, I know this amount of refraction is happening without looking at the variables and without actually making the measurements of the temperature gradients, the density gradients, and just saying it must be curving this amount because my presupposed sphere...
We don't say that, as a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, if you look at the Chicago skyline photos, they're all different. Some show buildings coming higher up out of the water. Some show buildings that are thinner than they really are. Some show more color. Others are gray. Every time you take a picture of the Chicago skyline, it's different. Why? Yeah. Because you get different attenuation, you get different refraction. All kinds of things are different every single day.
Sure, but when it's clearer outside, we see further. And your paradigm...
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, but you have to claim when it's clear outside, that's when there's the most refraction. Because when it's clear outside, we're seeing the furthest.
Clear has nothing to do with how much the light's refracting.
Well, if it's the conditions of the medium that are supposedly refracting it, then
the temperature is the cause. Okay.
Oh my gosh, yo, the mental gymnastics, bro. Oh Lord. It's why I'm like observational stuff like this, like they wheelhouse. They didn't have nothing when it came to the signal propagation. He think that he cooking right now with this refraction. It's like, bro, you didn't take no empirical data. Oh, what are you just denying refraction? Non sequitur, red herring, not what I said. Said you didn't take any empirical data to verify that this is actually causing refraction because it's based on an observation that you did not predict would happen. It's a failed prediction, so you're using refraction to explain away the failed prediction because the globe prediction is that observation should not be visible. It doesn't mean we're denying refraction. Even the way that y'all using it is incorrect. But you don't even have the empirical data to verify that it's actually refractive effects. Doesn't mean refraction doesn't exist. You just don't have the data to make the positive claim. It's like, whoa, refraction exists, so that's just gotta be it. Bro, that's not science, bro. Y'all PhDs, y'all should be better than that. And again, this is just observations, mad variables. That's why you get to wiggle around all this wiggle room in this argument here. Why don't you address Battle of the Beans? Why don't you address long distance VHF signal propagation? Why don't you address microwaves? Or like address those things where we don't have to account for the variables, bro. You're playing around with this refraction stuff, and it's like for this type of stuff that y'all be doing, just to keep a sphere, bro. That's crazy. That's why I said, like, this is like, they probably should have talked about this first and it ended with the Battle of the Beans. But, you know, conversation just flowing, so it's cool.
Because when it's clear outside, we're seeing the furthest.
Clear has nothing to do with how much the light's refracting.
Well, if it's the conditions of the medium that are supposedly refracting it, then the
temperature is the cause. Okay.
Okay. And
it makes the air thinner or thicker.
One more thing before we wrap up here. The horizon in a globe is like this physical edge of a sphere, right? It's blocking things. It's a physical location. It's geometric. As in, on a globe, there's a physical location called the horizon blocking things in the distance.
That's an apparent horizon.
Wait, is it physical or apparent?
No, you see an apparent horizon because refraction's always there. You're not living in a vacuum.
So you have no evidence of this physical one. You have to assume it's there. We see the horizon goes up and down, moves all over. We can see from 100 miles away consistently.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Over frozen lakes, different colors, different heights, even if they're different distances, they'll stay the same height over frozen lakes. I can see specular reflections over great distances. If the surface was convex or concave, you wouldn't see that. And there are all the evidence shows, and just saying the word refraction isn't a get out of jail card of all physical evidence that consistently shows we can see way beyond the curve. You have to prove there's a physical hill in front of me blocking things, and there's simply not. I can shoot radar through it.
So I've witnessed a Falcon 9 landing on the drone ship. You know how they land on the boat in the water?
Mm-hmm.
Just after they were doing a Dragon test and they accidentally blew up one of their Dragon capsules, they couldn't land at the landing zone because they had debris all over it. So they brought the drone ship in real close to shore, 17.8 miles offshore. So I was able to witness this Falcon 9 landing on the drone ship. The engines are very bright, as this thing's landing, and I'm watching it obscured by the horizon as it's landing 17.8 miles offshore. The bottom 2/3 of the rocket were blocked. According to the globe, that's what I should have seen with refraction accounted for. So yes, refraction's a part of it. Also, it had a nice specular highlight across the Atlantic Ocean coming up to me that was very visible. So if it's not curved, why can I see a specular highlight? And then if it's not curved, why is the bottom 2/3 of the rocket blocked after it lands?
You can see specular reflection. It's because that requires a flat surface.
And if it's flat, then why is it blocked by the lower 2/3 of the rocket?
So you made a false claim about the specular reflection that only works on a flat surface because you get a diffuse reflection if it's convex concave. But the horizon's apparent. It rises optically, and the most dense part of the atmosphere is the bottom. The most dense. So that's going to block.
Just real quick, specular reflection is like mirror image. And they're saying like if the surface was convex or concave, it wouldn't be a mirror image. It would have some distortion. So when you're looking over a flat surface, when over a water or like frozen lake or something like that, and there's like trees like on the bank, and then you can see like perfect mirror image, like that only works if the surface is flat. Like you go in like one of those little funny houses and you look in the mirror and you look all crazy and stuff like that. Yeah, because the surface isn't flat. So you're just correcting him on specular reflection. Specular reflection. Flat Earth evidence.
Made a false claim about the specular reflection that only works on a flat surface because you get a diffuse reflection if it's convex concave. But the horizon's apparent. It rises optically, and the most dense part of the atmosphere is the bottom. The most dense. So that's going to block the most things from the bottom. Now, you said you accounted for refraction. You did not measure the density and temperature and then put in a refractive equation and determine how much should be missing. What you did was notice that it didn't match the globe. And then you had to add refraction because you saw too much of the rocket. It should have been more blocked. You assumed, it must be lifted up behind the curve, and it's actually
No, I recorded what the temperature was that day. Anyway, so the bottom 2/3 of the rocket was blocked, and the bottom part of the rocket's where all the flame is.
It ain't just temperature, bro. It's a lot of different things.
blocked. You assumed, it must be lifted up behind the curve, and it's actually
No, I recorded what the temperature was that day. Anyway, so the bottom 2/3 of the rocket was blocked, and the bottom part of the rocket's where all the flame is. That's the hottest, brightest part of it. So why am I able to see this dim little part at the top, but not the bright part of the flame at the bottom? And I'm getting specular highlights and reflections off the water that's supposedly flat, yet it's blocking the 2/3 bottom part of the rocket. Last thing I want to ask you, Witz, before we wrap up.
You claim bottoming up obstructions impossible on flat Earth?
So you haven't explained it. That's
entirely new to this.
But here's the thing I want to ask you.
Yes, thank you. He's entirely. I don't know why he's been tweeting at us for this long, and he's still making these flat Earth 101. Like, bro, we have been shown this. We tell these guys all the time, come pull up, come ask your questions. You could have just stopped like bringing these rudimentary arguments, bro. Like, come on, bro. You in front of the Witsit on 10 pool, and you talking about bottom up obstruction on a flat surface. Like, we ain't been talking about that already. Stop playing.
Last thing I want to ask you, Witz, before we wrap up.
You claiming bottoming up obstructions impossible on a flat Earth?
So you haven't explained it. That's
entirely new to this.
But here's the thing I want to ask you, Witz, before we wrap up, is you're going to Antarctica for TFE, right? I applaud you for taking up that offer. So what are you expecting to see? I want to know what you're expecting to see. Are you expecting to see the sun set in Antarctica, or are you not? And if so, why?
I have no idea. I don't actually have an expectation. I don't know. That's why I'm going.
What if the Earth is flat, but like that? You know what I mean? Like, does that work for you?
No, I think it would be a bowl, if anything, like a basin. The ocean, right? Is the guy.
So when he said flat and like that, he did a convex shape with his hands, and was just like, nah. Like if there's any deviation from flat, it would be more of like a concave bowl shape. If it was anything other than flat.
And when you see the sun all the time.
Well, it just gets so far away you can't see it. As to what's going to happen in Antarctica, I don't know. Like that's why I want to go, is because
like if it gets far away, it would get smaller. Not just go down.
Well, technically, it actually does get smaller. Even in the globe paradigm, it gets smaller. It actually changes to noon. It should change again. That's never been measured. But
how do you explain the sunset?
All in. Fold.
Oh, add in after how you explain the sunset.
Rowdy tonight, okay?
Y'all is diabolical with
Just
that.
scattergunning. Just name it. Everything under the sun.
Yeah, but we like 5 minutes. We 5 minutes away, so they probably have like a timer, like behind like the fourth wall where we can't see. So they're probably like trying to time it at 2 hours and trying to get everything else out that they haven't even been able to refute yet. So, which it is like engaging with every point. Like it's amazing. Like he's not complaining. He's just like, I got a thought. Someone interjects. He acknowledges it and gets back to his point. Like he's like really on it like that. That's just crazy to me, bro. It's like a immense amount of brain power to do that. You got to be able to keep your train of thought while people interjecting and trying to throw you off. And it's like now it kind of turned into like more of like a 2.5 V1. Tim Pool kind of chiming in. Robertson Jen has been kind of talking about certain stuff, and now like Ferg is trying to like get him with some extra stuff right now. So it's impressive, man. It's impressive. But so far so good. Like they've been pretty civil. Not gonna lie. A few more minutes.
It get smaller. Even in the globe paradigm, it gets smaller. It actually changes to noon. It should change again. That's never been measured. But
how do you explain the sunset?
It's just like the streetlights, right? So like as it moves away, it looks like it goes down, and then it gets so far beyond you can't see it through the air anymore, right? It goes beyond that point. The horizon's apparent. It gets behind the convergence point. Just like railroads converge, if you flipped them on their side, that would be like the sky and the ground. That's what perspective does. And even in the globe paradigm, they claim like when you see the sunset, it's actually not there.
But you're arguing that like the sunset is vanishing point?
Well, yeah, it gets beyond the you could say quote unquote vanishing point. Sure, it gets beyond the limit of your vision, the apparent horizon. It gets beyond the convergence point.
Is that because it's only 27 miles in diameter?
I don't make any claims as to the size, but I will say you can prove this. Sometimes the sun disappears above the horizon, and even when it disappears above the horizon at sunset, it has a perfect horizontal line cutting off the bottom of it.
Yo, that's a fact, bro. I went to TikTok. I went to TikTok and I posted that sun setting above the horizon. Boy, them TikTok anti-flirts lost their mind. Yo, do we got that clip out? We might have to do a space on that. That's hilarious.
So how's that work? If it's the curve of the Earth, right? But it's not. It's because there are horizontal layers of atmosphere. The Earth, the sun moves beyond it. And so, all the evidence shows the Earth.
Will you be willing to admit that the Earth is round if you go to Antarctica and it looks round?
Well, I don't see it looks round. I mean, I'm going to take an infrared camera and I'm going to probably see 100, 200 miles in the plane. So Antarctica, the only way it would prove it is if I could fly over the South Pole, pop back up on the other side. I'm very interested in the observation. That's obviously why I'm going. It's 11 days. It's very inconvenient. I don't blame Alex for not going. So it's 11 days. It's super cold.
Alex, I mean, scared.
I am scared.
It's also kind of scary in a way, right? So, but we'll see what happens.
We're gonna wrap things up. This was a lot of fun. I love this. It was great to have these varying perspectives all going at it. And so smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. We got more coming up later today. YouTube.com/TimCastIRL tonight at 8 p.m. But we'll go around with final thoughts and shout outs. Alex, you want to say anything before we wrap up?
Well, I just want to thank all you guys for participating in this. It's very nice for you guys to make time to come here. And there's just a lot of questions that are still unanswered, in my opinion. And just look into it. Don't believe anything I say or Austin or Bob or Scott. Just look into it yourself and then make whatever assumption you can from the evidence that you see.
I'd say don't believe him, believe me.
There you go.
Don't believe me. I'm not a role model. You don't want to be like me. I'm insane. I wear tuck-friendly bathing suits at city council meetings. My point is,
he's a little crazy.
Do your research and look into it yourself.
Yeah. So I would just say this is hard stuff. It's hard. Science is hard. It's never easy. We have a lot of data. We have microscopes, telescopes, oscilloscopes that bring in all kinds of data. Connecting the dots and interpreting that data correctly, that's the hard part. And that's where we are right now.
Is there somewhere people can find you?
Yeah. So www.robertsonjennis.org. And we have a science website also, journeytothecenteroftheuniverse.com.
All right. Sir, final thoughts? Anything to shout out?
Yeah, so I think the conversation is way more in depth than people realize. And I would just say, look into it. There's a philosophical bias to this idea that the Earth is special and in the center. It has philosophical implications. And You know, just don't shy away from looking into it because people will mock and ridicule you. The evidence is overwhelming that the Earth is stationary, dust in the center, and I would say it's overwhelming that it's actually a topographical plane. Just look into it, to each their own. And science is not about dogma, right? That's the death of knowledge. So you should be able to have like an intellectual discussion, disagreements without freaking out. And yeah, you can find me Witsit Gets It on all platforms or witsit.tv.
All right. So I want to thank Witsit for inviting me to this debate. I had a good time. Thanks, Tim, for hosting this.
Okay. Yeah. Make sure you thank the legend. Wouldn't have been here without the flat earthers. I'm just saying. Better thank my man.
All right. So I want to thank Witsit for inviting me to this debate. I had a good time. Thanks, Tim, for hosting this. You can find me on YouTube, Astronomy Live.
All right. Sorry, we can't platform you just like you can't platform me. No.
Collaboration and doing that stuff too, which is kind of fun. So it's been great for me to sort of engage with ideas that I don't necessarily hold, but to be able to go out there and collect evidence yourself. And that's one of the things that I love about astronomy so much, is that it's so accessible and anyone can get involved and do it. You don't need a big expansive telescope to get started. And you can go out and investigate these things yourself and take your own measurements because, I mean, I now am happy and proud to be able to say that I've measured the size of the Earth myself. I measured the distance of the sun myself. And these are all things that anyone can do. If I can do it,
No, you didn't.
I'm not a professional astronomer. I'm just an amateur astronomer. I'm just a neuroscientist who loves playing astronomer at night. So thank you all.
Right on. Well, everybody.
It's a little creepy.
Thanks so much for hanging out. Like I said, we'll be back at 8 p.m. youtube.com/TimCastIRL, and we'll see you all then.
All right. That's the end of the Timcast, man. First reaction, positives. Very civil, very cordial. I like it. Not gonna lie, I had very low expectations. I like Singenis. I see him having a few debates was a little condescending. I didn't really see that coming out in this conversation, which I like. We all know Ferg and how he get down on the timeline, so definitely appreciate for him not bringing his behavior like that over here. But I don't want to see no more popping shit on the timeline after this, bro. Like, everything pretty much have been answered. Like, you had 2 hours to get off your best arguments. Proud was sending me some tweets, and I was looking for the point where Ferg was finna cook Witsit. What was he saying, Proud? Something like that. But I ain't really see that part. But sticking on the positives, I like the civility. I like the cordial conversation. Tim Pool didn't have to moderate that much. I like how each and every one of them had mic etiquette. That was cool. Didn't seem like a hostile environment. It seemed like a round table. No pun intended. So that was pretty cool. I thought it was more going to be like, the modern day debates. Like, I'm just going to try to win and I'm going to try to just cap as much as possible so I can get the upper hand. And yeah, there was a little bit of capping, but I mean, they have an ideology that they stick to. So I understand that they're going to have a specific perspective, even if it's directly refuted. So I'm going to give them a little bit of grace when it comes to that. But I think the conversation was very respectful. I think that even though there was a lot of scattergunning, like Proud had pointed out earlier, they gave pretty much enough time to answer the questions. And a lot of these arguments I heard them say before in the past, it will be interesting to see if they're going to continue saying the same things after everything has just been answered. That's the positives. Negatives. I would have liked to see the guys be able to specifically share their screens. Ferg had a laptop, Tim Pool had a laptop, Witsit, Anson Jennings, and Alex Stein didn't seem like they had any laptop in front of them. It would have been nice if they was able to share some images or some graphics or some content while being able to discuss this within this conversation so we can get a little bit more visuals. I know I had it on 1.25, but I think for the most part, it was digestible. A lot of these things, I mean, it's 119 episodes of Flat Earth Friday, so it's like when I'm listening to it, it's just like second nature. Maybe if y'all hearing this for the first time, it was a little bit fast for you, but I did go ahead and link Tim Pool's and this debate's YouTube. Or if I didn't do it, Proud did. One of us did it. So y'all can go ahead and watch it back in your own speed, whatever y'all want to do. I'm definitely probably gonna go rewatch this back. That was a really good build. And again, just like we were talking about earlier with the with Robert Bennett and Make Lying Wrong Again, it's a good demonstration of how you can have completely polarizing or opposing ideas and not have to get too toxic. You know what I'm saying? So like if I see toxicity from here on out from any one of the guys, whether they're flat earthers, globers, or whatever the case, like I'm gonna be looking like, well, there's no reason for that. If you are able to have a face-to-face conversation and you is chilled the hell out, bro, I don't really expect you to be doing too much antagonizing people. Of course, it's Twitter. You're gonna be responding, do whatever you got to do, whatever. It's still Twitter at the end of the day, but you did demonstrate that like you are able to have self-control, which I like, and I think that both parties or all parties, right? Because it's not just flat and globe. There's donut, pineapple, pyramid, potato earth, like all pineapple earth, pear shaped earth. Again, like you should be able to have that self-control. Good demonstration of that, and everybody should follow this lead if you're going to be engaging in any type of polarizing conversation. So that's my quick take. I'm going to be digesting this probably like over the weekend as well. I may have some more hot takes as I think about it some more, but I give it about, I would say about an 8 out of 10 conversation. What you think, Prob?
I mean, it depends really, because I don't know what we're gauging it on. It's so frustrating when we're on the internet and we see how hard they go. The globe warriors, the keyboard warriors, the heliosexuals, they all go so hard. So
Right.
when no pun intended, yikes.
No diddy.
So when in these positions where they're up close and personal, they actually get to debate with it. Like you would think that they pull out like their final bag, like their final trump card.
Right. I was expecting them to have like some like devastating arguments from the stuff that I was
Right.
going to
Just
see.
something irrefutable, something like it just seemed like a normal conversation. So, if that was the goal, if the goal was genuinely to just have a normal conversation, then I think it was executed like perfectly, honestly. But when they get to the internet, it's like they have amnesia, and then they get to, oh, I thought smacked him, and globe smacked, and it's just so frustrating. It's like pick a side if this is your final chance, dig all the way in the bag, so you can get every argument out, like you were saying.
That's a fact. That's a really good point when it comes to amnesia.
Also, is Ferg the most toxic, or is he just like peanut gallery? I don't know. Between him,
I
he's
never.
like not the worst.
Yeah, I'm for sure. There's like super toxic trolls. I mean, somebody was in my replies a couple of weeks ago talking about you should die. Like I'm like, why? Because the Earth is not a ball, bro. Like, chill out. Like it ain't even that deep. I don't think I've ever been primarily antagonistic towards anybody on the internet. I really try to pride myself on approaching the conversation in a specific way. We can get it popping if that's what you want to do. They don't really want to do that though. So I respond in kind. So I don't really blame anybody if they respond with the energy that they receive. You all are human at the end of the day. But yeah, it's like those guys that are like the primary antagonist. Like you don't have to be like that. And if you are like that, there's an issue. Science is supposed to be devoid of emotion and bias. So if you're emotional in this conversation, you probably shouldn't be engaging. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I was answering your question or cutting you off. My bad, bro. I'll let you get the final thought, and then we'll see what RG got to say.
Appreciate it. Yeah, hopefully we have more fruitful conversations like this in the future. I still think a lot of the people in the scientific community that we interact with think of it as like gotchas and devastations to their model when, they side with us or agree with us or even have to concede to a point. So hopefully when they see interactions like this from people in a higher level of credential, they can like let go of that ideology that it looks bad or that it's a problem. Like, and I think we'll slowly start to come to uh, equal conversations where we can all agree and converse mutually.
Right. Just a couple comments here. Someone says, I can't believe this went for 2 hours and everyone remained mostly civil. This was great. I'm gonna like that. Pro tip, if your debate opponent doesn't insult you and you spend the entire debate berating your opponent, you're in ASS. That's true. No, not too much of that going on.
Drastic contrast from Lore Lodge.
Oh, that's a fact. That Lore Lodge was, oh my God, terrible. I was waiting for Mindshock to finish that logical fallacy review because, bro, I think he just gave up because it was just like exceedingly fallacious. Let me see what else I see.
I mean, who knows? We didn't get to the Twitter spiral yet, so maybe in a few days we'll have some spirals from people who clip up the debate, and the parties to be will spiral like their mom.
There's a lot of troll comments here, like just, oh, cats push everything off the flat Earth. Like, I'm trying to look for like the constructive, like criticism type. I'll keep looking through these. I'll try to find some good comments. Like all these top comments are just like all like just people trying to get likes and stuff. But what up, RG?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you? Let's just jump back in, man. To, let you guys know, I just watched the Fly Me to the Moon movie. It's have you seen that yet? The one with the, it's mocking the fake, the recording of, Project Artemis. Have you guys seen that yet?
No, I didn't see it. I think they had a watch party a couple months ago when it dropped. But yeah, I didn't see it. Yeah, it was a lower quality, I think it was. So I was waiting for the high quality to come out. But I'm looking forward to that too. They said it was all right, but I think they spoiled it.
It's decent. It's decent. I mean, if you know anything about Project Artemis, you know that the CIA and whoever DoD was involved with, um, to literally film it. I mean, they literally have government documents about it. Uh, but anyway, that wasn't what mainly came up for. I did want to. I had an idea. I mean, I've had the idea for a little while, but I just need someone to help me build it. Um, to to just scale down basically the circumference. 24,901 miles to 2490.1 feet. Circle and then do the radius. Find your equator, and then just scale up from there. The 90-degree angles to where your zenith would be. Your north pole where your center of radius, and then your what's the highest that things usually go is about 120,000 feet. Which 24,000 miles. What is it? The height of 24,000 feet. The highest mountain. What is it again? High mountain.
Which
mountain? Dang it. Everest. Mount Everest is like 24,000 feet, like height.
Okay.
So if you just go up, five times that height wise, is about this highest that, the Red Bull jump and, and just make a scale model in your yard or wherever, with a concave just fill it up with water, the concavity of the ocean, but level water, of course, and just scale it up to the sky, and then put your superfluid type of material or two-way mirror, and then just do your lights from there, man. I think I could really make a good project out of that. So people could get a view, and then you know put your rotation of your sun. Have y'all had a chance to see when I posted the second talk with Dave Weiss and Vika and Joe Hanby? He's on YouTube a lot. He's the one that does the scale models of the bubble, the plastic bubble, and he shows how in the south, if the sun was rotating right with Capricorn in around December 14th would be the perfect window to just show these things where a sun could be possible. Just show the possibilities, Anyway, that's all I want to say. If you guys want to comment on that, or if you know anybody in Georgia or North Georgia, hey, let me know. Maybe they can get together and be my able hands to build this thing.
Shout out to my
Send invitations to anybody. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear about a lot of that stuff, man. You're gonna have to drop some stuff in the chat if you can, or so we can look at some of that. Do you have any comments about? I don't know if you call this a debate, conversation, dialogue. I don't know what it is. It's more of a combo. Marketed as a debate.
A bunch of lads having a chat, they call it.
Yeah, chat.
Yeah, I love seeing that. It's a great thing, man. It's progress. I mean, when anybody's going to be positive and want to build with others, man, and not just have the same old tired conversations. Yeah, I'm all for it. That was great.
Just a couple comments here. One person says, so many people are so abundantly arrogant and indoctrinated that you can't even open your minds a teensy bit to question, even though science was and is ever changing, which leaves zero space for any creativity or new ideas. It's pathetic and sad. Where are the free thinkers? Someone else says, thank you, Tim. A few of us really needed this. Someone says, nope, I can't make it through this episode. It triggered. It is like 50 minutes ago. Where was the dissenting view? 3.5 flat earthers stroking each other for 2 hours. Like, come on, bro. Who's the half a flat earther? Someone else says, Woodsit and Robert, fire emoji. Someone else says Einstein was a fraud. Atomism is a fraud. Relativity is a fraud. Gravity is a fraud. Copernicus was a lying thief. Light is electromagnetic energy, the radio wave, like radio wave, excuse me. Electromagnetic energy requires a medium to propagate. That medium is the ether. Someone else says, really great show. Not a boring moment, and I learned some stuff. Yeah, I will agree with that. Oh, let me finish this. I didn't even read this last part. Really great show. Not a boring moment, and I learned some stuff. I am still not a flat earther. So this is a globe earther that's saying, hey, I got some value from this. Some things that I may have questions on. I got some answers. Give me something to think about. I like that type of globe earther. I like the honest ones. I like the open-minded ones, because those are the ones that are going to help bring some of the conversations together, balance out that toxicity from the other side. I felt really dialed in too. There was spurts that I just wasn't verbally reacting because I was just so locked into like what was happening. I did have it in 1.25 speed. So like I was just keeping up with the conversation as it was going a little bit faster. But yeah, I was locked into. I rock with that. Someone else says reality is merely an illusion, albeit a very persistent one. Or I guess that's a quote from Albert Einstein. Somebody else says, it's funny how you can dismantle scientific, quote unquote, arguments using their own, quote unquote, scientific rules, and people ignore them and actually call you dumb. There wasn't none of that, here. So that was pretty cool. When you realize a lot of the scientific community is patting their own backs and not actually checking their own work, but rather the politics of who is making the study. That's why when I was talking to Dr. Bennett earlier, it was the first, challenges to anything that he was saying was, well, let me see his credentials. Let me see. Like, bro, you just politicking. Like, who cares? Like, what if he didn't have a credential? It shouldn't matter. If he's making a valid argument, address the point. Stop the politics. Value. That was great. That Austin kicked so much booty on that get together. It was definitely surprising.
Yeah, if I could say one thing, man, if I could just add in that, the only time that progress is going to start for everyone is when people are able to let go of the past to introduce these kind of ideas. It's they politicize words like flat Earth or globe. I mean, it's almost like if you're not able to hear people's new ideas and entertain the fact that new technologies, patents and things can't be explored, if one side is, too pushy, so if we're just able to work together, man, I think that's when new technologies and things that will benefit humanity begins. Yeah.
Right. One comment I want to address here, one of these negative ones, it's just interesting because we all listen to this, right? We got some squad up here. Shout out Beasticles and Brian Sweet. This comment says, these people are snake oil salesmen. They are making a career selling false and provocative concepts to dumb people. There is no way these two people actually believe the earth is flat. The funny thing is, you actually had two PhDs in front of them. And I think the expectation was the PhDs to have some answers to some of the flat earth evidence that was provided. Now, like I said, I think it would have been a little bit more valuable or constructive to actually have them share their screens, to share some of the content that they were speaking about. But everything that they spoke about is researchable. I mean, we got whole databases over here. Shane St. Pierre, AlanSpaceAudits, Alan over here. Like, we got everything. Ether Cause, 24/7 Discord, Flat Earth. Like, bro, we got pretty much whatever y'all need if you really want to come search for it. Flat Earth Fridays is where it's at, right? So it's just like you making a claim that these guys are selling false narratives, but wouldn't you expect SciComm to correct those narratives if they were false? Not leave them unchecked? Or, I haven't heard about that, I got to do research. Like, the next time I see Robert Sungenis, I want him to have some explanation for Battle of the Beams, because, like, nobody want to touch it. I mean, bro, the best argument we got was an overconsumption of carrots, bro. I can't believe that. And that came from Poole. That's the host. I'm not even really expecting too much, But from the PhDs, like, nah, y'all should be able to have some. You mean to tell me you went into this and you wasn't prepared for none of these arguments? Y'all really made the flat earthers look good, man. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm gonna keep trying to find some more comments to read to y'all, but let's tap in with Brian Sweet. What up, bro?
What's up, y'all, man? Yeah, I would say, man, that dude always holds it down. Like you said, everyone keeps on interjecting, and he can answer their question. That's so hard to do, to keep your train of thought there, and to be spot on like that, man.
Right, you caught that, right,
dude?
That's impressive.
But what I kept on hearing is they kept on asking stuff. He kept on explaining it, and then they kind of moved on. Was there moving on to new topics, concession? Or
that's why I take it. If you don't have a refutation, then I'm just gonna call it what it is. Like, it's unchecked. Like, I don't want to hear no, the flat earthers. Nah, they presented their arguments, and when they moved on to a next topic, because all of them had a chance to like slow it down. Like, hold on, before we move on. Like, I want to address that. Like, nobody was really censored over here. So if they let the conversation go, I feel like it's for a reason.
So you said they had some PhDs and scientists on there. What were their fields?
So we had Robertson Jennis, which he's a PhD in, was it theology, he said? He said he studied physics, but he doesn't have a PhD in physics. And the other guy was Astronomy Live.
Really?
Yeah. So Astronomy Live.
Was he
over there?
Where was he at? I didn't hear. Was he talking much?
I mean, kinda. Not as much as I thought. I thought he was gonna unload like a full clip the way he be on the timeline. I ain't really hear too much. So yeah. Was this your first? Did you I'm assuming that you haven't heard the whole thing, right, Brian?
No, I came in and I heard probably the last hour of it. So I probably missed the first hour. Maybe, what do you say? It's a 2-hour video?
Yep, it's a 2-hour. We watched it on 1.25. Some parts were a little bit fast, but like it was pretty digestible with that speed. But yeah, so it was like marketed as like a debate. I thought it was gonna be like a 1v1, and I found out it was 4 people there. So you had Whitsitt and Alex Stein 99 as the flat earthers, and then you had Astronomy Live and Robertson Jennis as the globe earthers. However, Robertson Jennis is a geocentrist.
Well, that's positive.
Yeah, so it was like in the beginning, so like the first 20, 30 minutes, there was a little friction between the PhDs. Because Astronomy Live is a heliocentrist, and Robertson Jennis was like, well, like not really. You really don't have no evidence that we're in motion. So I'm like, yo, what is this? So I got the feeling it was more of just like an open round table discussion, not so much a 2v2, which I like that format. I like the just let's bounce ideas off of each other. But yeah, it was funny watching the PhDs go at it. You should watch the beginning of that, bro.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna check that. That's funny. It's like, oh, so yeah, that does sound a little more like a round table versus a tag team. It's like, wait a minute, my tag team partner ain't on my team no more.
That's what I said. I was like, well, y'all on the same team. What's happening? That was funny.
It's like when two wrestlers get in the ring, they think they're partners, and all of a sudden, it's the backstab. What?
Right.
Come out and drop a DDT on you, man. Boom. What?
Suplex. Get the chair from underneath the ring.
But no, that sounded like a pretty good back and forth, man. I mean, I think Tim Cass is a douchebag, but he's got a pretty big audience.
I've heard the same sentiment, but I don't watch him, so I don't really know his personality much. He didn't seem like he was that bad during this discussion. So
I mean, he doesn't just, but he is. He's got some good talking points, but for the most part, he's a douchebag. He's a sellout.
Damn, Tim.
Stupid beanie, man. I want to rip that beanie off his head.
Yo, he love that beanie.
Leave his beanie alone.
Leave my beanie alone. I got beanie hatred, man. I'm a beanie.
In a
Battle of the beanies.
Yes. Battle of the beanies.
But no, I definitely want to check that out. You said I was at what? Man, I'm getting too used to listening to this stuff at 2x speed, man, because that sounded like normal talk to me.
Yeah. Like I was gonna do 1.5, but I didn't want it to be too fast for some of the new listeners. So if y'all like the speed, y'all could do 1.25. You go catch the replay of my reaction, link in bio. I'll also attach the original video somewhere in the purple pill. This is a community space, so some people are having trouble replying because they're not in the community. You got to get the access in order to interact. But I did figure out how to do it. You got to be in the community to actually like rock with it. But
I was noticing
I'll put it up top.
Your ribbon there, it's blue. Is that because the community status now?
Yeah, you see it, right? We rocking a little new sauce. I just wanted to try it out. I never did a community space before, so I'm like, let's just see how that go.
That was pretty cool. So, you know me. I had a space yesterday. I'm tired by the time you get around here, man. And I kind of dipped out about 8:30ish my time there. Robert was.
Oh, you probably going all day, bro.
Bro, I was getting. I start fading at around 8:30, 9 o'clock, man.
I feel that.
So I was listening to Robert, man, and it was good, man. I was digging on it. Did anybody come up and speak with any PhD show up? Like,
yeah, we actually did.
Who came up? Franco?
I was telling the guys earlier that I didn't know that Witsit needed the PhD list by Sunday. Because there's a lot of stuff going on last week. So we didn't do Flat Earth Fridays. So when I sent him the list, he was like, oh, we already got everything set in stone. So one of the guys that I had on the list actually showed up tonight. So that was pretty cool. His name was Make Lying Wrong Again. I believe he's an atheist from our previous conversation. We didn't really get into it too much this time, but they had a pretty good build. The only thing is, I think Dr. Bennett had to leave. He dropped down kind of like a little bit after midnight. And wasn't able to get like a conclusion. I just kind of feel like it's like a little bit of like a hanger. But it was definitely a dope build. He hung around for a few hours. So if you guys want to go catch that again, like link in bio, shout out to Alan for streaming for us. So yeah, we had a PhD come up.
Nice. I was hoping Franco would show up, man. He's all telling we can't pass his...
No, Franco ain't showing up, bruh. He ain't talking to Robert Bennett.
We got Robert Bennett in the house, man. He could he could pass his class, this is the guy he would want to talk to, man.
Exactly. That's why I love when he come over here, because now you can't talk like that to him.
Man, he's up in my timeline now, giving me grief and stuff, but he didn't show up, huh? Okay, I just
hey,
checked.
look, what happened is, so there's a challenge to challenging the alpha model. Excuse me, it's been a long night. There's an alpha model, and there's a challenge that Dr. Bennett put out, and originally he didn't have a reward. It was just like, well, you guys love science and physics, right? Well, come challenge the alpha model. Nobody showed up for the, past couple months or whatever. So he then invoked like a reward. And he said, I'm putting $100 on the line for anybody to come refute my position. And, kicking it with the level heads and some of the people over in YouTube land in the chat. Shout out to the chat over there if y'all still rocking with us. They were starting to hit up Alan like, yo, put 100 up. I'll put 100 in. I'll put another 100. I'll put 50 in. So I don't know what the value is right now for all the level heads.
$1,050.
So these Globies have a chance to get $1,050 to come up here and talk about this?
From the flat earthers, bro. The flat earth. You can't call us grifters no more if we the ones putting up the bread.
So surely they came up here and took your money, right? Because it's so easy.
Well, no. Like literally they were engaging, but we didn't get to like the actual like challenge per se. I think we're getting more like an understanding of the position, but I'm going to double back on make lying wrong again and see if because he inquired about it, but we didn't really get to it. So once we like draft up something like, I think Alan said he's going to touch base with Dr. Bennett so we can actually post something on Twitter about it. I don't think we have anything on Twitter about it. So, but he was interested. So that's one PhD that is willing to engage. So it'll be nice to see if he has some reputation.
So what exactly do these guys got to do to win this $1,000?
So basically they have to. Go ahead, Alan. Yeah, you got it.
I was going to say they have to do a dynamic energy analysis on a system that's moving relative to the Earth, and they have to show that using a reference frame that isn't the Earth, that they can satisfy the conservation laws or any law of physics, really.
Dude, I think your money's safe.
Making sure that the laws of physics apply to all frames, especially the ones outside of the lab.
No,
you can make that prediction. You got it.
Early in your show there, I thought I heard you say that if someone just comes up and challenges, they get $100.
No, they have to actually refute the position.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just opting.
Yeah, it'll be a math proof, and then actually there's like you have to pay $5 for your submission. That way we're not just flooded with random DS. That's the only catch for the submissions.
Right. Serious inquiries.
Yeah, serious inquiries only. I mean, $5, bro. Like 5 to 1,000. I mean, them odds, that ratio is pretty good.
I mean, if you got the math, I mean, $5 is a small investment.
Man, people out there buying lotto tickets and scratchers and stuff.
Isn't there a fundamental question though about actually having any type of proof outside of Earth's reference frame in the first place? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How can they even do that?
Indubitably.
Good question.
Only through mathematical proofs, they say, and invoking fictitious forces, etc., and pretending.
I can't wait to see the space religion just, you know what I mean? Just on show. Just on stage.
And we plan to like double back to this conversation. I think I have some ideas for next week, but we're gonna plan to do a PhD night where we are gonna properly make sure all the PhDs that we've ever been in contact with or we searched up, had an interaction with, they are fully aware that this is here on the line. Because one, you are part of the scientific community, so this should pique your interest just regardless. Someone challenging your whole foundation to physics and science. And two, now there's a reward attached to it. So it's like, bro, what else do you need to address it? You ain't address a bucket. Now we got an alpha model replacing your whole foundation to your failed physics. There's a reward attached. You're coming from the flat earthers. There's a space that you guys are already on Twitter. Like, bro, we chasing y'all. The flat earthers is chasing down the PhDs now, bro. Dude, it wasn't like this in 2021 before the level heads pulled up.
They can't take the challenge, Sacred. If they do, they're going to fail, and that's just going to screw their job. I tell you, I'd like to see him take this challenge. I don't think you're going to get many.
But see, that's how we all started, right? I want to get to. Okay, I know Beasley's had his hand up, and then we'll go to RG. But that's how we all got to our position. We was like, bro, there's no way that the Earth is flat, bro. Like what? Like let me go ahead and get this out of. Oh snap! I can't do it. Now, once you take the step to go to do something and then you fail, you can't ignore it no more, right? You can't gaslight I guess you could gaslight yourself. But like,
don't gaslight your own soul.
You definitely gaslight yourself. By the way, is my hand still up? I can't really tell on the desktop.
Oh no, it's down. I just seen it up early. I didn't know if you wanted to jump in, bro.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see like if they actually take it, because then they're gonna have to acknowledge their own inquiry and the results of that inquiry. And I think that is what is causing the hesitance, in my opinion.
I think it's really ultimately Dr. Bennett trying to show these people that the only valid reference frame is the lab frame. And if he has to walk them down, the whole process, throughout the whole formula that they're proposing, it's fun for him. That's what I think.
And the main key, right, is when he was defining where the laws of physics apply. They apply to inertial reference frames.
Exactly.
It's unchanging, right? If you talk to Franco, if you heard him speak before, or any other physicist, like they'll say, oh, I don't really do the rotational stuff or the relativity stuff, but like if something is rotating, it's non-inertial, right? So the laws of physics wouldn't apply to a frame that's in rotation. But we make all of the observations from the Earth where it applies while they're claiming we're rotating. So it's like you saying they only apply to inertial frames. Inertial frames can't be rotating. We're in a frame making the observation that actually works, but you're telling us we're rotating. What? Now, they'll probably have some ad hoc explanation like, oh, well, the measurements is not sensitive enough to actually detect the deviation or whatever the case is. I don't want to hear it, bro. Y'all saying that we rotating, orbiting, bobbing, weaving, tilting, all this extra stuff, precessing. All right, there's a lot of things that's making this not inertial at all, bro. Yet all of the physics that we try to apply work here in the lab on Earth. And it still don't even like all the way work out for real, like to be totally honest. But you know, it's super interesting, man. It's very eye-opening. I hope the PhD that popped in here took something with them. Hopefully they'll come back, and we're looking forward to engaging more. So I'll let you guys get the last word before we go to RG. I don't know if y'all want to chime in on anything.
No, you're good, brother.
Yeah, man, it was super dope. Go ahead, RG.
Yeah, man. I'm listening intently, man, because I mean, there's a lot to this that, if I could play devil's advocate for a minute, and we got some bright minds here, and I'd like to hear from them because I don't have a lot of time each day because I know y'all are busy as well, and so let me just play. I'm just gonna start out with this and everything that I'm seeing as far as an inertial reference frame. If this challenge does apply to what we know here on Earth, and the pressure against an object in motion, and the gases and gaseous layers and stuff like that as we get higher, I think leads to a point to where, like the Go Fast rocket, people got different excuses or reasons, their theories of what happened when that rocket stopped, and like when weather balloons get to a certain point, like I was talking about a minute ago, it seems to be a certain height to where we're hitting something up there, and then it leads to something that's outside of what math and physics are telling us, like some type of superfluid like layer up there. I don't claim to know exactly what it is, but let's just devil's advocate. They say we're rotating, right? We say we have a toroidal rotation. So we think. There's certain vehicles that seem to be able to go so high, and then past that, we don't have the capability of finding that out, right? We can only go off observation of what we're told. I'm thinking once we get out past that layer to where I believe the luminaries are living and rotating, the two satellites, the sun and moon, what can we really think except there is these equivalences, and the models seem to match up almost exactly, except what I think is at the Tropic of Cancer, when the sun is at the highest point before it seems to come back down to Capricorn. I think that's where it lies, in that zone from the furthest south being the lowest, if there is a firmament, right? Before it's in the analemma, seems to match up where, from the highest to the lowest points throughout the year. And I mean, what can we really prove except through math and through concepts, just give me your feedback, man.
You're
I'm
not
just
really
playing
saying
devil's
anything.
advocate,
Can you
that's all.
stop talking?
Bro, that's kind of rude, but yeah, I will.
Thank you.
It's all good. I just kind of wanted you to have a question in there. You said you had a question for us.
Apparently, there was a devil's advocate in there somehow too.
I didn't hear anything either, man.
Yeah, don't worry. There wasn't anything there.
Well, wait, what was the devil advocate part? Why don't you tell us that, RG?
Well, at a certain point, a certain height, it seems to be we don't know, and down here on Earth we can know, and that's the devil's advocate, I guess.
Cool.
Hey, listen to this comment that I'm reading right here, yo. This is so crazy. Some guy says the worst part about this show is that Tim lets the stupid people speak the most, and the correct person is not as knowledgeable as he should be. What?
What? So the knowledgeable guy is stupid, then, is what he said.
This is what I was saying. Did you just call it?
And the people he said are stupid are making too much sense, is what he said. That's what
Yeah, I'd like to bring up something about that. It seems like no matter what platform, Witsit specifically gets on, or someone, of his stature gets on a certain show, there's only so much sauce you're allowed to drop before it's an interjection, some type of non sequitur, some type of scattergunning to another subject. And I've seen it happen so many times, too many times. It's almost like there's a certain amount of truth we're going to let out, and then bam, non sequitur. Don't give the audience a chance to actually absorb what information was just said. And that's exactly how it works. I mean, I see it every time. So it's very strange to me. You just start seeing these patterns. Like, I'm not sure if it's on purpose or not. I have no proof of that, but it just seems telling that once, especially when Witsit gets on a roll, he starts getting fired up. All of a sudden, it's like it's cut off. You bring up some other subject, and then you can't get any cathartic moment from it. So I find that to be very telling. Just pay attention to that kind of stuff.
Very true. And the one thing that some of you guys, if you haven't watched it, that you didn't get like the perspective is the body language. The body language of Witsit was very assertive and comfortable. The other guys they didn't have that same appeal. Like I didn't get when I'm observing, how they're interacting, how they're talking. I'm not saying that they were timid or anything like that. I'm just saying you could tell the difference, like which it is. He's up, he's lean, his posture is way more it's up and forward. He's interacting, like he's engaging. I told you there was one point when he brought up the Battle of the Beams in the beginning of the debate conversation. He said, I would love a refutation, and you could see him look at 3 different people. Okay, he made eye contact with 3 different people. He looked at Temple, he looked at Ferg, and he looked at Robertson Jennings. He said, I would love for you guys to address this. Boom, boom, boom. I was like, oh, snap. It was very interesting to see that dynamic of who was more confident as they were speaking. So
don't forget, he also brought up the best rebuttal for their side on his own.
Right.
Oh, dude, on the spot. Tim debunked it, honestly, dude. Like, I gotta give it to him. That's way better than Wi-Fi and whatever that dude did last week, where he just hard capped the altitude.
Right. Yeah. What was he was talking about? Like there was some type of infrared experiment where they were basically using infrared to like light up an image in the sky, and then use some type of lensing to basically capture the image without enemies. I don't know what the hell he was talking about. He didn't bring up anything about it. He just kind of just said it. And then they moved on from Battle of the Beams, and I was like, "Oh my god! All right."
Oh, you have no idea what that guy was talking about. I vaguely remember that.
No eats carrots, for sure.
Bro, I'm trying to figure out what argument was worse. Was it sentient rain Raindrops.
Oh yeah,
Or
dude.
he wasn't caring.
Dude. I was AFK when they went over Aries failure. I wanted to ask you, what'd you think of that argument, bro?
Oh,
That was literally like
Dog
baby.
water.
That was like who's that guy on Twitter that you guys argue with all the time? That's full DS. That he says he's a
All of
PhD
them?
lad. Yeah, no,
All of them?
yeah, he pretends he's credentialed though or whatever. His name is
all of them.
Sergio type.
yeah, Brian. You know who I'm talking about.
What was that? I had to run into the kitchen real quick. What?
That dude that only comes to your spaces to talk because he feels safe.
Man, they don't come to my.
He argues with you about Aries all the time. No, it's not. It's not Segredo. That dude's permanently Michaelis. Yeah, his name is. He's like 100 years old or something. He's an old guy.
Oh, Hap.
Yeah, that guy.
Hap, bro.
That guy, dude. He was doing a very similar argument. He was like,
why did I know when you said 100 years old, bro? That's
he was like, no ether. Without ether, it can't drag it. It's like, bro, even if there's no ether, you still got a huge problem. Like you pretending that the light being slowed in the telescope while the Earth moves out from under it isn't fooling anyone, dog.
Well, he's still looking for the part in that Aries Philly paper where it mentioned anything about the ether.
Yeah, dude, it's.
Oh, was you pressing it on that? That's what
it was testing for the ether. I was like, show me where it says the ether in any part of that paper.
Wow, I like that, bro. Okay, sweet.
I mean, he's pulling this stuff with Ken. He's pulling this stuff with TM. I mean, we're all like, dude, what's up? Show the word ether in the paper.
And he won't. What's his response to it?
Oh, he keeps on coming up with I forget, but
Oh, dude, it was some of the most preposterous gaslighting I've ever seen. I can't even remember what it is now, but we had like a whole thread on it. A couple spaces back.
Yo, he was like, when I first was interacting with him, he was never like that.
Well, when he comes into the space, he's real nice. Then he gets back in the timeline. Same with that B1B dude. He gets in the space. He's nice and cordial. Gets into the timeline. Oh, you guys are this and that and the other thing, and you're all stupid. It's like, where's this energy when you were here live, man?
Facts. Yo, B1 blocked me too, bro. What?
That's funny, dude.
B1 unblock me, B1.
Do you really expect those guys to be honest and upfront?
He said he was, but the actions don't follow the words.
Action speaks louder than words. That's what my dad always tells me.
Dude, we had like a 4-hour discussion on this Aries failure with Hap, man, and he still wasn't getting it. He couldn't even steal, honestly.
Unfortunate to have all that brain, but nothing inside of it.
Yeah, it's sad, bro.
I did find it interesting that Astronomy Live was quiet most of the time, and the way, like you said, his body language, right, his positioning. He was faced towards Robert's Genesis, right? He had his laptop pulled up, facing Witsit, and it's kind of like he was hiding behind the computer.
I wonder if he was getting messages like, "You'll say this."
Oh, that's true. That's a good point. How come he was the only one allowed with the computer?
Well, that's what I was saying. That's one of my observations. I'm like, I wish they would have had each one of them able to share more content. And I was like, Tenpool and him was the only ones that had a laptop, but I don't even know what he was looking at.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what was the actual point of him having the laptop? He didn't pull up anything. You know
No. He wanted to show the 20 NASA stickers. There were like 20 NASA.
Yeah, he had to rep the set, bro. He had to rep the set.
Wait.
He had to rep the set, man.
What part was that? I watched the whole thing. What part was? Oh, that was it. The stickers on his computer.
You gotta look at the stickers, bro. This NASA stickers.
Dude, yeah, there is no utility to him having his laptop. Like you would expect, like, oh, you know, he's about to show some maybe observations or whatever. They had it hooked up.
You guys
No.
are thinking too deep. It was to make him look more intellectual.
Yeah, it was to show the boys.
I think it was just the stickers now at this point. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yo, that is hilarious. I had higher expectations. I'm not gonna lie. Just the way, because I've been seeing how he be acting on the timeline sometimes. So I just thought that he was gonna come guns blazing, and then we saw some tweets of people saying, "Oh, yo, astronomy destroyed Whitsit," and I'm like, "Oh, I'm trying to wait for this argument. Like, well, let me see the point where he got Whitsit in a little tight little situation, bro. I ain't never seen nothing through this whole interaction. Whitsit addressed every single point, bro, every single one.
Does a neutron have charge?
Oh, but somehow
yeah,
it
you see
creates
that play?
radiation and violates conservation of energy and momentum for no reason.
He had like the nervous laugh when Whitsit brought up the quarks and the subatomic.
So is this a video or is this just over the
Oh,
air?
Brian, you gotta.
Oh, it's a
you gotta
video.
see
Yes,
it, though.
video.
It was live.
Nice.
I was literally about to go to sleep last night because I got to work today, right? And what just pops in is like, "Yo, I'm about to get picked up and go do, Tim Pool," and he was saying how like, oh, he doesn't think it's actually recorded and then posted. It's actually live. So he tried to tell as many people as he could, and I was like, oh crap. So I just watched it this morning, and yeah, man, it seemed a lot very similar to what's his face from Infowars, Harrison. It seemed very similar format. You know what I mean?
Kinda, but it was more of a 1v1 with that. But yeah, it was, and he so Tim Pool didn't. There was some things that he kind of pushed back on, but I think some of the arguments were a little bit over his head. Although I do appreciate that he was able to engage in some part of the conversation. He had a little bit of knowledge with some of the sciences and stuff like that, so that was kind of cool. But he really kind of let them do what they wanted to do. Like there was really no moderation. Everyone kind of respected each other's voice, so I appreciated that.
Well, I'm glad it was actually able to go a little bit longer. The way that Harrison thing just kind of faded out.
Yeah, I was mad about that.
Yeah, what I meant by it was similar, I'm saying like the scattergunning of subjects.
Oh, yes. Okay, I agree with that.
Where
that too is
multiple times.
It's hard to pin anybody down on a subject. I mean, you can try that, but the moment you say one thing about something, it's like, what about this? What about? I mean, it's never going to be a formatter like that. These guys can't stick on one subject.
Well, I challenge anybody to show me a timestamp where Whitsit ended with a nervous laugh and then they went to a different subject. I ain't seen not one nervous laugh by Whitsit at all. I seen a couple of them from the other side. So that was pretty telling. Like when a nervous laugh comes in and there was no refutation and they just moved to something else, I'm like, well, that's a score for the flat earthers.
You know what? I think it was more of an awkwardness because, Sugenis went in on Astronomy Live like right away. And
that was the funniest part. Was that supposed to happen? Like
that's exactly probably what was going through his mind. Like, what are you doing, dude? You're supposed to be on my team. So he just stayed quiet and then let Whitsit and Sugenis basically just kind of hash it out. They kind of aimed their energy towards Tim Pool and basically trying to get them to understand where relativity came from, why was it needed to explain Michelson-Morley, why do they have to throw out the ether, and then what would be the implications of Einstein basically reclaiming the ether as space-time, whatever. It's like, well, okay, what about the Michelson-Morley experiment? So they really wanted to go into that, first, but as soon as they flipped like about an hour 20, maybe hour 25, Astronomy Live was barely in the conversation, and it really was just Sugenis and Whitsit going back and forth, which I expected. I just didn't expect it to only be that. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
Very weird in the second half.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to be that quiet. And like I said, like I was expecting I thought he was. I don't know how last minute it was, but if he accepted, I thought that he was going to have like one argument that no one was going to be able to refute, and I didn't see that. But maybe my expectations was just way too high. I don't know. I wonder how they feel. I didn't see them even tweet about it at all. Do y'all see any tweets from Astronomy Live or anything like that?
I haven't looked, but there was one thing he said that was absolutely hilarious, like right at the end, if anyone caught it, where it's just like no one's measured the Earth or whatever. He goes, "I have." He just said that just out loud.
What did he say? Say it again.
If you look at the end, the very end, right when they're about to wrap it up, there was some type of back and forth about measuring the ends of the Earth or something like that, and then he goes, "I've already done that. Like I've measured it." That's what he said.
Astronomy, I've said that.
Yeah, right at the very end, and they just kind of gloss over it and end and like, "Oh, where can we find your work?" You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty. No one challenged him on it.
Right. You think that would be published or something?
I'll make sure.
I
I'll
got
go
a
back and
question just
listen.
for I got a question for the panel, if you guys don't mind. What is the end goal like for the level heads? Is it like to get the ether back in school, to study more technologies? What's y'all's goal? Because I mean, I really would like to be a part of it. I just don't. I don't know if this is just about debates, winning debates.
Honestly, it just like ever changes. Like the first thing, so the first goal was to stop the fallacious narrative that flat earthers be running. We can't answer nothing. We don't know nothing. Like I just got tired of that. Like, I'm on the timeline. I'm in conspiracy spaces and I see them like tweeting up a storm, popping all this crazy nonsense. I'm like, bro, like ain't no way y'all really feel like this. We got mics now, right? Like, okay, let's open up a space and let's see if they really want to come have this conversation. I want to see what they know. Maybe there's something that I don't know. And let's see how it goes. None of the toxic people showed up. And then when they did show up, it didn't go the way that they wanted it to go. So now they no longer can claim that flat earthers are scared. They no longer can claim that we don't have answers to questions. They no longer can claim that we've run away from like all that stuff is dead, is gone, is done. Like we changed that whole narrative. Now it's like, okay, what's the next step? Is it, getting the newer, younger, brighter minds involved to open up their minds to things that they haven't seen before? Is it doing experiments? Is it, the possibilities are endless. Is it having higher level conversations? Like, do we really want to continue talking to fallacious anti-flat earthers? Or do we want to start picking the minds of the top level scientific community? Like, there was not even an inkling in my mind that I would be able to come on Twitter and talk to somebody from CERN or talk to a PhD physicist, or I could tweet at somebody in the middle of a Friday night and say, yo, we packing up relativity. Like, you want to come have a conversation? And they come pop into the space. It's like that. It wasn't even a thought to me at all. And the fact that we here is just like, okay, new levels, new goals, I guess, maybe. So I guess it's progressing. But I think just getting the word out now about some of the new ideas, definitely I think that we should start refining our positions a little bit more. Like there's still some things that I think flat earthers are saying or globe skeptics are saying that we shouldn't say. So I want to make sure that the ideas are finely tuned.
True.
So people aren't led astray. You get what I'm saying? So I think there's a lot of different things a lot of different directions that we can go in order to continue to make an impact at the level that we're at, while still showing the community that we don't got to be as toxic as them. Now, like I said, still Twitter, so we still gonna have fun, and it's gonna be what it's gonna be. But if we're not the first ones, and we can show how it's really supposed to be done, and new minds can come into the space, every week and see, okay, this is what it is. I had never even considered that. Just a sidebar. There was one space that me and Proud went into last year. Was a bunch of Australians, and like, they all followed us. Like a bunch of people from the quote unquote Southern Hemisphere, none of them believed in flat earth until me and Proud went in there. And they was like, yo, why do y'all know so much about science? I thought that y'all are like the dumbest people on earth. And this is crazy that y'all not toxic and y'all know about physics and science. What is going on? that right there is enough for me, because now they may take it more serious when they see it instead of just disregard it. So that's a long-winded answer, and there's no really direct point, but maybe we should put some more, goals like in place to be more progressive. So
I'm not sure, what your guys' ultimate goal is or anything like that, but I resonate with truth and like-minded individuals who also want to talk about it, and people who aren't afraid to, be wrong. And I don't want to talk to any more people who are just so sure of themselves that they just hand wave, dismiss any type of topic, right? Like, it's just best to have questions about something, come to like a complete thought, and then like incorporate that into your worldview, because we've been given a worldview. That's the point, right? We've been given a worldview from the get-go, and it's like the point of this is to build your own worldview, because we've been lied to, essentially. So it's like you got to start from scratch. So you have to figure it out. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's my
no, that's
position. But
yeah, the main objective and the goal would just be to establish the truth. Right now, how we get to that point depends on us as a collective. So as long as I keep on being honest and we're not like so attached to our current beliefs, whether we're right or wrong, I think it's just always going to have a positive effect no matter what it is, because the conversation is being had and the demonstration is being observed to people that are on the fence. I always say that that's the biggest group. Like the anti-flat earthers always want to make it seem like, the flat earthers is just a small group. Like, no, the anti-flat earthers is the smallest group. The biggest group is the people on the fence that either never consider or just maybe just don't care. But if it comes across their conscious and they see what it really is and hear some of the things that we're talking about, they may start to care, because how are we supposed to figure out who we are if we don't know where we at? Like that's the biggest psyop. So let's establish that so we can figure out what's really going on.
yeah, we're operating from a limited information standpoint. You got to remember that, right? So there's all types of tricks that could be pulled. So you have to stay studious and like not be so confident in some type of answer or rebuttal. You know what I mean? Just be careful. Like it always makes me cringe when I hear someone say an argument the wrong way. So I got to correct it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of tweaked on Alex Stein a couple times in this debate. My bad, Alex Stein. My bad, Alex.
But we were all Alex Stein at one point.
Wrong, man.
You know what I
Y'all
mean?
don't like that.
But we were all him at one point, looking into this stuff. Super passionate, just saying like certain things. Like, have you seen Warner von Braun's gravestone? Like that shit's wild. Like,
yeah,
it does remind me of my early days, but I don't know. I just see it growing from here. The Overton window's only getting bigger, so keep doing what you guys are doing.
The one thing, I'll let Brian go after this. The one thing that I didn't like, the one that kind of worse than him saying like the 99% of the Earth was illuminated, was when Witsit was breaking down how satellites refuted their whole position, right? And then after he went into like a very specific but concise explanation to all the things that are wrong with globe Earth and heliocentrism when accounting for how satellites are operated, how they launch, how they're treated, what they account for in the calculations. Alex Stein said, yeah, they're all on balloons. And the average listener is just going to remember that part. They're not going to remember the centripetal convergence, centrifugal divergence, and the different forces that they account for in the spinning cosmos, and how these can account for the observations that we seek. Hopefully they do, but I don't like. It's not a time to be funny, bro. Like I get it. Yeah, there are some balloons, satelloons, and stuff like that. That of course we're not denying that. I still have trouble finding real images or real photos of satellites operating in space. Every single NASA employee that we done talked to, we haven't talked to anybody from SpaceX yet, but everybody from NASA that we talked to, whether it was a contractor or somebody working on site, none of them ever said that they seen anything operating in space. So we get all of that. But when we start to look at the details and the physics behind them launching these things, and it doesn't align with the Earth in motion, or how physics operate with, relativity and the speed of light being constant, and they don't even know how gravity works and all this other stuff. It's like, bro, that's the things that people need to hear. They need to hear the flat earthers talk the real technical science and the PhDs not having no answers. They need to hear that, and they need to absorb that. I don't want them walking away with a joke about satellites being on balloons, even though we know satellites exist. Like, they need to absorb, like, not only is satellites not evidence for a globe that's in motion around the sun, it actually refutes the position. It's such a detrimental blow to one of their main arguments. I just hope people internalize what Witsit is saying. Although I was playing it at 1.25 if you're here for the first time, but like I said, go watch it on your own time and really listen to it, bro, because there was no reputations, and that's for a reason, from the PhDs, okay? Go ahead, Brian. What's up, bro?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the end goal is to start getting this all taught in schools and teaching about electroculture and free energy and getting that there. But you just got to start with waking up people. Unfortunately, the process of waking up people is slow and tedious, as it turns out, because people are freaking morons, and we're literally walking dead right now. Yeah, I mean, we just had Witsit on there doing his thing with on the Alex Jones show with millions of viewers. Timcast there, I think, has 1 million viewers. So the word's getting out there, and like you said, man, he's up there talking to PhDs and stuff, and they're all befuddled. I mean, I didn't hear anything they did in that. And I said, I'm gonna watch it again, man. But these guys, instead of saying, "Oh, I concede," or no, they just moved on to another topic. Just kind of like, let's do a little Texas two-step over here and forget that we're talking about that.
Every time, dude.
So yeah, it's getting out there, man. You got the president up there going, "Oh, it's like flat Earth." You hear flat Earth everywhere, man. It's getting out there. Even in the anti-globers, man, or the anti-flat earthers, they make more people question anything than anything. Unless you're just completely brain dead and like that kind of stupidity. These guys that are anti-flat earthers are just ridiculous.
Yeah, no, and what's funny is if you guys want to go back and watch like some of the earlier episodes that Witsit joined, I think his first Flat Earth Fridays, oh my God, it's so legendary, bro. Actually, the first two, he came in episode 77 and he came in episode 79. I'll never forget it. Some of the most legendary spaces that we ever had, bro.
His first space was 77?
Yeah, it was. And I remember that because he says that's like a special number for him. Like every sevens follow him around. I kind of have the same thing. I don't really talk about it too much, but yeah, he was like, bro, like it's kind of weird, like, 77, like, and we having such a great time. I had no idea that y'all was lit over here like this.
I think I remember that, man. He was trying to get a glass of water, and everybody kept on asking him questions, and he just go ahead and change.
Yeah, you remember that? He was like, "I'm about to go get a drink. I'll be right back." He just never.
He was like trying to get a glass of water for 45 minutes. I'm like, "Get the man some water, man." and then he had to even introduce a word that old Peter Globinski never heard.
Man, Globinski was hitting that keyboard doing the search so fast. That's crazy.
That was like my second. I got in like on episode 75, man. I thought
you just made it then.
Yeah, man. I was like, so that was his first day. Oh man, dude, that was awesome, dude. That was an awesome night. I ain't gonna lie, man. That was so funny.
Yeah, I brought that up to say though is that a few episodes later, he was telling us about like, some of the things he was predicting for 2024. Which is really like spiritual. And, he was saying like he was getting these downloads, like these divine downloads. He was like, I'm really perceiving like 2024 to be like a really big year, and things are like really gonna start happening. So like this is before Alex Jones, this is before Tim Pool, this is before all this other stuff that's been happening. And he called it. Like, I don't know how he called it. I don't know what, but he literally said, yo, like, if we're going to continue on this trajectory, I really think that 2024 is going to be crazy. And he was right, man. These are some of the biggest platforms. Like, what else? What else is next other than Joe Rogan or something like, or something? I don't know, bro. But he called it like way back in like the earlier episode. I'm not sure if it was those episodes particularly, but those were one of the first episodes he was around. And I just remember in the beginning he was saying, 2024 is going to be crazy. And I'm pretty sure that was 2023.
Man, next stop has got to be a Trump rally, man. Come on.
Yeah, you never know, bro.
Nah, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Neil deGrasse.
Oh, yeah, Tyson, pull up. Yeah, keep on ducking smoke. Leave B.O.B. alone.
Man, that guy.
Dude,
By the way,
Tyson's ducking Bennett.
Fact.
Quick note, bro. I found the timestamp where he says it. 202:30 or 202:23. Yeah. Basically, he says, I am proud to be able to say that I've measured the size of the Earth myself. I've measured the distance of the sun myself. And these are things that anyone can do.
Oh, I do remember him saying that. Yeah, full cap. We actually used some of those arguments against his homie Rez Rhetoric in a debate.
Dude,
it was kind of funny.
Yeah, not only that, the way that he used parallax to measure the radius of the Earth all turned out to be what Shane used to reverse on them to prove the equivalent for the optic stuff. Like it's literally it's insane. Like the exact same thing that he cited as proof was like everything that Shane went in and embodied them on their own in their own chat or whatever.
I remember that. Yep. They did not like that. They're not used to that. Well, I mean, they are like they used to come over to Flat Earth Fridays, but they stopped coming around when we kept growing or something. A little bit of hate, I guess. But then the squad got bigger and better, and they had zero incentive to come over here at that point. And I mean, these are just self-proclaimed anti-flat earthers. These are the guys that they've been looking for the flat earth smoke. And that number right up there on the top of the screen, it say 119. That's 119 chances, and that's aside from all the other chances that they have during the week when the squad goes live when we not holding spaces. Brian Sweet, Ken, the conspiracy theorist. I don't know what some of the other guys it's there's opportunities everywhere for smoke. Can't find them.
So, hey, Sacred, I was going to ask you, have you ever, when people are taking Star Trail time lapses and right at the equator, looking straight up at your 90 degree zenith, you'll see face north, rotating one way, face out. I mean, we know that, but there's a point right at the equator, and it shows it in Star Trails, where they will spin simultaneously in opposite directions. And, that's something people can go do and look for themselves.
Star Trails on the equator?
Mm-hmm. You'll see them simultaneously going opposite directions. Yep.
Well, they all go east to west. So I guess it's based on how you're observing it, but yeah.
Yeah, it's best like with a P900, P1000. Get some really nice star trails. But yeah, that spot anywhere on Earth, anywhere you can go every night, anywhere on Earth, 90 degree zenith at the equator, simultaneous star trails going the opposite directions. That way, people don't have to go on different nights and face certain directions. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty nice to look at.
Son Janice had brought up Star Trails, and Wissett thoroughly explained them, and that ended with a chuckle. So I'm hoping that hope Son Janice doesn't bring that up anymore, unless he has a reason why he's bringing it up again.
Yeah, he's obviously going to bring it up every time. He's never gonna stop.
Well,
like
on a flat Earth map, you know how they'll put different observers, like pointing like all over the Earth, pointing, and they're like, "How could you ever see the same stars?" It's because in the north, before the equator, anywhere north, your star trails go one way. Well, it's a mirror illusion. It's an optical illusion that you can look at their maps and their little memes, and you can go anywhere on the equator and look straight up 90 degrees zenith, take star trails, and you will see it won't just be one turning one way or the other. They're simultaneously, you can see them both anywhere on Earth facing south. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Depends on the time, though. That was Witset's point. They're trying to say that, like, oh, how can you see it from these 3 different areas? It's like they're conflating that, you can see the stars at all times. I mean, during the day. Like, if you're in South America and then someone's in Australia, or completely antipodal or whatever on the other side of the Earth, like that's when it's daytime. So obviously you're not going to be able to see the stars at all times simultaneously. Right.
That's like that Professor Dave fallacious infographic or whatever that is, illustration, where seeing like the star trails in 3 different directions. It's like, bro, are you claiming that the whole surface is illuminated? Because that doesn't work on a globe, so it's not 3 different directions at all times. That's funny.
Well, I think as long as you're on the equator or just south of it or just north of it, yeah, anywhere, anytime on the Earth, on the flat Earth map, you can be looking any direction south, anywhere on Earth, any time of day. I know that sounds weird, but it's a mirror reflection that the equator is the terminator line. Anywhere on Earth, any time of day, you can look south or north, simultaneously get star trails. I know it sounds weird, man, but it works. Trust me. It's weird to hear because it's the firmament is there's some kind of superfluid at a certain point that's gonna give you that mirror reflection. The north is reflecting south from the equator line, looking straight up 90 degrees zenith. I'll try to model it out with this AI stuff I'm working with. And,
yo, what's up, Taylor? What are you doing down there? Let me see if you need a mic.
I do.
Yeah, because I'm not.
I don't know if Witz did ever really told us the story of how he was able to get on Tim Pool's podcast. Maybe he'll give us the backstory when he comes.
Alex said he invited him.
Oh, was it Alex? Okay.
I was actually meant to touch base on that, man. Alex seems like a cool dude, but he shouldn't be in a debate. That dude wants to be a comedian on everything, man.
I know.
Yeah, but think about who he wanted to bring, though.
I mean, he brought Witzik, and that's all fine and dandy. I'm just saying, him being a comedian, wanting to make everything a joke. Like you said, man, they're all going to just hear him say that stupid thing about the balloons or whatever. And but yeah.
No, levity is important, bro. I showed my dad it. I showed my dad the interview, whatever, the debate. The levity made my dad focus more. It's weird, man. It's just there's different levels of attention, right, all throughout the world in terms of this conversation, and some things click differently for different people. You never know what might work.
Oh yes, absolutely. Everybody learns the same. I'm just saying.
I get it. His timing, though, could definitely be better.
He's a joke about everything. Everything comes out of his mouth is a joke, and I get you. But it'd be better if, like Witzik would have some levity every now and then. He's dead on his points, though. Man.
I agree, bro.
Yeah, there's a certain popularity aspect to it too, right? You see Alex Stein, a lot of people like want to click on it, so I get it.
Yeah, whether we like it or not, entertainment is a huge factor. Like the media manipulation is a huge factor. Like we're battling media wizards here, you guys. You know what I
Fact.
mean?
And we all heard Witches say it, right? He's like, yo, line 10 PhDs up in front of me. If they don't interrupt and try to censor me, I'll take them all on one by one. So like, it really could have just been Wizard up there by himself, but you know, that's a nice little balance.
Oh, I like Alex now. I said he was, like you said there, everyone's just going to remember his joke about satellites.
I know. I just that one part, the 99% of the Earth thing was kind of cringe too, because it's 99% of the population. But I just really wanted people to hone in on that satellite dismantling that Wizard did. I just hope everyone retained that. And I just don't know. Like, I'm just not sure. The last thing I think people are going to remember is Alex Stein saying about the satellites. But it was just a really good breakdown, like with specifics of the refutations, bro.
Between Alex and Tim Pool, I mean, they got millions of followers, man. That still got out to a lot of people.
Exactly.
A lot of people that never even heard of it before were like, "What the hell's going on here?" So, I mean, there was a point in time when I never even considered this was even a topic. So, there's a lot of people out there like that. So, shout out to Witsit.
By the way, Sacred, is it a bad thing that people search that up though? People for the first time hearing that, like, no way. NASA has that. Oh, they do? Oh, they actually do. What is going on here? You know, is that a bad thing?
Yeah, you know, that's a good point, because not everyone is going to grasp centripetal forces, Euler forces, like, you know, they're not really going to grasp some of these concepts. So even if, you know, the layman or just the average person went to go look up some of these things, which, I mean, Alex Stein wasn't wrong. Like, there are these things that are attached to the balloons. So again, it's just going to be more validation for them to maybe continue to look into it. So that's a really good point, Beast.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, right? Everyone in that panel was not a dummy, you know, like a dummy. Like they know what's going on, they know what they're doing. They know that it's being live streamed to millions of people, so there's an aspect of self-awareness, right?
Right.
So, you know, you could look at it two different ways about what Alex Stein did. His interjections could have been, you know, on purpose as a tactic, kind of like how Tim Pool's was, or it could have been a chance to insert kind of like a thread for the layman to tug on in order to continue down this path of inquiry, because they might not understand all these subjects and it might just bounce off of their, you know, just bounce off of them and they'll never retain it. And then like Alex kind of throws a bone for the average listener. So I don't know. There's levels to it.
Bro, is Tim Pool's only account at Timcast?
He's got Timcast, Tim Pool, Timcast IRL.
I don't see it on at Timcast. I don't see it.
Type in Tim Pool.
Tim Pool. Let me see.
Yeah, if you go to his website, he's got different sections, right? Kind of like how Sam Tripoli has different podcasts, right? Like Tinfoil Hat and like Broken Sim, etc.
Right.
Same kind of thing.
I still don't see.
What are you searching? YouTube?
No, I'm just looking on Twitter. I'm looking on Twitter to see if any one of them like tweeted it. It's just weird. It's like, you know, it was out for not even 24 hours. It got like 100K already. It's like I just don't see it anywhere on Twitter. Like I didn't see Witsit tweet it. I didn't see Astronomy Live tweet it. I didn't see Tim Pool tweet it. There's a Tim
I posted it kind of. I posted it in a jumbo link
Oh, what did you see?
from Tim Pool.
For real? Hold on, let me see.
If you search out Tim Pool Culture War, that's the specific show that he does on Fridays that he hosts for that.
Oh, okay. I still don't see it though, bro.
I used to watch a lot of Tim Pool, and then it just seemed that over time he kind of just mutated into this weird thing. Um, yeah, it got weird for me to watch him after a while.
That's the douchebag part I'm talking about. You know, it's hard to put a finger on it, but you're like, he says some good stuff, but he's a douchebag.
That's
No, you're right. I don't see it on his Twitter.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like I'm wondering, like, if any one of them like tweeted it, like, well, Astronomy Live not so much. He only got 9K, but which is at like 20 some. Tim got 2.2 million. Oh, but you said what was it? What's that? Dan, what was that at for on Twitter?
Timcast.
Oh, the I know it from YouTube, but he has 3 channels. He has Tim Pool, he has Timcast, and he has Timcast IRL. That's the 3 that I know. He may have like a bunch more for like I knew he was talking about a live stream for his chickens and then for his house and then like for all this other shit. But the 3 main media outlets that he has are the Tim Pool, the Timcast IRL, and the Timcast channel.
So Sacred, I'm confused. You said Witsit posted something about it? I don't see anything on his Twitter.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Neither one of them. That's nobody posted it. Like, there's not on Twitter. No, I mean, it's probably people clipping it up or posting it that way, but like nobody involved that I can see posted it. In fact, let me check Alex Stein. I didn't check Alex Stein.
Something tells me, like, I don't like the way it was set up. I feel like a lot of strings were pulled from Alex Stein to get this even on, air, right? It's almost like I really don't know. You know, I don't want to speak on it. I don't have too much information about it, but it seems like there was a lot of effort to make this happen. So I don't think it was exactly given a chance to be marketed. Like, we were all expecting a video like in January because we were under the assumption that it was going to be recorded now and then edited and then posted later.
Right. So I do see Alex Stein retweeted Tim Pool saying, if as of today, this is what Tim Pool is saying 9 hours ago. If as of today, Thanksgiving, we get 5,000 members at Timcast, Alex Stein has agreed to go to Antarctica. But like, that's the only thing that he remotely seemed to have tweeted about.
And that was the only thing, that was what they talked about first, right in the beginning.
Right. There's also a Timcast News.
Can y'all see my post in the jumbo?
I don't see it, bro. Where is it new?
Yeah.
The last one I see is Canagoo, but I may be glitching.
The other thing that I saw that was kind of weird was that it was one of Tim Pool's shorter Culture War interviews. Usually they go over 2 hours, 2.5 hours into that range, but he kept it really short. And at the end, it seemed like he was just ready to cut it off altogether. I don't know if he was like frustrated that they weren't really going anywhere or just like topic hopping. But in my estimation, like it just seemed that it was super controlled. Like that, like it was almost like Tim Pool knew what they were going to talk about ahead of time.
Interesting take. So, I mean, Tim Pool, I would assume would have had to done some research on Witsit. I don't know if he watched all of his content. I mean, but even his recent stuff that was been putting out have only been no more than 90 minutes, if that. Most of his presentations have been like an hour. So he could have at least just gone through some of the middle ground stuff and say, okay, well, you know, this guy, he's kind of different. He's just not the average flat earther here. So you think like he was like more frustrated that they may have been contributing to flat earth rather than refuting it?
I don't know. I think it was, remember they said something in the beginning. Tim was like, you know, well, you guys wanted this in that kind of aspect, right? Well, this is what our subscribers wanted. So it's almost like a force of hand in his mind kind of thing. And I bet you Alex has always been talking to him about it, right? If they're friends,
Well, they
probably
have
heard all the arguments.
they have no choice but to promote flat Earth. The moment a flat earther gets on there, because suddenly it's like everybody knows you can't refute it. They got no refutations. Just talking to anybody that subscribes to the globe, man, and wants to defend it, they get shut down immediately, man. Everybody has no choice but to be pro flat Earth. They don't like it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Hey, I like that view, Brian. You mind if I piggyback off that just for 1 second? Does anybody know much about architecture, like with 90-degree angle, like squares and stuff like that? Okay, let's imagine that there's a 90-degree angle square on the floor of the Earth, and it's level, and we're using that to look up at the equator where that tip of that square meets the firmament. Okay, and imagine just moving around in a circle, staying looking up 90-degree angle. That's what happens with star trails. Okay, in the north, they spin one way, and it's a mirror reflection on the south. All the way around, you can do that. Anywhere on the earth, follow that 90-degree angle zenith. And that's what's happening in the sky. So it's obvious what's happening. When the sun goes around at the height of the Cancer, with the analemma, like I was speaking of, you get these star trails, okay? And it's constant, and it's a proof, okay, is what I'm saying. And everybody's blowing past it like I'm not saying anything. Just like when I talked about my eye a long time ago with optical effects.
Yeah,
And
like
now, and hold on 1 second.
Star directions. May I say something? The
Man,
star
you're
directions.
interrupting me. Please.
hold on, man. Don't interrupt. Let him finish his thought, please.
I'm just saying that's the next step. It has to be. If we're going to prove what's happening on the earth and the sky simultaneously with the firmament and the angle that it moves down and up, okay, all the way around the earth, we know that part. But star trails prove what's happening in the north and the south. Therefore, a 24-hour sun could be reflected like the coffee cup caustic. Okay, we know that part. I'm not saying anything against anybody, but man, guys, the people you think less that aren't making any sense are making perfect sense. Just that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
So I was saying that the star trail. Hi everyone, Jim. I said the star trails are like they go from the center up, and there's four cardinal directions, and those are like signs or signposts for angels. And if you follow the star trails, you'll go to the highest mountains at Mount what was it called? Mount Meru, which is the highest mountain in this world. And you go there, you have directions, and yeah, that's where the wind of God comes then down to the earth, like he controls it all. It's from very, very far away. Thank you so much. It was nice speaking up one more moment, sharing my story.
Thank you. And I agree. I really do. And the only reason I'm passionate about it is because through a camera lens looking up, the north and south are rotating opposite simultaneously as you move around the equator. Okay.
It's
You're
moving in
never
circles. Sun doesn't move in circles. It's actually a spiral. Even if the Earth is flat, like forget the NASA image that everything is spinning. The sun moves in a spiral, and that's why we have the four seasons.
Wait, Alpha. I don't think RG is talking about the sun right now. I think RG is talking about the stars.
Oh, I
am. I am, but simultaneously, I'm talking about the sun as well, because when it's down in Capricorn, it's moving in a circle, right? It's shown through software and everything that this the sun will be able to see, especially when it's at its height. Like say it goes really far down range when you're in the south, right? And you're looking north, and it goes so far down range, right, in some spots. But remember, it also goes up as it goes down, and then as it comes back around from the southeast, going south or northwest, right, as it passes you and goes the furthest down range. But this time of year, it's gonna still be above the horizon, I think. Um, and who knows? You know, we'll see what happens when they get there. Yep.
Sacred Proud. Did you guys follow any of that?
That's all right, buddy. You can mock me. It's cool.
No, it's very interesting that you said that you sun in Capricorn because I'm a Capricorn.
Yeah,
This is like sorry, I was doing something else. My phone was
I wish that was an
locked.
option.
Oh yeah, like everybody, I'm the most reviled person on X Spaces, but I'm still famous and successful. Sorry, I don't know why people get offended about me. I'm one of the chosen ones, one of the highest chosen ones of the planet. I'm Ken 100, Northern Hemisphere.
Hold on. We're not really here to talk about ourselves, though.
I'm not talking about myself. Myself is non-existent. There's only emptiness.
Sciences, the nature of the
These
earth.
people are astroturfing, in my personal opinion, but that's just me. I could be wrong.
Yep.
Kin 100, like what is Mayan the Tolkien? Everybody has a kin. Everybody is a kin. So the Mayan calendar.
Oh no, what happened to that lady?
How dare you assume pronoun?
Yeah, I mean, it's very strange to see it happen. They like astroturf and teams.
Where's the
Weird.
chosen?
That's funny because the first time anybody talked about the personal dome of vision was when I talked about shooting a nail through my eye and was trying to speak about it, and I got kicked out of the spaces.
Yeah, because no one wants to hear your dog shit story about your leaky fucking eye, dog. So no one gets to hear it again this time either.
Hold on, Alan. Like RG's gang, though, bro. Like, hold on.
Is he? What does that mean? Is gang
I mean,
someone that just talks endlessly with no resolve about nothing that nobody understands?
Yeah, I didn't really hear him say anything about like a nail through the eye. I was kind of taken aback by that, but
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
often
all right.
tries to slip it into every conversation possible.
Listen, I don't know. Like, hey, not my spot. You know, I just come to support you guys because I love what you guys do here. You know what I mean? You made a staple, Flat Earth Fridays. But there's a lot of people, man, that are they're gonna sneak in and shit all over the house, and you gotta just pay attention, man. Like I was in Brian's space the other day, right before I was going to work. Same kind of situation. This guy Zong Tang, I don't even know, Zong Tang or whatever. He's like, "Oh, I've been looking at this for 10 years, right? Doesn't even know the circumference of the Earth. Didn't know anything about literally any argument." We walked him down multiple lines of questioning to basically back him to a corner. Then he says, "My phone battery's about to die," for about 15 minutes. Continually says that, right? They're like, "Wow, this guy has like the best phone battery possible." But when you just kind of take a step back and be like, all right, who is this person? What are they actually saying? Is this actually productive, or is this turning away more people from listening? So just be careful. Sacred, Proud, I'm gonna send you a little copy of something in Discord. It's called the Gentlemanly Guide to Spies. It's like a COINTEL playbook. Obviously, it's probably been updated and changed by now, but it gives you a kind of a framework to kind of like look at it.
But what is it called? General Guide to what?
Gentlemanly Guide to Spies. They'll say like something like spooks.
Oh.
Just type that in anywhere on Google or Yandex, whatever. Just kind of like look at it, and it's like this whole playbook of what to do in certain public speaking forums and websites, etc. Exact step-by-step details on how to disrupt a movement, etc. And just have it on hand, right? In case someone that just popped in, like those two, who basically teamed up on each other, right? They were reacting to each other. That's exactly one of the tactics in the playbook, dude. Like, you build up someone that has no bearing in the community, vouch for them, and then they just team up with each other. It's very strange, but yeah, I
I'm
highly
looking forward
recommend
to
it.
it, man. Send it to me.
I'll send it to you in your Discord. I got you.
Shout out to you, bro. Let's go to Chris. All right, look, I'm gonna bring RG up, right? I'll handle his mic if it gets a little bit too off the rails, but I do want to have him finish his thought though, because I don't really remember that one thing.
No worries, lad.
Hold on. While I go ahead and bring him up, go ahead, Chris. Welcome. It's been a while.
Good evening. Yeah, when talking about Star Trails, you always spike my interest. But Tomb of Illuminati, he also speaks about the Orion's belt that is just in between the two fields. And one is clockwise and the other is anti-clockwise. But it's perfectly aligned with the Giza pyramids and everything. Can you hear me?
You can hear Chris, bro. Chris, drop down and come back up and see if
As if to prove our point.
I know. Come back up, Chris.
Yeah, it is sad. I know.
I'm not going to add because sometimes when I add, it glitches. So, bro, when you see Chris requesting, just send her.
Beef, you were spamming thumbs down. I thought you couldn't hear either.
Can you hear me? I can hear her. All right, I did hear.
You
I don't
did?
even know who
Okay.
was speaking. It was just kind of glitching out there. Almost like I said something that hit a nerve, right? Hey, sorry if you're a spook. I'm just telling you the truth. So don't get mad that I called you out in your game.
Let's try again. Mic test, Chris. Mic test. Uh-oh.
Give me 1 second, guys. BRB, AFK, TBH, AT&T. Yeah, all that stuff. I'll be right back.
That
Chris,
can't
can
be
you
a
hear me?
coincidence, dude. Come on.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, better. Yeah, there we go.
Elon is messing again with us. Yeah, but with the star trails, with that, if you look at the anti-clockwise turning of the east and or west field, because Tomb of Illuminati makes it about the north and the south field. But basically, if you look at old maps, we have an east plane and a west plane. And even the tectonic plates of the Americas, they turn anti-clockwise, and the European Asian plate turns clockwise. So basically, we have that field, but not on the equator, but on the Greenwich line. And that's, I think, why they moved the Giza line to the Greenwich line. That's a 30-degree shift.
Testing. Did we lose her?
I
You
guess.
guys got...
Oh, there we go.
Oh, did you hear what I said, or did I fade out again?
Cut out towards the end there. We lost about the last 15 seconds or so.
Oh, yeah, it's about that the Giza line that used to be the zero line in the past, and they moved it by agreement to the Greenwich line, but that's
Oh,
a
we're
30-degree shift. And with the Giza, the Osiris belt that comes straight through the pyramids, so that is just the borderline between the east star turning, between the north star turning and the south star turning. But basically, the Greenwich line is the split with the the Southern Cross. That is the point where all the fields cross, basically. That's where all the lights come from.
I believe you, Chris.
Yeah, I posted a video of Tom Illuminato in the Jumble. He does a pretty good job at it, but it's not totally correct what he says.
So, Secretary, am I okay to speak here without getting censored, or is that okay?
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
Awesome. So this is the second time I tried to tell my story. Every, uh, uh, not every situation, but I just understand how my eye when I had my injury a long time ago. Okay, I'm not going to speak about it much. If you have a 90-degree zenith straight up from your equator
you. So you're basically saying there's two different star fields. You're claiming that if you
Field,
go
yeah.
past the equator, you're looking at an entirely different set of stars.
Well, it's a mirror. It's a mirror of the north. The south is just stretched out around.
Well, those are claims, though. That's just speculative.
It's the same stars, but it is
But it's
two
provable.
projections. It's two projections of one and the same stars. That's the point.
So we actually did like somewhat of a space. My bad, I'm back out. We actually did somewhat of a space on this. I'm gonna find a space tweet, and there seems to be some symmetry there. I'm gonna post it up top when I find it.
So what did you mean by no one is able to argue that point? No one has ever been able to argue that point. I don't
Well,
get it.
because I think there's an understanding that the sky is some big stretched out and they're all separate stars, but they're not. It's just a stretched out version of the north and the south. It's hard to visualize unless I guess I have it in my head and I'm trying to, I don't know. Joe Hamby, he's got an idea of how to replicate it, right? And I'm pretty sure this AI is going to get it. We just need to tweak the right input in the words. And
Yeah, but if you
I don't
if you
know.
look at a
But,
star projection, RG, if you look at a star projection, that's a projection from one point on one field. But that's not what we see in our sky. We see two fields coming from one projection. That means that there is a projection between two fields that are projecting on those fields.
This is completely speculative, correct?
not really. Not if you
No?
understand that. Well, if you can see just think of the north set of stars that would be the equator up to the what would be over Mount Meru, right? Think of it like that. And it's a condensed version. It's more, it would be a higher condensed amount of stars there. And then when it because it's a gradual widening of the firmament, it's just a stretched out around from the equator down to the South Pole. But you think of it like this: if you were in the outer, like say 75 degrees south and further, it would almost be like you would be looking up at a projector on the wall, kind of thing. Not a flat up and down wall, but a curved wall. Kind of a ceiling, going up to the equator from the south that meets the north. It can be modeled. It just needs to be done over time. I mean, I'm not jumping the gun and saying this is 100%, but it's a theory that would work theoretically.
A theory of what?
If you look at how the North Pole star moves in the north sky and how it moves in the south sky, I've been to Brazil and Fortaleza. I've seen the North Pole star there. In the north, it's high in the sky, but in Brazil, it's almost just close to the horizon. You can barely see it, just see it. So that means that our stars on both hemispheres do move in azimuth. So they don't stay in the same height.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I'm like some guru or something with this. I just we just really have to consider things like that, when it's when we're trying to work together. No one needs to be condemned here. I hope not. I hope that's not the goal of this group, is to just tell people don't talk about things when, if you know how the eye works and you try to tell people and you get kicked out of a group and then everyone's talking about it a month later. I mean, it's just, it sucks to be shut down. I guess when you're trying to be progressive with this.
Yeah, but when you squint your eyes in the sun,
Progressive with what, though? I've heard you brought this up multiple times. And you haven't gotten anywhere with this salient point, though. You're just speculating about how the star trails could be a mirrored image of each other, of the north being
no, bro.
south being
No,
a mirrored
bro.
image
It's
of the
how
north,
it is.
and it's
we do see
It's how it is.
a
You can see it
counterclockwise turning of the stars in the north, in the south,
yes,
and
at
in
the
the north.
equator.
So we do have that evidence. So there is no denying it.
No one's denying what it appears to be doing because you're just looking at the sky and
You're being,
observing.
look, bro, everybody can see what you're doing. You're trying to just tell me what's your point, and I'm trying to tell you with
Right.
optics,
What's your
there
point?
is a divider line in the sky, bro, and you can't just say that, you know, the equator is the piece of the puzzle that everybody needs to start focusing on if you're wanting to make a connection between flat Earth and the sky. You know what I mean? And make
And even our,
a whole
and even our
cohesive picture.
even our eyes have a reflection and a refraction line. So even when you squint your eyes in the sun and you have those eyes in the sun, you see the red of the sun go over the outside of your eye lines. It's curving as well over your eyeball.
Okay.
Hey, real quick, shout out to Matt Lump. I actually found, well, he found the Tim Pool tweet. I had to go back 20 hours. Was it 20 hours ago that he tweeted this? So I found him tweeting the flat Earth conspiracy debate. So that's cool. Shout out to you, Lump. And I did go ahead and I shared the episode 46, where we were comparing the northern stars and the southern stars. Starlight, star bright. Do northern stars reflect the south at night? It was a cool video that I found on the tube, and I shared it up top. So maybe that is kind of what RG is referring to.
It's not only RG referring to it, it's more than RG referring, there's multiple people referring to it, and we need to look at it.
Referring to the stars and what exactly? Like what? We all look at the stars.
It tells us more about the fields we are in, basically. Because if you look at old maps, they also show our world as two planes. And with the pole planes as separated planes. So basically it shows our world as four separate plates. And there is a connection between those four plates. And I think it even has to do with the sun, with the moon, with the moon phases, because the plates move slowly and move in and out. It's like a breathing machine, in and out. It's an oscillation.
That's a really good point. The breathing, you know, the tides, everything moves. The sun and moon don't only go in circles; they go up and down. You know, and it's a whole flex. It's a whole flexing system, and you know we're. I don't know. I think. I mean, it's up to y'all, but you know, if something to really go back and peer into, might be.
Yeah, any
Might be the
information
next
you want to
step in
give
this
us,
thing.
like a paper, some historical, maps, anything. Like I can point to you, to a really interesting map, like an Urbano Monte map from 1587 from David Rumsey, that whole collection. I could post that right now. I could show people to it. What are you guys referring to? Like, where are you getting this from?
4 years and looking over all the internet, looking at old maps and everything, you can find it.
Like what? Go ahead, give me one map name, please.
Oh my goodness. Wow, brother.
I have about 25 maps
do you
saved
think?
in my bookmarks. I
Hold
can
on.
give you any map you want if you ask me for it, or if it's about a salient subject. But the point
Listen,
is, you guys are just kind of waffling
Slow
on
down.
and not
Yeah, we ain't
actually.
all as organized as you guys. My PC is one big fucking mess.
Just give me one map. That's all I'm asking, right? That's not too much. Sacred, proud. Or where are you guys referring? Like, give me some source of information to start looking into, so I can come up to the same conclusion. Right? That's what we're about, trying to find the truth and sharing information and looking at the source material. So where's your guys' source material, please? Nothing. Like, not even like someone to go watch like some content. Nothing.
I just
I put
showed
some,
you the
I put
talk
some
of
content on there.
Illuminati. There's lots of content on that, and even if you look for magnetism, you go to Ken Wheeler, and then all that shit. It's all around the physics. You just need to look at it. It's not that hard to find. It's hard to find for me again all that shit, but I've looked at it. I'm not telling this I'm sipping this out of my thumb.
Looked at what? Just give me one source of information is all I'm asking.
Okay. Would you chill out? The moon map. How about the moon map? Listen, the quarter of what we know of the whole picture is our realm, right? The sun and moon only travel so far. Each each year does its cycle. Okay. The sun is what keeps the water melted. Okay, it keeps it a certain warmth. That's why the rest of the realm of what's left over is pretty frozen, I would think, if the sun doesn't reach over there, or there's another sun, and it's almost like the refresh rate, like it renders, like the sun and moon and this whole system is like a rendering process of like a computer or something. And you know how a refresh rate works on a TV, blue screen technology. Do you know anything about that? It's kind of how the system, it's almost like a hologram. I don't want to say it's a hologram because people get offended, but
Can I
it is
pause
what
you
it
for a
is, I
second,
guess.
please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You just jumped to like 4 different subjects. You said the moon map, then you said a hologram, then you said a refresh rate of blue beam or a blue screen, essentially. It seems like you're just hitting buzzwords.
I was asking you questions actually, and you didn't answer any of them.
What about the moon map? What about the moon map?
Do you know about the moon map and what it represents?
Yeah, I've seen Vibes of Cosmos. There's a content creator for you to go look at and make up your own mind about. So like I'll say again, like, can you point me in the right direction about like what really convinced you to come up with this kind of like, I don't know, theory in your head? Like I would expect at least 2 sources, 3 maybe. For the listeners, not just for me. It's not just for me. Like I have my computer right next to me. Like I'm so willing to go look at these sources for you guys, pull them up, send them to Sacred and Proud so that they could share it with you guys and the audience. Like I'm totally down. Like I'm not opposed to it at all. But it seems to me that you guys don't really have these sources and that you're just kind of like putting this in your mind together based off of like different posts you've seen. So that's why I say it's just out.
That's a load of crap. That's really a load of crap.
Then
Because you
please
just
provide me
can't
one.
find it.
Then provide me one source, and I will take it all back.
Listen, brother,
will
I
look
don't need
for
to
it for
prove
you.
to you anything. Listen, I've got my own camera. Okay, I've got my own footage. I don't need anybody's approval. I'm just giving you information so you can think about it. So you can think about it and make your own decision up about what I've told you. Now, if you don't remember that, that's on you. I'm just trying to help. Okay.
Help me in how? In what way?
Not
What
you,
information have you
everybody
given me?
here.
Okay, what
Bro,
information
you're
have you given them?
arguing.
You haven't given them
You're
anything. No
arguing.
source information.
Yeah. Bro, you're not
In
listening.
the 4 years we've
Okay.
been on X, we have shared that information in our post. That you've missed it, that's your problem,
Yeah,
not ours.
go to my page. Go look at my page, bro, and add it up. That's all I can say.
Hold on. Wait. I do want to get to D3 because D3's patient. But if you guys go to your tweets, you can actually share them. If you have something on your timeline, you could actually click the share button and then you could share it to the space. That way we can actually get like a visual if you guys have tweeted about this before.
And go through something
4
like
years
one by
of
one.
tweeting, that's a hard thing to find, Sacred.
Nah, Chris, you could
that's
search up. Come
ridiculous.
on, Chris. You know how to search up on Twitter. Just search up some keywords, unless they don't have no text. That's why I always say if you're going to tweet some stuff, make sure you put text in your tweet. Don't just tweet the images, because if you only tweet the images, it's going to be very, very difficult to find and search. So always include text, keyword, hashtag, or something. So that way, when we're in these type of situations, it's like I went to go grab these star trails where I see where there's some symmetry in the sky. I was able to search up the episode, and that's for anybody. If you want to go look at some of the past episodes that we talked about, you could just go search up, just like I have it in the Jumbo, EP with a dot and then a number. And typically, like anything after like episode 20 something, like they'll all be there. So just a simple idea in
here's
order
the
for
thing,
your
right?
content to be searchable.
They brought up the subject. I didn't bring up the star trails. They did, right? So it's either you have new information or you're just saying the same thing over and over again without providing any source material. I would love to see your source material, get into it myself, bring something new to the table that you guys might not have found, but you're not giving me anything to go on.
Well, to be fair, BC, he did say that I think he was working on something with somebody. RG, who did you say you was working on this with? There was somebody that you had mentioned. You said you were going to do some AI rendering or
I've been told that he's been saying that for a long time.
Oh, okay. Well, there was somebody he would say he was working on it with, but I'm not opposed to speculation, right? If we're trying to just
Hold on. Yeah.
I'm not either, bro.
Hold on. I was just getting some things to put here in the. I've already put like 3 different things. There's actually a superfluid vacuum theory that has been around for a while. That makes a lot more sense. That in the upper atmosphere, how these things are working, right? And yeah, the star trails, like I said, if you're on the equator and you have a 90-degree zenith and you go around the equator the whole way back to where you started. Now pay attention to this. You look up with your camera, right? And you record simultaneous star rotations. One is clockwise, one is counterclockwise. Now you don't need a source to do that in your own head. Think for yourself. Simultaneous star rotation, 90-degree zenith from the equator, do a circle around the earth. It's the same all the way around. If you look up in the heavens, you will see the star rotation. Now, what don't you understand about that, sir?
Yo, what's up, D3? See you over there, bro. Oh my, dude, I
Yeah, I thought
almost
he
want
was
to
supposed
talk.
to get in.
Dude, I almost want to talk to
This is
CLW at this
happened.
point.
Yeah, this
No,
is what happened.
you've said enough things,
Every
bro.
time.
You've said enough things. It's all good.
No, I haven't. Obviously not, because nobody
No.
understands what I'm saying.
And he actually sounds like
You
exactly like the
haven't.
guy
Hold
that
on a
popped up
second.
in
Hold on a
Brian's
second.
face.
You haven't
Just
said
saying.
anything new that anyone doesn't already think when they're looking at the equator at those divergent star fields, right? What you would have to do to show that they're actual projections of the north, but obviously distorted and flipped hyperbolically, as most of us think and assert. But when people have tried to map those out to show a 1-to-1 correlation, no one's ever been able to do it. So it's like, a cool theory or whatever, right? But no one's ever been able to substantiate it in any meaningful way. And
Okay, so it's meaningless. That's what you're saying.
No,
It's meaningless.
it's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying trying to assert the causality of it is meaningless. Right? It's obviously a cool optical phenomenon. Right? We have different speculations as to why it happens, but to draw a meaningful 1-to-1 correlation where you can go, this is the projection, this is the source, we flipped it 90 degrees, rotated it, blah, 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 right, to account for hyperbolic this or that. No one's ever been able to show how you can reverse that and put it back into the north and it be overlaid 1-to-1. That guy Lindsay has tried a bunch of times with what's his name? I can't think of his name. You know who I'm talking about though, Lindsay.
But why is that, Alan? That is because he takes the center field and he should put that center field on the side, on the east-west side. That's what is the problem with his model.
Have you done that? Does it work? Does it match up? Like, he's not the only one that's tried to do that.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Put your personal.
Stop. Please stop. If you want to substantiate it, you have to show that 1-to-1 mapping. Otherwise, there's nothing there. Anyway, continue.
Well, this is what I'm trying to explain. If you put there's 6 to 8 different zones in the south, right? From the terminator line, the equator down. If you put a bunch of those personal domes of vision around in those zones, right? And you do a 1-to-1 correlation where you're rotating the sun from the Cancer to a Capricorn as it rotates, in that top section I'm talking about. If you spin it like that, you can show each time that it goes from a dome to another dome to another dome, representing different people. It's an optical illusion, like you said. But it can be modeled like that, and that's kind of what I'm working on. That's what I was trying to tell people.
Yeah, you would have to put
Okay,
that model out then, and then show us, because otherwise, no one really knows what you're even saying.
Right.
Yeah, but it's the same with Lindsay. What Lindsay is showing you is just one part of the total field. It is multiple fields like that working around the center. And we are on the side of that center. Not that the starlights are not coming from the middle of our world. They are coming from the side of our world.
Okay. So I'll give you an example right now. Do you agree with that, RG?
I'm
Do you-
sorry, dude.
Do you,
What are
do
you
you
what are
agree
you
with
asking me?
what? Do you agree with what Chris just said?
I agree that it's definitely something along those lines, and
Really? Can I
that
pause you for a second?
and that if we all work on it instead of not
I need a
not
pause.
agreeing, like okay,
Please.
hold on one second. If you say if then for this reason it's not plausible, then you're just throwing away
No, you
any
didn't listen to what
possibility
she
of people
said.
looking into it.
She said it doesn't come from the center, our starlight. It's not being projected from the center. It's being projected from the sides. Remember what you said about 15 minutes ago, where you were like, it comes from Mount Meru in the center.
No,
It's a
I
projection.
didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say
That
that.
Mount
I said
Meru
that
is not
if,
at the center
You
of our
see how you
world.
guys don't have your stories matching up, but you guys are like tag
bro,
teaming each other?
you're
Like, what is
listening.
going on here?
No,
Listen,
that's not true what you're
Okay. You guys are now like just talking over each other. Not a good listening experience. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put a pause on that. Please gather your thoughts. People do want to hear your ideas. They want to hear what you got to say. But if it's not cohesive, no one's going to be able to internalize it. So just try to gather your thoughts. Try to be a little bit more articulate, so that way we could finally find some common ground on this. If there's some type of miscommunication, but I do want to hear from D3 because D3 being super patient, and then we'll double back and kind of open it up again. Just be patient, guys. Let's slide to D3 real quick. D3, what up, man?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? I had a question. It was kind of related to what they were talking about, dealing with things in the sky. So I had a question a couple weeks ago about light and everything like that, and I put some information in the nest. And Proud actually responded to what I was asking about. I had provided some equations and some math, and she went and did some research and provided some alternative things to incorporate. So I haven't really looked into it myself. So I was wondering if you guys would be interested in just maybe helping out, seeing what your interpretations are of the explanations presented. I think it was by ChatGPT. I'm going to post it up to the nest. And if anybody wants to help or just give your ideas about what the math is saying and if it really holds true or not, that would be really cool. So I'll post that up to the nest, and that's really all I had. Proud, do you mind if I post that that message? It's just a message. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
So,
definitely go for it.
all right, cool. And that was it. I'm just listening. Cool stuff going on so far. I heard somebody earlier when you were playing the Witsit debate, which I did not see, say that he measured the Earth and the Sun. So that had me dying for a hot second. But anyway, that's all I got. I'll put it up in the nest.
Don't forget to pre-write out your questions for my optometrist.
Yeah, okay.
Sidebar, man. I just ordered some DoorDash and they always messing up my order, bro. My bad. I'm frustrated too.
Don't you know, man? You got to go get it yourself, bro. You can't trust these people.
You had one job, bro.
They get all mad if you don't tip them like 27% of the bill, man. They don't care. They hate us, man. Go get it yourself.
Okay, so I posted the message up top. It's just a video clip of some interesting math going on and how we calculate how light is interacting with the eye at a distance and things like that. So, my question is really, does this stuff add up the way they're breaking it down and the way we actually see things? And if not, where are the holes? And if so, why?
Also, if anyone has any Blender programs, how is light modeled in like any of those software type programs? Obviously, you can't get something equivalent to the sun, but scale down, right? You think?
I'm almost positive you can do infinite light sources in there and stuff like that. Should be able to.
That's a good question. I wonder if the infinite light source has a different outcome.
Thanks for posting something, by the way. Is it supposed to be a message?
Yeah, so it's a message. It's just a video clip message somebody sent me. I had provided some math talking about the lux of light that the eye needs in order to see light at a distance. And this response was digging into it a little further and kind of showing a way that it actually would work, I think. Because I glanced at it, but I didn't really go deep into it. And I know a lot of the math is kind of heavy for me, so I was just putting it out there for everybody else to take a look at. And then either today or tomorrow or whenever the space closes or next week, whenever you guys want to chime in about it, cool.
Could you DM me that? Because when I click on it, it just takes me to my messages and disappears. I've tried it like 15 times.
Oh, no.
I'm not even kidding, dude. Just
All right, I'll
DM me it, bro. Please. Thank you.
No problem.
Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
it does the same for me. I can't open it either. Goes to my messages also. So I think you did something wrong, the tree.
I think maybe it's just maybe the system won't allow it. What I'll do is I'll try to screen record it myself and then repost it and then share it again. That's what I'll do.
If you DM me it, bro, I could repost it.
Yeah, I'm gonna DM it to you too.
For sure. This is what I mean by like, and I'm sorry to come off on such an aggressive note. I'm very picky about sources because this is like the key to sorting out all the disinformation and misinformation out there. I'm talking about real disinformation and real misinformation to throw people like
Yeah.
us off.
But if you look at the NASA side, NASA measured already in 1962 that we have two inner magnetic fields within the bigger field. So we know we have two fields.
So that's an appeal to authority, correct?
No, but you looking for science, the science is there. So they measured your electrons in the magnetic field in 1962.
What they'll do is they'll downplay how the eye works, and only promote their model. That what are we looking up through, right, at a certain gaseous level, and then it gets to the thicker kind of superfluid that we don't really know. I mean, we can model in small scales, but if we don't have the retina and the cornea at play, you know what I mean? Everything's just black and white. Or is it? Is it just a liquid crystal fluid in our eye that's given that spectrum? how do we really, I mean, is that the truth? I mean, does anybody here
Even
know?
with technology, even with technology, we needed technology to show us infrared and X-ray and ultraviolet.
Yeah, but if you look at old research, what they did with superfluid helium, by example, with the Fontaine effect and everything, that would explain a lot what we see in our world. And I've shared that many times, but nobody's looking at it.
Shared what exactly?
People can see those X-ray.
The Fontaine effect of superfluid helium and how the charge moves up from the bottom to the top and everything. It's all been done, the research in the past. NASA did the research. Why the hell do you think they did that research? Think again.
CW, you gotta come closer to your phone when you come back.
Yeah, all the research has already been done. It's almost like a power grab, and nobody wants us to be the ones to do it. And then when we try to do it, we self-regulate each other, and self-police each other. Like, oh, if you don't have a paper that says something, then reality isn't real. Like it's getting on my nerves, really.
So, what are you talking about, bro? Seriously.
But, hey, I wasn't talking to you. I'll tell you that.
That's what you do. You keep asking for evidence. Just go look for it. Look for the keywords, and you will find it. It's
Okay,
not
give me
that hard.
keywords. Give me keywords to look for right now.
Superfluid helium, for example. Go look what the properties are of that, and look for that as a container. It works perfectly.
If I'm being honest, guys, I feel like as flat earthers, the second we get on the verge of discovering science or making a new discovery or uncovering something, I think that's when mainstream science is going to come out and be like, oh, yeah, you guys didn't know this existed this whole time. We call it quantum foam and it's been under our noses. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, you definitely take credit for things that have
Yeah, why
already.
do you think I'm in the back corners of the internet for 4 years? Because I go into that shit.
It's
Yeah, I
almost
want to
it's
clear
almost like we
PBS
need to,
FaceTime up.
it's like we need to do circus tricks, and stand on our fucking head and spin around, and do tricks in my wheelchair like I'm, I ain't performing for nobody. I'll tell you that much. I'm just here to help.
The obsession with what's your primary source and all this thing is too much. It makes people not to depend on their own mind. Sometimes I can be the source. I can be the primary source. I can come with a new idea that is true too. I don't have to quote. I don't know who or seek validity in people who might you consider to the one to hold more truth than the other. Each person is capable of discovering something that even people who are in that field have not been able to see, because even most of the inventions that happen in the world is by people who were doing things that people weren't doing before. Most of the people who get trained to be engineers, and they don't invent anything new because they get the same mentality. They're stuck in that corridor of thinking. They don't come up with new solutions. It's always people who try something new who come up with new inventions and discoveries. So don't shun ideas of people when they're bringing arguments.
I'm not bringing an argument. I just want your source
Hold on.
material so I can go expand on it and
When-
share it with everybody else. That's all. I could be your best
Okay,
ally right now,
that
bro.
can be an added information on that, but what you should be the key argument is like whatever you're saying doesn't make any logical sense. First of all, then you
Look
can
at
bring
ether
some material that
cosmology.
supports
I've
your
shared
idea
it.
later on.
Look at the ether cosmology. I shared multi of those things. I even shared the NATA document years ago. So look at it.
Hey, I'll tell you what, man. When I first, in 2017, when they had the first Flat Earth International Conference, I mean, bro, that inspired me so much to just study what they were putting out. They were laying out things, they were giving sources. Great. It's things that have been here already. The foundations are laid. It's like, what do we need to do to raise money or something to like, I just don't, it feels like there's a block purposefully somewhere, to keep I mean, it's great. I get the point here and what you guys are doing, and I really look up to it. That's why I'm here, man. I'm trying to
To the lock.
just give my personal experience, you know. And what'd you say?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you were just talking about you're going to send some papers because there's people teaming up here to conspire to keep. Man, what are you talking about, bro? And while I'm
If
on the
you were
note,
in the truther
bro,
community, bro, you
hold
would
on.
just look it up. Gentleman Guide to Spies, aka spooks, aka government agents or
What?
astrosurfers, bro. It's very
What are you
simple.
talking about, bro? What are you paranoid? Are you paranoid somebody's here to conspire against you? Like, come on, man.
Big Brother is watching. The devs are watching, guys. The devs are watching.
You forget what platform we're on, bro.
Yo, you weren't listen. You didn't hear when Alan and Shane and Ether Cause were like breaking down something with like the speed of light, and then like a couple days later, the PBS Space Time broke down the same thing, saying, I mean, they have a point, but this is why it doesn't really work. And then the guy himself was like super sketch because he wasn't blinking, and he had a shirt that said like the devs are watching with the astronaut and the shush face. Like, guys, it's stuff like that that sometimes we have to open our third eye for. I don't know if Alan's still here.
I agree. I agree. There's some wild stuff happening out here. Yeah, and listen, they're co-opting the movement. I mean, you know, they were in Congress the last time they were interviewing witnesses and getting their testimony about UAPs and stuff. And you know, the last lady, she's the youngest member of Congress on the panel, and she's like supposedly all into social media and stuff. And you know, first thing she said when she came out, I swear to you, dude, she said, okay, so first of all, we need to get it out of the way. The earth is flat. Pigeons are or something like I don't know if she was being trying to be funny, but that was her words. The earth is flat in Congress. Yeah, it was wild.
It's the young people that will change things, people with new ideas, not people who are rooted in the old ideas, you know. I also wanted to comment earlier about the eye when you were talking about this. You see, like how the model of the flat earth itself look like an eye. The firmament and the other planets are organized. It's like an eye. And this is just showing like the correlation of our perception. It's just these vortices. The eye is like a torus and all these other things. And you are saying people cannot see infrared and all these other things. People have the ability. It's just that you might have, for example, everybody has legs, but not everybody can be Usain Bolt. You have to train for it, or you have to be biologically fit to do it. But it's a potential within everyone. You see, there are people talking about they can see auras and all these things. That's in the realm of the infrared and those other things. You are capable of seeing beyond this visible light, but many of us haven't developed the capacity to do that. But that doesn't mean our eyes is incapable. I'm even pretty sure we can shoot lasers out of your eyes if we know how it works. You know, your eyes is a miracle. It's one of the things even people are using to dispute evolution theory because they cannot explain how the eye evolved.
Yeah, I agree. You know, and I mean, light travels in a toroidal kind of fashion. But what's newly been noticed with the photography, just to give you guys a little info, like so, you know, tweaking the video opacity and the you know the contrast and stuff like that, you can see that the sun itself, the light coming from the sun, is like a focused beam of light in the center, but as it works outward, it splays out like in this. It's in a fashion that you can tell that you know it's a focused beam of light. It's not the actual source. You know what I mean? You can't see the source light. The way it hits the firmament and comes in, it's the same way when it enters your eye. You know, and goes through the liquid crystal. I mean, there's so much information in the light that we don't understand yet fully. So I do think there's something to that. Yeah, with the eye and the, you know, the firmament and and everything.
You're just going on and on and on, bro, about like different topics. Like, what are we talking about? Seriously. Seriously. Like, what are we
I think you're talking
actually
about
talking
the
about?
nature of perception.
My
Wow.
position is I love Sacred and Proud and a few others on here, Brian, D3. I like the people in this community, and I am tired of, you know, people that just come on here, waffle on, don't go on a salient subject, basically just take up all of the time, and we never get to any cathartic moment, right? Where we're like, holy shit, we learned something new. We're just basically mulling over and gish galloping over multiple different topics, not
Okay, buddy,
even
what have
talking
you
about
taught
anything.
us? What have you taught us tonight? Where's your PhD? What are you talking about?
Okay. How about you look up the book that I've been trying to tell everybody on this panel about for the last 20 minutes, The Gentleman Guide to Spooks and Spies. Okay? Why don't you look that up and see if you fit the bill, right? How you just said earlier about there are certain people that are trying to block this conversation, right? Halt it.
That's
Basically make
exactly
it
what you
stagnant.
are doing now because you don't want people talking about this. And if this continues like this, I don't even want to talk about it anymore.
Well, don't let me stop
But
you.
whatever they're raising is valid, relevant to the topic, you know. What you're talking about, the sun,
Don't
for
let me
example, like
fucking
it's not the
stop you,
source of the
dog.
energy. For me personally, I know the sun is a portal, and the heat is not even coming from the sun itself. And it's like a step down transformer. Most of that energy is being stepped down from a higher, let me say, higher density of reality. That's what makes the sun shines. It's not like fossil fuel and all these other things. It's like it's an energy portal.
It's an energy portal.
It's an energy portal. It's not like it's an energy portal. And you can even perceive its nature as a portal. For example, during sunrise or sunset,
And
at the
how do you
exact moment
know
it's
it's
at
an
the horizon.
energy
Listen,
portal? What are you talking? Like, what is going on here?
yeah, don't you feel the radiation from the energy of the sun?
Or you rather talk about relativity and general relativity, all the bullshit. Nobody is getting a foot further into the system. That you want to talk about, it's all fine.
Hey, real quick. I did post that message, the video message. I downloaded it and reposted it, so it should work for everybody now. And I also just posted the original post that I believe she was responding to with the photometric systems that I used and the calculations. So yeah, anybody who wants to help out with this issue, and the reason being, just to for anybody who doesn't understand where this is correlating to what these guys were talking about with what's going on in the skies, I operate from fundamental principles, right? Like if the Earth is curving, then I should focus on the Earth's surface and detect that curve. So as far as anything in the sky, if we're making observations of points of light at a distance, we should really kind of think about the distances that they're telling us these points of light are at, and using the laws that we have, the math that we have for calculating light at these distances, and see if that all adds up and really makes sense in order to really kind of gauge what's going on out there.
Appreciate you DMing me that, by the way. So what's your question essentially? That
So
if
the eye requires a certain amount of light
right.
in order to see light at a distance. It requires a certain value, an illuminance. But according to the two photometric systems I used and the formulas there in the original post, they seem to produce lux values that are less than what we should be able to detect. Yet we detect them, and this is using the brightest star, by the way. This is using Sirius, which is, I believe, if I remember correctly, 8.6 light years away, or something like that. So it's quite far, but it's the brightest one. so it goes downhill from here. Now, what Proud had responded with in the message, that is the video message, we were both using ChatGPT and other references to kind of work through this. It seems to say there's a way to figure it out, but I couldn't quite follow it. So if anybody wants to dig into the math, you guys are good at math and you can kind of understand this stuff better. Maybe we can have a conversation about it one day. I'm open to DMs and everything like that. So I'm just trying to figure out how the hell we see stuff, and then if it really makes sense that we see them at the distances they're claiming them to be. Simple inverse square law doesn't really add up. So that was the question. Is like, do we really see these things at those distances?
There is a formula in the optics in photography for the distance to calculate that. Came about that a couple of years ago. I'm not sure if I can find that again, but there is a calculation for the optics for imaging with photography. I know that.
So, yeah, I posted 2 photometric systems there with 2 formulas. If you go to the original post.
So you're basically saying that the inverse square law isn't enough for you to basically say that the mainstream narrative of them being light years away, the starlight being so far away, that's why we don't observe any parallax. That's why we see concentric circles that make it appear as though we are in the center of the universe. You don't think that inverse square law just pretty much destroys the notion that they're millions and millions and millions and trillions of miles away? I mean,
Well,
that's enough for me to say that's bullshit. You know what I mean?
I kind of do, but I don't like to hand wave dismiss anything, even though I'm right with you on that. I'm like, bro, they're not that far away. Like, they're far. I believe they are far, but I don't believe they're as far as they're saying. I think they're
yeah,
off.
I mean, that's one of the most, that's one of the basic things we came to the conclusion of, was like, how the hell can we be seeing these stars if they're trillions of light years away? Their excuse was, oh, light, travels in a vacuum just completely unimpeded for some reason, right? When we know that that's not true, right? There's always going to be some type of distortion when you're going long distances with light. That's just because it's running into shit. I mean, just that on its own just completely destroys the notion. But this other question you have about photometric systems, what are you trying to?
Well, I'm trying to use so whenever you're debating, it's good to kind of have both sides of the equation, right? So on their side, it's essentially a couple. They use a couple different ways to measure the light, and then essentially it's calculating from there. So if we can understand the way they're measuring and then the calculations that are used, and really dig into those, and this is part of that. And then what in the video Proud got into a little bit deeper. If we can understand all of that stuff and really work it out, and we can use the math to demonstrate that no, it's actually not possible according to the math that you guys are even using to calculate it with, kind of like what we do with everything else. If it's possible or if it's not possible.
Well, just go to the basic one, bro. The very first assumption. How do they assume the sun was 93 million miles away? Because then from that is how all of these quote unquote measurements are taken, basically.
Yeah.
But you're not verifying them, right? You're never going to be able to verify them in terms of like how far they actually are. But what we do know is that the story behind them is completely false, right? There's some other explanation. We might not ever get that explanation. It's fun to speculate. I'm totally with you guys. You should have been in the Discord server with me and a couple other peeps when I had 152 tabs open going over the moon map theory and the 4 quarters Earth theory and like going deep. Like, I'm not opposed to these subjects. What I am opposed to is not having a focus. I feel like that's very detrimental. And I feel like we need to cut that out, right? Let's focus on one topic at a time. So like this is a very specific topic and I like it, right? Now we can go deep into it and like, where could we take this, right? Is it useful? And so I appreciate you bringing up the source. I'm going to look more into photometric systems, right? And then just give me a question
Okay.
Yeah,
So the
that you want to
question would
figure
be
out.
like,
Yeah.
the question would be like, so according to the first post, those measurements are using the apparent magnitude of the light and calculating a lux value based on the apparent magnitude at the distances. And that comes out below what we should be able to detect with our eyes. So how do we see it? And that's the brightest star, like I was saying. So the video was going deeper into the math, and I think it was ChatGPT was proposing some other mechanisms that I wasn't really aware of, and I didn't really understand them. I only glanced at them a little bit, but yeah, it proposes some other mechanisms that would allow us to see the light. So then the question is, okay, well, does that actually map out? You know, does it actually, is it true?
What
Are those
mechanisms did it propose?
I don't remember. I
'Cause-
gotta really go through and look at it. But that's why I was asking. I
Yeah.
figured like I could
Yeah,
crowdsource it.
yeah, you got to be weary when you use ChatGPT for open-ended stuff like that.
Exactly.
Because at the end of the day, it is a chat engagement algorithm. It doesn't have to tell you anything true or have it backed up in anything. It'll just give you an output like, "Oh yeah, shit, yeah, man, there's all kinds of stuff here, and
Yeah,
here's XYZ." Because dude, that's happened so many times, and then like we were like, "No way," and we looked up to like follow up on whatever it was trying to talk about, and it was like, "Yeah, that never even happened," and it was like,
That's
"Oh."
exactly what I'm saying, bro.
So
Like
yeah.
I think it's probably wrong, but I don't have the, you know, the brain power of the math to do it in my head. So if
No,
anybody,
it's not about that, bro. It's not about that. It's about not getting distracted by a premise that might not even be useful, right? It's like,
so here's
AD3, I can
Yeah, but
add
the
to
measure,
that just a little bit.
It's
the
really
measurement of
interesting that the
So
apparent magnitude doesn't work or either, and they're all about the absolute magnitude for establishing, you know, the what do they call it, the noble
yeah, I
ladder and
saw
all
that.
that. So it's like they're not even using the real fake numbers. I don't know. It's very confusing now. It's
Yo, that's what I'm
alarming.
saying. It's confusing the shit out of me. So I'm like, okay, maybe something in what
AD3.
ChatGPT is saying is the key to the whole thing. And if I could just have
Mm.
someone point me in the right direction of like, okay, follow up on this, and then you'll understand why we actually see it.
Hey
Then I,
brother, hey
yo,
brother, I
yo,
got you, I got you, I got you,
what
I got
about
you. So
what
so the
about
way
if you,
the,
Hold on,
hold on
y'all.
one
Hold on,
second.
hold on. One mic. RG, go ahead. You talk to D3 real quick. Bowser been super patient. I want Bowser to come in. Wizard in the building. I would definitely like Wizard to come up and give us some of the backstory, because you know we get the backstory from Wizard on Stationary Saturdays. Tim Cast listening party, you know what I'm saying? So just one mic, y'all. Please do not talk over each other. It is last call. I don't know how long we're gonna keep it going. Probably got some stuff to move around in IRL, but we're gonna keep it rocking for a little bit. Go ahead, RG, and I'll let D3 respond, and then we'll get to Bowser, and then slide to
Yes, sir. That's cool. Thank you, brother. Hey, I'm not gonna.
Elon muted you.
All right, you good, bro? Yeah, D3, to answer your question, bro. The best way to think about it is the way we see the universe, the way the light from the universe all converges to our eye, and our brain renders it at a certain rate in a certain frame. It's got to be small enough to enter our pupil through the cornea and the retina.
was that it?
I don't know, D3, you wanted to respond? If not, we could just slide to Bowser.
Was I heard only a little bit. Did he get cut off?
I can't hear him.
I think he
Okay.
cut off.
Yeah, maybe he got cut off. All right, yeah, we can go to Bowser. I said my piece. I put the info out there. If anybody wants to hit me up with some explanations, that'd be dope. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I really like that argument, DC.
Oh yeah, well, I was just chiming in here because RG keeps, he was talking about all this stuff and he gets some criticism, which I think is kind of warranted about
I
not
still
having
can't tell if
sources.
RG is speaking, but yeah, I can't wait to take this argument to the eye doctor.
I'm proud you can't hear Bowser, can you?
Yeah, I was just when he said you could see the sun act a certain way.
Nope.
I was just at that point, show us the sun acting that way because that was actually interesting to me. That's all I was going to say. I mean, because I have a camera. I was going to say.
Hold on, I think we lost Proud, and you kind of went in and out, Bowser. Say that one more time. Say the last part. Bring Proud back up. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to bring Proud back up because every time I do that, they start glitching. Alan, can you try to bring Proud back up?
He might be indisposed at the moment.
All right.
What's up with all the glitches? Is it normal?
Bro, we've been glitching ever since last night. Okay, Proud's back. Can I see you? Give me 1 second, Ken. Let's slide to Chris real quick. And then I'm gonna have Proud. Proud, do you see Cole? Okay, cool.
There she is. And about the eyes, but if NASA measured the magnetic inner fields, those measurements, can't you use them to compare them with our eyes? Because that if you look at the shape of our eyes and you look at the shape of those electron measurements, and you look at how the sun rays to our atmosphere, it's not straight, but it follows the shape of our eyes basically in a rounding. It's not a straight ahead. So you could use that, not?
Damn, what happened? Proud, you lost again?
Oh no.
Yeah, I could step down if it's messing it up or whatever. If it's too many speakers on stage.
You know what I think it is? No, I think we might have to clear out the nest.
Cybernetic difficulties.
Yeah, man. Come on, Elon, chill up off us, bro.
2024 technology, man. Can't handle it. Can't handle that kind of data up in the nest. I'm still wondering, how do they communicate with that capsule? Whatever.
Hey, sweet. We need that moon tech, man. We need that moon landing tech.
Gotta get that 1969 phone technology, man. Maybe we can communicate solidly.
Don't destroy it this time. Proud, I don't know if you was able to hear Bowser. Or Chris.
Nope.
It's all good. We do got the legend in the building. We said, what up, bro? We just went over the Timcast quote unquote debate. I don't know, man. Like, seemed like more of an open discussion. I kind of like the format, to be totally honest. You missed a live reaction, but give us a little bit of background, bro. What was it like? Give us the ins and outs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you guys know I was looking for like a PhD for a while. And you guys and some other people reached out to me kind of last minute, but I had to go with that guy who like he said in the show, he's like a PhD in neuroscience. So not relevant really, but anyway. So, and then I didn't even know Sanjinis was gonna be there the night before at like midnight. Alex messaged me and told me so. I was like, oh, that's interesting. So I went and talked to Sanjinis before the show to make sure he knew who I was because I didn't want him to, because I've seen him get triggered about FE before. And I'm like, nah, dude, I got respect for Sanjinis, so I definitely don't want to like have some brawl where he gets mad on this big of a platform, So I went and talked to him and he remembered me, and then we just like immediately started talking about like geocentrism and physics and stuff. So I'm glad it was like that, I guess is what I'm saying. I thought it was cool. It had like different perspectives. It was pretty chill. Alex was worried that Tim may get a bit intense because they had kind of an intense back and forth with the moon landing thing, but Tim was actually like really chill. So yeah, I think it was cool, man. I mean, obviously you guys, if you guys watch, you know how it goes. It's kind of scattergun. It's always hard to really get all the points out, and then things get lost and certain claims get made where you can't address them, and then it, basically I'll just say like it's always the same problem. I have to like balance between completely monopolizing the mic and making it look like I'm just like like this narcissist that thinks everyone should just sit there and listen to me, but and balance the fact that like being the flat earther, you kind of actually need most of the mic because you have to always correct their positions, still man their positions, explain the backstory, properly explain it. You basically have to teach everyone about the topic. And then you start, I don't want to monopolize the market. So you start talking a little bit more intense and kind of quick. And so it's like, it's just always trying to balance that, it is what it is. I don't know what you guys think of it. Obviously I think about all these different aspects of it. So I think it went pretty good, I guess. Um, but yeah, it was cool, man. It was cool. And then like, what else I will say was really cool is like, there are a bunch of people that work for Tim. There are people there and all this. It wasn't like this. It was nothing like, oh, stupid flat earther. I wasn't like treated bad at all. Like we're like entering this phase, right? That like being a flat earther doesn't matter, right? And so that was pretty cool. I will say that was cool. And yeah, I don't know. I know Aaliyah might be waking up right now, and so I told her I would wake her. I told her I'd get her up, when she wakes up. She's been saying like, "Dad, airplane," stuff. So, um, I wanted to jump in and say what's up to you guys before she to go grab her. But let me see. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And honestly, I'll throw out. I mean, Aries failure for the dub again. Like the one, the one like real topic that got addressed back and forth. It's just so bad for them. They cannot even address Aries failures.
Sentient raindrops, bro. Sentient raindrops.
Dude, even Sugenis was backing you up. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
No, yeah. Like it just FE is the only thing that the thing with Sanjinis is he's been a geocentrist since like 2002. So like way before almost anyone in the mainstream. Obviously, geocentrism's always kind of been a thing in certain circles, but so if you put yourself in Sanjinis' shoes, he's like fighting all this like ostracism since 2002, having to look through all these like he helped track down Galileo's letter that was removed where he says heliocentrism is impossible. He's done all this work, and that's why like I'm never gonna have like beef with him because I learned so much from him. But anyway, then you get into like he finally gets this film. He had to raise lots of money to make the principal, like 2 mil. It gets completely blacklisted. It gets deplatformed, kicked out of the theater and stuff. So they're not able to recoup any of their money. They get this film, The Principal, which I promote all the time. I think it's one of the best documentaries ever for someone looking into this. And then obviously, his investors don't make any of his money back. And at that same time, 2014, like right after, like the next year, Flat Earth just drowns out his movie. Like Flat Earth just completely drowns it out. And then from his perspective, it's like he's always had him in battling flat Earth because it's like people jump over geocentrism, go straight to flat Earth, and then they refuse to address some of the geocentrism points because they just jump to flat Earth, right? They jump to the geometry thing. And so from his perspective, he has like beef on a personal level with flat Earth. You see what I'm saying? Like, and he's probably
Wow,
got
I never thought about that.
yeah.
Wow.
2014 was the same year the principle
Yeah,
came out.
exactly. And then 15, it really blew up, flat Earth. And then it's like people probably are dismissive of him because as soon as he starts to really, after years of fighting, he gets this documentary made. And right when he starts to get eyeballs on it, flat Earth is immediately attached to him. And then flat earthers start using his stuff, which, I boldly do to this day, and I always will, obviously, for obvious reasons. But so it's like he gets completely dismissed and straw manned by everyone else with flat Earth, right? And so that's like kind of the backstory there. And so he ends up writing a book, Flat Earth, Flat Wrong, or whatever. And so he's like, you get like he's like in it, and there's like a history there, which is why I like sought him out as soon as I got there, and I'm like shook his hand and met him, and then made sure he knew who I was, and yeah. But I think it was cool because at one point Alex didn't say much, and he's like took one for the team, basically helped set that up, but wanted me to get to explain this a lot of stuff, and then um it turns into like almost a 3v1 at one point towards the end, but at the beginning, and that's the way it always is, right? It's just like everyone wants to ask the flat earther questions. Well, how does this work? What about this? But then at the beginning, it's like I thought it was so cool. I couldn't have scripted it better, in my opinion. It's like me and Sungenis just trying to explain to everyone geocentrism. That's what it basically felt like,
That was the awesome part, bro. When I seen, I was like, wait, whose team is? Wait, is he? Are they like? How's the PhD going after the PhD? Which is like agreeing with such? Well, they are geocent. Like, yo, it was so hilarious. That dynamic caught me completely off guard, bro. So I couldn't understand if the astronomy live guy truly understood or just like rejecting it. But I'm like, bro, that's supposed to be your quote unquote teammate. But that's why I said it was more like an open discussion round table kind of thing, because it didn't
Yeah, and
seem
well,
like
just
it
so
was
you
a team.
guys know, really, it wasn't ever supposed to be like, so it was supposed to be like Tim and the Astronomy Live guy against me and Alex, right? Because Alex and Tim, they're not as knowledgeable about all the specifics of these things as, say, me or whoever I was supposed to be debating. So it was supposed to be like their friends. Alex has been on the show multiple times. They kind of make content. They talk about a bunch of other stuff, right? Like political world events and stuff like that. Because obviously Timcast is like a conservative podcast at this point, although he's like been liberal for a long time and was notoriously like the liberal that was kind of reasonable, and now he's just conservative. And then there's Alex who works for the Blade. So like this is not their thing at all. And in fact, this is like kryptonite for them in their world, which is like why I get major props to Alex Stein, bro. Like major props. People can say whatever they want to, but I know a lot of stuff behind the scenes. It's way easier for Alex to just not deal with this at all. Way easier. So it's like major props to Alex Stein. Um, but anyway, and obviously he does what he got to do to kind of get views, and I just know him in like I know him in like the real world. And I'm just like I just got to give him a shout out because he made the whole thing happen. But anyway, so it was going to be basically me and him, and then Tim and Alex kind of like chipping in, and then Sanjinis decided to come because he wasn't too far away. And it was just like it just happened, and Sanjinis came there under the idea of like going against flat Earth, and but the fact that he's a geocentrist was like a cool little dynamic, right? Where it was just a bunch of different perspectives. So anyway, it wasn't supposed to be like me against Sanjinis, but once I found out he was there, like I said, I wanted to go straight up to him just so he knew who I was, because if it had started like just straight to flat Earth, and then it's me versus basically them three, and then Alex, who again, props to him. He was kind of just gonna fall back for the most part. That would have been way worse because then it could have got heated. I wanted to, and I'll tell you guys this too. It's so funny. I went and talked to some gymnasts, and we just immediately start talking about like physics, like he loved, dude, so just loves the conversation. He's like, when he remembered who I was and what we talked about, we just started talking, and he's like, he told me too, before we went on, he was like, he's like, don't ever stop. And he's like, I know you're not going to, but don't, because it's like, it's in you, you're supposed to do it. And I'm the same way or something like that.
Wait, he
So,
encouraged you, bro?
yeah. And it's because,
Okay.
yeah, geocentrism is, he's looking at it from a geocentric point of view, right? But I wanted to like bridge the gap because of the history. He's written an entire book, right? So he's really kind of stamped his flag. So even if he started to see some of it, it's going to be really tough for him. And then with all the other stuff I said, right? So, and then it was just funny, bro, because we're sitting there kind of waiting to go in the studio, but he's like, uh, we talk about the fact that it's so impossible to get the PhDs to acknowledge it, or to debate it, because they don't even know about most of it, and there's really no rebuttals. And he's like, yeah, I had emailed him earlier that week. I'm like, do you know any PhD astronomers or astrophysicists, dude? Like anyone that will do this debate? He's like, Austin, I've been looking for that for 20 years. So he's like, no, I don't, like, it's not gonna happen. They're not gonna do it. And I'm like, fair enough, thanks. But then he's like, did you ever read that paper in 2016 about the cosmic microwave background? And we just immediately start talking about actual physics and cosmology, which is funny. It just kind of shows you how like we're like really in it, like we're like very passionate about it. Whereas that's not what everyone else is talking about, And so I guess I'm telling you all that little backstory, and there's like more stuff or whatever, but to you understand what happened before we went live, right? So at that point, we had established so much mutual respect, especially reminding him that he came on my show, and we had lots of mutual respect when he was on my show, that I knew like, okay, cool, we kind of dodged a bullet, because the worst thing in my opinion that could have happened was me and him to have this intense like fallout on Timcast. And that was a great opportunity for him, obviously. Now tons of people have heard of him, didn't know about him. I think it's awesome that he got to be on that show. And so it worked out perfect, I guess I'm saying,
Yo, I started watching and I saw Sujanis and I was like, what the hell? Why is he? Other than I started watching, dude, that was one of the best public experiences I've seen put out for Flat Earth, I think, on all sides. So that was excellent.
Nice, thank you, man. I know obviously we're gonna have people in the community that are gonna, like FED and them. I'm sure they'll do like 4,000 reviews about how bad I did or whatever, but
Those 18 people will watch them, and then we can make fun of those people later or whatever.
I think I see, yeah, and I agree with you. I think that is such a big step for FE, and it's breaking the ice where it's like you have Tim Pool sitting there, and it's like it's just chill. It's
Dude,
not like this.
I don't like Tim Pool, to be honest, at all. And I thought he did excellent. And as an open-minded person, I think he handled everything really well. So respect to him.
Yeah, he was so chill, and like I think Alex was kind of worried about it. Like I said earlier, they had that intense back and forth about the moon landing. He's like, I just don't want this to turn into something that kind of like makes it weird between us, or I don't want you guys to get into like this intense, like heated thing, where he feels defensive. He was like, he thought that would happen, and it was nothing like that, bro. Tim was super chill. He made a couple of little jokes, like where he's like, I will say, look at this map, this would be cool, but he's reading off these crazy sounding names and stuff. But like, I thought Tim did good, right? I think he was just like facilitating the conversation.
Dude, I thought the whole dynamic was amazing, actually. I don't know if you pulled it off yourself or if you and Janice decided to pull it off or if your just determination made it unfold that way, but that was like the best dynamic that we ever could have hoped for. So props, man.
No, it just happened. It just happened, yeah. Well, and like I told my wife this last night. I'm like, I was kind of frustrated because like so much time. I've sent so many emails to so many PhDs. Um, and obviously there's some trolls that are like, which obviously once again is stupid, doesn't know what PhDs are. PhDs are like a focus on a specific topic, and really you just need someone with a master's or whatever, because they don't have a PhD in heliocentrism. Well, I'm like, almost no one has a PhD that doesn't almost no one has a PhD that doesn't have a master's, and it's just the fact that in this clown world, a PhD is considered more credible and it shows more dedication to the topics. So you have a master's if you have a PhD in most scenarios. Like, you people are ridiculous. Um, but anyway, what was cool about it was that I was like kind of frustrated because I had to go with this guy who had a PhD in neuroscience, was like an amateur astronomer, and talked pretty reckless on the timeline, frankly.
Yes,
But
bro.
But
Yes. Yes. That's
what
why I
what
couldn't understand the dynamic in person. I'm like, bro, where's all that smoke?
dude, it's always like that, bro. Like,
well,
literally.
I figured he might be like that when you were asking. You were like, "Is he all right?" I'm like, honestly, dude, I think he might be really good. And he was excellent, to be honest. I hate that guy, but super respectful.
No,
He
I will
played
say
the
I don't
game
hate him.
good.
I don't hate him. So like, this is what's so crazy. It's like you got to separate X. People need to learn to stop being so ridiculous and reckless on all sides of everything on X.
100%.
Because every time I see him in person, bro, it's not that same energy at all. And I
Yep.
actually like, in a way, I like the guy. You know, like, he was like really
Dude,
nice and
me too.
respectful.
Now that's what I was gonna say. Like, I hate him on X, but after that, I was like, "Damn, did he represent pretty?" Except for the whole Aries failure catastrophe, but that's to be expected.
But yeah, and it's good because he has a knowledge base, and clearly he's actually been, if anything, because you have like McToon saying, Austin, he doesn't know it. He's following his sheep, or he's leading his sheep followers towards geocentrism, and they have no idea. And he's setting it up, and he's actually a geocentric glober now, and he's prepping for it, and he wants a PhD because they don't do debates like this, And in this topic, you need to have someone that's a good debater that knows what's going to happen. And he basically just does this whole rant. And I only know this because like Kai told me, and I listened to like 2 minutes. I'm like, dude, please turn it off. I don't care. But he's basically saying he's basically saying like, making excuses for how I would beat a PhD in a debate. I'm like, you think this is like you think you're like hurting me right now? You're talking about how.
Let me tell you why this crazy guy is gonna talk down to all these PhDs and explain all these basic science methods. Let me tell you why that's gonna make sense to everyone. It's not because it's real and that he's right. Okay.
Yeah, and it's a major reason that I kept it on the D low because I didn't want to deal with people like him. Obviously he'd be super thirsty to try to get on there. But so in a way, we did the anti-flat earthers. We helped them in the sense that he's not entirely wrong that we're so dedicated to the topic. We know all these different things that the average person probably doesn't know. And there's a little bit of truth to when, what's his name? I don't remember, but the guy that says, if you had 3 PhDs right here and you had 3 flat earthers on the other side, almost every time the flat earthers would win. And yeah, I mean, they're not familiar with all these different topics, right? So this is a guy that is and has kept up with flat Earth for a long time and has invested a lot of time. So it ends up helping them anyway. I guess the whole point I'm making is, so I was like really frustrated, and I was telling Kai this last night when I was talking to her, but then it all just like fell together perfectly. So it's like what kind of always happens. It's like I'm trying to control things too much, and then there's like a plan, in the
Honestly,
ether.
it clearly was a plan, dude. If you didn't set all that up, that unfolded like majestically. So,
Dude, see Janice out of nowhere.
I
Crazy.
know.
Like,
I know.
actually crazy.
I thought it was
crazy. I thought Winston actually knew, like, had a closer relationship with St. Janice because I heard about the principal through Winston, and we always talk about like how the conversation is so different between like the anti-flat earth trolls and then the PhDs who kind of have like a stake in the game where they have to kind of like be honest. Speaking of, by the way, shout out to you, Roy. Thank you for pulling up, man. It's good to see you. I spoke with Roy a couple months ago in one of the other spaces. It might have actually been. I don't know what space it was, but I see your hand. I'll get you in just a second. Oh, we're talking about a conversation that we had. Yeah. I see you. Appreciate you, bro. Witsit was just on Tim Pool, and he had a conversation about cosmology, geocentrism, heliocentrism, flat Earth, globe Earth, and I'll send you the link so you could go watch it. But that's what we're discussing now, so the review, because it just dropped yesterday. But it's just a different level of a conversation when you're talking to somebody within the sciences than just like the average person who just doesn't like the topic and just trolls you around all day. So go ahead, Wizard, continue.
Yeah, like imagine how toxic that would have been if someone like McToon was there, right? So it like worked out really well, and um, you know, basically that guy's put a lot of money into satellites and developing software to track satellites and planets, and that's why he said stuff like, I've measured the size of the earth myself. And obviously he didn't. He presupposed the globe earth to supposedly calculate it, but it's like he's too far in, right? So I guess what's funny, it's like this every time. Like these people don't keep the same energy in person at all. I think everyone should kind of just keep that in mind, because there's no exception. And McToon would be the same way. He's going to be the same way if we go to Antarctica, right? It's like these people are, and that's why most of these people are like anonymous and talk so reckless, because like it's just not real. But yeah, so I think it was cool because he was, and I made a point in the DMs when I was reaching out to him. He immediately started going on this big rant about something to do with facial recognition software with the Challenger thing. Because I guess I had replied to him and been like, uh, I've seen facial recognition get people wrong after 10 years that we know are the same person. And I'm sure you were very selective about your pictures and all this. And so he was bringing that up, which I didn't remember. And I'm like, all right, dude, maybe you're not the right person, right? Because it seems like you're not capable of being professional. And he, to his credit, after I pointed that out to him, he was. So, yeah, man.
You straightened him out.
Yeah. So, and I won't say too much more. It's always funny. People don't keep the same energy that they're like, a bunch of stereotypes were filled, basically, like when you see these people in real life. And yeah, I think it was cool, man. I think it was cool because really what I originally thought is that it was going to be this like really cutthroat or like really high level kind of fast paced conversation and a debate. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to like take the gloves off and we're just going to throw down like whoever.
Bro, that's what I thought. I was prepared. I'm like, for real, I was waiting for it. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But then Janice basically kind of took lead, you know what I mean, in a chill and like directive manner, and you just kind of backed him up, and then he backed you up in that first hour. It's really great.
Yeah, and what's so funny is I felt the need to correct some Janice a few times, and I didn't. I think
too.
yeah, I think the audience is smart enough to know that like he doesn't speak for me, but it's like there's also a dynamic equivalence with Newtonian and a couple things I think were missaid. And obviously, we've taken a lot of his information and we've just completely polished it, and then basically this army of people have looked through every square inch of it at this point, where our arguments are very polished. And, that part was tricky because I didn't want to step all over him. And I guess what I'm saying here is I'm glad it went like that, because originally I was thinking like, okay, I'm always trying to make sure it's digestible to the audience, and what happens is that gets taken advantage of, though, and I'm always cut off, and it's always spun like you see, like if I try to make it really simple to the audience, they try to spin it like, oh, the flat earthers stupid, right? When in reality, it's like totally the opposite. And so I was like, you know what? I want the world to see, like, not only are flat earthers not just stupid, it's like we're actually very intelligent, and we know we can go toe to toe at the highest levels with the quote unquote experts. So that would have actually been bad if you think about it, right? Like Tim Pool's audience, they don't know. If we just started using all these hyper specific terms and technical terms, and no one would know what we were talking about. So I'm glad it actually didn't go that way where Tim's like, well, just for those who don't know, can you explain aberration? For example, when technically we already had. And um, I'm glad that if someone watches that, for the most part, I always had an opportunity to just be like, just so everyone understands exactly what's going on or what's being said. And that's cool. We need this other thing to happen where it's like, you know what? If I go watch two PhDs debate evolution and like say the chemical components of evolution, either you are familiar with the topic or you're not. You know some of the terms or you don't. And if you go watch it, you may be lost and have no idea what they're talking about for for a good portion of it.
Exactly. Yeah.
But that's how it works, right? It's a high level debate. And then if you are truly interested in the topic, you need to go like I did when I watched those. I had to go research it, learn the terms and understand it. It's not there's two separate things. There's like a real high level debate, and then there's like the just try to convey the message to the audience. Um, and so it was obviously the latter, which is cool, I think. And that platform actually in retrospect, that's what we wanted because people would just check out. They're like, I didn't sign up for this. I'm not, either someone, I guess the objective, and I think it was accomplished, is to just dispel the notion that flat earthers are all just really stupid and don't understand basic things. And once that happens, then people will be like genuinely curious at that point. If you want to learn about this topic, you're going to have to choose to want to know, and you're going to have to choose to go look into it and invest time into looking into it. You can't like MK Ultra someone into being a flat earther. You can't like force them to hear the information because they're just not going to be receptive. Um, so we still need that. We still need like, okay, a PhD astronomer or astrophysicist or physicist or theoretical physicist or whatever to sit down with me 1v1 and just go at it, like this high level conversation.
I'm
But
here.
okay, yeah.
Right there with it. He right there. Shout out to Roy.
Cool. I'm happy to have a debate with you or something at some point. Like I said, my
Hold on, wait,
daughter
you
is getting
still
way
you
close.
still do in the field?
Yeah.
That's the one where you have like the credentials on your show. Is that the one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can definitely come on in the field. I do specifically try to actually keep that where it's more, amicable or whatever. But yeah, like you're welcome to come on. I don't know what your credentials are or whatever, but
I have predator meetings all the time. I'm quite used to this. See, I'm coming from a completely different angle from the rest of science myself, from an independent sort of pathway.
Yes, that is what I like about Roy. Not to cut you off, Roy, but that's what I liked about Roy. When I first heard him speak and we had an interaction in a different space, he was very honest about some of the sciences, and I'm like, oh, this is a cool guy. Continue, Roy. Tell us about yourself.
Yeah, essentially, I took a different path in physics and in sciences. From a very small child, I was picked out of school and sent off to a college for gifted kids. I later found out that was all part of the CIA's crap that they were getting on with, looking into autistic children and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm on the spectrum, but not antisocially in that regard. But I saw something when I was very young that defied all logic, the phenomena, and I put into my mind a model that essentially could answer the problem of the phenomena. And the rest of my career has been a pursuit about the attributes of time, essentially. And I come up with a framework that expresses time in a 5-dimensional hydrodynamic model of time from the conservation of what I term emergent entropic time. And this now provides an explanation for gravity being a temporal differential inertia and unifies all of quantum mechanics and so on, and all of the bubble. Okay, so that's my standpoint, as it were. So physics, yes, but from a different path, as it were, to the normal path. So I take a more holistic approach to the whole show, as it were.
okay, very interesting. Very interesting. I will say, my initial reaction is to disagree with you, but I'm definitely open to hearing it. So that's cool. So like, I guess people would label that dissident So you
Yes,
you
rebel,
kind of get it.
rebel, maverick, and all the rest of it. I'm shouted at and screamed at, but essentially all I did was apply the laws of conservation as are applied to all things in time, and applied it to emergent entropic time. So, like all continuous things in nature, they're provided a continuous symmetry. So I recognized that conservational symmetries are scale invariant. Okay, so it doesn't matter what your scale is, it's therefore the properties that denote the behavioral outcomes for us. And this led to another idea that I called dynamic behaviorism, which explains the very properties of our abstract reality, as it were, and putting it all together into that unified framework that I called dilation theory.
Interesting. You know, I think I would probably agree with some of the stuff that you say. I don't know what you say exactly. But
Yeah,
I'm
it's
instinctively, you know, opposed to attributing
oh,
physical
it's
properties to time at all. And it sounds like that may be where this goes.
well,
Yeah.
it's entropic. It's an entropic emergent phenomena born of information change. So the cosmos is more of the not dimensional as such outside of the 5 dimensions that I'm now proposing. It's contextual in its nature, and as such an emergent contextual continuum of geometric symmetries within symmetries, and that's projected upon a gauge lattice. So a holographic space-time continuum. You see what I mean? So it's quite a fundamentally ontological thing, but it expresses the phenomena as manipulation of the temporal dimension, in that its attributes having a faster relative rate of time due to those topological phase dynamics, having femto and atto possible rates of time, then they're going to negate the inertia accordingly. It's like if you can imagine a stream, the center of the stream with its faster flow of time of the stream, as it were, has no inertia. It's more that we move to the banks where the slowing of the flow and therefore the slowing of time, we see a passive transversal inertia that is born in nature with any flow differential. And that, in that 5th dimensional hydrodynamic environment of time, as it were, from that conservation of the moments, provides that differential temporal inertia that we perceive as gravity. So, you know, you can negate the inertia by having a faster relative rate of time than your surroundings. It's as simple as that. And we see this with superconductivity as levitation. And we now know that that superconductive environment has a much faster relative rate of time. So we've got some tests coming up in the spring. And the LIGO results and the James Webb Telescope results recently just gave us really good sigma that this temporal regression that unifies relativity in the way that time now tells matter how to move, and matter or motion influence time. So it sort of rounds the whole thing. I'll land it there.
Wow. Okay. I think I do understand what you're saying. I find it interesting. You know, I won't keep reiterating that I do think I fundamentally disagree with you, but I do find it interesting. I definitely think that
Roy, I'm curious. How do you explain?
Hold on.